Chapter 1. Transformed into a vicious female, supporting character. Shen Miao opened her eyes, unable to suppress a hiss of pain. Her entire body ached, as if she'd been run over by a massive truck. Was this the sensation of being bitten by a zombie? Soon, Shen Miao realized something was amiss. Towering trees surrounded her, their leaves densely clustered, leading one to mistakenly believe they had wandered into a primeval forest. What was happening? Before the apocalypse began, vegetation had already suffered severe destruction. By the time of her death, it had been ages since she had seen greenery. Where on earth could such a vast expanse of lush trees still exist? Shen Miao glanced around and spotted another person lying not far away. A man with white hair lay there, his eyes tightly shut. His brow was deeply furrowed, his nose was high and straight, and his features were almost flawless. What shocked Shen Miao the most was the pair of pointed ears protruding from his white hair. Had humanity reverted to a primitive state? As her gaze traveled downward, she noticed the man's upper body was bare, his honey-colored skin exposed to the elements, revealing beautifully sculpted chest and abdominal muscles. However, this exquisite skin was marred by numerous scars of varying sizes. Upon closer inspection, some of these scars appeared to be old, while many were fresh scratches. Further down were the man's long legs, his feet bare, with the only covering being a peculiar piece of beast hide wrapped around his waist. What kind of avant-garde attire was this? Puzzled, Shen Miao suddenly recalled something and looked down, nearly jumping in surprise. What she wore was remarkably similar to the man's attire, save for a beast hide wrap around her upper body, presumably added due to her being a woman. Yet, what astonished Shen Miao even more was the realization that this body did not belong to her. She weighed barely 100 pounds, while this body must weigh at least 200. What on earth was happening? A sudden, piercing pain shot through her head, and Shen Miao pressed her forehead as torrents of memories flooded her mind. Once she absorbed all the memories, she finally understood. She had transmigrated into a novel. After the apocalypse erupted, her luck had run out, and she encountered a horde of zombies, tragically meeting her end by their bite, only to find herself here. The book was one she had read before the apocalypse, titled The Beast King's Precious Little Darling, featuring a malicious antagonist named Shen Miao Eyes, sharing the same name and surname. In the original narrative, Shen Miao was the early deceased wife of the formidable Qing Chen, the Fox King, and the root cause of the corruption of 4 villainous characters. Though a biological mother, she was more vicious than a stepmother. Not only was she indolent, but her temperament was also brutal. She would often beat her 4 children, instilling fear in them, which ultimately led to their descent into villainy. Moreover, the original Shen Miao had a strained relationship with her partner, Fox Qing Chen. Initially, she clung to him relentlessly, but when Fox Qing Chen suffered an accident and broke his leg, Shen Miao callously abandoned him. She recalled a scene in the book where the female beast intended to abandon Qing Chen in the mountains upon learning of his disability, and in a twist of fate, they both ended up rolling down a slope together. It seemed she had just walked into that very storyline. Shen Miao pressed her forehead in distress. This was disastrous. She had severely offended the primary antagonist. Would she, too, meet a gruesome fate at the hands of the villain, just like the original character? Involuntarily, Shen Miao's gaze drifted to the white-haired man beside her. Suddenly, their eyes met. He had awakened without a sound, startling her. When had he come to? Cautiously, Shen Miao leaned closer. "Hey, how are you?" The man didn't even glance at her, his brow deeply furrowed, his hands gripping the grass tightly, with veins bulging on the back of his hands. His long legs lay lifelessly, motionless. Meanwhile, blood flowed from a wound at the back of his head, staining his white hair crimson. Goodness, had he hit his head? Shen Miao hurried over to inspect him. As she lifted his head, she discovered a large gash at the back, oozing blood. He must have struck a rock when he fell. The man's gaze appeared unfocused. He likely did not recognize Shen Miao and allowed her to manipulate him without resistance. For a moment, panic surged within Shen Miao, but she quickly regained her composure. She needed to remain calm and think of a way to save the antagonist. Save the antagonist? She hesitated, and a sudden epiphany struck her. Yes, Her previous demise had been due to the antagonist. If she turned a blind eye to his plight now, would that not ensure her own survival? She could return to raise her offspring in peace, pretending none of this had occurred. How wonderful! Shin Miao touched her conscience and mused, "Is this something you could do?" After a moment, she replied to herself, "Alas, I cannot. Who told me I am beautiful and kind-hearted?" She would do her best and leave the rest to fate. Given the current state of the antagonist, he appeared quite perilous. His survival rested solely on his own strength. Having settled the antagonist comfortably, Shun Miao surveyed the forest around her. To her knowledge, there were many hemostatic herbs in the woods, but unfortunately, she did not recognize them and could not use them indiscriminately. If only her space supermarket were still intact, filled with hemostatic medicines she had collected during the onset of the apocalypse. Just as she contemplated this, a flash of white light appeared before her. When she opened her eyes, she found herself standing before the shelves of her supermarket. To her astonishment, her treasure trove of supplies had also been transported. Overwhelmed with joy, Shun Miao rushed to the aisle of medicines, grabbing hemostatic powder and bandages. After a moment's thought, she also took a pair of scissors, silently reciting her exit intention. And indeed, she found herself back in the forest. Fox Qing Chen lay on the ground, positioned as she had left him. Shun Miao gathered his hair and carefully cut away a portion near the wound, exposing it fully. She then used water to clean it and began applying the hemostatic powder. Upon closer inspection, the wound was not as severe as it appeared. The continuous bleeding made it look horrific. The antagonist had likely been stunned from a fall, hence his lack of response. Once the hemostatic powder was applied, the bleeding gradually ceased. Shin Miao took the bandages and carefully wrapped the wound. "All done," she said, dusting off her hands. "How do you feel now?" Unbeknownst to her, the man had already slipped into unconsciousness. She leaned down to check for breath beneath his nose and sighed in relief. Was still alive. However, how was she to return now? Examining her surroundings, she noted the steepness of the slope. Climbing back up was challenging enough, let alone carrying someone. Thus, she would have to find a longer route. With great effort, Shin Miao hoisted the man onto her back. Thankfully, this body was robust, providing the strength necessary for the task. In her original body, such a feat would have been impossible. Stumbling her way back to the tribe, she encountered no one along the way. Following her memories, Shun Miao arrived at the most dilapidated wooden hut on the outskirts. Before she could marvel at the primitiveness of the dwelling, she heard a deafening wail from within. "You cannot take my sister away. Give her back." Chapter 2. Saving the Youngling. Then came an elderly female voice. "I am your grandmother, and I can take whoever I wish. I don't want to go with you." "Boo-hoo, brother, save me. I don't want to go with grandmother." "Hold on, sister. We're coming to rescue you." A loud slap echoed, and the old woman continued with a menacing tone. "Listen here, your father is crippled, and your mother doesn't care about you. From now on, you are abandoned children. If you listen to me, I will give you a bite to eat. If you don't, they'll sell you all to the beast pens." Upon hearing this, Shun Miao could no longer contain herself. She strode out from behind the hut, spotting a total of 5 individuals in the yard. An older female beast, around 40, clutching a small female beast of about 3 or 4 years old. 3 young male beasts stood defiantly, ready to confront her. All 4 young beastmen bore the same pointed ears as their father, while the small female beast was already on the verge of fainting from crying. Though the 3 young males were thin and frail, they stood resolutely in front of the old female, unwilling to let her take their sister away. "If you don't want to be sold, step aside." The old female beast growled menacingly. A sinister voice suddenly rang out. "Who are you planning to sell?" Everyone turned to see Shan Miao's imposing figure slowly approaching. Her current appearance was truly hard to behold. Her face and body were drenched in sweat, her beast hide torn, hair a wild mess, mud smeared across her face, and combined with her robust physique, it was indeed an eyesore. However, the younglings only focused on the figure of Qing Chen on her back, rushing toward her en masse, exclaiming, "Father, what happened to you? You vile female beast. Let go of my father." Shin Miao was nearly knocked off her feet by the throng of children, but managed to steady herself, her expression darkening instantly. Stop right there. I will set your father down." Upon hearing this, the younglings ceased their charge, gazing up at her with wide eyes. Shen Miao carefully lowered Qing Chen to the ground, propping him against the wall. His eyes were shut tight, his complexion pale as snow, with a bandage wrapped around his head, stained with blood, creating a frightful sight. The younglings burst into tears. "Father, what happened to you?" No matter how they shook him, Qing Chen remained unresponsive. The children were terrified, their faces pale with fear. The old female beast approached, seizing the opportunity to stoke the flames. "Oh dear, it seems you've taken Qing Chen away and left him in this state. You truly are a wicked female beast. The clan leader should toss you into the river to feed the fish." As the several young ones heard the words of the elder female beast, they all glared furiously at Shen Miao. One, appearing to be the eldest among them, rushed forward and sank his teeth into Shen Miao's arm. "You killed father, I will bite you to death." Shen Miao grasped his chin and scolded, "Release your grip. Do you possess any intellect? How foolish can you be to believe every word you hear? Use your own brain to ponder. Had I truly intended to harm your father, I would have simply discarded him in the forest. Why would I go through such arduous efforts to carry him back?" As she spoke, a flicker of guilt crossed Shen Miao's mind. But it was quickly dispelled. After all, she had not committed those deeds the original owner had, and they bore no relation to her. The eldest young one, being quite astute, grasped Shen Miao's implication instantly. Yet, he still regarded her with disdain. After all, a venomous female beast could hardly be a commendable creature. The elder female beast, witnessing her attempt to sow discord fail, begrudgingly continued to stoke the flames. Even if you never contemplated killing Qing Chen, everyone is aware of your maltreatment towards these young ones. Just look at them, not a single part of their bodies is clean. Shen Miao cast a cold gaze upon the elder female beast. Delving into her memories, she uncovered the identity of this elder beastling she, the biological mother of Qing Chen and the true grandmother of the young ones. This biological mother was rather intriguing when her son became disabled. Rather than visiting, she immediately sold her granddaughter for food. Moreover, despite the young one's concern for Qing Chen, Ling Shi appeared oblivious, preoccupied only with her own gains. It was no wonder that Qing Chen would later undergo a transformation into darkness. Encountering such a mother-in-law was enough to drive anyone to despair. "Mother speaks rightly, so what purpose do you have in visiting today?" Shen Miao suddenly donned a smile, which put Ling Shi on high alert. Cautiously, she replied, "Is it not permissible for me to visit my son's household? And what have you brought? Your grandchildren are starving, and you thought not to bring some food?" Shen Miao continued to smile sweetly. Dealing with such a person, she had her tactics, and it was merely a matter of whether Ling Shi could withstand them. Ling Shi raised her brows and retorted loudly, "You didn't bring anything, why should I? I can barely feed myself. Then why is mother still holding on a sea bow? My grandchildren, I intend to take them to stay with me for a few days. Is that a problem? What? You neglect your children, and I care for them, and you're displeased?" Ling Shi asserted boldly. Seeing her fall into the trap, Shen Miao smiled gently. "Mother is indeed a wonderful grandmother. Since you care so much for your grandchildren, why not take them all with you?" The moment those words left her lips, the young ones glared at Shen Miao in fury. Indeed, they believed Shen Miao was no good. She had always watched them suffer, and now, when she spoke up, it appeared she merely wanted to rid herself of them as burdens. Grandmother Ling, she had always intended to sell them for meat, and their mother was well aware, yet still acquiesced, which implicitly endorsed the grandmother's intentions to sell them off. "I don't want to go. I refuse to go to grandmother's. I want to stay with father. You can't send us away without his consent." The eldest young one clenched his fists and shouted. Shen Miao coaxed, "Be good, dear eldest. There will be meat to eat at grandmother's, and we happen to have no food at home these days. Let's all go and enjoy some lively times together." The second young one asked in confusion, "Is father going too?" "Of course. Our family of 6 shall go together," Shen Miao replied, her smile radiant. The third young one chimed in, "If father goes, then I will too." Upon hearing this, Ling Zai's expression soured. Allowing the entire family to come to her for free meals was a fanciful dream. Yet Shen Miao, paid her no mind, and directly addressed the young ones. "Pack your things, we shall stay at grandmother's for a few days. What are you all dawdling for?" The young ones exchanged glances, bewildered. "Ling, she see that, don't come near. You burdensome little ones, I won't let you through my door. Stay away." With that, she cast aside the fourth young one and fled in a hurry. Chapter 03. Is she still the malevolent she-beast? Shun Miao approached and picked up the four cubs. Brushing the dirt off their bodies, she inquired, "Did you fall?" The cubs gazed at her in terror, wriggled free from her grasp, and scurried away on their little legs. Shun Miao found her hands empty, but did not mind. Considering her past interactions with the cubs, their reactions were entirely to be expected. After returning Qing Chen to his room, she turned around only to find the cubs rushing back and behind her, nimbly climbing onto the stone bed to huddle beside Qing Chen. "Well, I suppose I should prepare something to eat," Shun Miao mused, realizing that after all this commotion, she was quite hungry. The space supermarket did have provisions, but she was hesitant to retrieve them, fearing that Qing Chen might wake suddenly. She wandered around the courtyard in search of a kitchen. But all she found were piles of what appeared to be ashes, accompanied by several stone bowls and pots. She was taken aback. Was this truly a kitchen? It was utterly barren, devoid of any supplies. Shun Miao felt fatigued. Seeing that Qing Chen and the cubs would not emerge anytime soon, she decided to fetch some items from her space. She first took out a few pieces of fatty pork to roast. Fearing that solely consuming meat might lead to nutritional deficiencies, she intended to grab some leafy greens, but realized that only one row of shelves was accessible in the supermarket, leaving her with only the meat. Yet, she worried that these provisions would eventually run out. However, to her astonishment, after she took the meat, another piece appeared on the previously empty shelf. Was this divine retribution? Elated, Shun Miao returned to the kitchen to begin cooking. Fortunately, her culinary skills had not diminished. Soon enough, she had produced a plate of glistening roasted pork and a bowl of leafy soup. She felt quite pleased with her efforts and was unbothered by the prospect of the cubs discovering her secret. If they asked, she would simply claim it was from a recent hunt. After all, the cubs were still young and likely wouldn't comprehend. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Shun Miao glanced at her plump hands, suddenly struck by a thought. The book in specified what kind of she-beast the original owner had been. Surely, she could not have been a massive bear. The very notion nearly sent her into despair. After lamenting for a while, Shun Miao called the cubs to the table. They were gnawing on roots, and upon hearing her voice, each one dropped their morsel in shock. The malevolent cub was asking them to eat? Had the sun risen in the west? Shun Miao disregarded their reactions and walked over to check on Qing Chen. He lay there with his eyes closed, yet his breath felt feverishly hot, causing her considerable concern. Could he be running a fever? She pondered, knowing that a fever could be fatal. The conditions here were clearly inadequate for treating such ailments, and she was unsure whether the medicines in her space would be effective. Shun Miao initially intended to administer some medicine preemptively, but no amount of coaxing could rouse him. The cubs began to look distressed, but she silenced them, insisting they were not allowed to cry and should come to eat instead. "Don't eat the food you made," De Bao retorted fiercely. Shun Miao raised an eyebrow, teasingly asking, "Why not? With your current state, you should eat more. Otherwise, you might find yourselves being sold off one by one." The cubs trembled in fear. With a stern expression, Shun Miao commanded, "Hurry up. If you don't go, you won't be allowed to take care of your father. You've seen how he is. If you collapse, who will look after him? I certainly want to." It turned out that her provocation was quite effective, as the cubs huffed in response and scampered outside on their short legs, likely thinking, "Eat more. Consume everything the malevolent she-beast has." Shun Miao smiled to herself, trailing behind them leisurely. The cubs appeared to be engaged in some hushed discussion, but upon noticing Shun Miao as presence, they halted their chatter. Watching her with wary eyes, Shun Miao swatted away 2 filthy paws and admonished, "Go wash your hands. Are you not afraid of falling ill with such filth?" The cubs were perplexed, as they had always lived this way, without her interference. Why the sudden introduction of so many rules today? After dutifully washing their hands, they returned, each harboring a belly full of indignation, and began to devour the roasted meat with gusto. Shun Miao joined them for a while. But when she noticed them not only eating but also furtively stashing meat into their fur, she felt speechless. The greasy meat mingled with their dirty pelts. She had no words left, only a desire to toss the cubs away. The meal was chaotic in the extreme. Once finished, the cubs dashed off, still clutching their furs. Shun Miao could tell without looking that they had stuffed their hides with roasted pork. Well, for now, the cubs are far too wary of me. Let it be, she thought. She would correct these bad habits in due time. Why aren't you leaving? She asked the fourth cub, who remained seated. If she recalled correctly, this cub had the softest disposition. Perhaps due to being the youngest and a girl. The fourth cub clutched her belly, on the verge of tears, and lamented, "My tummy hurts." Shin Miao frowned. "How could your tummy hurt? Did you eat something bad? Come here, let me take a look." Instead of approaching, the fourth cub retreated further. Shun Miao raised an eyebrow. Patience in her voice, she coaxed, "If you come here, it won't hurt anymore. If you don't, I won't help you." With a serious expression, she maintained her authority. The fourth cub, feeling the pressure, timidly inched closer. Just then, Bao, noticing that Si Bao had not gone inside, came out searching for her. Upon seeing the scene, he shouted, "What are you doing?" and rushed to stand protectively in front of Si Bao. Shun Miao remained calm, explaining, "Si Bao has overeaten and is experiencing discomfort. I need to check on her. If you obstruct me, then I will not assist her, and she can suffer on her own." Bao hesitated, glancing at Si Bao. She nodded softly, "Yes, my tummy hurts from eating too much." "And how do you plan to help her?" Bao remained cautious. Shun Miao ignored his question, pulling Si Bao closer and gently massaging her distended belly, quietly mixing some digestive tablets with water to offer her. Before long, Si Bao began to feel relief. She was astounded. This was the first time Shun Miao had aided her. In the past, she had always endured discomfort alone. "All right, go play now," Shun Miao said, petting her head and allowing her to leave. Today, she had indeed been remiss. The cubs likely hadn't had a proper meal in ages, and diving straight into such greasy pork was bound to upset their stomachs. Bao took Si Bao's hand, his expression complex as they departed. Once out of Shun Miao's sight, Bao asked, "Are you sure you're all right?" "I am fine. She gave me a bowl of water, and now I feel better." Si Bao replied softly. Bao cast a skeptical glance in Shun Miao's direction, still unable to fully trust her. Chapter 04, Preparing Roasted Meat for the Cubs. Shun Miao tidied up the kitchen and then entered the room to check on Qing Chen's condition. Upon entering, she discovered the cubs gathered at the bedside, with Bao attempting to feed a small piece of roasted meat into Qing Chen's mouth, who remained with his eyes closed. "Father, hurry and eat. This is for you. It's so delicious," Bao urged, oblivious to the seriousness of the situation. Qing Chen's mouth was smeared with grease, yet he showed no sign of awareness. Shun Miao felt her blood pressure spike. At the sight of her, Bao instantly withdrew the meat, his round eyes wide with apprehension. Taking a deep breath, Shun Miao approached, preparing to scold them, but her gaze fell upon Qing Chen's face, causing her to gasp in alarm. His complexion was flushed with fever. Touching his skin revealed a temperature that felt scalding to the touch. The cubs, still young and naive, were oblivious to the gravity of the situation. They merely observed Shun Miao's serious expression, mistakenly believing that their secret meat stash had angered her, and thus remained silent in fear. Shun Miao, however, had no time to concern herself with their feelings. She gently patted Qing Chen's face, commanding, "Wake up! You need to wake up! Father is sleeping. Why are you disturbing him?" Erzi protested, stepping forward defiantly. With a sidelong glance, Shun Miao retorted, "You know he is sleeping. So what were you doing just now?" Bao's face flushed crimson. He had been worried about the meat being discovered and wanted to feed it to Qing Chen before he awoke. Realizing too late that one should not eat while asleep, enough. Your father has a fever. Quickly, wake him and have him take his medicine, Shun Miao urged. The cubs, unfamiliar with the concept of fever, had grown up in a free-range environment and possessed sturdier constitutions than most, having never experienced such ailments. However, sensing Shun Miao's urgency, they understood that this was serious. Immediately, the cubs raised their voices in unison. "Father, wake up! Hurry!" Seizing this opportunity, Shun Miao swiftly retrieved cold medicine and prepared water, ready to administer it as soon as Qing Chen regained consciousness. At last, Qing Chen was roused, but he appeared dazed and disoriented, lacking any awareness. Shun Miao struggled to get him to take the medicine, as his ingrained disdain for her made him instinctively resist anything she offered. Employing a firm approach, she grasped his chin and forced the medicine into his mouth, pinching his lips shut to prevent him from spitting it out. Qing Chen choked, his face turning a deep shade of red. The cubs watched in shock, and Dabao lunged forward, attempting to swat Shun Miao's hand away, exclaiming, "Let go of my father! Release him!" The little ones lacked strength. Shun Miao felt no pain nor discomfort as she allowed him to strike her repeatedly, steadfastly administering an entire bowl of medicine. Qing Chen coughed violently, his offspring weeping in distress. "Listen, I am saving him. If you wish for him to live, do not interfere," Shun Miao stated solemnly. The actions of the little ones came to a halt. For reasons unknown in that moment, Shun Miao conveyed a sense of honesty. They felt she genuinely intended to save their father. "What have you done?" Qing Chen's consciousness flickered back to awareness, his words fragmented. Shun Miao smiled softly. "I have given you medicine. You are burning up like this. Lie still and do not fret over trivial matters, lest your health deteriorate further." Qing Chen glared at her with fierce eyes. Yet he could only muster a glare, powerless to do anything, burying all his resentment deep within. Not long after regaining consciousness, Qing Chen slipped back into unconsciousness. Though he had taken the medicine, his fever persisted. Shun Miao understood that this night was perilous. Thus, she refrained from returning to her room to rest, instead keeping Vigil at his side. Initially, the little ones stayed with her, but by midnight, one by one, they fell asleep in disarray. Gently, Shun Miao lifted them, adjusting their positions, and took the nearby animal skins to cover them snugly. The little ones were truly charming, with large eyes and exquisite features, reminiscent of a young Qing Chen. Albeit with less ferocity that I asked for the small girl among them. Her features were even more delicate. "Sleep well. I promise the days ahead will not be as harsh as before," Shun Miao whispered. Though she had only been here for half a day, she had already grasped the situation. This world was fraught with dangers. Much like the apocalyptic realm she had known at her memories, numerous fierce beasts roamed outside, rendering the environment perilous. Even if she wished to leave, she must first establish a foothold. Hence, she would need to coexist with this family for the foreseeable future. In the dead of night, Qing Chen's fever recurred several times, with him not fully conscious. She could not administer more medicine, so she resorted to using alcohol to sponge his body for physical cooling. The night was tumultuous, and only at dawn did Qing Chen's fever finally subside. Shun Miao had not closed her eyes all night, and, utterly exhausted, she collapsed beside the bed and fell into a deep sleep. When the little ones awoke, they beheld the following scene. Qing Chen sleeping soundly, while Shun Miao lay by the bed, deeply slumbering. San Bao was about to speak when Dabao pulled him back. The little ones tiptoed out of the room, and once outside, San Bao finally asked, "Brother, why didn't you let me wake her?" Dabao could not articulate a reason, pursing his lips as he said, "Last night, we were all asleep. She took care of father, and we don't know what she intends to do. So let us go find something to eat first." The little ones ventured to their usual spot for foraging wild fruits, where they encountered several female beasts from their tribe. The others expressed sympathy for the little ones. Yet sympathy could only go so far. No one was in a position to assist without reason, and they gathered to gossip about Shun Miao's shortcomings. Only one beautiful female beast approached them, pulling 2 shriveled fruits from her animal skin bag and placing them onto Dabao's skin, gently saying, "Little ones, these are from Auntie Vigil. Take them and eat it. Do not let yourselves go hungry." Dabao glanced at the fruit, which was riddled with wormholes and lacking moisture, and pursed his lips. "No, thank you, Auntie Vigil. Father has instructed us not to accept things from others casually. Auntie Vigil is no stranger. If you were not the children of your mother, she would treat you well," Auntie Vigil remarked, her face full of sympathy. "It is truly pitiable that you little ones have been reduced to this state." Upon waking, Shun Miao discovered the 4 little ones were missing and anxiously searched for them. Upon finding them, she overheard the conversation and was instantly incensed. "Who are you? Do you not fear having your tongue rot from speaking ill behind others? You are not anyone special. You are related to Qing Chen. Now that you have children of your own, perhaps you should act with more decorum." Gathering the children close, Shun Miao launched into a tirade of mockery. Chapter 5. The villain bleeds. LV's face flushed crimson with shame. Shun Miao, how can you say such things? I merely pity the little ones. Spare me your pity. You should be concerned about your own self. Shun Miao retorted mercilessly. She was now aware of this person's identity. She was none other than the original book's heroine, the gentle, kind, and stunningly beautiful peacock clan female beast, LV Zhu, who was considered a perfect match for Qing Chen. Everyone in the tribe believed they were destined to be together, only to have Shun Miao intervene and steal him away. Naturally, LV Zhu harbored resentment towards Shun Miao, yet she concealed it, presenting herself as delicate and fragile. Listening to the gossip about the three without objection, tacitly accepting her own victimhood as a result, Shun Miao's reputation grew increasingly tarnished within the tribe, and she became widely disliked. That, of course, the original owner brought this upon herself. Yet how much of this was orchestrated by LV Zhu remained unknown. The other female beasts foraging with her could no longer stand idly by and began to defend LV Zhu. Shun Miao, do not go too far. LV Zhu has done nothing wrong. She merely gave your eldest son a few fruits. You are unwilling to feed the little ones, yet you do not permit others to help. Shun Miao picked up the 2 fruits, displaying them to the female beasts with a smile. Ladies, my little ones are precious. They will not eat such fruits if you like them. Perhaps you should ask LV Zhu for more. The female beasts scrutinized the withered fruits, realizing they would not even bother to pick such pitiful specimens that it was indeed ungracious to offer them to the little ones under the pretense of kindness. However, they refused to acknowledge their mistake, puffing their necks defiantly and declaring, "What is wrong with these fruits? They were painstakingly harvested from the trees. If they are edible, that is sufficient." As soon as she spoke, Shun Miao picked one up from the ground. The female beast turned pale, feeling as though Shun Miao was silently mocking them. "Yes, you are correct, so, because you offered a few unwanted fruits, you believe you can sow discord here? Listen to what LV Zhu has said. It seems she wishes for my demise, hoping to take my little ones as her own. I did not." LV Zhu shouted, "Do not speak falsely. I only stated the truth. You never provide food for the little ones, and the whole tribe is aware of it. Is that so?" Shun Miao smirked, turning to the little ones. "Did you not eat anything last night?" In usual circumstances, the little ones would have replied without hesitation, "No." However, today they hesitated, recalling how delightful last night's meal had been. Moreover, Shun Miao had changed ever so slightly. Dabao shook his head and said, "No, we did eat." Upon hearing no, Shun Miao admonished, "So, do not spread rumors without evidence. It only serves to lengthen your tongues, gossipers. Oh, and you little green tea, who stirs trouble? No one wants you anymore, so stop bringing it up as if it were a badge of honor." Truly shameless. With her words, Shun Miao silenced everyone present, especially LV Zhu, who felt so mortified she wished to disappear into the ground. Shun Miao ignored them, gathering the little ones and heading back, instructing them along the way. "In the future, if you venture out, please inform the adults at home. Understood? Do not just run off. I cannot help but worry that a few little ones remain silent." Gazing at her with peculiar expressions, it turned out that Shun Miao had always resorted to the vulgarity of a street shrew. Whenever a disagreement arose, she would roll on the ground in a tantrum, which was precisely why she was so disliked by the others. Yet today, to everyone's astonishment, she delivered a lengthy discourse filled with reason, rendering those who typically gossiped speechless. It was truly remarkable. However, while they cheered inwardly, their faces betrayed no emotion. Upon returning, Qing Chen had awakened, though he still lacked strength. Shun Miao cast a glance at him before turning to prepare nourishing food for the ailing. Qing Chen vaguely recalled the events of the previous night. He knew he felt unwell, with a pounding headache and a fever. Yet he refused to accept that it was Shun Miao who had been caring for him. After all, it was this very creature who had taken advantage of his unconsciousness to carry him out of the house, intending to throw him off a cliff. Even heaven could not bear to witness such cruelty, causing her to slip, and both of them tumbled down together. It was this second injury that had left him with a severe headache, leading to subsequent fever. One could argue that all of this was Shun Miao's fault. Qing Chen's expression turned icy once more as the little ones gathered around him. Chattering, he inquired about the events of the past few days, and the little ones recounted everything from Shun Miao's furious confrontation with Ling Shi to their vigil over him the previous night. Qing Chen's face remained inscrutable. Shun Miao's sudden change only implied a shift in her strategy, and he needed to remain vigilant, not allowing his guard to drop for even a moment. Shun Miao had simmered some soup from lean meat, and Qing Chen, not wanting to argue, consumed it all. However, when she attempted to inspect the wound on his head, he evaded her, remaining silent but clearly conveying his resistance. Shun Miao touched her nose, not pressing the matter further. After that, Shun Miao did not make another appearance for the entire day, instead beginning to tidy up both inside and outside the house, which had become unbearably filthy. The wooden cabin had merely 2 rooms, enclosed by a fence. Shun Miao occupied the smaller room, which was so dirty it was unbearable to look at. She spent a considerable amount of time cleaning it, exhausting herself in the process. Nevertheless, she still prepared dinner as usual. Her demeanor was tranquil, yet the more composed she appeared, the more anxious Qing Chen became. He was utterly in the dark about her intentions. Feeling uneasy, he attempted to rise several times, inadvertently aggravating his head injury, which caused blood to flow continuously to try to tend to it himself. But after much effort, he found it futile. The little ones had fallen into a deep slumber, their soft snores filling the air. Qing Chen clenched his teeth, remaining silent, though he trembled from pain, the heavy scent of blood permeating the space and attracting the attention of lurking beasts. Suddenly, the door was violently struck, causing the entire cabin to shake. Shun Miao awoke with a start, hearing Qing Chen's furious roar and the cries of the little ones, jolting her into action. When she opened the door, the beast was on the verge of breaking through the door of the adjacent room. Her movement drew its gaze momentarily, but it soon resumed its assault. Shun Miao felt paralyzed. What on earth was this? Did they truly provide enough sustenance for such a monstrous creature? Lost in thought, the door shattered with a resounding crash, the overwhelming scent of blood inciting the beast's frenzy, while the little one's screams reached a crescendo. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Beasts were terrified of firecrackers. In that instant, she summoned an unexpected courage, retrieving a box of firecrackers and a lighter from her spatial supermarket, her hands trembling as she ignited the firecrackers. The explosive sounds erupted in the quiet night, startling the beast, which bolted from the cabin and vanished into the darkness. Chapter 06. Rescuing the major antagonist, Shun Miao rushed back inside, asking if anyone was hurt. The little ones were terrified, still sobbing, and no one answered her. It was Qing Chen who spoke up, his voice oddly calm. No one was hurt. It didn't get in. Yet had Shun Miao not arrived in time, the outcome could have been dire. She sighed in relief, only then noticing the strong scent of blood in the air. With a hint of suspicion, she remarked, "You said no one was injured, so why is there such a strong smell of blood?" With that, she quickly approached the stone bed. The moonlight outside was bright, but the room remained dim and unclear. Shun Miao touched each of the little ones to check on their condition, finding them unharmed, and instructed them to lie down and rest. She then turned her attention to Qing Chen, asserting, "It's you. Your wound has reopened, hasn't it?" Earlier, she had noticed his voice sounded weak, but had not given it much thought. Now, however, it dawned on her that the beast had likely been drawn in by the potent scent of blood. Qing Chen remained silent. Shun Miao felt a surge of anger. "You know the reason for all this, don't you? You should have told me how your wound reopened. Did you think that keeping silent would solve anything? You brought that beast here and nearly put the little ones in danger." After a long silence, Qing Chen finally spat out a few words through clenched teeth. "It has nothing to do with you." Shun Miao scoffed. "Oh, it has nothing to do with me. I care about the little ones. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother with you. Turn around. I need to bandage your wound." Qing Chen was reluctant to cooperate, so Shun Miao forcibly turned him around. In the darkness, she retrieved medicine and gauze from her spatial pocket. Unable to see clearly, she could only feel her way around. Not knowing where she had touched him, he let out a muffled groan, causing her to pause. "Does it hurt?" she asked. Qing Chen remained silent, resolutely refusing to respond. How stubborn can one be? Shun Miao rolled her eyes and continued to bandage his wound in the dark. Despite her words, she admired Qing Chen's endurance. Most people would have cried out long ago. Once she finished, she noticed the little ones had already fallen asleep, emitting soft snores. Shen Miao checked their fur covers, ensuring they were snug, before preparing to leave. Suddenly, Qing Chen spoke up. Why? Why what? Shen Miao replied casually. You weren't like this before. You wished for my demise, just like last time when you took me into the forest intending to abandon me there. Qing Chen's voice was devoid of any discernible emotion. For someone who once sought his life, he exhibited no emotional response. After all, in his current state, he had no alternative but to remain calm and endure. Shen Miao paused before responding. Do you think I must explain myself to you? I do as I pleased. I choose to live a good life. Her words were delivered lightly, yet she felt a bead of sweat forming in her palm. A derisive chuckle echoed in the darkness. Shen Miao felt a flicker of annoyance. What are you laughing at? I simply had an epiphany and decided to live well. That's so wrong. After all, you were the first person I laid eyes on. I can't just abandon you because you're injured. Perhaps if you recover, you can resume hunting and provide for us. Qing Chen fell silent once more. Through their exchange, he grasped that Shen Miao had not changed. She was still nurturing dreams of him returning to his former self and treating her well. Unfortunately, he feared that this dream would not come to fruition. Had Shen Miao known Qing Chen's thoughts, she would have been infuriated. What did he mean by providing for them? The modern woman she aspired to be would never rely on a man for support. Yet, having expressed her intentions, she would find it easier to act in the future. For at least with Qing Chen, her kindness would have a motive behind it. Thus, whatever she did would be justifiable. After a night of peaceful slumber, Shen Miao awoke before dawn, quietly exiting the wooden cabin and heading straight for the back mountain. With little food left at home, she could certainly retrieve items from the supermarket, but the little foxes in the house were quite clever. If they discovered her, it would be difficult to explain. Not venturing too far, she dug a few traps at the mountain's edge, placing sharp wooden sticks beneath and camouflaging them with leaves. The animals here had likely never encountered traps before. After waiting for a while, she successfully caught some wild chickens and rabbits. Feeling satisfied with her haul, 3 wild rabbits and 2 wild chickens, she thought it would be enough for the family to enjoy a hearty meal. In good spirits, Shen Miao prepared to create a delicious feast for the little ones, who had endured hardship the night before. While she busied herself in the kitchen, the little ones began to wake. The 4 little ones, still bleary-eyed, exchanged glances, realizing with horror that they were only covered by a large fur blanket, their own fur garments mysteriously absent. It must be that wicked she-beast who took our furs while we slept. What should we do now? Without our furs, we'll freeze to death in the snow. Bao leaped down from the stone bed, indignantly exclaiming, I'll go bite her and retrieve our furs. Me too, I'll go. The little ones rallied in fervor, their anger momentarily overshadowing their fear of the malevolent creature. Yet before they could rush out, Bao suddenly exclaimed, Hey, isn't this our fur? The little ones halted, turning to see Bao holding a piece of fur, perfectly clean and adorned with a small yellow flower embroidered at the hem. She washed it for us and even embroidered flowers. Bao exclaimed, touching the delicate floral design with affection. The others were astonished. Was that neatly stacked pile of furs truly theirs? After having been thoroughly cleaned, the malevolent she-beast disdainfully rejected them, never deigning to wash their hides. The little ones, with their large, bewildered eyes, were filled with confusion, unable to comprehend the she-beast's intentions. It was Bao who first reacted, his face cold as he declared, the wicked she-beast surely intends to dress us up to look presentable before selling us off. Upon hearing this, Bao and Bao's faces fell instantly. Bao, however, remained silent. She had donned the beast's skin, and her entire demeanor seemed transformed. The fragrant scent enveloped her, making her heart feel soft. She had never encountered such a delightful aroma, nor seen such a beautiful beast skin dress. Bao. Do not be deceived by her tricks. Let us not forget, she was the one who sought to sell you before. She remains unchanged, still that malicious she-beast, Bao sternly admonished Bao. Bao and Bao agreed with his assertions. Just then, a robust voice echoed from outside. Little ones, come out for a meal. Accompanying this call was the enticing aroma of meat wafting in, causing the little one's stomachs to grumble in unison. How hungry we are! How delectable it smells! I wonder what delicious dish that she-beast has prepared today. Chapter 07. The meal prepared by the malicious she-beast is truly delicious. Shun Miao arranged the roasted meat, and the four little ones eventually ambled out. However, they merely sat there, unwilling to eat. Shun Miao sliced the roasted meat into smaller pieces for the little ones to grasp, but seeing them unmoving, she could not help but ask, "Why aren't you eating?" The little ones merely pressed their lips together, refusing to speak. Shun Miao's gaze swept across their faces, finally resting on Dabao. She raised the stone knife and said, "Dabao, you speak." Dabao, filled with indignation, responded, "Eating it will lead to death." Shun Miao was taken aback, her mind swirling with questions. The four little ones fell silent, looking at her with a mix of fear and resentment. Shun Miao, exercising patience, was about to inquire again when a sudden realization struck her. To enhance the flavor, she had sprinkled some cumin and chili powder on the roasted meat, and there were no seasonings available here. Did these little ones truly believe the seasoning on the roasted meat was poison? Shun Miao found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Pointing to the meat, she said, "This is not poison. It is seasoning I gathered from the mountain." The four little ones gazed at her with skepticism. Shun Miao, tired of the banter, took a bite of chicken leg and then said, "See, I am perfectly fine. Now, reach out your hands, take the roasted meat in front of you, and eat, or else your mother will be upset." The little ones stared at her, and upon realizing that she was indeed unharmed, they were uncertain whether to feel relieved or disappointed. "Finish the roasted meat before me, or else I will no longer care for your father," Shun Miao declared, revealing her trump card. As it turned out, this tactic proved effective. Although the little ones harbored resentment, they genuinely feared her neglect of Qing Chen, and thus they obediently lowered their heads to eat. Initially intending to consume just a small portion, they found the roasted meat so delicious that their eyes widened in delight, and one by one, they stuffed themselves until their bellies were round. Shun Miao observed quietly, relieved that this meal had been successfully managed. Would every meal henceforth require a debate beforehand? The thought left her feeling truly exhausted. After their meal, the four little ones rushed off to Qing Chen's room. Shun Miao permitted them to play outside while she kept watch over Qing Chen, yet the little ones insisted on remaining by Qing Chen's bedside. Shun Miao acquiesced and found a secluded spot to inspect the supermarket. Although only 2 areas have been opened thus far, they were quite expansive, containing practical items that had opened at precisely the moment she needed them. She pondered when the other areas would become available. Lost in thought, Bao hurried over, exclaiming, "Father has awakened." Shun Miao promptly stowed away the supermarket items and followed Bao to see Qing Chen. Upon entering, she found the 4 little ones gathered around Qing Chen, chattering away, while he listened patiently to the formidable villain truly had no words when it came to the little ones. It was no wonder he later succumbed to darkness because of them. When Qing Chen lifted his gaze and spotted Shun Miao leaning against the doorframe, his brow furrowed slightly, and he averted his eyes, as though he had not seen her at all. This attitude was markedly different from how he treated the little ones. Shun Miao stepped inside and inquired about his condition, to which Qing Chen responded coldly, "I am fine now. You haven't eaten all day. I shall prepare something for you," Shun Miao replied, undeterred by his demeanor. Turning to leave while contemplating a light meal, mindful that he was recovering from an injury and greasy food would not be favorable for his health, Qing Chen called out to stop her. Refusing her offer for food, "I am not hungry. There is no need for trouble." It was not that he wished to avoid troubling her. Rather, he seemed to want to distance himself from any connection with her. Shun Miao raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at his unfeeling leg, teasingly remarking, "You may choose not to eat, but if you were to starve, think of your 4 little ones, or perhaps you intend to hand them over to me?" Qing Chen's eyes filled with a red haze, glaring at Shun Miao with a look that could almost devour her. You wish to hit me? Then eat well, and we shall see when you recover." Shun Miao waved dismissively, her ample figure disappearing from Qing Chen's view. Glaring at the bear-like silhouette, Qing Chen clenched his fists tightly, yet his gaze fell upon his injured leg, and his eyes darkened once more. Shun Miao ultimately prepared a pot of meat soup. Although Qing Chen appeared reluctant, he consumed every last drop of the soup, much to Shen Miao's amusement. He truly was a fox cub of contradictory nature. Qing Chen seemed to sense that his behavior was somewhat inappropriate, lying down with his back to Shen Miao, preferring not to see her. Shen Miao watched his figure for a moment before inexplicably curling her lips into a smile. Noticing a gaze fixated upon her, she looked down to meet De Bao's scrutinizing eyes. Shen Miao raised an eyebrow, playfully pinching De Bao's chubby cheek before declaring, "Come with me." The little one hesitated, reluctant to heed her command yet too timid to defy her. Upon noticing that Shen Miao had shifted her gaze to the younger siblings, who were already drowsy from play, De Bao gritted his teeth and took small steps to follow her outside. "What are we doing?" De Bao asked, maintaining a distance, his posture suggesting readiness to flee at any moment. Shen Miao feigned ignorance, speaking in an even tone, "Our home has always lacked food that I intend to hunt for some game in the mountains. You must stay here to care for your younger siblings and not wander off before I return." De Bao regarded her with suspicion. Why would this wicked she-beast share such information with him? She had always acted as she pleased without regard for them, only remembering their existence when she wished to strike. Moreover, he bit his lip. How could a she-beast hunt? This lazy, gluttonous creature surely intended to sneak off to her grandmother's house for a feast, leaving them to fend for themselves. She had done so in the past. Shen Miao emitted a sound of reminder. De Bao glared at her, speaking with a sharp tone, "Of course I will take care of my younger siblings." Shen Miao felt a surge of warmth, about to pat De Bao's head, but the little one swiftly turned and dashed away like the wind. Shen Miao returned to gather the little ones, placing them all on the stone bed beside Qing Chen. Exhausted, the little ones tumbled off the bed as soon as they touched it. When it was De Bao's turn, he resisted being picked up. Yet Shen Miao managed to lift him, knowing that if left to his own devices, he would likely take years to grow taller. Having settled everything, Shen Miao closed the wooden door and headed up the mountain. She had visited earlier that morning, but had been too rushed and worried about her 4 little ones to pay much attention to her surroundings. Now, she could take the time to observe. The mountain forest was dense with trees, rich with wildlife resources. The footprints on the ground indicated that the outskirts were primarily inhabited by small animals, while venturing deeper revealed larger beasts, typically only approached by those of the animal kingdom. Shen Miao dared not venture too far in. Yet even a brief exploration of the surroundings yielded considerable rewards. She discovered an abundance of matsutake and morels, both exquisite delicacies that she had hesitated to splurge on in modern times before inheriting the supermarket. Here, she collected a generous handful, feeling as though she had struck gold. Chapter 08. The hunt for wild boar engrossed in gathering matsutake. Shen Miao unknowingly ventured deeper into the forest. When she looked up, she realized the surroundings had darkened, the light obscured by towering trees. As if she had stepped into a primordial forest, a jolt of apprehension surged through her, and just as she contemplated turning back, a wild boar suddenly charged out from the thicket, startled and barreling straight towards her. If it were to collide with Shen Miao, she would likely be severely injured, if not killed. Shen Miao quickly dodged, scattering the matsutake in all directions as she rolled deftly on the ground. Behind her came a resounding crash as the wild boar slammed into a tree, breaking it in two. It was unfortunate for the boar that it had missed her and instead collided with the trunk. The impact rendered the boar dazed. Without hesitation, Shen Miao seized a long knife from the supermarket shelf, leaping forward to stab it fiercely in the belly. The boar let out a terrible shriek, thrashing wildly, but due to its critical injury, it struggled only briefly before its 4 hooves kicked out, and it fell lifeless. Shen Miao stared at her hands in disbelief. Had she truly dispatched a wild boar so easily? She had just exhibited remarkable strength. The hide of the wild boar was extraordinarily thick, making it difficult for even the orc to pierce its flesh in a single blow, although their tools were somewhat lacking. Their strength surpassed that of female beasts significantly. It is said that in times of peril, one can unleash tremendous potential, and perhaps she was no exception. Shen Miao consoled herself with this thought, yet dared not linger any longer. The wild boar had lost copious amounts of blood, soon attracting predators, which would result in dire consequences. She gathered some soft earth to cover the blood and hastily dragged the wild boar, down the mountain. When Shun Miao returned to the wooden hut, the sun was setting. She placed the wild boar in the clearing before the house, and exhausted, sank to the ground to catch her breath. The little ones inside the hut, hearing the commotion, rushed out to investigate, only to find Shun Miao seated on the ground in an unrefined manner. Beside her lay a 200-pound wild boar. The cubs were utterly astonished, particularly to Bao, who was most surprised that the vile female beast had indeed captured prey. A wild boar, no less. Though still young, they had heard their father speak of wild boars as formidable quarry. Even weaker orcs struggled to deal with them. How had she managed such a feat? Seeing the astonished expressions on the cubs' faces, Shun Miao could not help but feel a twinge of pride. Having rested sufficiently, she rose, placed her hands on her hips, and declared to the cubs, "Quickly fetch the stone knives. Let us prepare this wild boar for a grand feast tonight." The cubs, still dazed, stumbled off to the kitchen to retrieve the stone knives. Only upon handing them to Shun Miao did they realize they were following the orders of the malevolent female beast. Bao stamped his foot, seemingly vexed with himself. Noticing his gesture, Shun Miao found it rather endearing, yet regretted her dirty hands preventing her from patting the little cub. Meanwhile, as Shun Miao had just dragged the wild boar back, news spread throughout the tribe that the seemingly useless female beast had indeed hunted a wild boar. Many orcs and females hurried over to witness the spectacle. When they saw Shun Miao wielding the stone knife, skillfully butcher the wild boar, both orcs and females were left in a It was indeed true. With her deft movements, no one could believe the wild boar was not her catch. In that moment, envy swelled in the hearts of many, though it was merely fleeting. As long as their own orcs were diligent, they too could hunt wild boars. Among them, only Lu Zhu felt genuine jealousy, her eyes glistening with envy as she imagined how long the meat would last, if only she could receive a few pieces. Unable to contain herself, Lu Zhu approached Shun Miao and inquired, "Shun Miao, did you really hunt this? When did you become so formidable?" "Not bad," Shun Miao replied nonchalantly, casting a sideways glance at Lu Zhu. Unfazed, Lu Zhu continued, "That wild boar is so large. Your family cannot possibly finish it all that if left too long. The meat will spoil, and the taste will be ruined." Shun Miao paused, realizing that this was a valid concern. With 6 beasts in her household, including 4 young cubs, they wouldn't consume as much as adult orcs and females. Indeed, she would need to devise a plan for the wild boar meat. Seeing Shun Miao appear to understand, Lu Zhu quickly added, "My family has plenty of beasts. I can assist you." Shun Miao chuckled at the suggestion. Assist her to consume the pork? How shameless could one be? It was astounding that she would even say such a thing, and no need for your help. "I already have a plan," Shun Miao replied coolly. Lu Zhu felt a pang of disappointment and was about to say something further when Shun Miao raised her voice to address the crowd. "Everyone, if you are in need of meat, you may exchange animal hides with me for some. Priority will be given to the injured orcs." I could see this announcement. The crowd fell silent before erupting into a flurry of excitement. Strong orcs scoffed at the notion, but those who had been injured during hunts and could no longer pursue prey were filled with joy. Some were so eager that they hurried home to fetch their hides. In the eyes of the crowd, Shun Miao seemed less detestable. However, Lu Zhu felt a sourness in her heart. All eyes were on Shun Miao, and she was already in a foul mood for not gaining any advantage. Unable to restrain herself, she murmured, "I think everyone should remain cautious. Although Shun Miao claims to exchange animal hides for wild boar meat, have you considered how many hides it might take for just a piece of meat?" Those rushing home hesitated at her words. Indeed, they murmured. Shun Miao had not specified how many hides would be required for a piece of meat, and everyone knew her character. She was not known for her fairness. If she were to demand an exorbitant price, it would not be worth the trouble. After all, their hides did not come easily. Shun Miao caught Lu Zhu's gaze and smirked coldly, stating, "Let me make this clear. One hide will yield a substantial piece of meat. If that proves too difficult, you may also bring wild vegetables." Lu Zhu's eyes brightened at the thought. Wild vegetables could be easily gathered from the roadside. However, before she could revel in her newfound opportunity, Shun Miao's gaze swept over her, and she added, "Except for you, Lu Zhu. Even if you bring hides, I will not exchange with you." Liu Zhu felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment as her eyes turned in a soft voice. She pleaded, Shun Miao, why do you target me so? Because you are quite unpleasant, Shun Miao replied without lifting her head. Chapter 9. Slapping the face of the green tea peacock beast, Liu Zhu's face turned crimson. And though some orcs nearby wished to speak up for her, they recalled her earlier remarks about helping others by eating their pork and refrained from doing so. After all, her words had indeed been rather ungracious. With no one to defend her, and Shan Miao already exchanging meat with others, Liu Zhu felt a surge of humiliation and anger. She turned away, pushing through the crowd as she covered her face and fled. Shan Miao didn't spare her a glance. After exchanging all the meat she could, Shan Miao collected several animal hides and a large quantity of wild vegetables, feeling quite pleased as she headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. However, after a moment's thought, she decided to visit Qing Chen's room first, proudly announcing, I hunted a wild boar today. Impressive, right? Qing Chen had already heard the commotion outside, and the cubs had come in to tell him. But he did not believe for a second that Shan Miao was responsible. He was all too aware of her true nature. The wild boar could very well have been a casualty of a territorial dispute among larger beasts, left to die after a fierce battle. Seeing her triumphant demeanor, Qing Chen could not resist dousing her enthusiasm with cold water. Do you even believe that yourself? Shan Miao was taken aback by his response, her temper flaring. After all the effort she had expended to fell a wild boar, how could he doubt her? Fox Qing Chen, you better acknowledge my prowess. Otherwise, you'll have to endure the discomfort of my continued hunting endeavors. Shan Miao declared, enunciating each word. Qing Chen paused, his expression cold, unwilling to engage further. Shan Miao pressed her advantage. Why the silence? Do you feel you are being unreasonable? Ha! I forgive you this time. You need not praise me. I am simply magnanimous. Qing Chen closed his eyes, pretending to be a lifeless body. After her verbal sparring, Shan Miao clapped her hands, shaking her plump form with a sense of satisfaction as she made her way to the kitchen. Finding the stone pot too slow for boiling water, she opted for the supermarket pot instead to cook a few eggs. These eggs had been procured from the supermarket, and if the cubs inquired, she would simply say they were wild chicken eggs gathered from the forest. Shan Miao brought the eggs and the cooked meat outside, and it was not a barbecue today, but rather a stew. She had grown weary of roasted meat, so she decided to prepare a pot of wild boar meat stewed with wild vegetables. The wild boar meat was meticulously cleaned, and she used cooking wine to eliminate any unpleasant odors, adding in supplements to create a nourishing and delicious wild boar soup. Shan Miao's audacity stemmed from the fact that the stone pot could achieve similar results. However, it was seldom used now due to a lack of seasonings, rendering boiled dishes rather unpalatable and time-consuming to prepare. Consequently, few bothered to cook, but Shan Miao was unafraid. Her golden fingers were quite capable as she served the boar soup. The cubs were still in the room, clinging to Qing Chen. Shan Miao pondered for a moment and decided to join them for the meal, allowing the cubs to dine with their father, which brought them great joy. She placed a peeled egg in front of each of them and cheerfully said, Eat up. The cubs were momentarily stunned. Glancing between the eggs, Shan Miao and Qing Chen, utterly at a loss, an egg, something they had never received from Shan Miao before, was being offered to them. Qing Chen remained silent, his expression inscrutable as Shan Miao looked at the 5 little fox cubs. An inexplicable sensation of sorrow welled up within her. It was merely an egg. There was no need for the cubs to react so profoundly. Suppressing the pang in her heart, she feigned lightheartedness, saying, Why the dazed looks? Hurry and eat. Your mother has already peeled them for you. They will taste terrible if they get cold. The little ones remained immobile. Shan Miao believed that their reluctance to eat the eggs stemmed not from disinterest, but from an unknown reason. Thus, she patiently inquired several times, ultimately extracting the answer from Erbao's lips. In a hushed tone, Erbao expressed, We don't want to eat the eggs. Can we give them a daddy instead? Shan Miao was momentarily taken aback and instinctively asked, Why give them a daddy? You are children. Eating the eggs will help you grow taller and stronger. Erbao responded earnestly, his small face brimming with hope. We can grow taller slowly. If daddy eats the eggs, he will get better. The other little ones echoed this sentiment. In that instant, Shun Miao was overwhelmed with a myriad of emotions. She truly did not expect the children to be so considerate. San Bao, mustering courage, timidly asked, "Can we really give them a daddy?" Returning to her senses, Shun Miao gently replied, "No, we cannot." Instantly, San Bao's eyes dimmed. Shun Miao quickly reassured, "From now on, we will never run out of eggs. Each of you can have one every day. And if your daddy wishes to eat some, he may as well." Upon saying this, she noticed Qing Chen's gaze directed her way. Shun Miao smirked slightly and explained, "I found a wild chicken nest on a mountain. Where many wild hens lay eggs, I have gathered a considerable number." Qing Chen appeared skeptical, but refrained from voicing any objections. Feeling somewhat guilty, Shun Miao quickly averted her gaze and fed a piece of egg from Xiao Si Bao's bowl in her mouth. Seeing this, the other little ones eagerly followed suit. As they enjoyed their meal, Shun Miao declared another piece of news. She was going to treat Qing Chen's ailment. Upon hearing this, the children momentarily forgot about their eggs. Bombarding her with questions about its veracity, that moment, they were too eager to be afraid of Shun Miao, their eyes full of anticipation that it is indeed true. "I can hunt now and have discovered many useful supplements on a mountain. Once I catch some game, I will fetch medicine for your daddy." The four little ones erupted into cheers. Xiao Si Bao, having consumed half of his egg, eagerly stuffed it into Shun Miao's mouth. Obediently saying, "Mother, you eat the egg." Shun Miao, taken aback by the egg that had been moistened by Xiao Si Bao's saliva, could only smile in exasperation. To Bao excitedly chimed in, "Once daddy is better, we will hunt together and catch plenty of game. Bao, unusually proactive, approached Shun Miao, gently squeezing her arm, though his little hands lacked strength, resembling a tickle more than anything. San Bao, unwilling to be left out, darted to the other side to help massage her leg. For the first time, Shun Miao experienced such enthusiastic service from the children, yet it was all due to Qing Chen. The thought brought a tinge of sadness, prompting her to shoot him an admonishing glare. However, she found Qing Chen gazing back at her, a flicker of anger in his eyes. Despite the children's presence, he refrained from uttering harsh words, merely curling his lips in a sardonic smile as he remarked, "This is rather uninteresting." He remained unconvinced that Shun Miao could heal him, believing she was merely placating the children, which fueled his irritation. This female beast, indeed, had not changed her ways. Chapter 010. Boiled meat. Shun Miao chose to ignore him and encourage the little ones to eat the meat. However, they simultaneously turned their heads away. With Xiao Si Bao displaying a clear disdain in his eyes, Shun Miao paused, placing her hands on her hips, and asked, "What is the matter now?" The children pouted, hesitating to speak, until Bao, fearing Shun Miao's displeasure, finally admitted, "This meat is not tasty." They had previously boiled meat in a stone pot, and the taste had been quite unpalatable. Upon hearing this, Shun Miao felt relieved. It was not that they feared she had poisoned the meat, but questioning her culinary skills was unacceptable. Thus, she feigned a stern expression and declared, "When has the meat prepared by mother ever been unappetizing?" The little ones were at a loss for words. Previously, they had only consumed Shun Miao's leftovers, which were scant and insufficient to satiate their hunger, rendering them indifferent to the taste. Later, the wicked female beast, for reasons unknown, had begun to feed them generously, crafting meals that were both fragrant and tender, surpassing anything they had ever tasted. Recalling the flavor of the roasted meat, the children could not help but salivate uncontrollably. What a pity that the wicked female beast had prepared such delectable roasted meat. Why then opt for the unappetizing boiled variety? Shun Miao discerned their discomfort from their expressions and, with a clever glint in her eye, asked, "Do you not wish to eat boiled meat?" They all nodded vigorously. Affirming their distaste, Shun Miao smiled. "This boiled meat is different from before. I assure you it will be delicious." The children gazed at her with wide eyes, silently questioning, "Really?" Shun Miao smiled back at them. As they looked at the meat in the stone pot, sliced thinly and bathed in rich broth, adorned with vibrant green wild vegetables, it appeared quite appealing. Unable to contain themselves, Xiao Si Bao clumsily picked up a piece of meat with the chopsticks that Shun Miao had prepared, cautiously placing it in his mouth. The meat was infused with flavors, and though its taste differed from roasted meat, it was equally delightful. Oh good. The other little ones fixed their gaze on Xiao Sibao, and upon witnessing his enjoyment, they quickly followed suit. With the first bite, they were captivated by the unique flavor of the boiled meat. Only Qing Chen remained, caught in an internal struggle. Shun Miao raised an eyebrow. Hu Qing Chen, you are worse than the children. Hu Qing Chen was concerned about his image in the eyes of the children. Hearing her words, his expression darkened, and without a word, he reached for the meat in the stone bowl, only to retract his hand swiftly upon experiencing the heat. Shan Miao erupted into a fit of laughter, exclaiming, "Goodness, the fur of the big fox cub has been singed." Hu Qing Chen shot her a glare, his teeth grinding in frustration. The little ones paused their eating, turning their attention to the commotion, prompting Shin Miao to command, "Focus on your meal." Successfully redirecting their attention, they resumed eating, not neglecting their father, but rather wary of the wicked female beast's potential actions toward him. Ultimately, Hu Qing Chen picked up the chopsticks that Shun Miao had set aside. Initially, he struggled with them, but soon he adeptly began to pick up pieces of meat, showcasing his impressive learning abilities, befitting of a formidable antagonist. After finishing their meal, Shun Miao tidied up. Suddenly, a loud burp erupted from behind her, causing Qing Chen to freeze, instinctively covering his mouth. Shin Miao paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. Once Shun Miao stepped outside, Qing Chen, with a hint of red in his ears, collapsed onto the stone bed, questioning his life choices. He had actually overeaten. Since his injury, his appetite had been poor, and he had never eaten so heartily, especially in the presence of that insufferable female beast. What on earth was happening? Qing Chen's mind was a tempest, yet his face remained expressionless, obscuring his inner turmoil. The little one squatted in front of the wooden house, playing with stones. Shun Miao sat nearby, weaving with some grass, her fingers moving deftly. Soon, a delicate cricket cage took shape in her hands. The children gradually became intrigued, drawing closer with gleaming eyes. Shun Miao, catching their eager glances, smiled knowingly. Indeed, the little ones adored such trinkets, just as they had in her previous life. "Here you go." Shun Miao opened her palm to Xiao Sibao. Stunned, Xiao Sibao gleefully accepted the beautiful cricket cage, stammering, "It's so pretty. Is it really for me?" Shun Miao's gaze softened as she addressed the envious children. "You all will have one too. I am giving this to Xiao Sibao first, as she is the youngest. As her older siblings, you must take care of her, understand?" The little ones shared a strong bond. Despite their intense desire for the cage in Xiao Sibao's hands, they refrained from snatching it, allowing their sister to have it instead. Upon hearing they would also receive one, their spirits soared. The Bao was conflicted. The wicked female beast was increasingly peculiar, feeding them, bathing them, and now crafting such beautiful little things. Did she harbor some ulterior motive? If Dabao had come from modern times, he would have understood this strategy as a form of sugar-coated bullets. Shun Miao noticed Dabao's troubled expression and stifled a chuckle. She was quite adept at weaving cricket cages. Having used this trick to win over little ones at the orphanage, she had honed her speed and skill, and before long, all 4 little ones had their own cricket cages. She encouraged them to take their cages and catch crickets by the wall. As they captured crickets and placed them into their cages, Shin Miao led the way in naming them. The little ones, experiencing this for the first time, were filled with unrestrained excitement. Qing Chen listened to the sounds of laughter and joy outside, mixed with Shun Miao's own laughter, and instead of feeling relieved, his expression grew more solemn. What exactly was this female beast planning? Daddy, look, this is my cricket. I named it General. Mine is named Meng Zhongfei. It's incredibly powerful and jumps so high. The little ones rushed in like a gust of wind, proudly brandishing their grasshopper cage as if presenting a treasure to Qing Chen. However, Qing Chen's gaze did not linger on those trivial trinkets. Instead, it flitted across the few youngsters. The little cubs were clad in clean animal skins, their cherubic faces flushed from play, their eyes devoid of wariness and suspicion, replaced instead by the innocence and charm inherent to their kind. He found himself momentarily breathless. The transformation was so profound that he could hardly believe his own eyes. Shin Miao had actually treated the cubs with kindness. It appeared that the female beast had indeed suffered a blow to the head. This was a fortunate turn of events, though he feared that one day her mind might revert to its previous state. A tumult of emotions surged within Qing Chen's gaze. and he quickly resolved. He must keep a watchful eye on Shun Miao to prevent her from reverting to her former shrewish self. Should the worst come to pass, and should he still find himself in peril, he would ensure her demise before she could reclaim her old, tempestuous nature. The glint of coldness flickered in Qing Chen's eyes before they settled back into an eerie calm. Chapter 011. Seeking the veterinarian for medicine in the early morning light, Shun Miao shared a meal with several cubs, though her mind was elsewhere, while the cubs stole glances at her, once satiated. Shun Miao reluctantly set down her fourth wild vegetable cake, leaving the cubs in shock. The malicious female beast had only consumed 3 cakes today. Was something amiss? Unbeknownst to Shun Miao, the cub's thoughts were far removed from her own. She had merely been somewhat perturbed, yes, just a little. The situation unfolded thus. Earlier that morning, after casually performing a couple of chest-expanding exercises, she found herself a bit breathless. Later, while washing her face, she caught sight of her reflection in the water and was dismayed to see the flesh on her face sagging. Instantly, her appetite vanished, and although she had only eaten a modest amount, she refrained from continuing. The matter of losing weight had become imperative. Shun Miao calculated that once the cubs had finished their meal, she would rise and head to the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, she emerged carrying a substantial amount of meat, instructing the cubs to keep a close watch over the home before hastily departing. The cubs exchanged bewildered glances, and after a moment, Sanbao hesitantly spoke. "What is she doing with all that meat?" Daba, ever the steady one, replied, "Who knows? It's her catch." Meanwhile, after leaving the wooden hut, Shun Miao followed her memory to the veterinarian's dwelling. Upon entering, she startled the veterinarian, who was rummaging through his herbs, and his expression darkened upon seeing her. With a bright smile plastered on her face, Shun Miao sweetly inquired, "Uncle Sure, have you eaten?" The veterinarian rolled his eyes and retorted brusquely, "What brings you to my home? You are not welcome here. Please leave." This old man certainly had a temper. Shun Miao rubbed her nose, yet she remained undeterred. She had her methods for dealing with such curmudgeons. With a quick glance, she plopped down onto the stone bench where the old man had just been seated, grinning as she declared, "Uncle Sure, as a veterinarian, I am here for you to prepare medicine for my Qing Chen." "Medicine? What will you use to pay for it? I do not treat beasts for free." "Now, get out of my space," the veterinarian scoffed, shooing her away like a fly. Shun Miao realized just how notorious her original self had been. Her reputation was so foul that even a seemingly unrelated old veterinarian harbored such animosity towards her. The veterinarian shot her a sideways glance. Still lingering, Shun Miao, with her ample frame, sat firmly in place, impervious to his attempts to dislodge her. She had no desire to provoke the old man further. So she promptly produced the meat she had brought along and cheerfully said, "Look here, old man, I won't be taking your medicine for free." The hefty 20 pounds of meat swayed before the veterinarian's eyes, leaving him momentarily speechless with shock. However, he quickly regained his composure, regarding her with an even more fearsome gaze. "You dare to steal from others? You are beyond redemption." Shun Miao blinked in surprise, then chuckled wryly. "Who said it was stolen? I thought my hunting of a wild boar had spread throughout the entire tribe." Shun Miao furrowed her brow in puzzlement, wondering why the veterinarian seemed oblivious to her recent exploits. The veterinarian, who seldom ventured out and lived in a relatively secluded area, truly had no knowledge of Shun Miao's meat-selling endeavors from the previous day. Upon hearing her words, he eyed her with suspicion. Shun Miao, noticing his skepticism, quickly raised her hand in a gesture of oath. "I assure you, the meat is completely fine, and if anyone reports missing meat, I will provide you with 10 times the amount. Besides, you haven't heard of anyone losing meat today, have you?" The veterinarian pondered this for a moment, finding some logic in her argument. The tribe was indeed small. If someone had lost meat, it would have been the talk of the town. The old man's expression softened slightly, though he still showed no signs of wanting to provide her with medicine. Shun Miao internally lamented his stubbornness. Truth be told, had it not been for her desire to curry favor with the antagonist, she would have stormed off by now. After much negotiation, the veterinarian finally relented, pointing to a chaotic assortment of herbs. "If you truly wish for medicine, sort through that pile of herbs." As Shun Miao glanced at the disarray of herbs, twisted stems, and tangled roots, she felt her heart sink. It would take her an eternity to sift through this mess. Just as she was about to refuse, she looked up and met the veterinarian's mocking gaze, as if to say, "I knew you couldn't handle it." Sometimes, when one despises another, they find satisfaction in watching them struggle. Taking a deep breath, Shen Miao forced a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Fine, I will sort through it." She crouched down, feigning a grave demeanor as she began to sort the herbs. Nearly 2 hours later, after laboring to separate the various components, Shen Miao felt as though she might faint from exhaustion, continuously massaging her aching back. The old man cast a disdainful glance her way, muttering, "You're so fat, and yet you tire so easily." Utterly useless, Shen Miao bit her tongue, knowing she needed something from him. "Uncle Sure, can you now prepare the medicine for me?" she asked humbly. The veterinarian, taken aback, realized that this female beast had indeed changed. She was not the same as before. However, though he thought this, his face remained scrunched in disdain as he tossed her a packet of herbs. "Take it, and do better by Qing Chen. I've never seen a female beast like you who neglects her own cubs." "You are absolutely right. I am making improvements," Shen Miao replied, clutching the hard-earned herbs, nearly moved to tears. She stumbled back home, neglecting to rest, as she immediately set to work, brewing the medicine. She was uncertain of the veterinary practices in this world, but she knew she needed a plausible excuse to heal Qing Chen. The wooden cabin soon filled with the scent of herbs. The cubs quietly peered through the kitchen door, and upon seeing Shen Miao genuinely preparing medicine, they erupted with excitement. "Wonderful. Father will finally get better." In contrast to the cubs' enthusiasm, Qing Chen remained remarkably composed, knowing full well that he was beyond healing and harboring no expectations. Instead, he was curious about how Shen Miao would go about her antics. Before long, Shen Miao entered with a stone bowl in hand. The instant Qing Chen caught a whiff of the medicinal aroma, he recognized it as the veterinarian's concoction. Unable to restrain himself, he mocked, "Is this what you call a remedy for my ailment? You think a bit of medicine for the veterinarian will cure me?" Shen Miao retorted, "What is wrong with that? I traded a hefty chunk of meat for this. You must drink it all." On the surface, it appeared to be the veterinarian's medicine, but she had secretly infused it with various supplements beneficial to Qing Chen's health. Qing Chen wore an expression of indifference. "What good is this? Why should I drink it? How will you know unless you try? You had best heed my words. Let us not forget our agreement." Hearing her mention the agreement again, Qing Chen smirked sarcastically. "I remember it all too well. No need for reminders." "Then let us drink the medicine quickly," she urged, not bothering to waste words as she thrust the stone bowl toward his lips, internally rolling her eyes. How infuriating it was that after all her efforts in procuring and brewing the medicine, he couldn't even muster a polite expression. Chapter 012. Shen Miao's miraculous revival. Shen Miao's grip was firm, and fueled by her frustration with Qing Chen's attitude, she pressed the medicine into him with little grace. "You? Ugh. Let go." Qing Chen protested, nearly at his wit's end, his eyes turning red from anger. Momentarily softened by his pitiful expression, Shen Miao withdrew the bowl, scolding, "I told you to take your medicine properly. If you had listened, I wouldn't have to do this. It's all your fault, not mine." Qing Chen was nearly driven to the brink of fury in her haste. The medicine had splashed onto his lips, contrasting sharply against his pale skin. Shen Miao instinctively reached out to wipe it away. With a swift motion, Qing Chen swatted her hand away, snarling, "Don't touch me." The sudden sting on Shen Miao's plump hand ignited a fire within her, mingled with an inexplicable sense of hurt. All the grievances she had endured from the veterinarian surged forth in a flash. Shen Miao stood up, casting a cold gaze at Qing Chen, who returned her stare with equal frostiness. He looked as though he might lose a piece of flesh if she so much as brushed against him. Taking a deep breath, Shen Miao fought to quell the rising tide of anger within her, telling herself it was futile to argue with a sick individual. Yet, she could not swallow her pride. "This is the last time. If you act up again, I'll sell all 4 of you." After speaking, Shen Miao left without looking back, her plump figure limping slightly for reasons unknown. Qing Chen pressed his lips together, internally chastising that the female beast was not worthy of pity, yet for some inexplicable reason. When he closed his eyes, he could only envision the anger and grievance etched upon Shen Miao's face. Shen Miao, feeling despondent, did not wish to see even her young ones, and thus stepped outside. After striving for so long, the malevolent intentions of the antagonist towards her remained unchanged, leading her to ponder the significance of her efforts. Was it destined that she would meet a tragic end at his hands? Wandering aimlessly along the riverbank of the tribe, a sudden sharp cry echoed from downstream. "Help! Someone has fallen into the water! Quick, help!" Shen Miao furrowed her brows and looked over, spotting an individual thrashing in the water. Gradually losing their struggle, while the orcs on the shore, unable to swim, hesitated to dive in. Orcs nearby, hearing the cry for help, rushed over, yet none possessed the ability to swim. "Quickly find a bamboo pole." "Why are you still dawdling? A bamboo pole is useless. Can't you see the person is already sunk? How pitiful, to perish like this. Sigh, one must be more cautious in the future. Who knows where the bird orc is? Perhaps they are still unaware of their partner's misfortune." The crowd murmured, some offering suggestions, others lamenting, ultimately concluding that the drowning individual would not survive. Amidst the chaos, a sudden splash resounded. Everyone paused momentarily before turning their gazes toward the water. How did another person fall in? Upon entering the water, Shen Miao moved like a fish, swiftly reaching the drowning female bee's side, cradling her arm and pulling her toward the shore. As the tribe's orcs recognized Shen Miao's face, they fell into an eerie silence. After waiting for a considerable time without assistance, Shen Miao could no longer contain her frustration. "What are you standing there for? Pull her up." Only then did the crowd awaken from their stupor and haul the individual ashore. Shen Miao emerged shortly after, drenched, aware of the furtive glances directed at her, yet she paid them no mind. Meanwhile, the rescued female beast remained unresponsive. Someone in the crowd anxiously proclaimed, "It's too late. We are doomed." "She has already died." A wave of sorrow washed over the onlookers, who turned to the bird orc, offering their condolences. The bird orc, engulfed in anguish, squatted on the ground, clutching the wet body of the female beast and weeping silently. Listening to their words, Shen Miao calculated the time. In truth, the female beast had not been submerged for long. It was merely that she had flailed about in panic, swallowing a significant amount of water due to her inability to swim. Logically, she should not have perished so easily. Stepping forward, Shen Miao gazed at the female beast in the bird orc's embrace and frowned. "Lay her flat on the ground. Do not hold her like that." The bird orc, in a daze, complied obediently. The surrounding crowd, however, expressed their discontent, questioning, "What business is this of yours? Their partner is on the brink of death. Can't they embrace their beloved? She will not die. I can attempt to save her." Without minding the incredulous expressions surrounding her, Shen Miao began performing CPR on the female beast. The orcs were bewildered by her actions, believing she was desecrating a corpse. And the agitated bird orc finally reacted, shoving Shen Miao away. "What are you doing?" His partner lay lifeless, and yet this person dared to insult her. The bird orc glared fiercely. "I am saving her." Shen Miao retorted, raising her voice, "If you wish for her to perish, then feel free to stop me." The bird orc hesitated, uncertainty clouding his judgment. "Is this truly a method to save her? Why does it seem so peculiar?" Yet, ultimately, love for his partner triumphed, and he entrusted the female beast to Shen Miao. Shen Miao pressed on the female beast's chest, then blew air into her mouth, her actions appearing strange to the orcs, who believed she was merely seeking attention and looked upon her with disdain. As time passed, beads of sweat dripped from Shen Miao's forehead, and suddenly, the female beast coughed violently, expelling a mouthful of murky water. She is awake. The crowd erupted in cheers. The female beast, having narrowly escaped death, clung tightly to the bird orc, weeping loudly. Understanding the emotional turbulence they were experiencing, Shen Miao chose not to linger and turned to leave. Suddenly, the bird orc called out to her, "Shen Miao, wait a moment." Shen Miao paused, responding coolly, "What is it?" Observing her demeanor, the bird orc found himself momentarily entranced. He was aware of Shen Miao as reputation within the tribe. She was selfish, with poor relations among the tribe's folk, possessing not a single redeeming quality. They had never interacted before, and now he was astonished that she had saved his partner. "Thank you for saving my partner." The bird orc hesitated. "How did you know that this could save her?" No one in the tribe was aware. Not even the veterinarian had mentioned it. Shun Miao regarded the bird orc with a complex expression. How could she explain that in her previous life, CPR had become widely practiced, with countless short videos promoting it? Though not a professional doctor, she had absorbed the knowledge through observation. And no need to thank me. I stumbled upon this method by chance. Now go and comfort your partner. She has endured quite a scare. Shun Miao waved her hand dismissively and departed with an air of nonchalance. The bird orc stood there, somewhat dazed, feeling as though Shun Miao had genuinely changed. Chapter 013. Coaxing the great fox to take medicine upon returning, Shun Miao refrained from mentioning the rescue. She continued her routine of cooking, preparing medicine for Qing Chen, and catching insects with the children, leaving them oblivious to the events that had transpired. Until one day, the bird orc arrived at her doorstep with gifts. This is some goat meat I hunted a few days ago. It's all that's left. These fruits I picked from the mountain are very sweet. Let your little ones try them. The bird orc's demeanor was gentler than before, yet still laced with curiosity. Shun Miao smiled faintly. Declining his offerings to IT was merely a trivial act. I did nothing worthy of gifts. The bird orc scrutinized her closely. This really Shun Miao. There were whispers in the tribe that she had changed, but I hardly believed it until now. The old Shun Miao would have scoffed at such meager offerings. Did I ask there anything else? If not, would you like to come in and sit? Shun Miao, noticing his daze, took the initiative to speak. The bird orc snapped back to reality, quickly responding, "No, it's nothing, but please accept these. It's not easy for your family." Shun Miao raised her chin, smiling, "But it's not too difficult. I can hunt for myself now." Ultimately, she refused the bird orc's gifts and saw him off. Shun Miao was not particularly proud. She simply felt that she had no need for additional food, and accepting his offering seemed unnecessary. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from the kitchen, prompting Shun Miao to dash toward it. Inside, the medicine was boiling over. The children had stoked the fire too high, knowing this was the life-saving concoction for Qing Chen, making them particularly anxious. Seeing it bubbling over, they were distraught, each kneeling and futilely attempting to scoop it back. Shun Miao approached, pulling them away from the fire and pouring out the excess medicine. "Isn't there enough?" De Bao stated remorsefully, his hands twisting together, tears welling in his large eyes, threatening to spill. "That's all my fault. I made the fire too big and wasted Daddy's medicine." Shun Miao gently patted his head, soothingly saying, "It's all right, there's enough. You all helped your mother brew medicine today, so whatever you wish to eat later, just tell me, and I'll make it for you." The children were entirely captivated by Shun Miao's culinary skills, and upon hearing this, their spirits lifted. Shun Miao couldn't help but smile slightly as she carried the medicine to the room, with the children dutifully trailing behind her like a line of little tails. Shun Miao knew that they would not leave during Qing Chen's medicine time. They insisted on witnessing it, as if by doing so, Qing Chen's illness would mend more swiftly. As usual, Shun Miao fed him the medicine. Today, however, Qing Chen was unusually silent. Instead of drinking immediately, he stared intently at Shun Miao, his voice low. "I don't have much time left." Shun Miao paused, scolding, "What nonsense are you spouting? The grand antagonist cannot perish so easily." "You are overthinking this, dear antagonist," Qing Chen insisted. "It's true. I can feel it. The beast god is summoning me." "The beast god?" Shun Miao nearly laughed. Setting down the bowl, she adopted a serious expression, saying, "Are you trying to avoid taking medicine again by finding excuses?" Qing Chen looked at her with a stoic expression. Faced with such a gaze, Shun Miao felt a headache coming on. "All right then, tell me, what do you really want? After I die, take good care of the little ones. I ask for nothing else. This is my only wish that I hope you can grant it." The great fox cub seemed ill-suited for soft words, his tone unyielding. Shun Miao desperately wanted to say that if one sought assistance, they should adopt a more humble attitude, such as transforming into a fox for her to pet at will, which would surely be delightful. Lost in thought, she failed to notice Qing Chen's face darkening. This female beast is staring at him again. Qing Chen felt anger rising, but suppressed it, wanting once more to obtain a definitive answer from Shun Miao. "Can you truly care for them?" "Shun Miao, you can take the initiative to save our neighbor's cubs. De Bao and the others are your children. You will treat them well, won't you?" Shun Miao was perplexed. How did Qing Chen know that she had rescued the offspring of the beast man? This large fox seemed well-informed, lying within the abode while the news from outside reached him without fail. As she contemplated this, just as she was about to speak, several cubs reacted, bursting into wails as they leapt towards the stone bed. Tugging at Qing Chen's fur cloak, their cries echoing as if the heavens were about to collapse. "Oh, Daddy, don't leave. Little Si Bao can't bear to lose you. Daddy, De Bao will behave and take care of the younger siblings. You must be well. Daddy, how can you bear to leave us with the wicked one?" Shun Miao mused. Isn't this akin to entrusting one's children to another? The four cubs wept, their commotion resembling the tumult of a world shattering. And Shun Miao genuinely worried that Qing Chen, still alive, might be overwhelmed by their cries. Her heart ached, yet she found it amusing. She shot a glare at the source of the chaos. Expressing her dissatisfaction, "Fox Qing Chen, is this how you fulfill your role as a father? Terrifying your offspring to such an extent, you truly are remarkable." Qing Chen pressed his lips together in silence. Yet his eyes brimmed with sorrow and helplessness. Were it within his power, he would not wish for death. The thought of leaving the cubs in the care of this female beast filled him with unease. Shun Miao gathered the cubs into her embrace, gently patting their backs to soothe them, though her gaze remained fixed on Qing Chen, threateningly declaring, "Fox Qing Chen, let me make this clear. Should you frighten them into a state of distress, I shall ensure you experience their plight as well." Her fierce words, however, sounded melodious to Qing Chen's ears. Shun Miao was threatening him, yet it was evident that her concern lay with the cubs. Confusion washed over Qing Chen. Was Shun Miao not someone who despised the cubs? Had she not even intended to sell little Si Bao, deeming them a burden? The mere thought of little Si Bao nearly being sold caused his heart to ache uncontrollably. And his gaze towards Shun Miao turned sharp. He extended his hand towards the cubs, who eagerly rushed to his side, nuzzling against him with affection. Shun Miao found herself suddenly empty-handed, grinding her teeth. Her eyes fell upon a bowl of medicine nearby, and she remarked harshly, "Let us not forget, you have yet to consume your medicine." Qing Chen stiffened, responding awkwardly, "I will drink it. Just allow me to speak with the cubs for a moment." It turned out that Qing Chen's words held sway. With just a few comforting phrases, he calmed the cubs, who clung to his clothing, demanding assurances that he would not abandon them. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. Only then did the cubs relent. Their eager gazes fixated on Qing Chen as he consumed the medicine, leaving Shun Miao astonished at his compliance. Upon reflection, it dawned on her that Qing Chen too desired to survive. The harshness of reality weighed heavily upon him. And unlike her, who possessed an omniscient perspective of their fate, it was only natural for him to harbor concerns. Shun Miao feigned indifference, stating, "Rest assured, once your ailment is treated, we shall dissolve our bond as partners. Should you perish, I shall take the cubs and seek companionship with another male beast, raising your offspring alongside theirs." The four little cubs erupted into even louder wails. Qing Chen gritted his teeth, retorting, "You can rest assured, I shall certainly heal my leg." Chapter 014. Teaching the beastmen to set traps, Shun Miao did not elaborate further. She tidied the dishes and retrieved the fur she had exchanged for wild boar meat a few days prior, weighing them in her hands. After a moment, her shoulders slumped, feeling somewhat disheartened. These furs were insufficient. The four cubs possessed only a single set of clothing, and after bathing, they had nothing to change into. While ignorance might have been bliss, now that she was aware, she could not tolerate such circumstances. Recalling that there were still some meats in the kitchen, an idea struck her. Why not trade some of this meat for additional furs? Without hesitation, Shun Miao divided a portion of the meat, and in her mind, she had already decided on the individual with whom to barter. The cat beastman. In Shun Miao's memory, the cat beastman had a relatively gentle disposition and appeared to have a good rapport with Qing Chen, embodying the archetype of a good-natured individual. Thus, the likelihood of a successful exchange was considerably higher. It was evident that Shun Miao had been left with psychological scars from her encounters with the beastmen. Before departing, Shun Miao inspected the meat she intended to trade for furs, confirming its suitability before confidently making her way to the cat beastman's residence. The cat beastman's dwelling was also somewhat rudimentary. Constructed of wood, however, It was in better condition than Qing Chen's home, lacking the dilapidation of a dangerous structure, and it boasted a small courtyard. Through the fence, Shun Miao spotted the cat beast man in the yard, who, upon noticing her, turned his back as if he had not seen her at all. Shun Miao reflected that in modern society, her interpersonal skills were quite commendable, at least when encountering familiar faces. They would not simply ignore her. Yet here, every individual she encountered seemed to wear disdain and animosity on their faces. Standing outside the fence, Shun Miao initiated a conversation with the cat beast man. "Brother Cat, why haven't you come by for a visit lately?" Having taken the initiative to greet him, the amiable cat beast man could hardly pretend not to hear, though his expression bore no signs of warmth. With a hint of irritation, he retorted, "I have no time." Thus, Shun Miao had no choice but to act as if she were blind to the evident lack of welcome on the cat beastman's face. With an affable smile, she continued, "Brother Cat, my cub's furs have all worn out, and they have no spare clothing. I was wondering if you might have some extra furs that I could trade for." The cat beast man looked at her in astonishment. When had this female beast begun to show concern for her offspring? Previously, she had only taken for herself, leaving the remnants for the cubs. Was she attempting to deceive him again, using her cubs? There had been an instance when Qing Chen had just been injured, and this female had come to his home, requesting him to check on Qing Chen. Naturally, he could not arrive empty-handed, so he had shared some of the scant provisions remaining in his home. Yet, everything he brought had ended up in her stomach, with not a morsel reaching Qing Chen or the cubs. After that, when the cat beast man had gone empty-handed, he had been driven away by her venomous words. And in a fit of anger, he had never returned. Having been deceived once, the cat beast man grew wary upon hearing Shun Miao's words. "I have no spare furs." Alas, he was inherently honest. There was an undeniable awkwardness about his lies, which Shun Miao perceived instantly. Without exposing him, she simply smiled and said, "Brother Cat, when Qing Chen was injured, our family received much care from you, and we have not repaid you in any way. I have been feeling quite guilty about it." Her face bore a hint of melancholy, her eyes lowered slightly, presenting a facade of sincere remorse. The cat beast man, witnessing her demeanor, suddenly recalled the whispers circulating in the tribe over the past few days, claiming that Shun Miao had changed significantly. Not only could she hunt, but she also actively sought out the beast doctor to procure medicine for Qing Chen. He had not believed these rumors initially. Yet at this moment, he found himself wavering. Nevertheless, the negative impression of Shun Miao remained deeply ingrained in his mind. Even if he sensed a change in her, he could only assume she harbored ulterior motives. The cat beast man remained silent, observing what her next move would be. Suddenly, Shun Miao brightened her expression. "Brother Cat, I am not yet in a position to repay you, but I will remember this. My intention in coming here to trade for furs is sincere. I have brought wild boar meat." As she spoke, she lifted a package of meat from beneath the fence and presented it to the cat beast man. Upon seeing the package of meat, the cat beast man realized that Shun Miao was not attempting to deceive him. However, having already spoken, he could not retract his words. The honest man hesitated, unsure of what to say. Yet he could not help but covet the wild boar meat. He had not caught any prey for several days, and his cubs were always hungry that if he could secure this meat, it would alleviate their suffering. Shun Miao, displaying great understanding, reassured him, "Brother Cat, it's all right. I know you also have cubs, and you likely do not have many furs left. Whatever you can spare will suffice. I do not mind." She graciously offered him an opportunity to relent, and the cat beast man took it, accepting the meat and going to fetch some furs for Shun Miao. Before entering the house, he opened the fence gate, allowing Shun Miao to enter. In her heart, she mused that indeed, the cat beast man was as she remembered. Innately kind, dash-hearted, it was evident how peculiar the original owner of this body must have been, to have provoked such a gentle soul. The cat beast man soon returned with a large bundle of furs, clean and pleasant to the touch, particularly suitable for crafting clothing for the little cubs. Shun Miao could hardly suppress a smile. He was genuinely a generous person, for he could have easily opted not to part with such a significant portion of his furs. Yet he did so, revealing his kind nature. "Take all of these. They are more than enough," the cat beast man said, still somewhat uneasy. Shun Miao beamed brightly. This is sufficient, thank you, brother cat. Having secured the furs, Shun Miao prepared to take her leave. But out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly spotted a small figure climbing onto the stone table, clutching a piece of raw pork and biting into it. Little cub, you mustn't eat that, Shun Miao exclaimed, rushing over to scoop up the small cub. The cat beast man hurried over, a step behind her. The little cub had remnants of grease on its lips, with large eyes and a small face, making it seem as though only its eyes were visible on its tiny visage. Its hair was dry and yellowed, reminiscent of the other cubs when she first arrived. While undeniably adorable, it was evident that the cub was malnourished. The little cub, still too young to comprehend its misdeed, gazed longingly at the meat on the stone table, drool dripping from its mouth. Shun Miao felt a pang of compassion. However, she believed that the cat beast man was not one to mistreat his cubs. Thus, she delicately suggested, Brother cat, the cubs are at a crucial stage of growth. It is essential to ensure they are well fed. The cat beast man cradled his cub in his arms, initially feeling a pang of sympathy. But now, under the weight of Shun Miao's harsh education regarding the well-being of the cubs, he was suddenly filled with shame and anger. Unable to contain his emotions, he retorted sarcastically, How could I not want them to be well fed? But do you think all beastmen are like your Qing Chen, mere two-pattern beasts? If I can't catch prey, how can I ensure they are satiated? Chapter 015. Shun Miao's cubs are to be devoured. This was Shun Miao's first encounter with a cat. A creature typically gentle, now bristling with fury. The cat beast man, who had previously deceived him, could suppress his temper when speaking, yet the mention of his cub sent him into a frenzy. Indeed, once one has cubs, everything must revolve around them. Shun Miao had only vaguely understood that beastmen varied in strength, with some weaker ones struggling to make ends meet. This was her first direct confrontation with such a reality, and she felt the harshness of this world keenly. Such circumstances were not rare. There were many weak beastmen like the cat beastman in the tribe, likely accustomed to hunger, while Shun Miao had access to a well-stocked supermarket. Even without it, her knowledge would prevent her from falling into dire straits. But the beastmen here lacked such resources, and her heart felt heavy. Perhaps she could do something to assist these disadvantaged beastmen. Shun Miao took the initiative to apologize. I am sorry. I should not have spoken without understanding your situation. The cat beastman hugged his cub a little tighter, lowering his head in silence. Shun Miao continued. Have you considered changing the situation? The beast skin you provided was quite intact, indicating you are capable of capturing wild beasts. And what good does that do? I cannot catch large beasts. I can only hunt small animals like rabbits, which are not plentiful, and their meat is scant. Food at home is often lacking, the cat beastman replied, his tone filled with helplessness and despair. Shun Miao suggested, if you cannot catch wild beasts, you might consider raising them. Once they breed, you will no longer need to venture into the mountains to hunt. The cat beastman looked at her in confusion. He had never heard of such a practice, and no one in the tribe had ever done so. Shun Miao simply explained the concept of domestication and guided him on how to proceed. The cat beastman's bewilderment transformed into realization, and his gaze towards Shun Miao shifted entirely. This is merely a thought of mine. You may wish to give it a try. With that, Shun Miao departed. Having been away for some time, she had not informed the cubs and was uncertain if they had wandered off. Shun Miao quickened her pace, and upon reaching her doorstep, she suddenly heard a strange voice from within, a voice filled with arrogance. You four, none of you shall escape today. All of you will obediently serve as my cub's meal. Your father is already incapacitated, and your mother is a worthless creature. I wonder who will come to save you. This is the fate that befalls those who harm my precious cub. You lie. He was the one who trespassed into my home to steal eggs, and he intended to eat little four. He is the wicked cub. Dabao's usually steady voice trembled with a hint of tears. Shun Miao's heart tightened. She pushed the door open and rushed inside, shouting, Who dares to bully my cubs? Come forth and face your demise. Everyone turned to look at her. Shun Miao entered, her form resembling a small mountain, her ample thighs jiggling with each step. A single stomp from her would likely wreak havoc on her insides. Her face, obscured by layers of fat, was now a mask of fury upon seeing the scene inside. Her expression morphed into that of a vengeful spirit. Her four adorable, obedient cubs, whom she could never bear to scold or strike, were now ensnared by a massive python, its tail coiling around them. The python opened its gaping maw, licking the face of little Four, its eyes glinting with a ravenous, malevolent hunger. Chapter 016. The malicious she-beast is deceptively cunning little Four had already fainted from fright. The other cubs, while striving to maintain composure, had reddened eyes and pale faces, tears brimming in their gaze, likely resisting the urge to weep before their adversary. Upon seeing Shun Miao return, Air Bao and San Bao could no longer hold back their tears, which flowed freely. Da Bao, with red-rimmed eyes, looked at her and bit his lip tightly. Shun Miao's heart ached profoundly, her voice unconsciously lowering to a hoarse whisper. "Fear not, my dear cubs. Mother will come to your rescue." At that moment, the snake beastman spoke. "Shun Miao, your timing is impeccable. Quickly bring forth the meat you owe us as compensation." Suppressing her rage, Shun Miao turned to face the snake beastman. He was a large figure, with dark eyes reminiscent of poison, ready to strike at anyone who came near to the small snake coiled around his neck, presumably his cub. "I have just returned and am unaware of the events that transpired. Regardless, shouldn't you instruct your cub to release mine first?" Shun Miao said calmly. The snake beastman was somewhat taken aback by her composure, chuckling darkly. "That might not be possible, since her cub's injured mine first. According to the tribe's rules, the aggressor must compensate the injured party. Even if you presented your case before the beast deity, the principle remains unchanged." Shun Miao shot him a cold glance. She did not believe his words. Turning to Dabao, she inquired, "Dabao, could you explain what happened?" Dabao choked back sobs. "The snake beastman's cub sneaked into our home to steal eggs from the kitchen. When my siblings and I tried to drive him away, he refused to leave, and a scuffle ensued." Shun Miao gazed at the large snake. "Did you hear that? You allow your cub to steal, and you permit him to injure mine. That I must ask, is there such a rule in the tribe?" The snake beastman, realizing he could not counter Shun Miao's eloquence and logic, resorted to bullying. After all, the small and the weak were no match for him and his offspring. With a flash of malice in his eyes, he arrogantly declared, "Shun Miao, what sort of character are you? The villagers know well that the cubs you raise are far from virtuous. You will compensate for this meat, whether you like it or not. To hell with you." Shun Miao exploded, hurling the beast's skin she held at the enormous snake. "You claim I have no virtue. You should be the one to perish." The snake beastman dodged, hissing menacingly. "You seek death? I see that you are the one courting death." Shun Miao rolled up her sleeves, seizing a wooden stick, and charged at the giant snake with a fierce swing. The snake beastman cried out in pain, releasing its grip, and the 4 cubs tumbled to the ground. Shun Miao rushed forward, gathering her cubs close, gently stroking their heads to soothe them. "It's all right now. Mother is here, do not be afraid." The cubs cried uncontrollably, and Shun Miao felt her heart shatter. Handing the still dizzy little Four to Bao, she softly instructed, "You all go inside and check on your father. How is he faring?" Though the cubs were reluctant to leave, the mention of Qing Chen prompted them to agree at once. Their father could not rise from bed. The snake beastman must have frightened him terribly. Watching the cubs retreat indoors, Shun Miao could no longer suppress her fury. Gripping the wooden stick, she pursued the giant snake, delivering a flurry of blows, all the while shouting, "Did you not seek meat? Very well, once I have rendered you incapacitated, we shall discuss compensation." Furious, the snake beastman roared, "Stop it! You harpy! Cease this at once!" Amidst the struggle, the small snake fell from his grasp. Realizing this entire situation stemmed from that little cub's mischief, Shun Miao's anger surged. She seized the small snake and began to unleash her wrath upon it, causing it to shriek in distress. The snake beastman rushed to rescue his cub, but met the same fate under Shun Miao's relentless assault. He was utterly bewildered. This she-beast was terrifying when enraged, her strength formidable enough to best him. A single beastman. The commotion drew the attention of nearby beastmen, who flocked to witness the spectacle. Shun Miao, shedding her earlier ferocity, raised her voice in a plea. "Dear uncles, aunts, and respected elders, please assist us. The snake beastman bullies my veteran husband, invading my home and threatening me and my cubs. Had I not returned in time, my cubs would have been devoured. He even demands meat as compensation. I ask you, should I comply? Initially unaware of the situation, the crowd, upon hearing Shen Miao's words, cast disapproving glances at the snake beastman. The snake beastman, frantic, protested, "That is not the case. It was her cubs who first injured mine. I merely came to seek an explanation. This cunning she-beast was too crafty." "Everyone, do not heed her words," Shen Miao smirked. "If your cub had not come to steal my eggs, will my cubs have harmed him? But even so, they did not need to strike him so severely. My cub nearly lost its life." The snake beastman pointed at the small snake's injuries. The onlookers noticed the little snake's bruises and cuts, which appeared quite pitiful, tipping the scales of sympathy toward the snake beastman. Indeed, the injuries were severe. Such force was excessive. Compensating with some meat was not unreasonable. Yes, after all, it is still a cub. The snake beastman, now brimming with confidence, turned to Shen Miao. "Hurry and bring forth the meat." Shen Miao rolled her eyes, and before she could respond, a thunderous wail erupted from within the house. "Wah! Father, do not die. Cubs do not want father to die. Father, please wake up." Shen Miao's heart raced with panic. This should not be the case. After all, the arch-villain was supposed to survive until the very end. How could he possibly perish now? Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, a sense of dread enveloped her. She hastily discarded the wooden stick and sprinted towards the house. The serpent beast man was relentless, pursuing her with a fierce declaration. "Unless you present the meat today, you shan't escape." Other beastmen, fueled by curiosity, followed suit into the dwelling. Inside, on the stone bed, for little ones wept to the brink of unconsciousness. While Qing Chen lay collapsed, unresponsive, blood staining the corner of his mouth, and the surrounding stone bed was also smeared with blood, it was evident that Qing Chen had realized the peril the children faced, and, in his fury, had coughed blood. Shen Miao swiftly checked Qing Chen's pulse, exhaling a silent sigh of relief. Thankfully, it still beat. However, as she turned, her expression morphed into one of ferocity, fixing her gaze upon the serpent beastman. She spoke with deliberate clarity. "You, serpent beastman, have invaded my home, seized my children, and caused my beastman to suffer such fright that he bled profusely. If you do not compensate me, do not expect to leave this house. I, Shen Miao, am not one to be trifled with." Realizing the gravity of the situation, the serpent beastman contemplated fleeing, as he had never anticipated that Qing Chen, so frail, would succumb to a mere scare and bleed as a result. In that moment, his justification evaporated. Yet, the other beastmen blocked his escape, leaving him no choice but to respond in a blustering manner. "His fainting has nothing to do with me. It is merely a consequence of his own frail constitution. If you and your children had not caused the disturbance, he would not have fainted at that moment." The other beastmen felt a wave of sympathy for Shen Miao. Qing Chen's condition was evidently dire. Without a beastman, how would she manage to provide for her 4 children? A cat beastman stepped forward, asserting, "I believe the serpent beastman is at fault here. Shen Miao's demand for compensation is entirely reasonable. Given Qing Chen's state, he will require constant care, and without hunting, what will his family eat? Indeed, serpent beastman, it would be prudent for you to return and fetch some meat." They echoed in agreement, fuming with rage. The serpent beastman glared at those speaking against him, itching for a confrontation. Of course, there were some who sided with him, questioning Shen Miao's credibility, and others who suggested a compromise for the greater good. However, Shen Miao would not yield. If she were to relent today, who would dare to bully her and her children in the future? With this thought, a dark glimmer crossed her eyes. She summoned a marketplace in her mind, retrieving some realgar, and, clutching it, advanced step by step towards the serpent beastman. Upon reaching him, she inquired, "You refuse to compensate, then?" "No, why should I compensate? You are the ones who should be liable," the serpent beastman retorted defiantly. Shen Miao replied coldly, "Then what am I, beastman who bled? I expended considerable meat to procure medicine for him. With this bloodshed, all my previous efforts are rendered futile. Who will make amends for this loss?" Confident that Shen Miao could do nothing to him, the serpent beastman scoffed, "That is your concern, not mine. How convenient for you. Why don't we consult the clan leader and let him adjudicate this matter?" Shen Miao suggested, casually sprinkling the realgar upon the serpent beastman. Unaware of her actions, the serpent beast man continued to scoff. What a trivial matter to involve the clan leader. Do you think he will heed you? Whether he listens or not is my prerogative. You shall come with me, Shen Miao declared, feigning an intention to drag him outside. Panic surged within the serpent beast man as he resisted, attempting to shake off Shen Miao's grip. Suddenly, his body turned to jelly, collapsing helplessly to the ground, his small serpent companion sharing his plight. The serpent beast man tried to muster strength but found himself utterly powerless, fear gripping his heart as he exclaimed, "What have you done to me, Shen Miao? You vile female beast, resorting to underhanded tactics." Shen Miao smirked, though her eyes betrayed no amusement. "You prey upon the weak, and even the heavens cannot overlook such cruelty. Thus you find yourself in this predicament. And no more words are necessary. Accompany me to the clan leader." Now utterly drained, the serpent beast man could only submit to her will, fully aware that a meeting with the clan leader would not bode well for him. Desperation gripped him, and he suddenly cried out, "I have no meat. My family is on the brink of starvation. Where would I procure meat for you?" He writhed on the ground, wailing as if he were a banshee. Shen Miao paid him no mind, turning instead to the other beastmen. "The serpent beastman claims he is no game. I find it hard to believe you all trust his words. If not, let us pay a visit to his home and see for ourselves." The beastmen, ever eager for chaos, responded enthusiastically, their voices resounding in agreement. Fearing the consequences of their visit, the serpent beastman realized that if they ventured to his home, his stock of meat would surely be compromised. The cunning and insatiable serpent, at last, relented, glaring at Shen Miao as he shouted, "Is it not merely meat? I shall provide it for you." Chapter 017. Calling for Mother Shen Miao did not demand excessively. She only requested 3 wild deer from the serpent beastman. In comparison to the other game in his possession, these 3 deer were truly insignificant. Yet even so, the serpent beastman's heart ached at the thought of parting with them. He had originally intended to swindle Shen Miao, but had unwittingly become the one swindled. 3 wild deer would suffice for several meals. However, Shen Miao did not display any semblance of triumph as she directed the deer to be placed at the entrance. She called forth Dabao, whose eyes were red from crying, and pointed to the deer, saying, "This is the meat that the serpent beast man has compensated our family." Dabao's spirits remained low. Even the meat from the detestable serpent beast man failed to lift his mood. "Dabao, listen closely. Today your mother has protected you for and secured compensation from the serpent beast man, largely due to the assistance of these uncles, aunts, and elder ladies. They have helped us, and we must learn to be grateful. Do you understand?" Shen Miao used this moment to impart a lesson to Dabao. Gradually, Dabao absorbed her words. Following Shen Miao's gesture, he looked at the beastmen, who offered him warm smiles and reassurances that his father would surely recover. Dabao scanned their faces and nodded earnestly. "I will remember. Very well. Now I shall divide these deer into portions, and I need your help to deliver them to these kind uncles. Will you assist me?" Shen Miao asked softly. "Yes," Dabao replied loudly. Shen Miao smiled, ruffling Dabao's hair playfully before proceeding to prepare the deer. Once Dabao processed everything, he instinctively furrowed his brow, but remained silent, obediently distributing the portions to the beastmen who had spoken in their favor. Among them was the cat beastman, who tenderly reassured Dabao, "Little one, do not be disheartened. Your father will surely recover." Dabao responded thoughtfully, "Thank you, Uncle Cat." The cat beastman sighed quietly, casting a glance towards the room where Qing Chen lay, inwardly wishing for his well-being. Otherwise, these little ones would surely suffer. As for Shen Miao, the cat beastman's gaze was complex, hoping that this person had truly changed for the better. All the game was ultimately distributed through Dabao's hands to the other beastmen, a deliberate arrangement by Shen Miao. She wished for her child to remember who could be relied upon, as well as for those individuals to remember Dabao, so that when the time came, they might lend him a hand. She could not remain by their side forever. The agreement she had with Qing Chen would eventually need to be fulfilled. Once the beastmen departed, the wooden hut fell silent again. Shen Miao proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a meal. The commotion had already delayed their usual dinner time. She steamed a pot of brown rice and roasted some meat, forgoing any elaborate dishes due to the late hour. When she went to call the children for dinner, They were still huddled by Qing Chen's side, weeping. Qing Chen remained unconscious and unresponsive. Shen Miao gently wiped the blood from his face with soft animal skin, making him appear merely pale rather than lifeless. The children refused to leave Qing Chen's side. The Bao cried out in earnest, "Father, we will never fight again. Please be all right and wake up." "Okay, we will be very, very obedient from now on." The other children echoed his promises. Their eyes were red and swollen, and Shen Miao worried they would be in pain come morning, so she boiled eggs for them to soothe their eyes. The eggs, once cooled, found their way into the children's bellies. They had also sustained injuries, but for the little ones, they were not severe. However, Shen Miao found their conditions distressing, so she cleaned their wounds with fresh water and applied medicine. The children were filled with trepidation, fearing that their confrontation would provoke the wrath of their fierce mother. What punishment awaited them? Yet the anticipated punishment never arrived. Their seemingly cruel mother not only carefully tended to their wounds, but also had tears in her eyes, an emotion they did not yet understand. Known as compassion. Damn that serpent beast man. He has truly gotten off easy today. Shen Miao gritted her teeth in frustration as she applied medicine to the fourth child. The child's small flinch ignited her protective instincts. The little one shrank back in fear. Shen Miao quickly gathered him in her arms, soothingly murmuring, "Mother is not scolding you. Do not be afraid. It is all right that if someone bullies you, you must fight back. But remember, you must never allow yourself to be at a disadvantage." She gazed at her three little ones with a serious expression and inquired, "Do you understand?" The children, bewildered, stared back at her. The malevolent matriarch not only refrained from punishing them, but even encouraged them to engage in combat. Shen Miao continued, "We do not seek trouble, yet we are not afraid of it. Your mother hopes that each of you will be brave and capable of protecting yourselves." Although the little ones were still in a daze, they all nodded in agreement. Satisfied, Shen Miao smiled and said, "All right, let us go eat now." The children remained motionless, fearing that if they left, their father would vanish. Shen Miao felt a pang of comfort intertwined with a bittersweet ache. Their deep attachment to Qing Chen subtly revealed what a wonderful father he was. The man, often stern-faced, displayed an abundance of patience with the children, casting a glance at the peacefully unconscious Qing Chen. Shen Miao reassured the little ones. "Father is fine. Your mother has already checked on him. He is merely fatigued and needs a moment of rest. Now, be good and go eat." With her urging, the children reluctantly departed, turning back to glance at her several times. Noticing their low spirits after they finished their meal, Shen Miao wove them new dragonfly nets, as the previous ones had been well protected by the children, but tragically damaged during their encounter with the snake beast. The children felt a deep sense of loss. Believing they would never have another to their surprise, Shen Miao crafted yet another for them. The youngest, Xiao Si Bao, took the net from Shen Miao, gazing at her gentle countenance, and recalled how she had bravely rescued her from the jaws of the giant snake. A warm wave surged within her small heart. "Mother," Xiao Si Bao instinctively called out, her voice barely a whisper. Shen Miao, rising to gather some grass from the wall's edge, did not hear her clearly and turned with a smile, asking, "What did Xiao Si Bao just say?" Yet, Xiao Si Bao pressed her lips tightly together, unwilling to speak further. Shen Miao paid it no mind, focusing on her task. Meanwhile, the other children, noticing Shen Miao was a bit distant, quickly rushed to Xiao Si Bao, demanding, "What did you just say? How can you call that wicked matriarch mother? Don't you remember she once tried to sell you?" Xiao Si Bao fidgeted with her fingers, feeling lost. "But she is really good to us now." Chapter 018. Will Mother Truly Change? De Bao, with a stern expression, took on the mantle of the eldest and said firmly, "That is unacceptable, Si Bao. Admit your mistake and promise you won't call her mother again, and we shall forgive you." Xiao Si Bao had never seen her older brother so serious. Her second and third brothers mirrored his demeanor, standing resolutely beside him. The little one panicked, tears welling in her eyes as she reached for De Bao's hand. But he stepped back, avoiding her grasp. She then turned to her second and third brothers, only to be met with the same rejection. "Brother," Xiao Si Bao cried, her tears streaming down, "why are you all ignoring me?" Sam Bao felt a twinge of sympathy and glanced at De Bao, wishing to plead for their sister. But Dabao's unyielding demeanor deterred him. Fearful of his brother's sternness, San Bao swallowed his words. Dabao, resolute, instructed Xiao Si Bao, "You must acknowledge your error." Xiao Si Bao silently wept, her face a canvas of confusion. "But she is our mother." Seeing her refusal to admit fault and her intent to continue calling the matriarch mother, Dabao's frustration peaked. He abandoned dialogue with her and commanded his younger brothers, "Heir Bao, San Bao, remember, do not play with Si Bao unless she admits her wrongdoing." Both brothers nodded in agreement. Xiao Si Bao sobbed pitifully, her tiny legs trailing behind as she pleaded, "Brother, please don't ignore me. I will be good." "You are not good at all. We have said not to call her mother, yet you refuse to listen. You are the one who has abandoned your brothers," Heir Bao retorted. That moment, Shen Miao appeared, startling the children. Dabao instinctively pulled Xiao Si Bao behind him, positioning himself protectively in front of her. Shen Miao sighed inwardly. She had been listening for a while, sensing something was amiss with the children, especially with Xiao Si Bao crying. As she approached, she realized they were discussing her. The first to lower her guard was Xiao Si Bao, which was expected given her tender age and gentle nature. What disheartened Shen Miao was the evident hostility from the other children towards her. Just a single utterance of mother had led them to disregard Xiao Si Bao entirely. "Why were you eavesdropping on us?" Heir Bao asked angrily. Shen Miao raised an eyebrow. "If I hadn't listened, I wouldn't have known just how much you little rascals had on your minds." Then, her expression darkened as she added sternly, "Do you think that if you don't call me mother, I cease to be your mother? Let me assure you, whether you choose to acknowledge it or not, I am your mother." The little ones felt a wave of indignation. San Bao shouted, "You are not. A mother wouldn't let her children go hungry or beat them daily. The children of the Cat Beast clan never suffer such treatment from their mothers." The children had long pondered why their mother was so different from others. They yearned for a gentle mother in their dreams. Feeling a pang in her heart, Shen Miao's voice softened as she bent down to meet their gaze. "Being a mother is a new experience for me. I do not always know what to do, and sometimes make mistakes. I have been trying my best to treat you and your father well. Can you not grant me a chance?" The little ones had never been addressed so sincerely by Shen Miao, leaving them momentarily at a loss. Observing their hesitation, Shen Miao feigned disappointment. "I understand. Very well then. Once your father has recovered, I shall leave and let him find you a new mother, since you all seem to despise me." Heir Bao and San Bao clenched their tiny fists, urgently protesting, "That is not true." Shen Miao feigned a melancholic demeanor, as if the children's rejection of her as their mother had dealt her a grievous blow. Heir Bao exclaimed fiercely, "You were the one who didn't want us. You told us not to call you mother, that we were a burden, merely consuming food." Shen Miao was taken aback, shocked by the accusation. "Is that truly what I said?" Upon sifting through her memories, she discovered it was indeed the case. The original owner of this body had uttered such words more than once. Whenever she felt overwhelmed or found the children bothersome, she would harshly rebuke them, wishing to distance herself from them entirely. The children, still young and vulnerable, would only call out for their mother when they were hungry or in distress, but the original owner, irritated, had resorted to punishing them each time they called. Consequently, the children grew fearful and ceased to call out for her. All this turmoil had been of her own making. Shen Miao rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. Each day since arriving in this body had been filled with surprises. She longed to tell them that she had lost her memory and could not recall the past, that they could start anew. Yet in this world, the concept of amnesia did not exist, and the children could not comprehend. Ultimately, Shen Miao chose to confront the situation. One must gradually grow stronger through adversity. "Children," she said earnestly, "I was lost in my ways and made many mistakes. I have come to realize my wrongs and will no longer treat you in that manner." The children regarded her with skepticism. San Bao questioned, "Will you truly change?" Being interrogated by such a tiny voice filled Shen Miao with a profound sense of shame. Her lips twitched as she replied, "Of course. Haven't I been treating you differently lately?" The children pondered for a moment. Indeed, the matriarch had changed quite a bit during this time, but her past actions had been so harsh that they found it hard to believe. To trust her once more would mean risking another round of heartbreak should Shen Miao revert to her old ways. The children remained silent, their expressions shifting, and Shun Miao felt a flicker of hope. It seemed her efforts were beginning to yield results. Fearing they might bring up her dark history again, she hastily redirected the conversation. "Was he everything I did before rather despicable? Absolutely detestable?" The children chorused in unison. Shun Miao cleared her throat awkwardly and, summoning her courage, stated, "Then you must not emulate such behavior. Insulting others and throwing tantrums are unbecoming and shameful. Do you understand?" The children all affirmed they would not emulate such actions, but De Bao regarded her with suspicion, asking, "If you know it's shameful, why did you do it?" De Bao's demeanor was anything but endearing. Shun Miao decided to withdraw her maternal affection for a brief 5 seconds. "Children, you do not understand. Adults have their own struggles and sometimes find themselves compelled to act against their will." Shun Miao mentally berated herself for a minute, realizing she would stop at nothing to redeem herself. Yet, she quickly added, "However, I promise that I will no longer behave as I did before." Chapter 019. De Bao is difficult to win over. A faint call suddenly echoed within the room, causing the little ones to pause momentarily before they dashed inside with fervor. In the blink of an eye, only Shun Miao remained, who, after a brief touch to her nose, exhibited no urgency. She picked up the grasshopper cage that the excited children had carelessly discarded and placed it in a small basket sheltered beneath the eaves, a basket she had woven herself, specifically designed to hold the children's toys. After completing these tasks, Shun Miao leisurely made her way to the entrance. Inside, Qing Chen had already regained consciousness, while the little ones were inquiring with genuine concern about his condition. "Father, are you feeling better? Please don't faint again. We're all so frightened. The bad man has been driven away." The children chattered like a flock of sparrows. Observing them for a moment, Shun Miao noted that everything seemed normal. Both the children and their father were unharmed and did not presently require her. So she proceeded to the kitchen on this side, despite the cacophony created by the hundreds of chirping sparrows. Qing Chen felt no irritation. Rather, he was filled with gratitude that his 4 offspring stood before him unscathed. This was the greatest blessing bestowed upon him by the beast god. Qing Chen attentively listened to the children's inquiries, his gaze flitting over their faces. However, upon noticing the injuries adorning their little visages, his expression dimmed. He felt inadequate, unable to protect his own children from being bullied at their doorstep, suppressing his despondency. He spoke as calmly as he could. "How did you manage to drive the bad man away?" He understood that the serpent beastmen were not weak, and with the children alone, they would certainly not be their match, especially since the little ones had initially been captured, and the serpent beastman had even threatened to devour them. It was only upon hearing this that he had been overwhelmed with rage and fainted from the strain. The subsequent events remained a mystery to him. The children fell silent, refraining from speaking. Qing Chen turned to De Bao, who reluctantly explained it was the wicked female beast. After she returned, she gave the serpent beastman a good beating. De Bao recounted how Shun Miao had rescued them, with Air Bao and San Bao eagerly adding details that in stark contrast to De Bao's reluctance. Air Bao and San Bao appeared thrilled, even mimicking the actions before Qing Chen. She picked up a stick and charged at him, striking the serpent beastman with a loud smack, and he yelped in pain. San Bao chimed in, "Then we rolled down. And she embraced us," Air Bao interjected. The serpent beastman was so frightened he collapsed to the ground, and that thieving serpent cub, upon seeing our fierce mother, turned into a lifeless serpent cub, no longer daring to act arrogantly. Some uncles helped us speak up, and the wicked female beast instructed to go to express gratitude one by one, even distributing the deer meat the serpent beastman had compensated us with to the uncles who aided us. "Father, the wicked female beast said we did nothing wrong this time. If others bully us, we must retaliate. However, if they haven't provoked us, we must not bully them in return. Is that right, Father?" Qing Chen was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though the wicked female beast the children described was an entirely different person. Yet, a voice within him insisted that this was indeed her capability, for she had changed so much recently. "Father," the little ones called out with concern. Qing Chen regained his composure, offering a faint smile as he affectionately ruffled the heads of the children, saying, "What she said is correct." The children gazed at him, Bewildered, clearly struggling to comprehend how the female beast, once prone to violence and scolding, had now taken on the role of a nurturing educator. Not only the children, but Qing Chen himself found it difficult to understand. However, as an adult beast man, he masked his emotions well, revealing nothing on his face. He turned his attention to the youngest, Si Bao, who had been sulking in the corner, beckoning him forward. "What troubles you, Si Bao? Are you not happy to see your father awake?" "I'm happy," the little one mumbled, rubbing against Qing Chen before falling silent again, his little head drooping down. Unable to extract further information, Qing Chen sought assistance from the other children. The Bao stepped forward, stating, "Father, Si Bao made a mistake today. Bao, San Bao, and I have decided to punish her by ignoring her until she admits her wrongdoing." "What mistake did Si Bao commit?" Qing Chen inquired in surprise. It seemed unusual for her to have erred, especially given how united the children usually were, and how they always cared for their little sister. Bao quickly confessed. Si Bao called her the wicked female beast. Qing Chen's demeanor shifted as he suppressed his displeasure. The children sensed his anger and fell silent, their breaths caught in their throats. They feared Qing Chen in a manner distinct from their dread of Shen Miao. While Shen Miao would strike them, eliciting feelings of fear and loathing, they revered and admired Qing Chen. In their eyes, he was incredibly formidable, and they aspired to be like him. So when he displayed anger, it filled them with trepidation. "Si Bao," Qing Chen began soothingly, "you did nothing wrong. She is your mother, and addressing her as such is correct." Si Bao's eyes lit up, but the other children stared wide-eyed in astonishment, questioning why their father would say such a thing when the wicked female beast had treated him poorly in the past and had previously advised them to steer clear of her. Qing Chen praised Si Bao, but then sternly admonished the other three little ones. "Firstly, Shen Miao will always be your mother. Secondly, though she may have mistreated you in the past, that is behind us. Now, she has saved you and protects you. She has fulfilled a mother's duties. You must no longer treat her as you did before, nor call her the wicked female beast. Do you understand?" The children appeared to grasp only part of his words. Qing Chen continued, "And Si Bao, she is your sister. You must treat her well and not isolate her, or I shall send her away." "Please don't, Father, don't send Si Bao away. We will treat her well. She is our sister. We were wrong and will never ignore her again." The children pleaded anxiously, pulling Si Bao closer and encircling her in a show of solidarity. When Shen Miao entered, this was the scene that greeted her. The little ones, upon noticing her presence, lowered their heads in embarrassment. Shen Miao chose to overlook the incident, cheerfully announcing, "I've prepared some food. Come out and eat." The children cautiously maneuvered past her, and Shen Miao turned to leave, only to pause and say to Qing Chen, "After I finish eating, I will bring some to you, dumb." Qing Chen replied quietly. As Shen Miao stepped outside, her thoughts distracted her, nearly causing her to trip. The notorious villain had not ignored her. Instead, he had responded to her words. Was the sun rising in the west? Chapter 20. Making rice cakes. The four little ones gazed at the soft, white rice cakes before them, all wearing expressions of bewilderment. "What is this? We've never seen anything like it. It looks so soft, and there's a sweet aroma wafting from it." Gulp, someone swallowed audibly. Shen Miao secretly smirked. The little ones still possessed a foodie trait. It taken long for this to come to light. She distributed the rice cakes among the four children, who cradled them in their hands. Too afraid to move. "This is called rice cake. Give it a try. All right?" Shen Miao said with a smile. The children could no longer contain their excitement and promptly bowed their heads, eagerly taking a bite. "Wow, it's so soft and sweet." The little ones were momentarily stunned. It was sweet. They had rarely tasted sweetness in their lives, with the count not exceeding the fingers on one hand. Even then, they had only had a small taste, as Shen Miao would always eat first and was reluctant to share with them. This was back when Qing Chen had not yet been injured. Sometimes when he hunted, he would bring back honey found in the woods for the children. However, with Shen Miao around, how could the children possibly indulge? Shen Miao would only allow them to dip a small twig in it for a lick, barely letting them taste in this world. Resources were exceedingly scarce, and many of the things Shen Miao knew about were still undiscovered. Naturally, there was no sugar, which is why the children were so astonished upon tasting the honey rice cakes. However, even though the rice cakes were delectable, after one bite, they hesitated to eat more, glancing up at Shun Miao with trepidation. "What's wrong? Is it not good, or do you not like it?" Shun Miao asked. Puzzled, that shouldn't be the case. Rice cakes are universally loved. The little ones have never had the pleasure of enjoying good food, so they should like tea, or Bao timidly suggested. "Did you perhaps give us something of yours to eat?" Shun Miao paused, realizing Bao's implication, and replied helplessly, "Of course not. This is meant for you. I made it especially for you, with honey too. Can you taste it?" "Really, truly for us?" San Bao asked wide-eyed. Shun Miao fed him a piece of rice cake. Smiling, "Haven't you already tasted it?" Once the little ones understood that Shun Miao was not mistaken, they wasted no time, diving back into their rice cakes with gusto. "That's oh sweet. This must be the taste of happiness." "Mother, it's so delicious." Suddenly, Xiao Sibao sprang forth with a remark, causing several little ones to pause momentarily, their heads remaining lowered as they continued to voraciously munch on rice cakes. Shun Miao, filled with joy, nearly leaped into the air, suppressing her excitement as she scooped up Xiao Sibao and planted a hearty kiss on her cheek. "Ah, my dear little one, in the future, I shall prepare even more delectable dishes for you." Xiao Sibao, taken aback by the kiss, took a while to respond, her chubby hands covering her face, while her eyes peeked shyly at Shun Miao through the large gaps. Shun Miao was in such high spirits that she felt as if she could soar to the heavens, her smile never leaving her face. The other little ones stared at her in astonishment, finding that this female beast was not ugly at all, but rather quite charming. Would calling her mother truly bring her such happiness? San Bao, seemingly deep in thought, suddenly blurted out, "Mother, I also want to eat delicious food. Will you make some for me, please?" Shun Miao. Was this a chain reaction initiated by Xiao Sibao? Today was indeed a day of great celebration, worthy of being meticulously recorded. Bao felt a twinge of regret. He had also wanted to call out Mother, but hesitated just long enough to be preempted by San Bao, leaving him quite irked. Refusing to show weakness, Bao quickly chimed in, "Mother, I want some too." All right, everyone shall have some," Shun Miao replied, her smile stretching wider. The almanac surely stated that everything would proceed smoothly today, after they called out to Shun Miao. The bond between the little ones and her seemed to strengthen all at once. That Bao silently observed the scene, opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately said nothing, merely finishing off the rice cake in his hand. What had once been a delectable treat now tasted somewhat bland in his mouth. After the meal, Shun Miao, as promised, went to the room to administer medicine to Qing Chen. The thick, dark liquid was so bitter that it numbed Qing Chen's tongue. Yet he had grown accustomed to the taste. Not even furrowing his brow, one could only discern his distaste from the increasingly tight set of his lips. "Here you go. Everyone gets some. You mustn't be left out," Shun Miao casually remarked as she handed Qing Chen something, implying a reward for his rare cooperation. Qing Chen glanced down, discovering an unfamiliar item that was evidently edible, though he had never tasted it before. Perhaps no one in the entire tribe had. The tribe's food was coarse. Rice was merely steamed, and meat was roasted. No one would create such delicate fare. "This is edible," Shun Miao explained, "and it can help mask the bitterness in your mouth." Qing Chen's eyes widened slightly, puzzled about where Shun Miao had procured honey. Yet he knew her capabilities were vast. She could hunt wild boars single-handedly. Quietly, he took a bite of the rice cake, the sweet flavor lingering in his heart. It was a taste he had never encountered before, sweet enough to gently entwine with his heart. He raised his gaze to Shun Miao, who, however, did not meet his eyes. Focused instead on diligently wiping away the spilled medicine, he swallowed hard, murmuring almost inaudibly, "Thank you for your hard work." Shun Miao looked up, her face serene, though her heart was bursting with joy. The little fox cub's attitude had finally shifted. Her previously stagnant progress had now advanced by at least 10%, and her legs were saved. Hooray! Shun Miao was in high spirits, boiling a large pot of water to reward herself, humming a tune while washing up in a secluded spot. Meanwhile, Bao quietly distanced himself from his siblings and approached Qing Chen's room. "Father," Bao called softly. Qing Chen, lying on the stone bed with his eyes closed, pondering life, opened his eyes upon hearing the voice and saw Dabao beside the bed. Gently asking, "What is it?" Dabao twisted the animal skin with his fingers, his face filled with unease. Qing Chen did not rush him, simply waiting in silence. At last, Dabao spoke, his voice faint. "Father, am I a very bad little one?" "How could that be?" "Dabao is wonderful. You take great care of your younger siblings," Qing Chen replied, feeling a pang of sympathy. Dabao, as the eldest, had always been strong and composed. It was unclear what had caused him such distress. Tears glistened in Dabao's eyes as he continued, "But I can't bring myself to call her mother. Bao and the others have, but I just can't." Upon hearing this, Qing Chen finally grasped the situation. He realized how significant this was for Dabao. He had yet to fully accept Shen Miao's transformation, while the younger siblings had already embraced it, leaving him engulfed in confusion and anxiety. Unsure of what to do, even beginning to doubt himself, Dabao, "Listen to your father. It's all right, and no one will force you to call her mother. Not even me, understand?" Qing Chen said, cupping Dabao's face, speaking slowly and deliberately. With Qing Chen's comforting words, Dabao's anxious heart gradually began to calm. Chapter 021. A transformation in beauty. The little one's newfound terms of endearment left Shen Miao exhilarated throughout the night. After dreaming up grand plans for an entire evening, she found herself abruptly brought back to reality the following day when she noticed the kitchen devoid of firewood. Looking at the empty kitchen, Shen Miao chuckled wryly. Perhaps those grand plans would have to wait, as life must unfold gradually. One cannot gain weight all at once. After seeing to the breakfast of the little ones, Shen Miao donned a woven backpack she had crafted during her leisure time. After her last trip to the mountain, she had longed for many things but lacked the means to carry them, prompting her to create the backpack upon her return. The sun had yet to rise, and Shen Miao was taking her time when suddenly she heard footsteps approaching from behind. Assuming it might be a fellow beast man, she stepped aside, only for the individual to halt right next to her. "Shen Miao?" The surprised voice caught her attention. "Is that really you? I thought I was mistaken." Shen Miao was equally astonished. It was the first time someone had taken the initiative to greet her since arriving in this world. She looked up, her expression shifting to one of incredulity, for the person before her was another hefty figure, not as large as herself, but with small, beady eyes that darted around her. Shen Miao felt as though she had been smeared with something unpleasant, rendering her quite uncomfortable. "Don't block the way. I'm in a hurry." With that, Shen Miao maneuvered around the beast man and continued on her path, only to feel her backpack being tugged from behind. Annoyed, she turned to find the beast man, exclaiming, "What is this? Where did you get it?" Referring to the backpack slung over her shoulder. Shen Miao rolled her eyes, a secret. No comment. "Shen Miao, don't be so unapproachable that we are the same kin, after all. If you continue to act this way, it becomes rather tiresome." The bear beast man, Han Xiao, lamented, momentarily abandoning his curiosity about the backpack, adopting a woeful expression. A hulking, dark-skinned beast man making such a face nearly made Shen Miao gag. She thought to herself that such kin were better off without that. "If it's tiresome, then just leave," Shen Miao replied disdainfully. Han Xiao appeared somewhat displeased, but after a moment's contemplation, he restrained himself and, with a glint in his eye, persevered. "Shen Miao, are you going hunting in the mountains? Indeed, your beast man is incapacitated, and all the food and clothing now rest upon your shoulders. You have truly endured much. As a female beast, you have shown remarkable resilience for so long. Why not seek your own happiness?" Upon hearing this, Shen Miao began to discern why this beast man was so persistent, since he had set his sights on her. She felt compelled to be less polite. She cast a fleeting glance at Han Xiao and quickly averted her gaze, wondering where this boorish creature found the audacity. Oh, she had forgotten that she was now also a hefty creature, albeit one well-fed. A wave of melancholy washed over Shen Miao. "Shen Miao, I'm speaking to you. Why are you in a daze?" Han Xiao said, his annoyance evident. Shen Miao raised her eyes, a faint smile playing on her lips as she replied, "I was just pondering where my happiness truly lies." Han Xiao shot her a disdainful look, clearly unimpressed. She was undoubtedly one who had long been contemplating straying from the path of propriety. "You, so unattractive, still dream of happiness?" Just as he thought of the beast crystal in her possession, Han Xiao perked up, forcing a smile. Far in the distance, yet close at hand, oh, Shun Miao feigned shyness. Han Xiao. You wouldn't be referring to yourself, would you? Ahead lay a forest where a beehive was nestled. Han Xiao puffed out his chest proudly, declaring, indeed, that's me. Meow meow, we are kindred spirits, be with me. And I shall bring you happiness. Everything that Fox Qing Chen cannot provide, I will not let you toil so hard. As a female beast, you shouldn't have to climb mountains every day. Do you not know how many are speaking ill of you outside? Is that so? I actually have something to attend to. Could you assist me with it? Shun Miao replied without hesitation. Han Xiao, seething, thought to himself how audacious she was to demand assistance without considering her own worth. Despite cursing her in his mind, he had to pinch his nose and ask, of course, what do you need? Shun Miao pointed to a thicket. I adore those little red fruits. Could you gather some for me? But that's all thorns. Before he could finish, Shun Miao's expression soured. But you just said you would do anything for me. So, you were merely deceiving me. You are even worse than Fox Qing Chen. At least he hunted for several years and cared for me. Han Xiao was filled with fury, the flesh on his face quivering with rage. Shun Miao turned away, unwilling to engage with him further, but Han Xiao shouted, Fine, go ahead. Today, I shall show you just how genuine my feelings for you are. With that, the bear beast charged into the thicket with great fervor. Shun Miao waited until he was ensnared by the thorns, then picked up a stone and hurled it at the beehive above. With a buzzing sound, a swarm of dark bees erupted from their nest. What is that noise? Han Xiao exclaimed in terror. Scanning his surroundings, soon he spotted a multitude of yellow wasps surrounding him. Panic seized him, and he found himself helplessly trapped in the thicket. In an instant. He was stung several times, yelping in agony. Shun Miao called out, Han Xiao, there are so many bees. I'm so scared. I'm leaving now. With that, she vanished from his line of sight. Shun Miao then slowed her pace, leisurely observing her surroundings while pondering the peculiar appearance of the bear beast. They had no prior connection, yet Han Xiao suddenly sought her out, attempting to allure her with his antics. Ugh! Such desperation! Perhaps she could direct him to Lu Zhu. Shun Miao mused, a sinister smile creeping upon her face. This little interlude did not hinder her from gathering firewood. She also found a plethora of wild fruits in the mountains, which she planned to bring back to prepare sour jujube cakes for the children. However, there was no time to make them for lunch, so upon returning home, she hastily prepared a simple meal. Despite its simplicity, the children found it delightful and praised Shun Miao's culinary skills with a beaming smile. Shun Miao enthusiastically served meat into the bowls of the children, earning a bemused look from Dabao. The fourth child, delighted with the meal, innocently remarked that Shun Miao had become more beautiful. Shun Miao was taken aback, touching her face in surprise. Really? Mother has truly become more beautiful. I don't feel any different. Air Bao and San Bao nodded vigorously in agreement. This only made Shun Miao smile wider, to the point her eyes nearly disappeared. Though she had shed some weight from her frequent mountain trips, she was still some distance away from being truly attractive to Bao, unable to bear the sight. Averted his gaze, only to lock eyes with Qing Chen. The father and son exchanged a wordless understanding. This female beast is utterly foolish. Chapter 022. Encountering the snow wolf, the two exchanged glances for a while Shun Miao remained blissfully unaware, lost in her own self-admiration. For the remainder of the time, she radiated an air of relaxation. While administering medicine to Qing Chen, he casually complained about its bitterness. And rather than retorting, she pleasantly informed him that she intended to make some sour jujube cakes, which are sweet, and that he could have one after taking his medicine. Qing Chen wore a nonchalant expression, as if indifferent to her plans, but once Shun Miao turned away, a smirk crept onto his lips. Sour jujube cakes must be as delectable as rice cakes. He thought that, oh, by the way, I need to tell you something. I plan to visit my family. Shun Miao suddenly turned back. Qing Chen's smile faltered, his expression growing flat. Visiting your family? For what purpose? Realizing her tone had been slightly hasty, Qing Chen pressed his lips together, lowering his gaze to conceal the fleeting shadow of gloom in his eyes. Shun Miao frequently visited her family, often for a day or several days at a time, leaving her children at home. where they had to resort to foraging for roots to stave off hunger. So, is she going to abandon him and the children again? Unaware of Qing Chen's change in mood, Shun Miao explained matter-of-factly. I want to check on my mother. There was little food at home, and you were unwell. She often scrimped on her rations to send me food secretly. In Shun Miao's memory, her mother had always treated her quite well, sacrificing her own sustenance for her seemingly ungrateful daughter, fearing that her lazy and gluttonous child might starve. Yet, even with such kindness, the original owner of this body still felt entitled, frequently returning to take advantage without considering her mother's plight. Without a beastman to rely on, her mother could only depend on her sons, and Shun Miao's mother's support of her daughter had left her sons feeling quite displeased. However, none of this was ever mentioned by her mother, and the original owner remained blissfully ignorant. What a disgrace! After sifting through these memories, Shun Miao concluded that her desire to visit her family was not a spontaneous whim, but rather a realization that it had been some time since her mother last visited. This had never happened before. Could something have happened? A sense of worry began to creep in. Qing Chen had little interaction with Shun Miao's mother, but the few encounters he had were pleasant. The elderly female beast seemed kinder than Shun Miao. After a moment of silence, Qing Chen asked, "How many days will you be gone?" "It depends on the situation," Shun Miao replied uncertainly. She had no idea what the circumstances would be. If her mother was well, she would just visit briefly, but if not, then she would have to reassess. Qing Chen simply acknowledged her with a non-committal hum and fell silent. Shun Miao sensed an unexpected shift in his mood, but could not discern the reason. She called the children in to keep him company before stepping outside. She first checked the remaining food. There were still 7 pieces of meat hanging beneath the eaves, enough for her and the children for 3 or 4 days. However, it would not suffice if she took some to her mother. She couldn't leave her family with nothing, nor could she go empty-handed. That was something the original owner would do. Shun Miao resolved to venture in the mountains once more. For this hunting trip, she employed her usual method of digging traps, but this time the trap was larger and located deeper within the forest, and she had her reasons for doing so. Based on the tracks she observed on the ground, Shun Miao surmised that larger wild beasts roamed this area, and she decided to take a chance on a significant catch. Once the trap was set and camouflaged, Shun Miao ventured to other locations, recalling that she had gathered quite a few matsutake mushrooms last time, only for them to be destroyed by a wild boar that had appeared out of nowhere. After dispatching the boar, she had forgotten to retrieve the discarded matsutake. With some time on her hands, she aimed to collect more, knowing that any surplus could be dried for later use, allowing her to alternate meals and avoid growing weary of meat. Shun Miao busied herself in the forest for most of the day, filling her basket with an abundance of wild delicacies. As time slipped away, she wiped the sweat from her brow and made her way back to the trap. She wondered if any beasts had been caught. As she approached, she noticed with delight that the trap she had dug had collapsed. Her heart leaped, and she quickened her pace. Upon reaching the edge of the pit, she heard muffled grunting sounds emanating from within, sounding quite pained. Curiosity piqued. She leaned over to take a look and was taken aback. At the bottom of the pit lay a large, snow-white beast. Its formidable presence diminished by the weakness that rendered it prone. That it was a snow wolf. The name sprang to mind, along with some information she had encountered in her readings. Snow wolves were fierce creatures, notoriously difficult to handle and seldom seen. Capturing one relied purely on luck. Many beastmen sought the depths of the forest in search of them, for certain snow wolves possessed precious beast crystals within their bodies. These crystals could enhance a beastman's power, aiding them in their progression, and everyone coveted them. However, the truth was that beast crystals were extremely rare. Having absorbed this information, Shun Miao was elated. Her fortune was extraordinary. After successfully hunting a wild boar on her second trip to the mountains, she had now encountered a snow wolf. Who could rival her luck? Yet, her joy was short-lived as she noticed something amiss. The snow wolf was trembling, attempting to rise but failing, its hind legs twisted at an unnatural angle, likely broken. After several futile attempts to stand, despair settled over the snow wolf as it lay there. Its body heaving, its eyes pleadingly fixed on Shun Miao. A thought stirred within her. She recalled hearing that some animals possess a form of spirituality, even seeking human aid in desperate moments. Could this snow wolf be hoping for her assistance? But she had come to hunt it. Moreover, it appeared gravely wounded, bloodied, and battered. Could it possibly survive? Wait a moment. Shen Miao suddenly noticed something behind the snow wolf. A small, slimy head. The snow wolf was giving birth. Understanding dawned upon her. No wonder the snow wolf's belly was so large. She had assumed it was simply overweight, but in reality, she was a pregnant mother wolf. Yet could this little snow wolf actually be born? The mother wolf looked battered and exhausted, devoid of strength. If this continued, the little snow wolf might suffocate before it even came into the world. Shen Miao, unexpectedly reminded of her own 4 children, felt a surge of compassion and immediately spoke to the mother wolf. Hold on a little longer. I will save you. Regardless of whether the mother wolf understood her words, she dashed off to gather several thick vines. Securing them tightly to a tree before sliding down into the pit-to capture a wild beast, Shen Miao had dug the pit quite deep. Fortunately, she had not left any sharp stakes, which was likely why the snow wolf was still alive. I am here to help you, but you must not harm me. Do you understand? Shen Miao conferred with the snow wolf, which raised its majestic head, its moist eyes gazing at her, seemingly unsure if it comprehended her words. Yet it slightly nodded. Shen Miao felt a sense of relief and approached, retrieving water from the shelf to quench the snow wolf's thirst, followed by offering it some packaged beef. Once the snow wolf regained some strength, she began assisting in the birth. Chapter 023. Beast Crystal having consumed sustenance and replenished its energy, the snow wolf, bolstered by Shen Miao's help, gradually revealed more of its pups. Very well, just a little more effort, and the task will be complete, Shen Miao exclaimed, momentarily forgetting that this was a she-wolf rather than human, directing her encouragement as if it were a person. However, the she-wolf had sustained severe injuries, and its strength waned. Its head began to droop, collapsing onto the ground. Not falter. Think of your offspring, Shen Miao urged, her anxiety palpable, yet the snow wolf merely gazed at her with sorrowful eyes, glistening with unshed tears, as if it were on the verge of weeping. In a sudden burst of determination, Shen Miao leapt forward, catching the upper half of a pup that had already emerged, and with a firm tug, she pulled the newborn into the world. Upon witnessing the safe arrival of her offspring, the snow wolf collapsed entirely onto the ground, its eyes fixated intently on its pup. Shen Miao cradled the newborn and approached the snow wolf, bending down to reassure it. Your pup has arrived safely. You can rest easy now. The snow wolf's gaze softened with an unutterable tenderness as it extended its tongue to lick the pup's body, then gently nudged it towards Shen Miao with a forepaw. Are you offering your pup to me? Shen Miao inquired, piecing together the snow wolf's intentions. The wolf's eyes brimmed with a pleading expression. Shen Miao's heart swelled with conflicting emotions, yet she nodded. I promise. I will take the pup back with me. With that, the snow wolf peacefully closed its eyes. Shen Miao felt a pang of sorrow. But it was but a fleeting moment. She had lingered too long and needed to return promptly. Resolving to act, she unfastened the backpack from her back, emptied part of the mushrooms, and placed the pup inside. The little wolf whined softly, as though hungry, prompting her to retrieve some milk from the shelf. The pup, eyes closed, eagerly gulped down a substantial amount. It must be noted that the young wolf differed significantly from human infants. Had it been a human baby, the situation would have been dire. After finishing its meal, the pup fell into a deep slumber. Shen Miao placed the pup in her backpack, ascended the vines to set it down, then descended once more to drag the carcass of the she-wolf. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to bring the snow wolf's body back. In this world of scarcity, it would be a sin to waste such readily available meat. Upon returning to the tribe with the snow wolf in tow, a commotion ensued as the entire community gathered to witness. Many had never seen a snow wolf in their lifetime, circling the creature while expressing their awe. It truly is a snow wolf. Shen Miao's fortune is extraordinary. I've heard many snow wolves possess beast crystals. This one is a female, so it must have one inside. Shen Miao has struck gold. Once we open its belly, we'll find out. Though Shen Miao initially wished to remain low-key, the eager gazes of the crowd compelled her to agree to dissect the snow wolf on the spot. One beast man offered to assist, but Shen Miao declined. opting to wield the knife herself. Her deftness with the blade left the onlookers in awe. The beast man who had offered to help was left speechless. Shun Miao's skill was on par with, if not superior to, his own, her grip on the stone knife remarkably steady. Few female beasts in the tribe could achieve such a feat. Those who had harbored envy towards Shun Miao's kill now quelled their thoughts. Oblivious to the sentiments of the crowd, Shun Miao skillfully eviscerated the snow wolf, her hands delving into its bloodied abdomen. Uncertain of the appearance of a beast crystal, she felt a round object and was momentarily puzzled. Yet the surrounding crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment. There truly is a beast crystal. Quickly, examine its quality. Shun Miao found their eagerness amusing. They seemed even more anxious than she was, as if they longed to rush forward and ascertain its value themselves. The so-called beast crystal was smeared with blood, and Shun Miao casually wiped it on the snow wolf's white fur, revealing a brilliantly translucent orb before her eyes. This orb is exquisite. Not only is it clear, but it seems to emit a glow. Wait, there are red blood veins within. Shun Miao leaned in closer. The blood vessels remained intact. The presence of red veins signifies the quality of the beast crystal. There are also blue and green ones. This indicates that your orb is of red quality. An exceptional beast crystal. An experienced elder beastman could not help but explain, his tone brimming with envy as he acknowledged Shun Miao's extraordinary luck. Oh, Shun Miao finally grasped the significance, and without hesitation, she tucked the beast crystal into her leather pouch. Such a valuable item deserved to be safeguarded. She intended to present it to Qing Chen, hoping to bring him some joy. The crowd yearned for another glimpse of the beast crystal, but Shun Miao cheerfully waved her hand. It's getting late. Let's all return for dinner. Why Qing Chen and the pups are waiting for me, so I won't linger. With that, she dragged the snow wolf's carcass away without a backward glance. From a distance, Shun Miao spotted several small figures at the entrance of her wooden dwelling and quickened her pace. Mother! As the pups saw her, they dashed toward her. Shun Miao, initially weary, felt invigorated by their warm welcome, as if she could take on another snow wolf, surrounded by the eager pups upon her return home. Shun Miao carefully lifted the slumbering young wolf from her backpack. The pup's eyes widened in excitement. Mother! What is this? Sam Bao inquired eagerly. This is the pup of a snow wolf. Its mother fell into a trap I dug and perished. Since no one was there to care for it, I brought it back, Shun Miao explained. Little Si Bao exclaimed, Mother, can I have it? I can take care of it. Shun Miao surveyed her children, each bearing a pleading expression. Even to Bao was no exception. Unable to suppress a smile, she handed the pup over. Of course, it was brought back for all of you. The pups, elated with their new companion, placed the young wolf on the ground. It wobbled on its soft legs, attempting to walk. Wow, it can walk right after being born. The little wolf is remarkable. It will be a member of our family from now on. Seeing her children reveling in joy, Shun Miao quietly withdrew, clutching the beast crystal as she sought out Qing Chen. Qing Chen, having already sensed the commotion within, was gazing intently at the doorway, his eyes filled with a sense of desolation. This was the first time Shun Miao had witnessed such an expression on his face, and her steps faltered momentarily. However, Qing Chen quickly composed himself, returning to his usual detached demeanor, tinged with a hint of indifference. Chapter 024. The green tea trap. Shun Miao chose to ignore the moment and entered with a light step. I have something wonderful to show you, she declared mysteriously. Qing Chen, drawn in by the pride evident on her face, feigned disinterest, scoffing, What could you possibly have? Did you hunt another wild boar? Ah, the familiar banter of an old adversary, Shun Miao replied with a huff. Your imagination is rather lacking. I'll give you 2 more chances to guess. Qing Chen felt exasperated. Who wished to play such guessing games? This female beast was increasingly overstepping her bounds. Shun Miao urged him to guess quickly. Though Qing Chen could have dismissed her, something in her eager expression compelled him to engage. With an impatient huff, he tossed out 2 answers, both incorrect, earning him a round of merciless teasing from Shun Miao. Eventually, she grew tired of the game and nonchalantly produced a glimmering object from her leather skirt, tossing it to Qing Chen. Here you go. Upon seeing the object clearly, Qing Chen's pupils constricted sharply, his tone growing almost harsh. Where did you get this beast crystal? Of course, I hunted it myself, a snow wolf. You know, I captured one today, Shun Miao replied, her pride unmistakable. Qing Chen scrutinized her. She did not appear to be lying. Thus she truly had caught a snow wolf. Gazing down at the beast crystal, adorned with blood veins and of superior quality, he realized that if word got out, countless individuals would offer meat in exchange for this crystal. With the meat, she would no longer need to risk herself hunting in the mountains and could comfortably remain at home. Moreover, Shun Miao could leverage this beast crystal to find a powerful beast man, freeing herself from the burden of being with him, a mere waste. Yet, Shun Miao did not do so. Instead, she offered the beast crystal to him. A tumult of emotions surged within Qing Chen, his gaze darkening, resembling a deep, unfathomable cold pool. They say this is a precious item that can enhance strength. I believe it would be beneficial for you. Shun Miao explained casually. Qing Chen's voice grew hoarse as he returned the beast crystal to her. I do not need it. Shun Miao was momentarily taken aback, slowly coming to the realization that the current Qing Chen was unable to even move, let alone discuss enhancing his strength. Yet, had she not promised to heal him? Take this. You've been ill for so long. Once you recover, you will undoubtedly lag behind others, so you need this beast crystal. The underlying message of her words was clear. Qing Chen would surely get better. However, Qing Chen stubbornly refused to accept it, calmly stating, Shun Miao, I am an O or seed. Dio, you understand. You are insulting me. Shun Miao's expression changed abruptly. This infuriating man valued his pride more than his life. Didn't he? Was accepting something from her, Shun Miao, truly so unbearable for him? Many coveted the beast crystal, yet she had disregarded them, excitedly bringing it back for him, and he still refused. Fine. She wouldn't bother with him any longer. Yet after contemplating, her irritation flared again, and she retorted, Right now, you are entirely reliant on me. Everything you eat and the medicine you take were brought by me. You better recover quickly so I can leave, or else everything you say is meaningless. Qing Chen's face turned pale with anger, his fingers trembling. He stammered for a long time, unable to articulate a request for Shun Miao to leave. Nearly choking himself with frustration, Shun Miao scoffed, What's with you? What difference does it make? Forget it. Getting angry with you is truly foolish. That I can still hunt for more beast crystals in the future. And you can forget about getting even one. Qing Chen, elder brother, please open the door. I brought some meat to see you. A gentle, soft voice echoed from outside, belonging to Lu Zhu. That little white flower was back. Shun Miao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she dashed outside, seizing the perfect opportunity. Qing Chen, please open the door. Lu Zhu persisted, refusing to relent. Shun Miao shouted from behind the door, Does your Qing Chen brother even have the sense to open the door? It's late, and you, a single female beast, have the audacity to come here. Outside, there was a moment of silence, and just as Shun Miao thought Lu Zhu might flee in embarrassment, she changed her tone. Shun Miao, please open the door. I am here to find you. Here to find me. Yet you keep calling out the bedridden Qing Chen's name? Only a fool would believe that. This little white flower has even learned to use cunning tactics. However, Lu Zhu's next words indicated she was indeed not lying. Shun Miao, I am truly here to find you. I have something very important to discuss. Can you please open the door? Her persistence suggested it was no trivial matter. Shun Miao crossed her arms and smirked. Then speak. My home does not permit just anyone to waltz in. I heard you were short on food, so I brought a lot of meat. Tea should be enough for you and your little ones for quite some time. I don't want anything else from you. Just return the beast crystal, since you don't need it anyway. You won't be at a loss. Upon hearing this, Shun Miao nearly laughed in anger. Go to hell. You think a mere bit of meat can exchange for my beast crystal? Get lost, she shouted vehemently. Lu Zhu was infuriated. How can you curse? Open the door, quickly. You ugly female beast who clings to my Qing Chen because no one else wants you. You're the reason he's in such a state. You're a jinx. Open the door, you ugly thing. Let me in. With a loud bang, Lu Zhu began to kick the door vigorously. This dilapidated wooden house could hardly withstand her assault. And before long, the door succumbed to her strength. Lu Zhu stood in shock, not expecting the door to give so easily. Shun Miao stood inside, smirking, and pointed at the door's remains. Fix it, or I shall kick you down next. Seeing Shun Miao's formidable stature, Lu Zhu involuntarily shuddered. Your door was already broken. You can't blame me, Lu Zhu retorted. Shun Miao waved her fist, the size of a bowl. Who said I was reasoning with you? Fix it, or I will take action. Don't dawdle. Her fierce demeanor and considerable strength intimidated Lu Zhu, who realized she could not win against Shun Miao and begrudgingly set about repairing the door. Tears in her eyes, initially feigning weakness, Lu Zhu found herself silenced under Shun Miao's fierce watch, diligently working to mend the door. Several planks had already been damaged, so she had to return home to fetch more wood. Shun Miao supervised her closely, ensuring she didn't escape or try to cheat until Lu Zhu had completed the repairs. Only after Shun Miao inspected her work did she allow Lu Zhu to leave. Fuming with anger, Lu Zhu dashed away, vowing to remember Shun Miao's transgressions. Content with her newly fixed door, Shun Miao felt immensely satisfied. If that little white flower continued to stir trouble, she might just exchange for an entire wooden house. Chapter 025. Reluctance. After the arrival of the little wolf cubs, the lives of the little ones became significantly more vibrant. Watching the little wolf cubs sleep, observing their unsteady steps, all filled them with fascination. Even the cubs' occasional yelps thrilled them immensely. Today, the little ones had a new task, feeding the little wolf cubs. The Bao, holding a stone bowl, confidently instructed the others, step aside. Don't crowd around the little wolf cub. I'm going to feed it. Bao, and the others were puzzled as to why the Bao needed them to clear the way, but they obediently made space, their eyes wide with anticipation as the Bao offered a piece of deliciously roasted meat to the little wolf cub. Little wolf cub, eat up quickly. If you fill your belly, you will grow strong. The little wolf cub sniffed the roasted meat but turned its head away. The little ones were astonished. Such delicious roasted meat. And the little wolf cub wanted to eat it. Big brother, feed another bite. It must not have realized what it was. San Bao eagerly suggested that the Bao complied, but this time, not only did the little wolf cub refuse to eat, it swayed and turned its back to them. Bao stepped up, declaring, I'll give it a try. The little wolf cub likes me the most. It will surely eat what I give it. The Bao was not pleased with this comment. Then you feed it your share. All right. Bao strode with confidence, but the outcome was the same. He returned empty-handed. The little wolf cub whimpered, appearing quite hungry, yet stubbornly refused to eat. Is it possible that the little wolf cub doesn't like meat? I'll offer it some grass. Little Bao exclaimed, running off to gather some grass. Little wolf cub, have a bite. If you don't, you will go hungry. The little wolf cub sniffed the grass with its delicate nose, drooping its head in disinterest. What is going on? Why won't it eat anything? Is it going to die? I heard from the orcs that if cubs don't eat, they will perish, San Bao said anxiously. Little Bao burst into tears, hugging the dizzy little wolf cub, repeatedly pleading, Little wolf cub, don't die. Please eat something. Seeing his sister cry, San Bao dashed off like the wind to fetch Shun Miao. Mother, the little wolf cub won't eat. Bao is crying. San Bao animatedly described the little wolf cub's refusal to eat and their struggles to feed it. After listening, Shun Miao glanced at the roasted meat in the little one's hands, golden, crispy, and aromatic, a supreme delicacy she had prepared. Indeed, this was her handiwork. In the eyes of the little ones, it was a divine treat. Irresistible. If the little wolf cub refused to eat, something was amiss. However, what the little ones did not know was that this was merely a newborn little wolf. Bao. Get up. Shun Miao approached the little one sternly. Little Bao's tears brimmed her eyes, terrified to let them fall. Shun Miao took the cub from her arms and reprimanded. Why are you crying? For such a trivial matter. What is there to weep about? How have I taught you? When faced with difficulties, find a solution first. If you can't, come to me. Have you not listened? Upon seeing Shun Miao's stern expression, little Bao was frightened. Mother, understand now. I want to do it again, she sniffled. Shun Miao surveyed the other little ones. You all need to be the same. As orc cubs, you must be strong. Shedding tears over trivial matters will only make you look weak. Bao wiped his eyes, lowering his head. Understood, mother. Only then was Shun Miao satisfied, explaining to the little ones that the little wolf cub was not refusing to eat. It simply could not consume what they offered. As it was still too young and could only eat soft food, much like they did when they were newborns. Mother, were we as small as the little wolf cub when we were born? Airbao inquired. Shun Miao recalled that when the four little ones were born, they were indeed tiny, even smaller than the little wolf cub. She couldn't help but smile about that size. The little ones marveled at their past. Realizing how small they had been, Mother and Father are truly amazing. They managed to feed four of us, yet we can't even feed one little wolf cub. Unbeknownst to Shin Miao, the little one's thoughts were quite different. She boiled some meat porridge, and the little wolf cub devoured it with great enthusiasm. Witnessing this miraculous scene, the little ones were filled with surprise, and their trust in Shun Miao deepened. "All right, take it back to the nest," Shun Miao instructed, handing the little wolf cub to them. She prepared some more meat and gathered some mushrooms, ready to return to her family. The little ones could not accompany her, as they needed to watch over Qing Chen. After instructing them on a few matters and preparing several days' worth of food to ensure neither the little ones nor Qing Chen would go hungry, Shin Miao finally felt a bit more at ease. However, just as she was about to leave, the little ones insisted on following her, unwilling to let her go. "What is going on?" Shin Miao crouched down, gazing at the several wilted little ones, their eyes brimming with tears. Little Si Bao was on the verge of crying again, but recalling Shun Miao's words, he forcefully stifled his sobs. Shun Miao felt a twinge of confusion, her heart conjuring a bold hypothesis. Could it be that the little ones were reluctant to part with her? Soon, her conjecture was validated. "Mother, could you please not leave us?" San Bao's voice was weak. Shun Miao's heart melted as she spoke gently. "San Bao, Mother is merely visiting her own mother's home to see if she is well. However, I shan't stay long, for this is where my heart lies. You are my children, and I would never abandon you." San Bao's eyes sparkled with hope. Bao pressed his lips together, asking, "Is that truly the case?" Shun Miao's credibility had been in question before, as she often returned home without the little ones, sometimes for extended periods. During those times, they found a strange joy in her absence, for without her, they were free from reprimands. Yet, now it was different. Mother was so kind, preparing delicious meals, playing with them, and gifting them small wolf cubs. They feared that if Mother left, she might never return, just as Shin Miao had previously mentioned. Eventually, she would depart from their lives. "Of course, it's true. Why would I deceive you? You are all my precious little ones," Shan Miao affirmed earnestly. The little ones rushed into her embrace, and she enveloped them tightly. Only Bao stood awkwardly at a distance, his small brows furrowing in distress. He had intended to feign indifference, but couldn't help stealing glances at Shun Miao. With each furtive look, he caught her smile, causing him to turn away bashfully. "Release the little ones. I truly must depart," Shin Miao insisted, taking a few steps before glancing back to find a small tail following her. Little Si Bao timidly clutched her animal skin skirt. "Little one, if this continues, Mother may not return today." Shun Miao had no choice but to offer further comfort. Her throat parched from reassurance, promising to return soon, before finally extricating herself and heading toward her maternal home. Chapter 26. The peculiar neighbor. As Shun Miao stood before the door, an undeniable tension gripped her heart, for ultimately, she was not the original owner of this body. She bit her lip, stepped inside, and rapped her knuckles against the door, yet no one answered. Puzzled, she wondered if perhaps no one was home. Undeterred, she knocked again, but still, silence reigned. "Mother, I have returned. Please open the door," she called tentatively. She recalled how the original owner would address her mother. Despite her penchant for idleness, she certainly knew how to charm her mother, who indulged her, thus nurturing the original owner's current disposition. The door remained resolutely shut, leaving Shun Miao feeling somewhat frustrated. Was it simply an inopportune time for her return? To prevent missing anything, she squatted at the entrance, waiting for the original owner's mother to return. However, 2 hours passed, translating to 4 hours in the post-apocalyptic context. Realizing that her mother might not return today, Shun Miao sighed, slowly rising to ease her now stiffened body. Perhaps it is best to return home, she murmured to herself. With thoughts of the formidable antagonist, Qing Chen, Shun Miao felt a headache brewing. Should she reveal the truth or concoct an excuse? As she pondered the 4 little ones at home, she sighed again, feeling utterly defeated by the father and son duo. The misdeeds of the original owner were now hers to atone for. What a predicament this was! Not far ahead, a middle-aged woman appeared before her. Oh, isn't this the youngest daughter of the Shun family? Have you come home? The woman appraised Shen Miao with a scrutinizing gaze. Frowning at her words, Shen Miao recognized this woman as their neighbor and questioned, "Aunt, do you know where my mother has gone? And why are my siblings not at home?" To her astonishment, the woman did not respond to her inquiries, but instead seized Shen Miao's arm, attempting to pull her away. "How would I know? You should leave quickly." "Leave? Why should she depart?" Shen Miao grasped the woman's hand, her gaze questioning, "But why?" "Aunt, you must provide me with a reason. This is my home. Why can I not return?" "Shen Miao, why are you so stubborn? I would not deceive you. You truly cannot return to this home," the woman insisted, her grip tightening as she dragged Shen Miao towards the village exit. As the woman seemed intent on expelling her, Shen Miao's gaze flickered, and suddenly, she wrenched her arm freed. "I apologize, Aunt, but I must know the reason." In her urgency to have Shen Miao leave, the woman failed to notice any changes within herself. Now, as she gazed into Shen Miao's eyes, she appeared momentarily taken aback. The former Shen Miao had been quite unappealing, her gaze murky and her demeanor irksome. Yet now, for some inexplicable reason, this plump female beast appeared rather comforting. Her eyes sparkling with clarity. Seeing the woman staring at her in a daze, Shen Miao knitted her brows. "Aunt, please speak. What exactly is happening? Has something occurred with my mother or siblings?" Realizing Shen Miao's misunderstanding, the woman's expression shifted to panic as she hastily released Shen Miao's arm, waving her hands at, "No, you misunderstood. Your mother and siblings are perfectly fine. Then why do you keep insisting I return home?" Truthfully, nothing had happened, yet the neighbor's behavior was exceedingly suspicious, leaving Shen Miao baffled about her intentions, or perhaps they had been involved in something unspeakable. A myriad of thoughts flashed through Shen Miao's mind. "You girl, being a mother yourself, how can you still be so troublesome? I assure you, Anne is urging you to leave for your own good." After a pause, the woman cautiously glanced around before continuing. "So, Miao Miao, could you please heed Aunt's advice and return home promptly?" Returning was out of the question. Shen Miao was determined to uncover the truth. She parted her lips to confront the woman. But at that moment, a familiar voice echoed from behind. "Is that not my sister? Why aren't you staying at your husband's home? What brings you back? Have you come to beg for food again?" Hearing that familiar voice, Shen Miao's heart fluttered with an inexplicable unease. Having survived in the apocalypse for so long, she had become adept at reading people. The tone indicated that the individual behind her intended to stir trouble. With this realization, Shen Miao's expression hardened, her grip tightening momentarily before relaxing. She lowered her gaze slightly to conceal her emotions. She was curious to see what this person, who had called her sister, intended to do. Slowly, she turned around to face the man, her mind suddenly recalling a name. Her brother, Shun Duo. Brother. The original owner's sibling had appeared, but where were their mother and that so-called sister-in-law? Shen Miao's brow furrowed as she scanned the surroundings. But she failed to spot either of them. "Brother," she said, maintaining her composure. "What is it? Have you returned to seek your brother or your mother? Did you come to whine?" Shen Duo retorted, "We have no food to spare for you." Listening to Shen Duo's words, Shen Miao's expression darkened. "Is that how you perceive me? Just a freeloader? Is there any other way to see you? What else can you do besides that? Just leave. This is no longer your home. We can't afford to keep you. What about mother? Where is she?" Upon hearing Shen Miao mention their mother, Shen Duo raised an eyebrow. "You have no right to know where she is. It wouldn't matter even if I told you. As you wouldn't care for her. Shen Miao, you little pest, just leave already." Dirtying my eyes, Shen Duo said impatiently. For many years, no one had ever spoken to her in such a manner. Understanding that her brother likely had a poor relationship with the original owner, she brushed it off. However, she did not expect such coarse language from him. "Brother, at the very least, I am your sister. Kindly watch your words," Shen Miao replied tersely, her patience wearing thin. After a brief pause, she continued, "I admit that I have been in the wrong all these years, occupying resources without contributing. However, brother, I have grown. I am no longer the same Shen Miao as before. Not the same Shen Miao anymore." Chapter 27. greedy relatives over the years. Shun Miao had repeated this line countless times, and it had become tiresome to Shun Duo's ears that he sneered internally, never believing that Shun Miao would truly change. Even if she did, she would inevitably revert to her old ways. Hadn't it always been so? As these thoughts crossed his mind, a glimmer of something flickered in Shun Duo's eyes. Shun Miao, you've said this more than once. You know? Taken aback by Shun Duo's response, Shun Miao realized that the original owner had indeed uttered those words more than once. That a sense of helplessness washed over her. The book had glossed over the original owner's character development, leaving her with little recourse. Shun Miao, every time you return from Qing Chen's house without having eaten, you stay for several days. I have tolerated this. After all, you are my sister. However, on one occasion, when your sister-in-law suffered an injury, you merely sat there, indifferent. By the time I returned, she had already developed lingering health issues. Shun Miao, do you realize what your most egregious act was? Your sister-in-law merely expressed a few words of criticism towards you, and you sought to tarnish her reputation. Tell me, Shun Miao, do you think I can still allow you to return? Our family cannot withstand your turmoil any longer. Regarding Shun Duo's repeated misdeeds, Shun Miao claimed that it would be disingenuous to say she was not shocked. Her plump body trembled slightly. Shun Miao truly did not anticipate that the original owner of this body could be so outrageous as to sully her sister-in-law's honor. How could the original owner lack such discernment? She felt incredibly unfortunate to have been thrust into this body. If given a chance, she would gladly exchange it for another or return to the apocalypse, where facing zombies would be preferable to confronting the original owner. It was simply too embarrassing in her childhood. When I fell ill, it was my father who boiled an egg for me. Yet you simply devoured it without a thought. As she spoke, Shun Duo pressed his lips together and continued. However, father never scolded you. One incident after another weighed heavily on Shun Miao's heart. Her expression complex, and she suddenly found herself at a loss for words. The original owner had committed numerous transgressions throughout her life, and Shun Miao could offer no rebuttal. She parted her lips and let out a heavy sigh. Suddenly, a slight woman appeared before her, embracing Shun Miao's corpulent form. Feeling the warmth emanating from the woman, Shun Miao suddenly felt a sense of closeness. She gazed at the woman's somewhat aged features, her eyes flickering with a hint of recognition. She thought, this woman must be the original owner's mother. Observing her protective embrace, Shun Miao's heart was filled with conflicting emotions. Despite such a person as the original owner, who had committed so many wrongs, still having a family to protect her, Shun Miao was truly at a loss for words. Contemplating the original owner's fate, that hadn't the original owner squandered a good hand of cards? If she had not engaged in such outrageous behavior, would the relationship between the siblings have deteriorated to this extent? Shun Duo had not anticipated his mother would suddenly appear to defend his sister. In that moment, he felt a mix of helplessness and resignation. Shun Duo slowly closed his eyes, concealing the pain within. Before reopening them, clarity returning to his gaze, that he should have grown accustomed to this, shouldn't he? Son, she is your sister. How can you speak of her like that? Their mother furrowed her brow, hearing his mother's words. Shun Duo suddenly found it quite amusing. His face remained cold as he retorted, Mother, why at this moment do you still choose to protect her? With that, Shun Duo abruptly stepped forward, confronting the elderly woman and the child before him, which he found quite jarring. Mother, why have you never shown favoritism towards me? Shun Duo exclaimed in anger. Shun Mother was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the young man before her to speak in such a manner. She lowered her gaze slightly before looking back at him. Because you are the elder brother, you should accommodate your sister. Once again, hearing this phrase, Shun Duo felt weary. He coldly reprimanded. Until when do you intend to favor her? Do you even regard our family as a family? In truth, Shun Duo wished to articulate or inquire whether their mother ever considered him her son. He had never felt like a member of the Shun family. Seeing her brother berate their mother, Shun Miao frowned. She raised her hand to embrace Shun Mother, addressing the man before them. What do you call shouting at our mother? After a pause, Shun Miao continued. Brother, if you are truly dissatisfied, perhaps you should heed my suggestion. Her suggestion? What good advice could this plump girl offer? Shun Duo raised an eyebrow. What proposal could you possibly have? Do share, we shall hunt together. If we win, I will take mother away. If we lose, I will no longer return to this home. Shun Miao declared nonchalantly, her desire to take her mother with her genuine, for the elderly woman was indeed too frail. When she embraced her, she could feel only bones, clearly. Even in the absence of the original owner, this so-called brother would not care for Shin mother properly. Shin Duo found no grounds to refute this proposal. He had little faith that he would lose to his overweight sister. A faint smile graced his lips. Very well. Let us begin. Upon uttering those words, the siblings engaged in an intense hunting session. Approximately 2 hours later, they emerged at the village entrance, where their mother awaited anxiously. She showed little reaction to Shun Miao's intention to take her away, as both were her children. However, Shun Miao and her brother did not share the same sentiment. Shun Miao held a dead rabbit in her hands while the man beside her trembled uncontrollably, his face pale, as if frightened. "Mother, we are back," Shun Miao smiled at Shun Mother. Shun Mother grasped Shun Miao's arm, inspecting her from head to toe. Only when she confirmed that both Shun Miao and her son were uninjured did she finally relax. Yet, noticing Shun Duo's pallor, she furrowed her brow. "What is wrong with you?" Listening to their mother, Shun Duo snorted coldly and turned away in silence. Seeing her brother's demeanor, Shun Miao's gaze flickered as she suddenly grasped their mother's hand. "Brother, a bet is a bet. I will take mother away." With that, Shun Miao attempted to lead their mother away from the village. "Hey, wait! Don't go!" Shun Duo suddenly turned around, calling out to Shun Miao. Shun Miao raised an eyebrow, her eyes reflecting a flicker of something. "Brother, what do you intend to do? Leave something behind. Otherwise, do not leave. We shall consider all previous matters between us siblings settled." Observing Shun Duo's magnanimous demeanor, Shun Miao found it somewhat amusing. "Then you may be disappointed, for I possess nothing of value." After a moment, her gaze turned icy. "However, brother, your actions are no different from mine in the past. They are merely shameless." Without waiting for Shun Duo to respond, she had already taken their mother's hand and left the village. Intending to bring her to the home she shared with Qing Chen, uncertain if her husband would agree. Chapter 028. Learning to hunt my daughter. Do you think bringing me back will trouble Qing Chen? "Perhaps I should leave," Shin Mother said cautiously. The elderly woman and the young girl gazed at the house in the distance. Truthfully, Shun Miao felt apprehensive, more so than when she had initially sought her mother. It must be noted that the antagonist was unpredictable, and she had yet to fully grasp Qing Chen's temperament. Taking a deep breath, Shun Miao steadied her emotions, gently patting the wrinkled back of her mother's hand. "Do not worry, mother. We'll be fine." Indeed, even if the antagonist was truly capricious, he could not possibly harm an elderly woman, especially in his early days. He could not be so heartless. "Children, look who your mother has brought back." Shin Miao feigned cheerfulness, deciding to approach the children first. Upon hearing Shun Miao's voice, the children turned in unison towards the source, their eyes lighting up upon recognizing the figure at the door. "Mother, you have returned. Mother, Airbao missed you. Mother." The 4 small children surrounded Shin Miao, clinging to her waist and reluctant to let go, yearning for the warmth she radiated. "Mother, we thought you would not come back." Airbao buried his head against Shun Miao's waist, speaking softly. Truthfully, they had been quite frightened these past few days, fearing that their mother would truly abandon them, leaving them as children without a mother. "Silly child, what are you saying?" Shun Miao said, raising her hand to stroke the heads of the 4 children. Her gaze softened, and in that moment, she truly resembled a mother. Sanbao, being quite lively, glanced at the elderly woman beside Shin Miao. Seeing the woman regard him with a kind expression, he suddenly felt shy. Sanbao instinctively shrank away, inadvertently pushing Dabao and Airbao aside, both of whom were quite surprised by his action, not having expected such behavior from their older brother. "Sanbao, why did you push us?" Both exclaimed in unison, prompting Sanbao to smile awkwardly at them before turning to his mother. "Mother, who is she?" Upon hearing Sanbao's question, Shun Miao felt a moment of disorientation. She brushed aside the pang in her heart and gently ruffled Sanbao's hair. "She's your grandmother, mother's mother." Indeed, she had just forgotten that these 4 children had never met the original owner's mother and were entirely unaware of their maternal grandmother's existence. The original owner had never regarded these 4 children as family. However, Shun Miao puzzled over why the original owner, despite lacking affection for her children, had chosen to give birth to them. All right, call her grandmother. Shun Miao encouraged the 4 children with a gentle smile. The children blinked in unison, looking at Shun Mother as they called out, "Grandmother, ah, good children, but grandmother did not bring any gifts. Please do not hold it against me." Shun Mother replied, feeling the intensity of their gaze. Shun Miao's heart quivered as she raised her head, and their eyes met. Shun Miao looked at Qing Chen, biting her lip before turning to her mother. "Mother, why don't you take the children out to play? I have something to discuss with my husband." "Husband?" Hearing Shun Miao's words, Shun Mother looked at the man behind the children, her gaze flickering. "All right, Mother understands." Mother Shin left the room with her 4 children and headed to the courtyard. I could see that moment. Only Shun Miao and Qing Chen remained in the room, observing the man who had risen to his feet. Shun Miao bit her lip and murmured, "Your leg is better now." She appeared somewhat uneasy in Qing Chen's presence. Noticing Shun Miao's demeanor, Qing Chen's gaze darkened slightly. "Yes, thank you for your care, I brought my mother to stay." Shun Miao said cautiously, "You have no objections, do you?" Qing Chen, she was genuinely apprehensive that Qing Chen might refuse. Otherwise, she would be at a loss for what to do. She certainly could not take her mother to sleep on the streets. Shun Miao awaited Qing Chen's response with trepidation, yet he remained silent. She bit her lip, wondering if his silence indicated anger. With this thought, Shun Miao stepped closer to Qing Chen and said, "Rest assured, I will take care of my mother myself. I will prepare her meals. Husband, what do you think?" The term husband struck a chord in Qing Chen's heart, causing his eyelids to flutter. For some reason, it felt different this time. However, he still said nothing, merely offering a faint acknowledgement. Seeing Qing Chen's response, Shun Miao interpreted it as tacit approval. A smile crept on her lips as she exclaimed, "Husband, are you hungry? I'll go prepare dinner right away." Without waiting for Qing Chen to react, she dashed into the kitchen, and soon, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, just as Shun Miao placed the food on the table. A sudden commotion erupted from outside. In a panic, San Bao rushed in front of Shun Miao. "What's wrong?" Shun Miao knelt to meet San Bao's gaze. San Bao's face was pale, his eyes filled with terror. He appeared thoroughly frightened as he pointed toward the door. "Mother, there are 2 men outside causing trouble for grandmother." Hearing San Bao's words, Shun Miao's expression darkened. She took San Bao's hand and hurried outside, only to find Shin Duo and an elderly man tugging at Shun Mu. Suddenly, a name flashed through Shun Miao's mind. Shun Mu, her father. The father of the original owner? A hint of astonishment crossed her eyes as she quickly approached Shin Mu. Pushing aside her father's hand and speaking in a firm voice, "Father, what are you doing?" Upon seeing Shun Miao's plump figure, Shin Mu scoffed. "Humph, you still recognize me as your father? Your brother has informed me of everything. Hand over what you owe me at once." Shun Miao narrowed her eyes slightly at her father's words. "Father, even if someone has passed away, it is essential to understand the circumstances. You cannot simply take your brother's word for it. If you are to demand something, you must inform me of what it is." Taken aback by Shun Miao's unexpected retort, Shun Mu furrowed his brow, perplexed by her response, fearing that Shun Mu might discern something troubling. Shin Duo interjected nervously. "Father, she's feigning ignorance. I told you it's something of great importance. Have you forgotten? The most vital possession of our beast tribe is the beast crystal." With that, Shin Duo turned to Shun Miao, his expression righteous as he insisted, "Shun Miao, will you hand over the beast's soul stone? Otherwise, I, as your elder brother, will not be so courteous." Having gathered information about the beast's soul stone while reading this book, Shun Miao understood its significance and was resolute in not relinquishing it easily. Observing the 4 frightened children nearby, her heart ached. She addressed the father and son coldly. "Let us discuss this outside. I do not wish to frighten the children." After dinner, Shun Miao routinely administered medicine to Qing Chen and mentioned her mother's stay, though she did not divulge everything, only stating that her mother would be living there for a time. Qing Chen said nothing, allowing her to decide. Shun Miao was quite pleased with his attitude. She called the little ones to come in, one by one, and tucked them into B.E.S. There was little entertainment at night. Once darkness fell, it was time to sleep. The children were still a bit excited and reluctant to sleep, so Shun Miao allowed them to play on the bed. The youngest, Si Bao, tugged at Shun Miao's clothes, and declared loudly, "I want to sleep with mother." Shun Miao glanced at Qing Chen, smiling silently as I bow. Looking somewhat aggrieved, asked, "Mother, is that not allowed? Ask your father." After all, Qing Chen valued the children more than anything else, and whether they could sleep with her depended on his consent. Qing Chen readily agreed. Having spent time with Shun Miao, he had come to understand that she would not harm the children and cared for them, just as he did. He would be unkind to deny such a small request after all she had done for them. With Qing Chen's approval, Shun Miao carried Si Bao to her own room as Bao was bursting with excitement. It was her first time sleeping with mother. Upon being placed on the bed, she rolled around, keeping even the elder beast beside her from resting peacefully. However, the elder beast merely smiled, watching Si Bao play. "Grandma, I'm so happy today the three of us are sleeping together." The elder beast, concerned that Si Bao's excitement might prevent her from sleeping, urged her to lie down. Yet true to form, Si Bao remained wide awake for quite some time, nestled in Shun Miao's embrace, clutching her clothes and rubbing against her while emitting little pig-like snorts. Shun Miao gently patted her back and said softly, "Little one, how about I sing you a song?" There were songs in the tribe, though quite simple, beasts expressing their emotions through stirring roars after a successful hunt, which constituted the tribe's music. Shun Miao sang a lullaby, soft and warm, and with her melodious voice, it was not long before Si Bao fell asleep. "I enter dreams," she mused. "Mother sings so beautifully. How does she know how to do everything? She is so amazing." That night, Si Bao's dreams were painted in shades of pink, bubbling with joy. Shun Miao rummaged through the shelves, picking up a pack of candy here and a pack of cookies there, but ultimately set them aside. She felt that while those might suffice as snacks, they lacked the proper gravitas for a birthday celebration. After much deliberation, she decided to use eggs and flour, preparing to attempt making a cake. Indeed, today marked the birthdays of her 4 little ones, and Shun Miao wished to surprise them. The supermarket had a bakery, and Shun Miao entered to make the cake, having successfully baked cakes in her past life. She felt quite confident in her skills. However, an unexpected incident occurred during the process. Shun Miao accidentally cut her finger, and blood flowed out. She gasped, about to seek a band-aid to tend to the wound. Just then, the bleeding gradually ceased, and the cut began to heal, completely mending within 2 minutes. Shun Miao was taken aback, bewildered. What was happening? Could she possess some special constitution? No, this body had always been normal. Like any ordinary person, it would take time to heal from an injury. So, had she activated a healing function? The idea of a supermarket possessing healing abilities seemed absurd, yet given her experience of transmigrating into a book, what could she not accept? Quickly regaining her composure, Shun Miao viewed this as an unexpected blessing and continued her cake-making endeavors. The little ones, as usual, played exuberantly until Shun Miao called them back for dinner. And one by one, they returned, drenched in sweat. "Mother, what are we having today?" San Bao inquired as he approached. Shun Miao smiled mysteriously and pointed to the stone table. "Take a look for yourself." The children's eyes widened in astonishment as they gazed at what lay before them, letting out a spine-tingling scream. "Wow, what is this?" They surrounded the exquisite, incredible creation, inspecting it from all angles, unable to take their eyes off it. "Is this a toy?" "Fool! This is food. Smell it. It's so fragrant." The children began to argue among themselves. Shun Miao smiled and explained, "This is called a fruit cake. Today is your birthday, and Mother made it especially to celebrate. Do you like it?" In unison, the children exclaimed, "We love it." It was evident they truly adored it, as little drool began to drip from their mouths. However, without Shun Miao's permission, they remained well-behaved, not touching the cake. Pleased with their behavior, Shun Miao took out a plastic knife and began to slice the cake. The children were thoughtful, giving the first piece to Qing Chen, the second to Shun Miao, the third to the elder beast, and dividing the remainder among themselves. The cake's delightful flavor was irresistible to any child, and the little ones were no exception. As they took their first bites, the sweet taste danced down their throats, and their eyes widened in surprise. "It's so delicious!" Si Bao exclaimed joyfully, unable to find words to express her exuberance. Simply resorting to vocalizing her happiness, the steady Bao also found it difficult to contain his joy. joining his siblings in unrestrained merriment. What's this red thing? It's sweet and crumbly. Where does it come from? The curiosity of the little ones was piqued, and Bao pointed to the red morsel, asking Shun Miao, "Mother, what is this?" Shun Miao glanced over, her expression somewhat unnatural. It was a dragon fruit. She had meticulously selected numerous fruits, most of which existed in this world. Yet she had inadvertently overlooked this particular one. Her surprise. Bao was remarkably perceptive and instantly noticed it. Maintaining a smile, Shun Miao informed Bao, "This is a type of wild fruit that I discovered in the mountains. I thought it was delicious and wanted you all to try it." The little ones, being still quite young, had a world that only encompassed their tribe. They were oblivious to anything beyond it, and thus readily accepted Shun Miao's words. Only the old female beast nearby appeared somewhat puzzled. Was there truly such a wild fruit on the mountain? She had never seen one before, but then again, she seldom ventured up the mountain, and with that thought, she felt reassured. The little ones adored the taste of dragon fruit, and upon hearing it could be found on the mountain, they all clamored for Shun Miao to take them there. Shun Miao felt somewhat troubled. There were none on the mountain, and if they existed, she could certainly take them. But, "Mother, please take us," the little ones pleaded, having instinctively learned how to whine. Chapter 030. Danger. Not wanting to disappoint them, Shun Miao reluctantly agreed. Conversely, the old female beast was somewhat apprehensive. After all, the forest was teeming with wild beasts, and the children could easily encounter danger, making it difficult for Shun Miao to protect them alone. Shun Miao reassured her, "It's fine. We won't venture deep inside. Just take a look around the outskirts. It should be safe." She also asked her mother to keep an eye on a little Qing Chen, to which the old female beast readily complied. Thus, Shun Miao brought the 4 little ones up the mountain. The little ones were overjoyed. It was their first time entering the mountains, and everything they saw was fascinating. They expressed that once they grew up and hunted plenty, Shun Miao wouldn't have to work so hard. Shun Miao chuckled quietly at their innocence, unwilling to shatter their enthusiasm. The little ones were highly spirited, yet they didn't even recognize what the wild fruit trees looked like. Shun Miao patiently pointed them out, but since they remained near the mountain's edge, most of the wild fruits had already been picked. "Where are the wild fruits? I can't see them," the little ones said, a hint of impatience in their voices. Shun Miao led them to a slightly secluded area, and indeed, they discovered wild persimmons and some pine cones there. The little ones competed to see who could gather the most wild fruit, bustling about like spinning tops, darting back and forth between the fallen fruits and their baskets. They seemed tireless, and instead were elated at having found food. Suddenly, Bao dashed up to Shun Miao, holding up a fledgling bird. "Mother, this little bird can't find its mother." Shun Miao looked down to see her son's small hand cradling a fledgling that had yet to fully grow its feathers. The expressions of both child and bird mirrored each other in their adorably bewildered state, and Shun Miao felt an overwhelming fondness, smiling as she accepted the fledgling. It must have fallen from its nest. The little ones craned their necks to look up and indeed spotted a bird's nest atop the tree from which the fledgling had fallen. "Wow, it fell from so high," they exclaimed, feeling a pang of sympathy as the fledgling could not fly back up. "It's all right. I can help it back up," Shun Miao said, bringing joy to the little ones. However, given Shun Miao's size, climbing trees was a bit of a challenge. Fortunately, the tree was not particularly straight, and with her strength far exceeding that of ordinary female beasts, she adapted quickly and ascended with ease. Placing the fledgling back in the nest, she noticed that the mother bird was absent, but there were other fledglings inside. Shun Miao refrained from disturbing them. After ensuring the fledgling was safely back, she descended. It was said that some larger birds were extremely sensitive. If their nests were disturbed, they would abandon the young ones inside. Having successfully descended from a tree, Shun Miao found herself met with 4 pairs of bright, eager eyes. She raised an eyebrow. "Mother, teach us how to climb trees." The 4 little ones clamored, including Bao. Shun Miao felt a wave of adoration wash over her from their enthusiastic admiration. Climbing trees was not difficult, especially for the little ones who were inherently beasts. It was even simpler for them. Shun Miao selected a small tree, offered a few pointers, and soon the little ones grasped the concept. Starting to scamper between the trees, they even climbed the persimmon tree, plucking the fruits and tossing them directly into their baskets, only for the persimmons to burst open. The little ones erupted in laughter. Having experienced their first adventure, the little ones developed a keen interest in the mountains, and every time Shen Miao planned to head up the mountain, they would beg her to take them along. Shen Miao ceased to agree. Her purpose in ascending the mountain was for hunting. When prey appeared, she could not afford to be distracted by the little ones. They were still far too young. She would wait until they were a bit older. Little did she know, due to a moment of carelessness, a disaster was nearly averted at Bao, being quite the adventurous spirit, believed there were so many edible wild fruits in the forest that if he could just bring them all back, they would never go hungry again. Thus, when no one was paying attention, the little ones stealthily ventured up the mountain. When Shen Miao inquired about Bao, everyone realized that he had been missing for quite a while. Upon investigation, it seemed he had vanished during the little one's afternoon nap. Shen Miao held on to a glimmer of hope, thinking perhaps Bao was merely being mischievous and had run off to play with other little ones in the tribe. She went to the tribe to ask around, only to be informed by someone in the know that Bao had gone up the mountain. Panic-stricken, Shen Miao felt her heart race. He was just a 5-year-old child, and the mountain was fraught with danger. She could vividly imagine the scene of her little one being devoured by a fierce beast, sending chills down her spine. As Shen Miao sprinted up the mountain, she prayed fervently that Bao would be safe, that nothing would happen to him. The forest was vast, and she returned to the area where she had previously taken them, searching frantically while calling out Bao's name. During her search, she spotted a few scattered wild persimmons, which appeared to have been hastily discarded. The little one had indeed come this way and had encountered danger. Shen Miao was frantic, calling out loudly, Bao, where are you? If you can hear me, respond to Mother. A faint rustling sound emerged from the nearby bushes, followed by a dirty little head poking out. Mother, I'm over here. Shen Miao quickly turned. Scooping Bao into her arms, she discovered he had hidden himself in a small pit, the origin of which was unknown. It was not large, just the perfect size to conceal him entirely. Are you hurt? Does anything ache? Shen Miao examined Bao thoroughly, her usual gentleness replaced by a hoarse urgency. Bao shrank his shoulders, realizing his mother was not smiling. This stern demeanor frightened him. Yet he quickly remembered something more pressing and urgently gestured to Shen Miao. Mother, let us go, there's a spider. A really big spider. Shen Miao's heart sank. The spider could not have been that enormous. Bao must have encountered a demon spider. No wonder he was so frightened. That creature was as large as a grinding wheel, and its silk could suffocate a person. Shen Miao seized Bao and bolted. Suddenly, there was a commotion behind them as if something large was pursuing them. Upon glancing back, Shen Miao was met with the horrifying visage of the demon spider. Instantly, her feet felt as though they had been swept away by a gale. The demon spider relentlessly pursued them. Bao clung tightly to Shen Miao's shoulder, his eyes wide in fear as he clearly saw the demon spider closing in, his eyes reddening, covering his mouth with his small hands to suppress his sobs. Shen Miao ran for over 10 miles, and not only had she failed to shake off the demon spider, but the distance between them shrank. Realizing this was untenable, Shen Miao halted, placing Bao on the ground. Bao, run ahead and don't stop. Mother will catch up with you soon. Mother! Bao pouted, on the verge of tears. Hurry, run. Remember, don't look back. Shen Miao gave Bao a gentle push, not caring about anything else as the demon spider was right on their heels. With tears streaming down his face, Bao staggered forward. Shen Miao did not pause for a moment. She summoned supplies from her space, retrieving clothing and a lighter. She remembered that many animals feared fire. She wondered if this creature would as well, and decided to give it a try. Igniting the clothing, Shen Miao hurled it towards the demon spider. Screech! The creature, upon seeing the fireball approaching, let out a horrid scream and swiftly turned to flee. Chapter 031. A change of beef only when that creature had vanished did Shen Miao finally exhale in relief and hurried to find Bao. Given his small stature and short legs, he had not ventured far. Upon seeing Shen Miao return, he lunged into her embrace, trembling all over. Shen Miao comforted him by patting his little shoulder. The little one was utterly terrified and refused to leave Shen Miao's arms. Shen Miao had no choice but to hold him tightly and tend to his wounds. Although the little fellow had not sustained serious injuries, he had fallen numerous times while evading the demon spider, resulting in various scrapes on his hands and feet. Nevertheless, he remained quite strong, gritting his teeth to suppress his cries in her healing space. Shun Miao retrieved iodine swabs and gauze, carefully cleaning the little one's wounds. Fortunately, she had previously activated this healing function, which contained a comprehensive array of medicinal supplies. Otherwise, she would have had no idea where to find medicine now. Yes, she dabbed the iodine on his wounds. The little one trembled slightly but still refrained from making a sound. This display of bravery was admirable, yet his behavior made it difficult for Shun Miao to bear. "Does it hurt? Will you dare to do it again next time?" S expression was stern, her tone severe. When the little one was injured, he did not cry. Even while hiding in the pit, he remained silent. However, under his reprimand, tears began to cascade down his cheeks. He buried his head deep in his embrace. Refusing to reveal his face, felt the area grow damp with his tears. After a brief pause, she resolutely turned the little one's face toward her, insisting that he meet her gaze. His tears fell in large droplets, rendering him quite pitiable. "Why are you not answering? Mother is asking you a question. Will you dare to venture into the mountains alone again?" His anxiety grew. This little one was far too reckless. Should another incident occur, she might not be able to reach him in time. Thus, it was imperative to extinguish the danger at its source. The little one cried out in anguish. "Woo-woo, I want to do it again." "Mother, I promise." His sobs were heart-wrenching. His expression softened slightly. "Remember this. If there's a next time, you shall never see your mother again, nor your brothers and sisters, not even your father. Do you understand how frightening that would be?" "I'm scared. I only wanted to help Mother and gather more food for the family. I never expected to encounter the demon spider." The little one sniffled. His heart melted at his words, and she lifted him in her arms as they made their way home, imparting wisdom along the way. "You're still just a child. Your only duty is to grow up healthy. Leave the family matters to me. What need is there for me if you take on such burdens?" During the journey home, shared her thoughts on the matter. Upon arriving, the little one fell asleep, his face still stained with tears. The other children, led by the old female beast, awaited at the door. When they saw her return, they rushed towards her in a flurry. All is well. The little one simply exhausted himself and fell asleep. "Everyone, please return now." Knowing the children were anxious, reassured them of his condition, prompting a collective sigh of relief. She carried into his room, briefly recounting the events, omitting the mention of the demon spider for fear of frightening. Despite this, was still furious and roused from his slumber, delivering a stern lecture, sat there dejectedly, obediently absorbing the reprimand. Noticing this, summoned the other children to discuss the dangers of venturing into the mountains alone, sternly warning them not to do so without her guidance. The children agreed dutifully, yet remained uneasy, vowing to keep a closer eye on them in the future. After the fright, developed a high fever that night. Had anticipated this and administered medicine, using cold water to wipe him down for physical cooling. Thankfully, by dawn, the fever subsided. However, the scare left listless for several days that refrained from excessive consolation. Young ones must learn from their mistakes to truly remember them. Her trips to the mountains had become somewhat routine. Once their meat supplies were depleted, she would venture out, often yielding game caught in the trap she had prepared in advance. With this skill, her household never lacked for meat. On one occasion, while descending the mountain with 2 wild deer, noticed a gathering of people near her wooden cabin. Alarmed, she assumed trouble was brewing and approached with an assertive demeanor. "You have finally returned. Hurry, the Ice Tiger clan has sent someone. They wish to trade for the beast crystals in your possession." A feline beast man called out that was momentarily taken aback. "The Ice Tiger clan? What could they want with her?" "Oh, they wish to trade for beast crystals." Recently, she had indeed acquired a considerable amount. But how did they know? Maintaining her composure, approached and inquired, "Brother Cat, what is this Ice Tiger clan you speak of?" "I'm not familiar with them and have had no dealings." The young man stepped forward, flashing a friendly smile. "That I am a member of the Ice Tiger clan. You must be that I heard you possess many beast crystals, and we have come to propose a trade." His attempt to ingratiate himself was evident, but, recognizing the courtesy in his demeanor, nodded slightly. "I do have beast crystals, but I am not inclined to trade." "Please take your leave." Grew anxious, exclaiming, Please take a moment to look at what we have brought. We urgently need high-quality beast crystals that I implore you. He showcased their offerings, an array of precious herbs, finely crafted trinkets made from beast teeth, a substantial quantity of meat, and even a tamed live cow. The sight of the cow made his heart race with excitement. Capturing a cow was one thing. The challenge lay in the taming process. With 4 growing children at home, having a steady supply of milk would greatly benefit them, especially as they were smaller than their peers due to previous hardships if they could drink milk daily. She believed they would quickly catch up in growth. Naturally, had no shortage of milk at her supermarket, but she needed a reason to procure it. With this cow, she could justify her purchases of various dairy products. I do not possess an abundance of high-quality beast crystals, stated, clarifying her position. If the Ice Tiger clan sought the red-grade crystals, they might as well leave now, quickly replied. Brown grade or higher will suffice. I understand this is a tall order, but we are truly in urgent need, or we wouldn't have come all this way to open her mouth to respond, but continued. I know you have a red-grade beast crystal. To be honest, that's why we came, that if you're unsatisfied with our offerings, please let me know your needs. I will do my utmost to fulfill them, that we simply hope you will part with it. Hesitated, realizing that it fixed his gaze on a red-grade beast crystal. She had intended to give it to, but he had refused, leaving it with her. She held little attachment to the beast crystals. Trading them would not bother her, as she could always hunt more in the future. Furthermore, this ailment could not be cured by mere crystals, so she agreed, primarily because she was so pleased with the cow. Thus, they reached an agreement that accepted the offered goods and exchanged them for the beast crystal, both parties departing satisfied, much to the envy of the onlookers. Once inside, secured the cow in the yard and, after ensuring everyone had left, she closed the door and gathered her children to milk the cow. Her satisfaction with the new addition to their family was palpable, and her joy was infectious. That evening, the family enjoyed fresh milk, including, though he claimed not to like it, knew he was saving it for the younger ones. She reminded him that there was plenty of milk and that his health required it. One cow, of course, could not sustain the entire family, but with supermarket, she could easily procure as much as they desired. Upon hearing this, silently picked up his bowl and drank, having barely touched his milk. Noticed watching and, feeling guilty, covered his bowl and quietly protested, "Mother, the milk doesn't taste good." Seeing the other children also hesitant, understood they had previously gone without food, let alone milk. This was their first encounter with it. And their discomfort was entirely natural, that resolved that with daily consumption, they would soon adapt. Moreover, she contemplated ways to create delightful dishes using the milk. She informed them that milk would help them grow taller, prompting the children, especially, and to pinch their noses and drink, eager to grow, that observed interacting with the children, his gaze instinctively drawn to her. The face he once found repugnant now seemed less so, that entrusted the task of caring for the cow to the children, who were fascinated by their new family member. Each day, they returned with armfuls of grass to feed the cow. One day, eavesdropped on their feeding session and heard encouraging the cow, "You must eat a lot of grass to produce plenty of milk." No picky eating. Mother said that picky eaters are not good children, that he even reached out to pat the cow. The cow, in turn, cooperatively licked up the grass offered to it, compared to the care of animals. The children exhibited remarkable patience, much like the snow wolf pups, visibly growing as they embraced their roles as caregivers. However, should anyone dare to infringe upon their newfound family member, the children were not to be underestimated. The tribe had learned that had traded a beast crystal for the cow, which now provided them with daily milk, leading some, to covet the milk for themselves, convinced that anything belonging to's family was rightfully hers. Seized the opportunity one day, when left the house and the children were busy gathering grass. She stealthily entered his home, armed with washed beast skins, and hurriedly attempted to milk the cow. However, the cow was not compliant, persistently moving about and refusing to allow to milk it. "You stubborn beast, behave yourself." Elju lowered her voice and reprimanded. How could a beast understand human speech? Not only did the creature remain unrepentant, but it nearly kicked Elju as well. The commotion was so great that the old female beast inside was startled and hurried out to investigate. Upon seeing an outsider in her home milking the cow, the old female beast quickly inquired, "Who are you, and what business do you have milking my cow?" Elju attempted to justify herself, saying, I was sent here by Shun Miao. The old female beast remained skeptical. Just then, the cubs returned, cheerfully carrying a large bundle of fodder. Upon spotting Elju standing before their cow, with milk in her beast skin, they were instantly incensed. Our Bao charged forward, exclaiming, You wicked female beast! How dare you steal our cow's milk? I'll make you pay. Recently, with a better diet at home, Bao had gained some weight and strength, and Elju was nearly knocked down by his charge. She screamed, What are you doing, you rude little cub? This is all your uncouth and detestable mother's doing. You shall not speak of her in such a manner. The Bao rushed over as well. Stealing from our home and insulting my family. You vile female beast. San Bao followed closely behind, expressing his disdain, while Xiao Si Bao stomped his feet angrily. Elju found herself surrounded by the cubs. Nearly having her beast skin skirt torn off, in a fit of rage, she yelled, Stop it! Stop right now, you little brats, from outside. Shun Miao witnessed Elju approaching and rushed back, only to find this chaotic scene. Upon seeing her, Elju shouted, Shun Miao, how could you incite your cubs to harm others? This is beyond unacceptable. They are just children, and you have raised them to behave this way. What would Qing Chen think? Initially anxious, Shun Miao, upon seeing the cubs gaining the upper hand, couldn't help but smile. She crossed her arms and retorted, Have my cubs harmed you, or insulted you in any way? No. Then be quiet, that Tio steal milk, and still be so brazen. Who gave you the audacity? Elju, flustered and angry, replied, What is wrong with me milking Qing Chen Ji's cow? You don't need all that milk anyway. You have plenty of meat. Would it be so wrong for me to take a little? Why don't you ever bring some to me? Elju, feeling humiliated, pushed through the cubs and made her way outside. As she passed Shun Miao, she lamented, Shun Miao, you are so detestable. Once Qing Chen recovers, he will surely send you away. Don't get too proud. Shun Miao responded with a cold laugh. Elju stormed off, increasingly agitated. In the past, she had always outshone Shun Miao, and the beastmen had loathed her. Yet now Shun Miao seemed to be rising in prominence. She could hunt and exchange beast crystals for numerous goods. How could all that not belong to her? If only it were hers. Shun Miao, indifferent to Elju's inner turmoil, called the cubs over, saying sternly, In the future, if you encounter such situations, do not confront them. Come find your mother, understood? If Elju harbors ill intentions and attempts to harm you, it will be too late for regrets. The cubs, though somewhat confused, all nodded obediently. On her way back, Elju encountered Ling Shi. With a crafty glint in her eye, she approached warmly. Where are you headed? Esteemed elder, Ling, she gestured towards Shun Miao's home. I'm going to my son's house. They've acquired a cow, and I haven't seen it yet. That I thought I'd take a look today. The whole tribe knew that Ling, she was greedy and indifferent to her own cubs. Her claim of merely wanting to see was merely a guise to gain benefits. Elju quickly chimed in. You certainly should go take a look. I've heard that cow produces milk every day. Asked their elder. They should be honoring you. The more she spoke, the angrier Ling she became, and she dismissed Elju with a wave of her hand. Enough, I shan't converse with you any longer. I must be off. As she turned to leave, Elju, still smarting from her earlier reprimand, decided to follow her to witness the spectacle. Today, Shun Miao's home was indeed bustling with activity. Troublemakers arrived one after another. Ling, she stood at the door, calling out, Qing Chen, do you still recognize me as your mother? Upon hearing the voice, Shun Miao's expression darkened immediately. The cubs looked up at her anxiously. It's Grandma, do not be afraid. Shun Miao reassured them, stroking their heads. She then stood up, stepping outside with a forced smile. What do you mean by that, mother? Qing Chen is well known for his filial piety across several nearby tribes. Shouting like this will only bring us unwanted attention. You wicked female beast, you've manipulated my son into submission, clutching my cubs in your grasp, forcing him to obey your every command, even forgetting his own mother. Ling Shi glared fiercely at Shun Miao. Elju, hiding behind a tree, smirked at this, knowing that Ling Shi had a way to deal with this unpleasant situation. Shun Miao raised an eyebrow. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I not acknowledge you? Qing Chen would never dare. He often expresses his regrets about not being able to fulfill his filial duties towards you. Upon hearing this, Ling Shi's eyes lit up, and she quickly exclaimed, "What do you mean there's no way to be filial? Just look at this fine cow you have here. I want to even ask for you to bring it over. Just send me a portion of milk each day. Surely this is not an unreasonable request." She felt triumphant, certain that Shun Miao wouldn't dare refuse. If she did, the label of unfilial would swiftly be pinned upon her. However, she conveniently forgot that if Shun Miao were concerned with her reputation, she wouldn't be so universally disliked within the tribe. Indeed, the moment Shin Miao heard Ling Shi's words, she immediately placed her hands on her hips. "Are you dreaming? We barely have enough milk for ourselves. Why should I give you any? Have you taken care of Qing Chen during his injury or fed my cubs even once? Since you haven't tea, close your mouth and leave quietly, or I won't hesitate to sever ties with you." Ling Shi began to wail loudly. "Qing Chen, look at how your female beast is bullying your mother. I can't live like this any longer. Come out, or I'll be bullied to death by your female beast, you unfilial son." Furious, Shun Miao realized that Ling Shi showed no concern for Qing Chen whatsoever. What kind of mother would shout and create turmoil while her son was recovering? Was she hoping he would perish sooner? "What are you shouting about? Get out of here immediately," Shun Miao shouted in a low voice. Ling Shi disregarded her, pushing past her and storming into Qing Chen's room, determined to compel him to agree to her demand for daily milk. Qing Chen sat up, looking impassively at his mother as she entered. Upon meeting his indifferent gaze, Ling Shi felt a twinge of fear, but quickly steeled herself with thoughts of the milk, crying out, "Qing Chen, your female beast is bullying me. Are you just going to stand by?" "Mother, I cannot intervene," Qing Chen replied in a calm voice devoid of emotion. Ling Shi, frantic, shouted, "How can you not intervene? You are a beast man, the head of the household. Your word is law. She must comply. Now tell your female beast to bring me a portion of milk every day." The tone was almost commanding, filled with an unyielding authority. Qing Chen's eyes flashed with mockery. Instead of complying, he asked a seemingly unrelated question. "Mother, I am unwell." Ling Shi, growing impatient, replied, "If you're unwell, tell Shin Miao. What do you want from me? I only ask if you will provide the milk or not." At this point, Qing Chen no longer wished to speak. His mother was utterly indifferent to his existence. Whether he lived or died was of no concern to her. Only her precious milk mattered. With no expectations left, Qing Chen's eyes dimmed, his expression growing colder. The cow was brought back by Shun Miao using the beast crystal she had hunted. Everything in their home was managed by her. If her son were dying, he could no longer provide anything for her, so she should leave. With that, he turned his back and ignored Ling Shi. Ling Shi was taken aback by Qing Chen's dismissal. Left speechless, "Qing Chen, are you truly forsaking your mother? What sin have I committed?" She began to beat her thighs and wail. Shun Miao seized her by the arm and dragged her outside, slamming the door shut, leaving Ling Shi to shout and scream outside. She allowed the 4 cubs to play by themselves while she entered Qing Chen's room. "That I've thrown her out. You won't hold it against me, will you?" Shun Miao stated directly that if Qing Chen were to blame her, she would accept it, but from that point onward, she would not be obligated to do anything for him. Qing Chen replied with a simple, "You did the right thing." Those words brought a smile to Shun Miao's face. The villain still had a clear understanding of the situation. Elated, Shun Miao couldn't help but lean closer to Qing Chen. Qing Chen frowned and shifted away, but she feigned ignorance, leaning in closer and softly asking, "I heard from the cubs that you didn't drink any milk today." "Not at all," Qing Chen quickly denied. "Really? Then why are you avoiding me?" Shun Miao placed her hand on his shoulder. Qing Chen endured as he watched her, while Shun Miao was quite curious about his limits, somewhat eager to see Qing Chen lose his temper. However, to her surprise, Qing Chen merely closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, he pushed her hand away, turned to lie down, and with a muffled voice, declared, "I need to rest." Shun Miao couldn't help but let a smile play on her lips. Noticing that the villain's ears had turned a shade of red, she understood that moderation was key in all things, and ceased her teasing, rising to leave. Upon reaching the door, she paused and addressed the figure with its back to her. "If you find the milk unpalatable, I shall begin adding a touch of honey starting tomorrow. You mustn't pour it out again." The figure seemed to stiffen momentarily. Shun Miao's mood lifted further, and she hummed a tune as she exited. It was indeed peculiar that the formidable villain could swallow such bitter medicine, yet found milk intolerable. Chapter 034. The little ones defend her next door. The beastmen had sent over some spirit beans, reportedly foraged from a wild. Shun Miao accepted them and soon realized that these spirit beans were akin to the green beans of her past life, albeit wild ones that tea had been some time since she had savored green beans. And she remembered how delightful they were when stir-fried. After washing them thoroughly, she tossed them into the pan, while the little ones watched eagerly, their eyes wide with anticipation. Every time their mother prepared unfamiliar dishes, they were invariably delicious. This dish would surely be no exception. Shin Miao, seeing the little one's greedy expressions, couldn't help but chuckle and exaggeratedly extol the virtues of the spirit beans, which only served to make them salivate even more. Qing Chen called for Shin Miao from next door, so she instructed the little ones to keep an eye on the fire, assuring them she would return shortly. As she stepped out, the little ones gazed at the vibrant green, glistening spirit beans in the pan, swallowing hard. Previously, they had not favored green foods, believing they were insufficiently filling, preferring meat instead. Yet under Shun Miao's guidance, they had come to appreciate these verdant morsels. Truth be told, Shun Miao's cooking was delectable, seasoned generously, and the ingredients from this world were untainted, all natural, making everything taste delightful no matter how it was prepared. The little ones were unaware of this, at present. The small bean-sized children squatted by the stove, contemplating the flavor of the spirit beans their mother was preparing. Sambao spoke cautiously. I really want to eat some. Me too. If not, I can taste it for you. That's how mother cooks. She always tastes a bit first, Bao declared earnestly, unable to contain his excitement as he picked up a pair of chopsticks and grabbed a spirit bean to pop it into his mouth, only to yelp in surprise from its heat. How is it? The others eagerly inquired. Unable to articulate due to the heat, Bao merely nodded, prompting Daba to chime in. Bao is useless. Let me try. Thus, all four little ones took turns tasting the dish. When Shin Miao returned, she found Zaiso taking a piece of spirit bean from Daba's hand and popping it in her mouth, with the others grinning foolishly. She felt a wave of dizziness and rushed over, swatting Daba's chopsticks away, seizing Zaisabeo and prying her mouth open. How many have you eaten? Spit out. The little ones were startled, and Zaisabeo, confused, hadn't even had the chance to eat. Her brothers had only given her a piece after finishing theirs, and it was snatched away before she could even taste it. Shun Miao learned that aside from Zaisabeo, the other three had eaten, and she felt her world spinning. Undercooked green beans could be fatal. She never anticipated that the little ones would sneak a taste while she was away. In a panic, she tried to induce them to vomit, urging them to bring up what they had just swallowed. The little ones, unsure of the reasons but obediently complied, each following Shun Miao's instructions and expelling the spirit beans they had just consumed. Once she confirmed they had all finished, Shun Miao collapsed onto the ground. Utterly drained, it was a close call, just a hair's breadth away, and she could have lost all four little ones. Now her legs felt weak, and she wanted to cry, but no tears came. She warned the little ones against eating recklessly in the future, decided to discard the half-cooked spirit beans, and vowed to prepare something else entirely. Suddenly, a voice called out from outside, shouting Shun Miao's name. It sounded youthful, and Shun Miao, still in the kitchen, couldn't quite hear it clearly. Pondering whether to step outside for a look, Bao approached with a smile, nudging Shun Miao towards the kitchen. Mother, you're cooking. It's our uncle from Grandma's house. Come play with us. Really? The little one's uncle? I had no idea such a person existed. However, seeing the confident expression on Bao's face, she decided not to intervene further. If the little ones could handle their affairs, there was no need for her involvement. Outside, the three little ones had lined up, confronting a beast man who towered over them. Although the opposing figure was also a child, he was considerably larger than Daba and his siblings. After Bao stepped out, he stood beside Daba and pointed at the little beast man, saying, You called my mother by her name just now. Apologize to us, or I shall strike you. The little beast man retorted angrily, I did call her name. Shin Miao. Shin Miao. Shun Miao. Ugly fat. She bullies my mother. I want to curse her to death. She is not a good person, and neither are you. Your whole family are villains. This little beast man was Lingxi's youngest son, Qing Chen's brother, yet he showed not an ounce of respect for his elder brother's family. The little ones were incensed. They had already accepted Shen Miao in their hearts, and they could not tolerate anyone slandering her. Especially not this so-called uncle, who was just as domineering and unreasonable as their grandmother. Shut your mouth. It was Grandma who came to our house asking for milk. We don't even have enough to drink. And my mother didn't bully her at all, exclaims Isabeau, her voice ringing out. The little beast man scowled. I don't care. You all bully my mother. She's still your grandmother. You are all unfilial. Shen Miao is a disaster. Daba pressed his lips together, clenching his little fists in anger. You take back what you just said. The little beast man smugly declared. I won't take it back. I will keep saying Shen Miao is a disaster. You dare hit me? He covered his face and began to wail loudly. Daba, with his little fists raised, began to rain blows upon him. Despite the little beast man being older, he had been pampered by Lingxi and lacked the resilience that Daba and his siblings had developed from their previous struggles for food and dodging Shen Miao's various scoldings. When the little beast man attempted to fight back, Bao and Sanbao rushed to join Daba, brandishing their fists. If you dare resist, we will all beat you up. The little beast man cowered, throwing himself on the ground in a fit. Daba would not allow him to act up at their doorstep and push him away. Get lost. If you don't leave, I will hit you again. Terrified, the little beast man scrambled to his feet and fled. The little ones returned as if nothing had happened, just as Shen Miao finished preparing the meal. When she inquired where they had been, the little ones exchanged glances and chorused, nowhere, just playing outside for a while. What about your uncle? He went back, Daba replied calmly. Shen Miao thought nothing of it, and they all sat down to eat together. However, before they could finish their meal, Lingxi stormed in again, banging her fists and wailing. Damn it, my daughter-in-law is going to kill my youngest son. Oh heavens, how could there be such a ruthless family? If anything happens to my youngest, I won't live either. Her lamentation echoed like an aria. Shen Miao set down her chopsticks, her brows furrowing as she scanned the little ones' faces, which all dropped in guilt. Daba timidly spoke up, Mother, it's not like that. It was the little uncle who came over and cursed you and our family first, and we only hit him in return. Chapter 035. The reason for the fight you fought with him? Shen Miao's frown deepened. The little ones were terrified, fearing her anger, exchanging nervous glances until Daba finally stepped forward. Taking on the responsibility, it was me alone who fought. Bao and the others did not lay a hand on him. If anyone is to be punished, it should be me. Shen Miao pulled him closer, checking for injuries. Is he hurt? He is older than you. How could he be fighting with you? The little ones hadn't expected her to ask this and quickly shook their heads, seeing they were indeed unharmed. Shen Miao stood up. Let us go outside and see. Lingxi was still lamenting, and upon seeing the door open, Shen Miao stepped out. Immediately, Lingxi glared at her. Shen Miao, if you have grievances, direct them at me. My youngest is innocent. How could you beat him to such a state? He is still just a child. If you do not provide an explanation for today's events, I will not leave. Shen Miao smiled. Mother, do you know what actually happened? How did my little uncle tell you the story? The little beast man remained hidden behind his mother, too frightened to show himself. Lingxi fumed. What do you mean, how? My son told me everything as it occurred. Are you trying to deny it? Little uncle, come out and repeat what you just said in front of everyone. Shen Miao ignored Lingxi and focused on the little beast man, who, upon hearing this, clutched his mother's bee-skin skirt even tighter, too scared to speak. Lingxi scolded, You're threatening my son, Shen Miao. He is simply afraid after being beaten by you. Don't be scared, darling. Mother is here. And I will protect you from anyone who wishes to harm you. Behind every mischievous child, there lies a mischievous parent. With her mother-in-law's demeanor, it is hardly surprising that the little beastling has gone astray. Shen Miao chuckled coldly, realizing that Lingxi had not yet learned her lesson, as she still dared to come seeking trouble. A dark thought crossed her mind. Perhaps a good thrashing in a burlap sack would suffice for such individuals. That's not true, Grandma. It was my uncle who came to scold my mother first. I told him to leave, but he refused, so I had to hit him. Daba suddenly stepped beside Shen Miao, bravely recounting the events. Shen Miao was taken aback. Was this little one defending her? Daba maintained a serious expression, ignoring her gaze, appearing quite solemn. Shun Miao could not help but chuckle softly, feeling a warmth swell within her. Bittersweet yet uplifting. Lingxi's expression shifted. She wanted to retort, but Shun Miao interrupted her. Ask your son if what Daba said is true. Honestly, mother, your younger brother is so young yet already knows how to bully his nieces and nephews. Who knows what he will do as he grows older? Oh, and he even calls me and Qing Chen by our names. Do you think he sees Qing Chen as an older brother? Lingxi felt a twinge of guilt, aware that her younger son was capable of such behavior. But even if she recognized her son's wrongdoings, she would never admit it. Nonsense. My Qingyang never hits anyone. It must be you and those detestable little brats of yours who bullied him. Shin Miao, how shameless can you be? You clung to my Qingchen back then and bore a few offspring, all of whom share your filthy blood. Lingxi began to throw a tantrum, ignoring the conversation. Enough! A voice filled with anger suddenly erupted from within the room. Qingchen. Lingxi turned to Shin Miao. Did you hear that? My son is telling you to stop causing trouble. Qingchen's voice carried a hint of sorrow. Mother, the little ones share my blood as well. If they are dirty, does that not mean I am as well? And what about you? How can you claim to be clean? You, Qingchen, how dare you speak to your mother like that? You have gone too far. Lingxi seethed with rage. Qingchen's words implied that her blood was also tainted, a notion she could not tolerate. Calmly, Qingchen continued. I've already stated that your son is now akin to a living corpse. Unable to care for himself, not expect me to provide for you as before. Shan Miao is not obligated to fulfill your demands. Not come here causing a ruckus again. Think of Qingyang. If any unfortunate incidents occur again, no one will take responsibility for you. A threat. This was an unmistakable threat. Lingxi trembled with fury, cursing, you worthless being. It would be more beneficial to nurture a blade of grass than to raise you. You cannot even control your own beast, yet you dare threaten your own mother's brother? You will have her day of reckoning. Get out. Shun Miao seized a wooden stick, poised to strike them. Lingxi, filled with both anger and fear, could only grasp the little beastling's hand and retreat. Shun Miao set the stick aside and greeted the other little ones as if nothing had happened, disregarding Lingxi's uproar as if she were merely a nuisance. Suddenly, a panicked voice rang out from the riverbank. Something terrible has happened. Someone has drowned in the river. The nearby beastmen rushed over, and Shun Miao followed suit, joining forces to retrieve the drowned beastman from the water. Isn't this Guijue? He has been missing for several days. How could he end up in the river? One beastman recognized the body, confusion evident on his face. According to Guijue's family, he had gone to the market 3 days prior and had not returned since. His family searched everywhere, only to discover he had perished in the river. Another voice cried out, Guijue's beast spirit has been extracted. He didn't fall into the water by accident. He was murdered upon this revelation. The crowd erupted into chaos. All beastmen possess a beast spirit, which enhances their abilities. The stronger the beastman, the more precious the beast spirit. Although it is possible to extract the beast spirit post-mortem, few would commit such a heinous act. The beastmen were filled with rage. Who could be so depraved as to commit such an atrocity? We must catch this villain. Yes, Guijue was pitiful indeed. Not only was he killed, but his beast spirit was also taken. Cursed be the wretch who dared to do such a thing. Does anyone have any leads? Please share. Guijue was quite capable. How did he meet his demise without alerting the other beastmen? I sense that the perpetrator possesses formidable strength. Indeed, how did Guijue die? He was not weak. To kill him and extract his beast spirit is no easy feat. The veterinarian is here. Let him take a look. The crowd parted to make way for veterinarian Lin Shoshing, who approached carrying a bag of medicinal herbs, likely having just returned from gathering plants in the mountains. Lin Shoshing knelt beside Guijue's body to examine him. After a moment, he rose with a solemn expression. Guijue died of poisoning. What? How could he have been poisoned? Guijue is no mere child. He would know what is toxic and what is not, unless he ingested the poison unknowingly. The situation grew increasingly perplexing, and panic began to ripple through the crowd. After listening for a while, Shun Miao finally spoke. Guijue's incident occurred after he visited the market. Everyone should refrain from going there for now. Chapter 036. The little ones have stomachaches. She could not ascertain whether Guijue's death was connected to the market, but it was always wise to exercise caution. The beastmen agreed, nodding in agreement. They too were hesitant to visit the market, uncertain if the one who poisoned Guijue was still lurking about. Zhu could not bear to see Shen Miao receiving such admiration from the crowd and immediately interjected. Shen Miao, your words are overly dramatic that if you prevent everyone from going to the market, what will those in need of supplies do? Then you should go. I am not stopping you, Shen Miao replied coolly. Zhu was momentarily at a loss for words. Others chimed in, exactly. Zhu, if you're not afraid, you should go. We are too scared to risk it. Zhu's face flushed with anger as she retreated into the crowd. Silence as night fell. The four little ones suddenly began to complain of stomachaches. Shen Miao took this seriously and inquired about their meals that day. The little ones honestly recounted their activities, insisting they had not eaten anything questionable. Shen Miao's expression darkened. One child with a stomachache could be attributed to a sudden illness, but for suffering simultaneously was a different matter altogether. An ominous suspicion brewed within her, yet she refrained from voicing it. Fearing it would cause Qing Chen undue worry, that I will take the little ones to Lin Shouxing. You stay home and rest, Shen Miao instructed, dressing the little ones in animal hides and carefully carrying them down from the bed. Qing Chen's face was etched with concern. Shen Miao, noticing his regretful expression, offered a comforting word. It will be fine. Lin Shouxing is highly skilled. Yes, hurry back, Qing Chen finally said. Holding back his worries, he understood that expressing his apprehension would only add to Shen Miao's burden. Shen Miao hurriedly took the little ones to Lin Shouxing's home. The veterinarian was still awake, a massive bonfire crackling in his dwelling. By the fire sat a tribal member unfamiliar to Shen Miao, who did not linger in her gaze, merely addressing Lin Shouxing. Uncle, all my little ones suddenly have stomachaches. Take a seat over there. There's another with a stomachache, Lin Shouxing replied, his hands deftly tending to various herbs. Shen Miao paused. It seemed they were not the first to arrive. After a while, Lin Shouxing brought over several bowls of medicine, stating, drink this. It will ease the pain. The little ones, feeling unwell, clung to Shen Miao, who coaxed them into drinking the medicine. Their discomfort lessened somewhat, and Lin Shouxing advised her to take the children home for rest, assuring her they would be fine by morning. With a heavy heart, Shen Miao returned home, troubled by the unknown cause of the poisoning and how many others might fall victim. She stayed awake throughout the night, watching over the little ones until they finally awoke. On that day, many beastmen in the tribe exhibited signs of poisoning. Fortunately, Lin Shouxing had prepared ample medicine, saving most of the afflicted. However, some succumbed to the severity of their poisoning and lost their lives. Panic spread through the tribe, and cries echoed from many homes as families mourned their lost kin. Shen Miao recounted the events to Qing Chen, who was initially astonished but soon erupted in anger, declaring, "This is utter lawlessness, to dare plot against the entire tribe. If we do not capture this scoundrel, I shall find no peace in death." Yet he was gravely injured, unable to walk on his own. Though he had risen with fervor, he soon collapsed heavily. Qing Chen slammed his fist against the stone bed, his face a mask of frustration and despair. Shen Miao helped him settle back onto the bed, advising, I share this news not to incite reckless actions from you. The tribe is filled with individuals seeking justice. Your efforts alone are not needed. However, Qing Chen remained despondent. In the past, he would have led the charge in such matters. But now he was the last to hear of the events. The disparity weighed heavily upon him, stirring a deep sense of dissatisfaction. Shen Miao had successfully comforted Qing Chen before venturing out once more to gather information. Throughout the day, the tribe had been busy retrieving individuals from the mountain, and there were even moments when there weren't enough hands to work. Shen Miao took the initiative to assist, helping to bury all the deceased orcs. Upon her return, she went to Lin Shouxing's place, where he was still conducting tests on various commonly used items, hoping to swiftly identify anything that had been contaminated. Until the source of the poison was discovered, the tribe dared not consume any food, enduring the pangs of hunger. However, the situation took a turn for the worse the following day, when everyone discovered that the buried orcs had been exhumed. Their spirits mysteriously vanished. This audacious act ignited a fervor among the tribe's people. The audacity of the perpetrator to desecrate graves in broad daylight provoked the wrath of all. Those who had lost orcs in the calamity were particularly incensed, wishing to apprehend the culprit and exact brutal vengeance. Yet, the assailant remained elusive. After days of searching, the tribe found no leads, and fear began to grip their hearts as they dreaded becoming the next victims. For several days, Shun Miao frequented Lin Shousheng's residence, collaborating in the investigation of the poisoned source. They examined the wild vegetables surrounding the village and inspected every household, ultimately pinpointing the issue to the drinking water. The tribe typically sourced their water from a natural spring, known for its clarity and palatability. A favored spot for all it was precisely this trust that had been exploited by a malicious individual who had poisoned the spring. Upon discovering this unsettling revelation, Shun Miao felt an indescribable discomfort in her heart. She had assumed the inhabitants of the orc world were rather innocent, yet she was disillusioned to find that even here, there were those with nefarious intentions, even attempting to annihilate the entire tribe. Lin Shousheng was beside himself with rage. How could such a wretched individual seek to exterminate an entire tribe? He intended to announce the news immediately, but Shun Miao stopped him. If the information were to be disclosed, the hidden culprit would surely become wary and might retreat, making it impossible for them to capture him. It would be more prudent to devise a plan to catch the assailant first before revealing the truth. Lin Shousheng agreed. Under the cover of darkness, Shun Miao stirred the waters of the spring to muddy it, preventing the villagers from drawing water, and armed herself with a sturdy wooden stick as she ascended the mountain alone. It was her first time venturing out at night, and she dared not inform Qing Chen and the little ones, only telling them she was visiting the veterinarian, fearing their worried AS for calling upon others. That was impossible. No one knew who among the tribe was the hidden perpetrator, and she did not wish to alert the snake in the grass. Concealed among the underbrush, Shun Miao quietly observed a particular direction, not far from the site where the deceased orcs had been buried. The nocturnal forest was harsh. Shun Miao felt cold and weary, struggling to endure the weight. Her body craved sleep, and it was well past her usual bedtime. As the night deepened, she pondered waiting a little longer. If no one arrived soon, she would return to that moment. A shadow appeared silently, making its way towards the lowly graves. Shun Miao's spirit surged. At last, someone had come. The orc, upon closer inspection, was not particularly tall and even appeared somewhat frail. Perhaps that was why he sought to enhance his experience by stealing the spirits of the orcs. Shun Miao strained to discern his face, but the darkness obscured her view, leaving only a silhouette. Regardless of his identity, anyone who committed such acts deserved death. With a cold demeanor, Shun Miao waited until he was engrossed in his task of exhumation, stealthily circling behind him, raising her stick high before bringing it down with force. She had no certainty that she could overpower him, so she aimed to render him unconscious while he was unaware. However, the orc was incredibly agile. Sensing the disturbance, he rolled away just in time, causing her strike to miss and merely graze some animal hide. At that moment, the moon emerged from behind the clouds, illuminating the earth, and Shun Miao finally recognized the face before her. It was the wolf orc, Lung Han. Realizing he had been exposed, Lung Han's expression turned sinister as he sneered. "Did you think you could capture me all on your own? Shun Miao, you overestimate yourself. Today I will kill you here, and tomorrow I will spread the word that you are the one who poisoned and stole the orc spirits. Despicable," Shun Miao retorted, two words escaping her lips. Lung Han, inherently savage, was incensed by his exposure and disregarded Shun Miao's gender, unleashing all his might in a bid to eliminate her in one fell swoop. Though Shun Miao possessed considerable strength, she was still merely a female orc and not a match for a seasoned warrior. Fortunately, her quick wit allowed her to narrowly evade Lung Han's lethal strikes several times, which only served to further infuriate him. With a furious roar, he shouted, "You seek death." As Lung Han's attacks grew more ferocious, Shun Miao began to falter. Her wooden stick was kicked away, leaving her defenseless against Lung Han's swift onslaught, his bony claws aimed directly at her chest. With a chilling smile, Lung Han declared, "You think you can catch me? Today, I will send you to your grave. Monster, let go of my mother." At that moment, a youthful voice rang out unexpectedly. Kai Kai has come? Lung Han was momentarily taken aback, and in that instant, Shen Miao summoned every ounce of strength to evade, launching her body against the wolf orc with great force. Lung Han was sent sprawling, but he quickly regained his footing, casting a malevolent glare at Shen Miao and the swift figures approaching. Da, a whole family has come to meet their doom. I shall gladly oblige, De Bao shouted angrily. You will be the one to die. We will not perish. Air Bao spat derisively. Bully. Sam Bao picked up a stone and hurled it toward him. Xiao Si Bao stuck out his tongue at Lung Han, taunting, Naya Naya Naya. Shen Miao gazed at her children, her heart heavy with concern. She felt utterly incapable of protecting them. Lung Han, enraged, charged forward at De Bao bellowed, Scatter! In perfect unison, the little ones spread out, encircling Lung Han. He cackled wickedly, extending his claw-like fingers toward the weakest, Xiao Si Bao. Watch out for Bao, Shen Miao cried out, rushing forward. Yet Xiao Si Bao remained unflustered, pointing at Lung Han with his chubby finger, commanding, Fall. In the next moment, Lung Han collapsed as commanded. Shen Miao's alarmed expression froze in place. Xiao Si Bao beamed at Shen Miao, saying, Mother, it's all right. We have captured the bad guy. It turned out her children had genuinely come to assist. While scattering, they had set a trap, ensuring that whoever Lung Han charged would be tripped. The little ones seized the opportunity to bind the wolf orc securely. Shen Miao was utterly astonished. She had not anticipated her children possessed such remarkable skills. This is a technique taught by Father. We are small and cannot overpower the adult orcs, so he instructed us to work together, Xiao Si Bao explained. Shen Miao felt a surge of admiration for Qing Chen. It was impressive that he had taught the little ones to be this capable. If he were not injured, he would be even stronger. With the wolf orc captured, he could no longer stir up trouble. The little ones, like triumphant commanders, joyfully accompanied Shen Miao as they dragged Lung Han back to the tribe. By this hour, it was late, and most of the orcs had already retired for the night. Yet, the news of the perpetrator's capture spread swiftly throughout the tribe, awakening many who hurried to the elder's residence to witness the scene. Their hatred for Lung Han was palpable, and they surged forward to deliver a beating, reducing him to a quivering mass. That moment, he was devoid of the ferocity he had displayed while exhuming graves. All that remained was his utter disgrace. Shen Miao did not linger, leading her children home. With the culprit apprehended, she could finally enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Upon returning home, Shen Miao was surprised to find Qing Chen still awake. She placed the 4 little ones on his bed, then callously ignored his inquiring gaze, retreating to her own room to collapse into sleep. That night was exhausting, and both Shen Miao and the little ones slept in late. Upon awakening, she learned that Lung Han had been executed by the tribe. Shen Miao was not surprised by this outcome. This world, though seemingly simple, adhered to certain rules. For instance, those who endangered the lives of the orcs would inevitably meet a grim fate. With the wolf orc's demise, several spirits remained unabsorbed, alongside some quality spirit crystals. The elder did not make a unilateral decision, but invited Shen Miao to discuss the matter. The capture of the wolf orc was entirely due to Shen Miao's efforts. She had saved the entire tribe. The elder expressed his intent to bestow the spirit crystals upon her as compensation for her near-fatal ordeal, and the other orcs had no objections. Shen Miao graciously accepted the offer, delighted by the unexpected reward. The elder, usually indifferent toward her, treated her with rare warmth, praising her efforts. Being a good person pays off, Shen Miao mused. Before departing, she recalled another matter and inquired of the elder. What will happen to the spirits of the orcs? Despite their death, extracting their spirits seemed excessively cruel. The elder, taken aback by her concern, explained, once the spirits are extracted, we cannot discern whose is whose. They must be reburied together. It is better to bury it. For Shen Miao has no better alternatives. By the way, there is one more matter. Chief, please announce that the water pond in the tribe is the source of the poisoning incident. The chief exclaimed, how could this be? Shen Miao waved her hand. Allow me to finish. The water has been poisoned, but the veterinarian has already concocted an antidote, as long as the antidote is added. The poison will be neutralized, and oh wonder, that beast, Lung Han, deserves to die. The chief spoke fiercely, clearly filled with utmost hatred. Shen Miao continued, I refrained from informing you earlier, fearing that too many people knowing would raise alarms. You wouldn't hold this against me, would you? The chief certainly wouldn't, urging Shen Miao to quickly resolve the poisoning. Shen Miao agreed, retrieving the antidote from the veterinarian and placing it into the pond. Chapter 038. Good luck. Shen Miao divided the beast crystal obtained from the wolf beastman into 2 portions. One for herself, to keep in case of sudden need, and the other for Qing Yu of the Ice Tiger tribe. Initially, they had agreed that if Shen Miao obtained more valuable beast crystals, they would continue their trade. Upon hearing that she had acquired beast crystals, Qing Yu wasted no time in coming over. When he saw the beast crystals Shen Miao presented, he was taken aback. Why are there so many? It hadn't been long since he took a high-quality beast crystal from her, yet she had managed to acquire so many more. Although their quality wasn't as high as the previous one, they were still of above-average quality. It was rare for anyone to obtain such a quantity of beast crystals so easily. Qing Yu's gaze toward Shen Miao grew distinctly different. Shen Miao smiled. I suppose I'm simply fortunate. Every time I ascend the mountain, I find something. Do you not need them? Of course I do. Qing Yu replied immediately. What a joke! To turn down so many crystals of brown grade and above would be foolish. As for the source of the crystals, since Shen Miao chose not to disclose, he felt it inappropriate to inquire further. Whatever her source, obtaining the crystals was the most important thing. Qing Mo, Qing Yu, Qing Li, are you home? Let us go fishing together. The little one soon emerged, seeing Fu Lu standing at the door. Fu Lu was the eldest cub of the cat beastmen, around the same age as Dabao, and they used to play together frequently. However, Shen Miao disapproved of Dabao and his friends always going out to play, often scolding Fu Lu who came to seek them out. The cat beastmen forbade Fu Lu from visiting. Yet, ever since Shen Miao underwent her transformation, Fu Lu had returned to play with Dabao and his friends. The little ones hadn't gone fishing in a while and immediately agreed. Bao quickly went to find fishing rods. Sin Bao was not to be outdone, while only Dabao stood still. Fu Lu curiously asked, Qing Mo, why aren't you getting a fishing rod? Dabao pursed his lips, casting a glance at the brand-new fishing rod in Fu Lu's hand, and replied despondently, I'm not going. Why not? Fu Lu was puzzled. Qing Mo had always loved fishing, and he had caught more than they did. He thought it odd that Dabao wouldn't join. Dabao shook his head. I need to take care of my father. You go with Bao and Bao. With that, Dabao sulkily returned to Qing Chen's room. Qing Chen was awake, knowing that the cub of the cat beastmen had come to play with Dabao. However, seeing Dabao return with a forlorn expression, Qing Chen quickly grasped the situation. Dabao had always displayed a strong sense of responsibility, not only towards his siblings, but also to him as their father. Qing Chen, however, was not as mature as his elder brother. At 5 years old, he bore no need to shoulder such burdens. Dabao, why don't you let Bao, Fu Lu, and the others go fishing? Father wishes to eat fish. Dabao's eyes widened. Then I'll ask Bao to catch more. Qing Chen smiled. Bao and the others cannot fish as well as you. You should join them. I'll take a nap, and when you return, I'll wake. Upon hearing this, Dabao hesitated. But what if Father wants water? There's some here. If not, Father can call your grandmother or your mother for assistance. Go now, but be sure to stay safe and watch over your siblings. Bao earnestly promised to take good care of his siblings, and Qing Chen was satisfied. Shen Miao rushed out, reminding them not to stray too far, to keep away from the water, and to return early. She handed each of them a sour jujube cake, instructing them to eat if they grew hungry. Fu Lu received one as well. It was his first time seeing such exquisite food. Leaving him astonished to the point of hesitation, the little ones teased him, causing Fu Lu's face to flush red. There was a river outside the tribe, so they didn't need to venture far. Finding a shaded spot, they set down their bait and began to fish quietly. Fu Lu couldn't stop thinking about the sour jujube cake, making it difficult for him to concentrate on fishing. As he longed to take a bite, stealing glances at Dabao and the others, he noticed their calm demeanor, indicating they often enjoyed such treats at home. He couldn't help but be secretly amazed. Although he was small, he had heard tales of how Dabao's mother was quite selfish, keeping all the good food for herself and scolding Dabao and his friends. Yet today, Shen Miao was exceptionally gentle. Though still plump, she exuded a quality he could not quite describe. Unable to discern the reason, Fu Lu outright asked Dabao, Qing Mo, has your mother changed from before? While fishing, Dabao had also keep an eye on the three little ones, who lacked patience and were tossing fish back into the river while playing with mud. Hearing Fu Lu's question, Dabao replied nonchalantly, "What's different?" Fu Lu pondered, hesitating. "It seems better than before. She used to glare at me, but today she even gave me this sour jujube cake. Such a rare occurrence." Dabao didn't wish to elaborate on Shun Miao, as he himself hadn't quite figured it out. Fu Lu, filled with confusion, scratched his head, unable to make sense of it, and decided to let it be. After a while, Fu Lu set down his fishing rod and ran off to relieve himself. Dabao called the others over, instructing them to stay close. "Brother, what were you discussing with Fu Lu?" Bao, bouncing around like he had ants in his pants, kept nudging against a beat. It was commendable that he was still attentive while playing. "It's nothing, Bao. Let me ask you a question. Do you like mother as she is now?" "Of course," Bao exclaimed loudly. San Bao and Si Bao followed suit, raising their hands to express their agreement. Dabao already knew the answer but still struggled. "But she used to hit us often and even wanted to sell little Si Bao. And that was all in the past. Mother has changed for the better now." The nearly sold Si Bao waved his hand like a little adult, displaying a remarkably open-minded attitude. The expressions of the other little ones reflected their agreement. Dabao pressed his lips together. "But have you considered why she has suddenly improved?" This question left the little ones stumped. Why had mother changed for the better? That they didn't know, only that mother was now quite kind. Perhaps she suddenly had an epiphany. San Bao said hesitantly, "What does having an epiphany mean?" Bao cradled his face, suddenly realizing, maybe she thought we're so cute now. And that's why. The little ones all scoffed at him, dismissing that explanation, yet they couldn't come up with a better one. In the end, the little ones concluded, regardless of why mother has changed for the better, it's not important. What matters is that she treats us well. Their secret meeting concluded, and upon their return, they were joyful little ones. Bao proudly presented a string of fish to Shun Miao. "Mother, this is what we caught." "Not at all. It was all the Ge who caught them. I didn't catch a single one." San Bao and Si Bao chimed in. Bao protested with a pained expression. "No way. I caught a small one." Chapter 039. Refusal to raise a snake. Little Si Bao laughed at him. "It was just a tiny one, and it even got away." "How can you say that, second brother?" Bao, possessing a thicker skin, didn't feel disheartened by his sister's comments. Instead, he boisterously declared, "So what if I didn't catch any? As long as the Ge caught some, that's what matters." Suddenly, his expression changed, and he mysteriously revealed his other hand from behind his back. "I may not have caught any fish, but I did catch this." A slender snake appeared, startling Shin Miao. "What is this?" Bao, gripping the snake's head, allowed its long, cold body to coil around his wrist as he cheerfully exclaimed, "This is a snake, mother. I want to keep it as my pet." The term pet was something Shun Miao had casually mentioned during story time, and the little ones had taken it to heart, believing that having a pet of their own would be incredibly cool. Shun Miao's face darkened. Although she wasn't afraid of snakes, the thought of having such a cold-blooded creature in her home sent shivers down her spine. In no way, Shun Miao firmly rejected. She could tolerate them having cats or dogs, but absolutely not a snake. Returning to the matter at hand, what peculiar hobby did Bao have? A snake, cold and slippery, and he such a small child? Showed no fear whatsoever. "But Si Bao has a little wolf cub. Why can't I have one?" Bao mumbled, visibly unhappy. Shun Miao rolled her eyes. "How could that even be compared? The little wolf cub is utterly adorable. With its big, glistening eyes and a wobbly gait. Particularly charming is its coat of white fur, a perfect inheritance from its mother, showcasing striking beauty that one could pet all day without growing weary. As for this little snake, what can it do? Bite, perhaps." Shun Miao cast a glance and noticed that it was a triangular-headed snake, a creature of lethal venom. Her complexion paled instantly as she snatched the snake from Bao's hands. Her voice trembling. "Bao, did it bite you while you were catching it?" "No, it tried to bite me, but I seized its head and it couldn't turn to reach me," Bao replied, puffed up with pride. Shun Miao took a deep breath, feeling the need for oxygen, for these little ones would surely be the death of her. "Come here, all of you." Shun Miao summoned the cubs. Determined to impart a serious lesson today, the cubs gathered around, tilting their heads in confusion. Shun Miao maintained a stern expression, uncertain of how to convey her message. She could only speak in a deadpan manner. Snakes are classified as venomous and non-venomous, and most people cannot distinguish between the two. Thus, if we encounter a snake, it is best to avoid it and keep our distance. Bao still seemed unconvinced, wanting to retort, but Shun Miao interrupted, continuing, "For instance, this snake you caught is venomous. Its head is triangular, and if bitten, one would suffer immensely and potentially die without timely anti-venom." Her tone was deliberately foreboding, casting a glance at the cubs, who appeared visibly frightened. Even Bao's face turned pale, his hands fidgeting as if trying to rub away some unseen grime. "Second brother, please don't keep the snake. It's terrifying," Little C Bao exclaimed, with the Bao and San Bao chiming in with their concerns. Bao hung his head, speechless. Shun Miao raised the snake in her hand and asked, "Bao, do you still wish to keep it?" "No, no more. Mother, I don't want to keep the snake anymore." Bao nearly stumbled backward, distancing himself from the snake in Shun Miao's grasp. Shun Miao couldn't help but smirk slightly. "Very well. Then I shall dispose of it." Bao nodded vigorously. Shun Miao smirked again as she stepped outside the wooden house, flinging the snake far away. "Hey, Shun Miao, what did you throw out?" A voice suddenly called from outside. Shun Miao turned to see Elju approaching from down the slope, having just witnessed her action. Ignoring her, Elju quickly spotted the snake she had discarded and bent down to pick it up, scolding, "Shun Miao, how could you throw away such a poor little snake?" Shun Miao thought Elju must have a brain made of tofu. Though the snake might be beautifully patterned, it was still a snake to deem it pitiable was sheer foolishness. If you think it's so pitiable, then take care of it yourself. After all, my heart is wicked. Unlike your kindness, Shun Miao retorted coldly. Elju examined the snake closely, her expression softening. "It's truly pitiful. Shun Miao, how can you be so blind? This snake looks valuable. It could be a rare breed that you could trade for quite a bit in the market. Your vision is truly lacking for tossing away such a treasure." Her words were delivered with conviction, and had Shun Miao not known it was a venomous snake, she might have been deceived. "Oh, if it is indeed a treasure, you keep it well. I cannot afford it," Shun Miao replied, turning to re-enter the house. Ignoring her further, Elju, feeling slighted, huffed and walked away, muttering, "Fine, once I trade this treasure at the market and return with goods, I'll make you so envious." And oh, sooner had she spoken than a sharp pain shot through her finger. Elju looked down to see the snake, which she had called a treasure, had bitten her finger, which rapidly turned an ominous shade of blue. Even Elju, lacking common sense, understood she had been poisoned. Her complexion turned ghostly pale as she let out a blood-curdling scream, flinging the snake off her and running wildly towards Lin Shou's home. Inside, the four cubs heard the scream and erupted into fits of laughter. "Still laughing? Look at you, all dirty as little mud monkeys. Anyone who knows would think you went fishing. Those who don't might think you rolled in a mud pit." Shun Miao scolded, her face stern as she began to tally the day's events. The cubs, now less intimidated by her, stifled their laughter and said, "Mother, give us a bath. A bath will make you clean and comfortable. You lovely little ones, wash yourselves, set the wooden tub up and remove your furs. I will bring you water," Shun Miao instructed as she carried a pot of water outside. The tub was quite large, capable of accommodating 2 cubs at once, something Shun Miao had procured from the market. She had whimsically claimed to have found it on a mountain, and the cubs, none the wiser, believed her. Now that they had the tub, they relished bathing. Shun Miao allowed them to play freely, knowing the temperature was warm, so they wouldn't catch cold without their furs. The sounds of their joyous laughter wafted into Qing Chen's ears, and he glanced towards the doorway, a faint smile gracing his lips. In the kitchen, Shun Miao also smiled slightly as she prepared the fish the cubs had brought back. After all, it was the fruit of their labor, and she couldn't overlook it. However, the fish were rather small, hardly substantial whether boiled or fried. Ultimately, Shun Miao decided to deep fry them, turning them into little fish snacks for the cubs. As it turned out, the fried fish were immensely popular, not only among the cubs, but even Qing Chen found them delightful. Shun Miao had not anticipated that such a simple snack would become a sensation in their home. Chapter 40. Trading Beast Crystals. The weather was splendid as Shun Miao stepped outside. Having not ventured into the mountains for several days, she wondered if there were any game caught in her traps. Though their household had no shortage of food due to the trade with the Ice Tiger clan, she still felt the urge to explore the mountains, as an occasional change from meat to wild delicacies was quite welcome. Shun Miao walked at a leisurely pace, but when she sensed someone tailing her, her speed did not alter in the slightest. She was merely surprised at the audacity of this unwelcome follower, for she felt there was nothing about her presently that warranted such attention. The pursuer, however, remained patient, trailing her with intent. Shun Miao chuckled softly, her eyes devoid of mirth. Having entered the mountains, surrounded by nothing but trees, it was truly an ideal place for nefarious deeds, where cries for help would go unheard. Just as she bent down to gather mushrooms, a figure lunged toward her. Shun Miao deftly sidestepped, causing the figure to miss and crash heavily into the nearby thicket. Yelping in pain as thorny branches pricked at him, with a swift motion, Shun Miao placed her foot on his abdomen, nearly forcing the breath from his lungs. "Who are you, and why are you following me?" The beastman appeared vaguely familiar, likely a member of the tribe, but Shun Miao couldn't place him, only having a faint recollection. "Please, don't step on me. This is all a misunderstanding," he groaned in pain. Shun Miao let out a cold laugh, her foot pressing harder, causing the beastman to retch. "That I'll make you talk. Who sent you?" The beastman, grimacing, stammered. "My name is Li Qiu, that I live at the easternmost part of our tribe. I don't often come here, so you may not recognize me." Qing Chen's wooden house lay to the west, and given the tribe's sprawling layout, even tribesmen might not know each other well. "Continue," Shun Miao commanded. Li Qiu took a breath. "I'm a tiger beast man, and I mean you no harm." Shun Miao raised an eyebrow. "That information is irrelevant that I can see for myself. Just tell me why you're fixated on me." At this, Li Qiu's gaze faltered, and he stammered, unable to produce a coherent response. Shun Miao narrowed her eyes and delivered a powerful punch to Li Qiu's face, sending a tooth flying. The tiger beastman recoiled, shielding his head and howling in pain. "Speak! Why are you following me?" With every inquiry, another punch followed, and soon Li Qiu was left with a bruised visage, utterly battered. "I'll talk. Please stop hitting me," he pleaded, his face a canvas of hurt. Shun Miao shook her hand, blowing on it lightly, her tone icy. "Speak." Li Qiu trembled, unable to meet Shun Miao's fearsome gaze. What had he been thinking? How could he have thought her an easy target? No, ordinary female beastmen were easier to handle. Only Shun Miao, this anomaly, possessed strength that surpassed even that of a tiger beastman. Her power was simply extraordinary. Li Qiu felt tears welling up, his speech garbled due to the absence of a front tooth. "I heard you possess high-quality beast crystals. Initially, I wanted to trade with you, but I had nothing of worth to offer. I feared you would look down on me, so I hesitated to approach. Please don't hit me. I was foolish to follow you. Once is enough. Should there be another instance, his head would surely be bashed in." Upon hearing this, Shun Miao felt not a shred of sympathy, but rather a surge of disdain. She snatched a sturdy bundle of grass rope from Li Qiu and tossed it at his face, her voice icy as she inquired, "What is the purpose of this?" Trembling, Li Qiu stammered, "I just wanted to bind you, to coerce you into handing over the beast crystal. I know this is wrong. I shall not dare again to seek what one has not earned. Such opportunities do not exist in this world. That if you desire a beast crystal, will you not use your own hands to hunt? To simply steal from others, you should have been prepared for the consequences of your thoughts." Shun Miao coldly retorted, delivering a series of fierce blows to Li Qiu. After rendering him nearly lifeless, she deemed it sufficient, withdrew her hands, and slung her basket over her shoulder to gather mushrooms. As for Li Qiu, she left him to his own devices. Having endured this distressing episode, Shun Miao found little inclination to forage for mushrooms. She hastily collected a few before proceeding to her trap-setting location, where the yield was modest. 4 traps yielded 3 live, wild chickens. Nevertheless, Shun Miao bound the chickens together and tossed them in her basket. And yes, she descended the mountain. An idea began to form her mind. She would prepare a fresh dish with these 3 wild chickens. The dish she intended to create was known as blood tofu. Blood tofu is quite simple to make. One merely needs to mix salt into the chicken's blood and then apply heat. She slaughtered the 3 wild chickens, collected their blood, added the salt she had procured from the supermarket, and then kindled a fire to heat the mixture. After successfully producing the blood tofu, Shun Miao was struck by the thought of making spicy hot pot. The mere consideration of the fiery flavor of spicy hot pot made her salivate uncontrollably. Thus, she took the opportunity to gather additional ingredients for the dish. The cubs, aware that Shun Miao was preparing a new delicacy, abandoned their play and clustered around the stove, eagerly watching her. "Mother, what delicious dish are you making?" With a smile, Shun Miao replied, "You all have quite the keen noses. You've sniffed it out so quickly. Today, I'm making spicy hot pot." "Wow, just the name sounds delectable," exclaimed San Bao enthusiastically. Shun Miao couldn't help but chuckle at the cub's exaggerated praise. They hadn't even tasted it yet, and were already singing its praises. Ah, such flattery was delightful. She welcomed it wholeheartedly, as it fueled her motivation. The ingredients for spicy hot pot are numerous, but to avoid complications, Shun Miao selected only those that could be found in this world, such as cabbage, mushrooms, green onions, and bean sprouts, which she stealthily added. The meat was plentiful. She chose chicken breast, chicken hearts, beef, and lamb. After melting the hot pot base in the pot, she added water, brought it to a vigorous boil, and then introduced the blood tofu along with the various meats. Once the meats were nearly cooked, she sequentially added the cabbage, bean sprouts, and mushrooms. A steaming pot of fragrant and spicy hot pot was ready. The aroma alone made the four cubs restless. Shun Miao, not one to boast, acknowledged that her culinary skills were indeed commendable, especially considering the cubs had not previously experienced such delicacies. When Shun Miao finally declared it time to eat, the cubs dove into their feast with fervor. Initially, the spiciness overwhelmed them, but as they continued, they found themselves craving more. The cubs, drenched in sweat yet unwilling to set down their chopsticks, confirmed to Shun Miao that her spicy hot pot had been a resounding success. Chapter 041. Blood Tofu. Shun Miao had not forgotten the big fox cub. She prepared a bowl of blood tofu for him. "What is this?" Qing Chen inquired, intrigued. It appeared like blood, yet it was distinctly different, evidently transformed by Shun Miao's methods into these square blocks. Taking a bite, he found the texture exquisite, a refreshing departure from the meat he was accustomed to. They had always discarded the blood of their prey, never considering such a culinary approach, leading him to ponder how much deliciousness they had wasted. Shun Miao smiled and asked, "Is it tasty?" A flicker of excitement crossed Qing Chen's typically frosty visage, though he maintained his composure. After sampling a few more pieces, he paused and stated with a hint of restraint, "It is very good." Shun Miao's smile widened. "This is called blood tofu. It is made from the blood of wild chickens." Qing Chen pondered, "Is it difficult to make?" Understanding that he was inquiring about the complexity of preparing blood tofu, Shun Miao shook her head. "Not at all. It is quite simple. Indeed, it was straightforward, as long as one understood the method and had the ingredients. It could easily be accomplished." Qing Chen wiped his mouth and regarded Shun Miao. "What are your plans for this blood tofu?" "Huh." Shun Miao was puzzled. "Plans? I haven't thought about it. I simply wish to prepare a delicious dish for the cubs." Yet Qing Chen shook his head. "Such a fine creation, merely for our consumption, would be a waste. You could exchange it for items you desire." Shun Miao contemplated. "Are you suggesting I engage in trade?" "Trade?" Qing Chen was taken aback. It dawned on Shun Miao that the concept of trade was foreign to this world, and she elaborated, "It's akin to what you referred to as exchanging items." Qing Chen did not pursue the unfamiliar term further, but he proposed that whether Shun Miao wished to partake in this was her own decision, for even the simplest of items could prove challenging to produce in large quantities. Shun Miao resolved to give it a try. She spread the word within the tribe that she was willing to exchange items for blood tofu. The beastmen, unfamiliar with this delicacy, were intrigued when she prepared a bowl to offer for tasting. Initially, they were indifferent, having grown accustomed to meat and believing it to be the pinnacle of flavor. However, upon tasting the blood tofu, they were left astonished. The flavor was unlike meat, the texture delightful, compelling them to crave another piece. Shun Miao smiled and declared, "Anyone wishing for blood tofu may come and trade with me. Supplies are limited, so it will be first come, first served." Upon hearing that the supply was limited, their earlier hesitance vanished, and they surged forward, clamoring for pieces. Before long, Her stock was entirely depleted. Those who missed out expressed their discontent, inquiring when she would next offer exchanges. Shun Miao had not anticipated such a fervent response to her first foray into trade. Some beastmen suggested that given the success of her blood tofu, she should consider setting up a stall at the beast market for ongoing sales, ensuring a steady supply of food for her household. While Shin Miao had contemplated visiting the beast market, her immediate plan was merely to test the waters within the village. Now, receiving such favorable feedback confirmed that her venture was indeed viable. Thus, during her next production of blood tofu, she sold a portion in the village and took the remainder to the beast market. It was Shun Miao's first visit to the beast market. According to her readings, it was a bustling hub for beastmen trading, gathering individuals from numerous nearby tribes, where a vast array of items could be found. As she strolled through, Shun Miao marveled at the market's vibrancy. She was surprised to find vendors trading stones. Observing for a while, she could not discern what made these stones special, aside from their peculiar shapes. Remarkably, there were individuals bargaining for prices, engaging in lively discussions. Shin Miao found it quite fascinating. She located a stall, displayed her blood tofu, and, as customary, placed a bowl nearby for sampling. Having arrived later in the day, her position was somewhat at the back of the market, leading to fewer beastmen frequenting her stall, resulting in a rather slow business. However, Shun Miao remained unperturbed, leisurely surveying her surroundings until a beastman approached. With a smile, she greeted, "Blood tofu, delicious blood tofu. Would you like to give it a try? I assure you, you will not be disappointed." The female beastman, initially oblivious to Shun Miao's stall, turned upon hearing her call, expressing surprise. "What is this?" "This is blood tofu that I made myself, seasoned with salt. Just heat it up at home, and it pairs wonderfully with wild vegetables and meats," Shin Miao explained confidently. The elder shook her head. "We only eat roasted meat. We do not consume boiled dishes. Consuming too much roasted meat can become monotonous. A change of flavor can be quite refreshing. Boiled dishes can be delightful as well." Shin Miao maintained her smile. Skeptical, the elder was persuaded to taste a piece, after which she readily agreed to trade with Shun Miao. Observing this unexpected endorsement of boiled food, other beastmen gradually gathered around, intrigued by Shun Miao's offerings, witnessing the elder's swift agreement to trade. They too were curious about the taste of blood tofu. After sampling, they, like the beastmen in the tribe, were enchanted, leading to Shun Miao's blood tofu being swiftly sold out once more. Shun Miao returned triumphantly, and upon seeing that Lu Zhu was also setting up a stall, she noted that Lu Zhu was trading animal hides, though it appeared no one was showing interest, possibly due to the quality being subpar. Shun Miao merely glanced over and did not dwell on it further. In the following days, Shun Miao's blood tofu created quite a sensation at the beast market, garnering immense popularity and allowing her to acquire many desired items. Today, as usual, Shun Miao ventured to the beast market to set up her stall. Just as she was finishing the setup, two beastmen approached with unfriendly expressions, silently overturning her stall. They then proclaimed to the crowd, "Do not purchase blood tofu from this stall. Her goods are problematic. After consuming it, we experience severe stomach issues. Look, I've lost weight." He displayed his darkened arms, indicating that he had grown slimmer. Upon hearing this, the surrounding orcs could not help but express their concerns. Was there truly a problem? Would they still be able to purchase goods from her? Shun Miao felt a surge of anger. She had previously only heard that when business thrived, some would deliberately stir up trouble, but she never imagined that such an occurrence would befall her. Her stall had only just opened for a few days. If this matter remained unresolved, selling her blood tofu would become an impossibility. Contemplating this, Shun Miao's expression turned grave as she fixed her gaze upon the two orcs, inquiring, "I'm unaware of the reason behind your stomach troubles, yet I can assure you that my blood tofu poses no issues whatsoever." Chapter 042. Seeking trouble. The expressions of the two orcs appeared somewhat guilty to How can you prove that? Shun Miao chose not to respond verbally. Instead, she reached for a piece of blood tofu and, before the gathered crowd, slowly consumed it. "Look, I am eating my own blood tofu, and others who have purchased from me have experienced no such problems." Suddenly, her tone shifted, becoming icy as she demanded, "Now, tell me, are you intentionally seeking trouble?" The two orcs, caught off guard, hurriedly retorted, "Nonsense. Your blood tofu has issues. Do not twist the narrative against us." It seemed this was their first time engaging in such antics. Their eyes darted about, betraying their panic. Shun Miao pressed on relentlessly. "Is that so? Then enlighten me about when you purchased the blood tofu, how many pieces you bought, and how you prepared it. That why yesterday, we bought 2 pieces, and we just boiled them," they stammered. Shun Miao let out a cold laugh. "Lies. Neither of you were among those who bought blood tofu yesterday. Now confess who sent you here." The two orcs, suddenly flustered, began to fidget, their eyes darting as they contemplated fleeing. Shun Miao would not allow their escape. She seized each of them by the arm, pulling them back with surprising strength, leaving the two orcs struggling in vain to break free. "If you refuse to speak, I shall hand you over to the clan leader, and you can expect to be confined for 10 days, or even months," she threatened. These two were not from her tribe, and the clan leader they would face would naturally be the leader of Shun Miao's tribe, who would decide their punishment. Even if they suffered, they would not dare return to their own tribe to seek redress. The two orcs, as if foreseeing a grim fate, hung their heads in defeat and confessed, "We will speak. Just don't tell the clan leader. We are orcs from the neighboring tribe, with no grievances against you. We came looking for trouble because your tribe's Green Pearl sent us, claiming she wanted to teach you a lesson. Your blood tofu is indeed fine." Shin Miao was not particularly surprised. It was no shock to her that Green Pearl would orchestrate such a scheme. She could not help but marvel at how Green Pearl, the protagonist of the original tale, could even enlist the help of those from neighboring tribes. "Now that we've spoken, can we leave?" one of the orcs asked timidly. Shun Miao raised an eyebrow. "Not yet. How can I be sure you are telling the truth unless you bring Green Pearl here for confrontation?" The two orcs immediately agreed. "All right, we just saw her setting up her stall nearby. We will bring her here right away." Having been secretly observing from the crowd, Green Pearl sensed the impending trouble and attempted to slip away, only to be called back by the two orcs, who were now furious. "You think you can escape? It was you who urged us to commit this disgraceful act. Now that we've been exposed, you wish to leave? Not a chance. Hurry over and tell everyone that we acted under your influence and made a grave mistake." The orcs were becoming increasingly impatient, eager to clear their names, pressing Green Pearl to admit that she had directed them. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Green Pearl felt her dignity slip away. Her face flushed crimson as she weakly protested. "That's not true. Do not slander me. I don't even know you." The orc stared at her in disbelief, pointing accusingly. "How can you be so shameless? It was clearly you who sought us out, and you even offered us 1 beast crystal each, albeit of poor quality. Look, the beast crystals are right here." Green Pearl felt as though she had been stripped bare, her shame evident as her eyes glistened with unshed tears on the verge of spilling over. Yet, no one present offered her any sympathy. The two orcs, having suffered greatly because of her, were solely focused on clearing their names, while the onlookers deemed her heartless for concocting such a despicable scheme to sabotage another's business. Green Pearl's pathetic act could not hold. Shun Miao secretly reveled in her amusement while maintaining a facade of heartfelt sorrow. "Green Pearl, I have never wronged you. Why do you wish to harm me? My business is suffering, and how will the orc at home, Bedridden, and my 4 little ones, struggling to walk, survive? What benefit do you gain from watching them starve? I understand now. It is jealousy that drives you, is it not? How terrifying it is that a female orc could possess such a fierce envy." She continued, "No, I'm not." Green Pearl stammered, overwhelmed and desperate to defend herself. Yet, no one listened. The crowd felt an overwhelming sympathy for Shun Miao. A single female orc raising her family alone was indeed inspiring. Rather than lending a hand, Green Pearl sought to wreak havoc. What a dark heart she must possess! An outspoken orc called out. "Stop with the excuses. The deed is done. It will be better to sincerely apologize. Perhaps she will forgive you." Apologize? For her to apologize to Shun Miao? Impossible. Shun Miao was the ugly orc everyone despised. She was beautiful and admired by many. Just as Green Pearl considered fleeing, the righteous indignation on the faces of the surrounding orcs extinguished that thought. Biting her lip, Green Pearl reluctantly lowered her proud and beautiful head, feeling utterly humiliated as she apologized to Shun Miao. "I'm sorry. After uttering those words, she could bear it no longer, covering her face as she turned and fled. A faint smile graced Shen Miao's lips. Green Pearl had thoroughly humiliated herself today. She should be quiet for a while, in high spirits. Shen Miao decided to sell her blood tofu at a discount to those who had come to her defense. Taking the remainder home, Green Pearl's disturbance had indeed impacted her business. Even if people believed she had been wronged, they would still harbor reservations. What if, just what if, her goods were truly tainted? Supporting her was one thing, but purchasing was another matter entirely. Fortunately, Shen Miao did not rely solely on this for her livelihood. Otherwise, Green Pearl would have committed a grave offense, as Shen Miao walked briskly. She passed by a figure slumped against the roadside. Something felt amiss, prompting her to backtrack and discover that it was an orc lying on the ground. His hair and clothing were disheveled, resembling a wild man who had emerged from the forest with bloodstains on his attire. And though his arm was injured, it was not life-threatening. That it was unclear why he had collapsed there. Hey, Shen Miao gently nudged him with her foot. The orc was barely conscious, mumbling incoherently. Leaning closer, Shen Miao discerned that he kept repeating words like hunger and meat. Suddenly, it dawned on her. This orc must have fainted from starvation. She glanced at the remaining blood tofu in her bucket and, without hesitation, took out a piece to offer him. After consuming a piece of blood tofu, the orc gradually regained his senses, realizing that the female orc before him had saved him, and he expressed his immense gratitude, repeatedly thanking Shen Miao. Seeing that he still looked weak, she said, "There is no need to be so polite. I see that your wounds have yet to be treated. How about I take you to see a veterinarian?" Chapter 043. Making salt. Shen Miao brought the orc to Lin Shou's residence, knowing that the latter would be able to heal him. Before returning home herself, she neared her house. She spotted her neighbor, the bird orc, returning from the other side with a troubled expression. Upon seeing Shen Miao, the bird orc inquired, "Shen Miao, did you manage to get any salt?" Shen Miao hesitated for a moment, responding vaguely, "We still have some salt left." "Why do you ask?" The bird orc replied, "Even if you have some left, you should stock up on salt quickly. That I heard a rumor today that orcs from the far sea said salt prices are going to rise." "Why is that?" Shen Miao instinctively asked. What other reason could there be? "The far sea orcs want to raise their prices," the bird orc scoffed. Shen Miao, puzzled, remarked, "Then we simply buy from them. We can purchase from others at a cheaper price." The bird orc regarded her with a peculiar gaze, as if mocking her for asking such a foolish question. After a moment, he explained, "Only the far sea orcs possess salt. If we do not trade with them, there will be no salt available to you." That it turned out to be a monopoly over the market. No wonder they were so arrogant. After conversing with the bird beastman, Shen Miao returned home and first glanced at the salt in the kitchen. However, she only now recalled this issue. Upon her arrival in this world, her supermarket had come along with her. Since then, whether grilling meat or stir-frying, she had been utilizing the exquisite salt from her space. She rummaged through a corner of the kitchen and unearthed a small bag of something resembling salt, somewhat yellowish and coarse in texture. Dipping her finger in, she tasted it. It was salty but had a bitter undertone. Using such a substance for grilling meat would hardly yield delicious results. Shen Miao was astonished to discover that the locals consumed this rough salt. She knew how to improve and refine it, but first, she needed the raw materials. Shen Miao inquired with Qing Chen, who relayed similar information to what the bird beastman had said. Their salt was procured from the Farsi beastmen, a closely guarded secret of their tribe, unknown to outsiders, which kept the price of salt consistently high. Each year, they had to pay a hefty sum to the Farsi beastmen for salt, and they couldn't purchase too much, as they couldn't afford an excess of resources. Hearing that salt prices were about to rise again left Qing Chen deeply concerned. The salt at home was running low as well in recent days. Shen Miao had been grilling meat and preparing various delicacies, consuming an unmentionable amount of salt. Feeling somewhat guilty, she coughed lightly and said, "There is still some left." Qing Chen merely gazed at her in silence. Shen Miao's heart sank. What did that look mean? Had the formidable antagonist seen through her? Perhaps she had been too brazen lately, directly using many things for the sake of convenience, but having already used them. If Qing Chen were to inquire, she would simply claim she had concocted them herself. With this thought, Shen Miao regained her confidence, even revealing a hint about her salt-making skills. Qing Chen was taken aback. You can make salt? Indeed, when I was young, I encountered a wandering beast man who claimed to be from the far sea. He explained the salt-making process to me. Perhaps he thought I was too young to take seriously. Shen Miao became increasingly adept at weaving her tale, almost believing it herself. Qing Chen, however, did not question her further, but instead pressed, "Can you make salt now? If so, it would be a monumental boon for the entire tribe, meaning they would no longer be beholden to the far sea beast men." "Yes, but I need to find the raw materials, the substances required for salt making," Shen Miao replied with an unfaltering demeanor. Qing Chen asked, "What are they?" "The sea," Shen Miao inquired. "How far are we from the sea?" If it weren't too distant, she could simply use seawater to create salt. Qing Chen shook his head. "Not far, less than half a day's journey." Shen Miao clapped her hands in excitement, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. I will go and take a look tomorrow." Qing Chen could not deter her, and the next day, Shen Miao set off, entrusting the little ones and Qing Chen to her mother. She packed some provisions and, after a leisurely journey, finally beheld the vast expanse of the sea as the sun reached its zenith. The azure waters stretched endlessly, gently lapping at the shore, with the breeze carrying a salty, moist scent. Shen Miao was instantly elated. It was the sea. She never imagined she would see it upon arriving in this world. Shen Miao frolicked along the beach for a while, but gradually regained her composure. Reminding herself that her primary goal was to make salt, which was of utmost importance to as for leisure, she could return later with Qing Chen and the little ones. With that in mind, Shen Miao immediately set to work. She took out a large pot and stove from her supermarket, ignited a fire by the seaside, and began boiling seawater. As the water in the pot reached a boil, she wandered nearby, locating a spot to dig 2 pools and filling them with seawater. This way, the sun would quickly evaporate the water, allowing her to harvest a significant amount of salt. She busied herself until the sun began to set, finally completing her task. The seawater in the pot had evaporated, revealing crystallized substances laden with impurities. This was sea salt. However, it could not be consumed directly. It required further purification. Shen Miao planned to do this upon her return, when she arrived home carrying a bag of sea salt. The sky had turned completely dark, and the little ones eagerly awaited her return, rushing toward her like little birds in high spirits. Shen Miao comforted each child in turn before excitedly heading to Qing Chen's room to showcase the rough salt she had brought back. Qing Chen's eyes widened in astonishment, his face a mask of disbelief. Shen Miao had truly accomplished her goal. "This isn't enough. I must continue filtering tomorrow, and I'm quite exhausted today, so I plan to rest early." "See, I said I would do it, and I have," Shen Miao declared, her tail flicking with pride. Qing Chen replied with difficulty, "This is already comparable to the salt sold by the Farsi beastmen." Shen Miao merely pouted, not directly stating that it could merely be called salt. She was determined to produce even better salt, one that would leave everyone astonished. The next day, as Shen Miao refined the rough salt in the yard, a stranger beastman entered. The little ones halted their play upon seeing him, watching him warily. "Who are you?" inquired little Sea Bao in a high-pitched voice. The beastman smiled amicably, asking little Sea Bao, "I am looking for a female beast named Shen Miao." "I have seen her." Shen Miao set aside her work, standing up to regard him. "You're looking for me?" The beastman smiled. "Do you not recognize me? I am the one you saved by the roadside the other day. I am truly grateful. Had it not been for you, I would have perished there." This beastman was quite straightforward. Shen Miao suddenly recalled. This was the beastman she had rescued, now looking quite tidy. No wonder she hadn't recognized him at first. The contrast was stark. Without a discerning eye, one might not have recognized him. But it's no trouble. It was merely a small act of kindness. Besides, it was Lin Shousheng who saved you. Shen Miao downplayed it, genuinely not having thought much of it. "You and Lin Shou are both my saviors," the beastman said earnestly. Shen Miao smiled lightly. The beastman promptly presented his offerings. "This is a token of my appreciation. Please accept it." Looking down, Shen Miao discovered the beastman had indeed been generous, presenting not only a selection of prime meats, but also a bag of beast crystals. There's no need for such formality. Shun Miao declined. The beast man insisted she accept it. Seeing his sincerity, Shun Miao relented. The beast man sighed in relief, and as his gaze wandered, he noticed the substance Shun Miao had been working with, that white, crystalline substance resembling salt, immediately captivated his attention. The beast man stepped forward, astonished, and asked, "What is that?" "Salt. I made it myself," Shun Miao replied. The beast man found it hard to believe. Salt could not be this white. Skeptical, he reached out, dipped his finger in, and tasted it. Indeed, it was salt, savory, and without the bitterness typical of what they consumed. "This is far superior to the salt we have been using." The beast man was instantly invigorated, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Shun Miao. "How much of this salt do you have?" Shun Miao considered the vast sea, smiling as she replied, "As much as you want." The beast man was momentarily taken aback. Then, overwhelmed with excitement, he composed himself, striving for calm. But a hint of urgency slipped into his voice. "Shun Miao, may I propose a trade? I would like to purchase this salt from you that we can formalize it with a beast agreement." The beast agreement was the contract of the beast man world. Shun Miao scrutinized the beast man, raising an eyebrow. "You intend to sell the salt elsewhere?" "Yes, every tribe is in dire need of salt," the beast man answered honestly. Shun Miao agreed. Her purpose in making salt was to aid the local people. There was no need to hoard it. The two swiftly signed the beast agreement, agreeing on the time for the beast man to collect the salt. And he left, satisfied. Shun Miao did not conceal the transaction from Qing Chen, recounting the deal she made with the beast man. Qing Chen said little in response, but inwardly he admired Shun Miao's business acumen. In the mountains, Shun Miao adeptly navigated through the forest, tracking a wild deer. The deer was highly alert. Upon spotting Shun Miao, it bolted. The forest was its domain, and while Shun Miao found it somewhat challenging to keep pace, she was unwilling to give up after having invested so much time. Thus, she continued the chase. The wild deer suddenly halted, and Shun Miao followed suit, quietly crouching down and gripping her stone spear, hoping for a swift, lethal strike. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her wrist. Turning her head, she saw a snake dangling from a branch, having bitten her. Its triangular head made her scalp tingle with dread. She swiftly swung her arm, forcefully tossing the snake aside, her heart racing. Her mind raced through the first aid procedures for snake bites, quickly tearing a piece of bee skin to tie around her wrist to slow the venom's flow, buying herself more time for treatment. Having done all this, Shun Miao began her journey back. Upon returning to the tribe, she made a beeline for Lin Shousheng, with whom she had previously collaborated to capture wolf beastmen. Their relationship having grown considerably closer. Spotting the veterinarian, Shun Miao extended her hand. "I've been bitten by a snake. Could you please take a look?" Lin Shousheng's initially indifferent expression transformed into one of astonishment and fear upon hearing those words. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to examine Shun Miao's wound. Thanks to Shun Miao's prompt and appropriate handling of the situation, the poison had not spread significantly. However, her bitten wrist had swollen and taken on a faint bluish hue. The veterinarian's demeanor became grave as he proceeded to extract the venom and apply some herbal remedies. After bandaging her up, he remarked, "This is all I can do for you. From here on, it's a matter of fate. If you observe yourself for the next 2 days without complications, you may have escaped this calamity, but I fear your hand is beyond saving." Shun Miao. She was to become a disabled person in the world of beastmen. Who would care for her offspring then? Absolutely not. She would rather perish. Shun Miao felt utterly despondent, even more so than when she had been bitten by the snake. Once she exited the veterinarian's home, she sought a secluded spot, retrieved a serum from her healing space, and injected it into herself. Surely, her hand would be saved, she thought with lingering trepidation. This world was terrifying, with countless bizarre ways to meet one's demise. A moment's inattention could lead to death. Although she had injected the serum, its effects were not instantaneous, and her hand remained significantly swollen. Returning home empty-handed, she was greeted by the joyous cries of her offspring, who were oblivious to the peculiar state of her hand. However, Qing Chen immediately noticed her distress. "What happened to your hand?" Shun Miao had not anticipated that despite her efforts to conceal it, Qing Chen would still discern her condition. She couldn't help but marvel at his keen perception. Faced with being discovered, she admitted without embellishment, "I was bitten by a snake, but it's nothing serious." Yet as soon as those words left her lips, the expressions of Qing Chen and the little ones shifted dramatically. "How could you let a snake bite you?" Qing Chen asked urgently. Shen Miao was momentarily taken aback by his uncharacteristic display of emotion. It was not her intention, but that snake had indeed bitten her. Qing Chen gritted his teeth and said, "You cannot take this lightly. Do you realize that 70% of those bitten by venomous snakes do not survive?" Shen Miao blinked in astonishment. Was it that severe? Indeed, in this world there were no serums, treatment depended entirely on luck, and survival hinged on fortune alone. Is Mama going to die because of the snake bite? I don't want Mama to die. The little ones burst into tears upon hearing that Shen Miao might perish. Little Four Treasure clung to Shen Miao's leg, crying as if the world were ending. They understood that if she died, they would never see her again, and the thought of that future devastated them. Shen Miao shot Qing Chen a glance, signaling him to remain silent. She bent down and patiently comforted her children. "Listen to me, little ones. It's not as dreadful as you think. Mama has already seen a veterinarian, and he said that in 2 days I will be fine, so please stop crying, all right? Is it true? Will you really be fine in 2 days?" The little ones sniffled. Shen Miao nodded solemnly and glanced at Qing Chen, urging him to chime in. Qing Chen hesitantly added, "Yes, right." In the ensuing 2 days, both Qing Chen and the little ones were filled with worry. Although Qing Chen's face remained inscrutable, each time Shen Miao approached, his eyes would scrutinize her hand closely. Perhaps he feared that if she were to die, no one would care for the little ones. This could be seen as a roundabout way of showing concern for her. Shen Miao mused with a touch of bittersweet amusement. 2 days later, Shen Miao was still as lively as ever. Following the veterinarian's advice, she returned for a follow-up examination. Lin Shouxing grasped her wrist, inspecting it meticulously, his brow furrowed in concentration. If Shen Miao had not been aware of her own well-being, she might have thought her days were numbered. "Strange, the poison has been entirely eradicated, and you have managed to save your hand. It doesn't require amputation. How did you accomplish this?" Lin Shouxing gazed at Shen Miao, his eyes filled with confusion. He had treated numerous patients bitten by snakes, yet none had achieved what she had. Those individuals either lost the affected limb or succumbed entirely. Shen Miao could not divulge the truth. She merely replied ambiguously, "I did nothing. Perhaps I am simply fortunate, and the heavens do not wish to take me just yet." Lin Shouxing, not truly believing that Shen Miao had done anything remarkable to counteract the venom, remained perplexed, ultimately concluding that the poison from that snake was likely not as potent as initially feared. Having successfully deceived the veterinarian, Shen Miao emerged feeling lighthearted, and on her way home, she gathered some mugwort from the hillside. For her home was plagued by mosquitoes, which would undoubtedly multiply during the night, leaving her covered in welts upon waking. With no incense available, she resorted to traditional methods. Shen Miao ignited the mugwort, fumigating every corner of her home, filling the air with smoke, which caused the little ones to cough incessantly. Qing Chen fared worse, forced to endure the smoke while lying in bed. Once the house was adequately fumigated, Shen Miao crafted several sachets using some mosquito-repelling herbs and dried flowers, placing them on the little ones and even one on Qing Chen's bed. The little ones, upon receiving the sachets, found them fascinating, fiddling with them in their hands, while the Bao, with a serious expression, asked, "Are these flowers toxic due to their vibrant colors?" Seeing him adopt such a scholarly demeanor made Shen Miao want to laugh. "Fear not, they are harmless. I consulted the veterinarian, and in fact, these are medicinal herbs that will aid in your sleep." The Bao responded with an "oh" and fell silent. The news of the salt price hike imposed by the Farsi beastmen had been firmly established. The tribe's members were filled with both anger and helplessness, yet they had no choice. Salt was an essential commodity. Years prior, some beastmen had attempted to roast meat without salt and subsequently fell ill with a peculiar disease. Thus, despite the exorbitant costs, the beastmen still needed to purchase it. Falu, noticing his father sighing heavily these past few days, had grown to understand that it was due to their inability to afford salt. However, he felt powerless to assist. Seeing his father distressed dampened his spirits, prompting him to visit Qing Chen's home to play with the 4 little ones. Shen Miao was outside under the eaves, salting lean meat. The weather was exceedingly hot, making it easy for meat to spoil, so she had to use a generous amount of salt. A thick layer of white salt was evenly sprinkled, and upon flipping it over, another layer was added, as if it were free. Fu stared intently at Shen Miao's actions, oblivious to the air Bao calling him. Fu, the air Bao raised his voice. Fu, roused from his reverie, hurried over to Shen Miao, pointing at the white salt and eagerly asking, "Annie, what is this? Is it salt?" "Indeed. Why is this salt so white?" "Ours is yellow," Shen Miao replied with a smile, "because this salt is of superior quality and lacks any bitterness. If you don't believe me, you can taste it." Fu, half understanding, licked his finger, his face immediately lighting up with amazement. "This salt seems better than what we have. Annie, where did you buy this salt? Can you tell me?" They could no longer afford the salt from the Far Sea beastmen. If they had an alternative, perhaps his father would not have to worry. Shen Miao smiled mysteriously. "I make it myself." Fu was taken aback. "Annie, you can make salt?" The little ones, not fond of anyone questioning their mother's abilities, chimed in, "Our mother is the most impressive. This salt is made by our mother." Fu tilted his head, eagerly asking, "Annie, can you trade some salt with us? We can no longer afford the salt from the Far Sea beastmen." Shen Miao had also heard about the Far Sea beastmen's price gouging and felt somewhat disdainful. However, as it did not affect her directly, she had not paid much attention to her surprise. Even the cat beastmen were nearing the point of being unable to afford it, but a sense of responsibility welled up within her. "Sure, have your father come and collect the salt." Shen Miao agreed. Fu joyfully ran home to share this good news with the cat beastmen. The cat beastmen, initially incredulous, were eventually dragged to Shen Miao's home by their eldest cub. Upon seeing the salt, the cat beastman's heart ignited with excitement. Such excellent salt, priced even lower than the coarse salt from the Far Sea beastmen. It felt like a windfall from the heavens. Like their offspring, the cat beastman returned with a silly grin, filled with joy, to trade some goods for salt with Shen Miao. That on the way back, the cat beastman intentionally displayed the salt, attracting inquiries from others. At this moment, he would cheerfully inform everyone that this salt was purchased from Shen Miao, boasting superior quality compared to that of the Far Sea beastmen, with higher purity and no bitterness whatsoever. This was the first time the others had seen such salt, and they were skeptical of the cat beastman's claims, believing it must be expensive. Yet, the cat beastman quoted a remarkably low price. The beastmen were left astounded that, is it possible? Such fine salt at such a low price. Either the cat beastman is deceiving us, or the salt merely appears good but tastes poor. The cat beastman scoffed. "Believe what you will. If you don't want the good stuff, I've already purchased it. Would I really deceive you? If you don't believe me, then go buy the coarse salt from the Far Sea beastmen." Upon concluding his remarks, the cat beastman stormed off in a fit of anger, clutching his salt. The onlookers exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to pay a visit to Shen Miao's abode. Shen Miao graciously showcased her salt, inviting them to taste it for themselves. Those beastmen who sampled the salt were astounded by its exquisite flavor, leading to a frenzied rush to purchase it, with an ample supply of salt available. Shen Miao was able to accommodate all their demands, and soon her salt became a favorite enhancement for many barbecued dishes. After savoring the meat seasoned with Shen Miao's salt, all beastmen unanimously agreed that the salt from the distant sea was subpar, vowing never to purchase it again, for Shen Miao's offering was not only delightful, but also economical. Amidst a collection of beast crystals, Shen Miao meticulously selected one that bore red veins, playing with it momentarily before setting aside the others. She intended to present this particular specimen to Qing Chen, as high-quality beast crystals could serve medicinal purposes, a prospect she had yet to explore. Chapter 046. The astonished veterinarian Qing Chen consumed the red-quality beast crystal that Shen Miao had offered, displaying no immediate reaction. Shen Miao, however, was not disheartened, as she had not anticipated a miraculous recovery. Yet upon her return home that day, several cubs rushed over in tears, informing her that Qing Chen had fainted. Shen Miao's heart sank. She discarded her catch and hastily entered the room. There lay Qing Chen, his complexion ashen and unconscious. She checked for breath and sighed in relief upon feeling his faint exhalations. Steeling herself, she instructed the cubs to remain vigilant by their father's side while she hurried to summon the veterinarian. The cubs nodded vigorously. Shen Miao dashed to fetch Lin Shousheng, the elderly veterinarian, who moved slowly. Shen Miao nearly had to support him as they made their way back. Slow down, slow down. Oh dear, with this old body of mine, are you trying to wear me out? Lin Shousheng grumbled as he entered the house. Shen Miao, disregarding his complaints, pushed him toward the bed and urged, "This is a matter of life and death. I implore you to act swiftly." Lin Shousheng huffed and puffed, but upon seeing Qing Chen's condition, he suppressed his irritation and began his examination. "How is Qing Chen's health?" Shen Miao inquired anxiously. Lin Shousheng shot her a glare and took his time responding. Growing increasingly anxious, Shen Miao apologized. "I realize I may have offended you earlier. Please do not take it to heart." Finally, Lin Shousheng spoke. "It's nothing T1T recover completely, but he can manage with proper care." "Then why did he faint so suddenly?" Shen Miao questioned, her brow furrowed with suspicion. Lin Shousheng explained his body hasn't fully healed. Perhaps some factor aggravated his injuries, causing him to lose consciousness. We'll need to fetch some medicine to brew for him, and he should awaken shortly. Hearing Lin Shousheng's confidence, Shen Miao felt a measure of relief, but soon another thought struck her. "Veterinarian, can Qing Chen consume beast crystals?" Lin Shousheng looked at her in surprise. "Of course, but high-quality ones are rare, and those of lower quality are unnecessary." This indicated that Qing Chen's fainting was not due to the red-quality beast crystal she had given him, prompting Shen Miao to exhale slowly. She then sought further clarification. "You mentioned that Qing Chen's injuries need time to heal. How long must he endure this? Will he never fully recover?" Shen Miao was aware that eventually Qing Chen would stand again, and she wished for his recovery to come swiftly. Lin Shousheng shook his head. "I meant that I cannot provide a complete cure. I can only offer care. If you find someone more skilled, they could perform surgery, and he would certainly be able to stand." That skilled individual likely referred to the merman shaman. However, the shamaness arrival was delayed, and Shen Miao contemplated alternative solutions. Perhaps Lin Shousheng was incapable, but other veterinarians might be able to assist. Shen Miao escorted Lin Shousheng home, retrieving the necessary medicines along the way. By the time she returned, Qing Chen had regained consciousness, albeit looking pale, surrounded by the cubs who stood guard like loyal sentinels. Shen Miao took a moment to observe, choosing not to intrude upon their vigil, and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare the medicine. Qing Chen appeared somewhat despondent, and when he saw Shen Miao enter with the medicinal brew, he merely lifted his eyelids to glance at her, muttering weakly, "There's no need to waste your efforts. I'm destined to perish, whether I drink or not. What difference does it make?" Ignoring his despondence, Shen Miao replied, "I traded an entire sheep and a considerable number of beast crystals to procure this medicine. Are you certain you want to drink it?" Qing Chen hesitated, torn between reluctance and a sense of obligation. Even though Shen Miao had become adept at acquiring beast crystals and had an abundance of food, Qing Chen felt an internal conflict. Under Shen Miao's unwavering gaze, he ultimately accepted the bowl and drank the concoction in one go. After taking the empty bowl from him, Shen Miao did not leave immediately, but settled beside the stone bed, asking, "Do you know what Lin Shousheng said?" Qing Chen was disinterested. Shen Miao persisted, articulating each word. "He mentioned that your injuries are no longer severe. Even if left untreated, you could lie in bed for decades." Upon hearing this, Qing Chen's expression shifted slightly, and his voice, strained, emerged from between clenched teeth. "No, if I must remain in this state, I would rather die." Shen Miao smiled gently. "I have promised not to let you die and to restore your legs. There exists another option, to find someone who can perform surgery. Lin Shousheng lacks the capability to undertake it, but I will locate a skilled surgeon." Her words, though delivered calmly, ignited a fervor in Qing Chen's heart. He regarded Shen Miao, who had transformed significantly over this period. Initially guarded, he had observed her, but now those feelings had begun to dissipate. Is it truly necessary to go to such lengths for a mere contract? Qing Chen murmured, his head bowed. Shen Miao, unable to hear him clearly, sensed his reluctance to repeat himself and chose to refrain from pressing further, yet firmly reassured him, "Wait for me. I will find a veterinarian capable of fully healing you." The following day, Shun Miao made a special trip to the beast facility, seeking out all the veterinarians to inquire about the possibility of performing surgery. They all shook their heads, explaining that such procedures required exceptionally skilled veterinarians. And none had emerged in many years. Disappointed by their responses, Shun Miao offered them numerous beast crystals as an incentive to at least attempt the procedure. It's not a matter of willingness. None possessed the requisite skills. If they did, your generous offer would have them clamoring to take it on, one veterinarian explained to her, realizing she had been overly eager in attempting to compel those unqualified to perform surgery. Shun Miao understood that the outcome would not align with her expectations, so it's truly impossible. Where exactly is that merman shaman? If only I could find her sooner. For days, Shun Miao pondered this question. Becoming increasingly distracted, in contrast, Qing Chen remained remarkably composed. Upon learning of the impending surgery, he had already accepted the likelihood that his legs would not heal, for throughout his life, he had yet to encounter a veterinarian capable of performing such a procedure. Shun Miao's reassurances were merely a balm for his spirit. Despite this knowledge, he found himself less despairing than before. As Shun Miao absent-mindedly sliced meat with a stone knife, she inadvertently cut her finger, causing blood to flow. She quickly held her hand under cold water to wash it off. The faint sting from her fingertip drew her gaze to the swirling crimson in the water. And suddenly, an epiphany struck her. Of course, she possessed healing abilities. Chapter 047. Educating the cubs revitalized by the realization of her healing powers, Shun Miao began devising a plan to utilize her abilities to mend Qing Chen's injuries, all while ensuring he remained unaware, for she would struggle to explain it to him. This presented a challenge, as Qing Chen was exceedingly perceptive, quick to suspect any anomalies. The clever strategy was imperative. While Shun Miao contemplated her approach to healing Qing Chen, a sudden outburst of loud cursing from the Bao pierced the air outside. Alarmed, Shun Miao feared yet another confrontation had arisen. She hastily set aside her tasks and dashed outside, exclaiming, "What is happening?" Upon her arrival, she was relieved to find the 4 cubs unharmed, contrary to her initial fears of disturbance. Just as she was pondering the situation, her attention was drawn to an unfamiliar female cub, who appeared somewhat timid and flustered. Shun Miao inquired, "Whose cub are you?" Before the female cub could respond, Bao interjected, "Mother, she is the annoying one from the Lu Zhu family. Her name is Yiling. Originally, the little one is the offspring of the green pearl. Although Shun Miao does not particularly get along with the green pearl, she holds no prejudice against this little creature. However, it seems that the other little ones are not fond of Yiling, especially Bao, who exhibits a rather aggressive side typical of his kind, shouting at Yiling to leave immediately, insisting that she is unwelcome in their home. Yet, Yiling appears reluctant to depart, her gaze frequently darting toward the bamboo woven basket held by Bao and the others. Shun Miao senses something amiss and calls Bao over for an inquiry at Bao. Fuming, exclaims, "This female beast is so annoying. We were playing with the bamboo weaving at home, and she lingered at the door, refusing to leave, even asking to borrow some bamboo weaving. How could I possibly lend it to her? I told her to go away, but she wouldn't budge. I asked that why you cursed at her?" Shun Miao continues to question. Bao shakes his head. "Of course not. If she won't leave, she must be waiting for us to return indoors, so she can sneak in and take our bamboo weaving. Her mother is so wicked. She can't be any better." The young one's perspectives are rather black and white. Yiling, with tears brimming in her eyes, weakly protests, "I didn't intend to steal anything." Bao, unconvinced, asks, "Then why won't you leave?" Yiling falls silent, her head bowed. "See, you can't answer, can you? Is it because your mother sent you here? She is simply envious of our family, whatever we possess. She desires for herself." Bao retorts angrily. "No, it wasn't my mother who sent me. I came on my own." Yiling insists earnestly. At this point, Bao interjects, "What are you doing here by yourself? Your mother doesn't like our family. She certainly wouldn't allow you to come over freely." "You're lying." Bao adds, "Just tell the truth. Are you here to steal something?" Bao chimes in, "A lying cub is not a good cub." The young ones, each contributing their thoughts, create a cacophony of voices, while Yiling, with only one voice that is not very articulate, struggles to defend herself. Her tears falling in frustration. No, that is not it. I really just wanted to borrow a bamboo weaving to take a look. If you want to lend it to me, that is fine. I want to play anymore. Yiling pleads, waving her hands anxiously. Finally, Shun Miao grasped the situation. Her cubs were playing with the bamboo weaving at home when Yiling, having spotted it, found it appealing and wished to borrow one from Dabao. However, due to the past incidents with the green pearl, which had soured Dabao's feelings toward her, he unjustly directed his ire toward Yiling. The little ones have remarkable memories and a clear sense of right and wrong. However, with 4 of them against 1, it certainly felt like they were ganging up on her. Observing Yiling, Shen Miao notes that the little female beast appears rather dejected, perhaps intimidated by Dabao's scolding, as she no longer dares to look at the bamboo weaving. This demeanor starkly contrasts with that of the green pearl. After contemplating, Shen Miao approaches and offers an extra small bamboo weaving to Yiling, gently saying, "Here, you can play with this bamboo weaving." Yiling cradles the small bamboo basket in her hands, astonished by Shen Miao's kindness. She had anticipated that Dabao's mother would scold her as well. But instead, Dabao's mother not only refrained from chastising her, but even gifted her a small basket. This basket could be used for gathering wildflowers or holding snacks. She could do as she pleased with it. Overwhelmed with joy, Yiling is momentarily at a loss for words, gazing at Shen Miao with eyes full of gratitude. Shen Miao smiles and encourages, "Take it back and enjoy." "Thank you, Auntie," Yiling responds cheerfully, clutching the small bamboo basket as she joyfully hops back home. Shen Miao cannot help but reflect on the scarcity of toys in this world. The mere sight of a bamboo weaving renders the little ones immobile, highlighting the lack of such items. However, she also realizes that bamboo weaving has yet to become commonplace in this realm. As she ponders, she turns around only to meet Dabao's furious gaze. Shen Miao feels a chill. The little cub has just quarreled with someone, and now she is undermining him, which must surely infuriate him. As expected, Dabao snorts at her and turns to leave. "Dabao, stop!" Shen Miao does not chase after him but calls out directly. Dabao halts momentarily, turning his head to glare. "What is it?" Shen Miao squats down in front of him, softly asking, "Why are you angry?" Dabao remains silent, stubbornly turning his head away, unwilling to cooperate. Shen Miao, however, does not rush him. Educating children requires immense patience. "I it because I gave the small bamboo basket to Yiling, and you think I'm being nice to her. Which makes you upset?" Shen Miao inquires. Dabao purses his lips and defiantly replies, "I assent it." "Then why do you dislike her?" "Because her mother is very wicked," Dabao blurts out. Shen Miao chuckles lightly. "You just said it was her mother, but Yiling hasn't done anything wrong. Initially, she politely asked to borrow a bamboo weaving from you. Even if you didn't agree, it wasn't right to scold her. Was it?" Dabao seems to realize he may have been in the wrong. "Well, I shouldn't have scolded her, but you shouldn't have given her the bamboo basket. That is Si Bao's favorite basket." He still protests. Shen Miao points to the basket in Si Bao's hands. "I didn't give hers away. I offered a different one that was surplus. You scolded Yiling, and now your mother has given her a small bamboo basket as an apology. Why are you still angry?" At this, Dabao finds himself at a loss for words. Shen Miao gently pats his head. "Dabao, let me impart a lesson. We must not take advantage of the weak. Nor should we be pushovers, and definitely not be stingy. That if someone wrongs us, we can simply ignore them. But if they haven't offended us, we shouldn't respond with hostility. Otherwise, we'll have no friends." Dabao seems to ponder this, awkwardly declaring, "I understand. I won't do it like that again." Chapter 048. An unexpected visit. Somehow, news of Shen Miao's salt-making skills reached the far sea beastmen. Soon after, they dispatched a beastman to investigate the situation, and upon learning of Shen Miao's exact location, he made his way directly to her doorstep. Shen Miao had anticipated this development when preparing to make salt, but she did not expect them to arrive so swiftly. It seems that, regardless of the era, individuals seek to monopolize resources rather than share. The visitor is a middle-aged beastman, smiling amiably, appearing quite genial. Yet Shen Miao feels instinctively that he is not as benign as he seems. After all, he has been sent to negotiate, indicating he is likely quite formidable. "I heard that a young female beast is responsible for salt making." At first, I didn't believe it, but upon seeing you, I am convinced. Shun Miao, you exude intelligence. No wonder you devised the method for producing salt. The middle-aged beast man begins with extravagant flattery. Shun Miao smiles faintly. I hardly deserve such praise. It was merely a fortunate accident. The middle-aged beast man sighs. Shun Miao, please don't be modest, as so many beast men have failed to conceive of such an idea, yet you alone have succeeded, which speaks to your uniqueness. Seeing that he is becoming increasingly verbose and inclined to continue his flattery, Shun Miao promptly interjects, I'm sorry, but may I ask what brings you here? The middle-aged beast man, unperturbed by the interruption, grins. How refreshing. I enjoy conversing with forthright females like you. To be candid, I have come to propose a trade. Oh. Shun Miao responds nonchalantly, showing little interest. The middle-aged beast man continues, Shun Miao, how much salt do you currently possess? We, the Farsi beastmen, are willing to purchase it all. Shun Miao shakes her head. I am not a dedicated salt maker. I cannot engage in trade with you. The middle-aged beastman appears taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Shun Miao's response, hesitating, but I've heard that you sold salt to the tribal beastmen. Indeed, they're all from the same tribe, that I cannot simply watch them go without salt. Shun Miao replies matter-of-factly. Then, in the future, if you wish to produce salt, you can sell it to us. This way, it would save you a great deal of trouble. What do you think? The middle-aged beastman suggests. Shun Miao raises an eyebrow, amused. You are quite the peculiar beastman. You are from the far sea, and you are not lacking in salt. Why must you insist on having me sell salt to you? I would rather sell it to my neighbors than seek out those far away. You would receive a better price from us. And so what? I am not in need of beast crystals or meat. I merely wish to provide some assistance to the tribal beastmen, so they do not have to purchase the exorbitantly priced and inferior salt. The middle-aged beastman's expression darkens as he realizes that this female beast has no intention of engaging in trade with them, and may even be deliberately opposing them. Having understood this, his demeanor shifts from friendliness to arrogance. Shun Miao, you must think carefully. Your actions are tantamount to opposing all of us Farsi beastmen. As a mere female, do you possess the capability to do so? You ought to weigh your options. Shun Miao, unfazed, replies casually, there is no need to weigh my options, that I will make my salt, and you will sell yours. It is a simple principle of coexisting without interfering with each other. I really need to teach you this. The middle-aged orc's countenance darkened ominously. What does it mean to keep one's well water from interfering with another's river water? Clearly, this female beast deliberately sold salt at a low price to these foolish orcs, resulting in their salt being unsellable here, which has severely harmed the interests of the orcs from the distant seas. Otherwise, he would not have appeared here. The middle-aged orc spoke with a sinister tone. I will ask you once more. Either sell the salt to us or cease its production altogether. Choose one. I choose neither, Shun Miao declared resolutely. The middle-aged orc chuckled with rage. Very well. This is your choice, that a mere female beast, so lacking in self-awareness. I shall see what you can do to oppose me. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged orc suddenly launched an attack that he believed that given Shun Miao's ample size, her mobility would be sluggish, and a surprise assault would surely subdue her in one strike. At that moment, however, as he reached Shun Miao, she vanished before his eyes. Where did she go? The middle-aged orc exclaimed in astonishment. Just then he felt a sharp slap on his back, and upon turning around, he was met with a punch to the face. Shun Miao's weight delivered a formidable blow. The middle-aged orc found himself momentarily blinded, nearly losing consciousness, and staggered several steps before he could regain his footing. Shun Miao launched a kick, sending him crashing to the ground. From then on, the middle-aged orc became nothing more than a punching bag for Shun Miao. How dare you speak to me like that? You think you can intimidate me? Let me tell you, I have never lost a fight. You, a shriveled old man, think I would fear you? The middle-aged orc attempted to resist, but Shun Miao had him firmly pinned down, and he could not help but curse vehemently. Go ahead and hit me. Better yet, kill me, and then your family will suffer the consequences. The orcs from the distant seas will not spare you. Since you insist, I shall gladly oblige, Shun Miao replied with a wicked grin. The middle-aged orc fell silent, realizing that Shun Miao might genuinely carry out her threat, Observing his cowardice, Shen Miao lost interest. Having expected a more resilient opponent, she ceased her assault and, kicking him lightly, said, "Get lost, I don't want to see you again. Otherwise, I will beat you every time we meet." The middle-aged orc, bruised and battered, harbored deep resentment within, but had no choice but to shoot her a furious glare before scrambling away in disgrace. Feeling invigorated after the encounter, Shen Miao washed the blood from her hands by the river and returned home in high spirits. In the kitchen, a few wild fruits awaited her, which she had initially intended to make into juice for Qing Chen. However, the interruption caused by the middle-aged orc had changed her plans. Nevertheless, she resumed her task. Before long, Shen Miao entered Qing Chen's room, carrying a bowl of freshly squeezed juice. "Come, try this new concoction I've created," she said with a beaming smile. Qing Chen looked up, his expression relatively unchanged, yet his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Past experiences had taught him that Shen Miao's culinary creations were rarely subpar, and he wondered how delicious this new offering might be. Moments later, Qing Chen's expression soured. He beheld a bowl of liquid that was a peculiar mix of red and yellow. With a hint of darkness, Shen Miao claimed it was juice, a nutritious blend. Yet, all Qing Chen could think about was the urge to vomit. He turned away, succinctly stating, "Take it away. Just taste it. How will you know if it's good if you don't try?" Shen Miao insisted, attempting to promote her creation. Qing Chen shut his eyes, clearly resisting. Shen Miao could not pry open his mouth to force a taste, feeling somewhat disheartened that it looked appealing. Why the aversion? Chapter 049. Making Juice Undeterred. Shen Miao gazed at the vibrant juice, contemplating a taste for herself. Ultimately, she decided against it. To be frank, it resembled the stagnant water from a long-abandoned ditch. "Mother, we're back!" Several little ones burst in from outside, their faces gleaming with sweat from play. Shen Miao's eyes lit up with warmth. "Oh, you're back just in time. I've just prepared some fresh treats for you. Come, all of you, try some." "Really? Is it true?" The little ones clamored eagerly. Qing Chen regarded her with a complex expression, while Shen Miao shot him a triumphant glance. "See, the very thing you refuse to drink, they're clamoring for." The little ones each took a couple of sips. Polishing off the bowl of juice, Shen Miao watched intently, her heart racing with anticipation. "So, how is it? Is it delicious?" "Very delicious. It's sweet and tangy. Mother, is there more?" The little ones exclaimed enthusiastically. Qing Chen, bewildered, questioned, "Are you certain it's good? Does your stomach feel fine?" Shen Miao protested, "It's just juice. There's no need to worry." The little ones looked puzzled, patting their round bellies. "No, we feel fine." "Why does father ask this? Did you drink the juice mother made?" "No," he replied. "I lack the fortune to enjoy such things." Even if the little ones appeared unaffected, Qing Chen remained convinced that this concoction was unsuitable for orcs. That a faint whimper drifted on the wind. As Shen Miao traversed the uneven paths of the tribe, an unsettling chill crept down her back. She glanced around but saw nothing, her heart racing with unease. After quickening her pace for a while, the whimpering continued, and though she initially wished to ignore it, her curiosity piqued. She wanted to discover who was crying so hauntingly in broad daylight. Following the sound, she gradually approached a small figure crouched in a corner, sobbing. This place seemed familiar. Glancing up, she spotted the home of the cat beastman nearby. The crying figure was none other than the cat beastman's eldest offspring. Fulu, she called gently. He turned at the sound, his face streaked with tears resembling a little calico cat. Curiously, she inquired, "Why are you hiding here crying? Did the cat beastman hurt you?" "No, not at all, did him. Why, father never hits me. Oh, then what troubles you?" Fulu lamented, "We have no food at home, and I will starve. That I don't want to be hungry." Shen Miao's heart ached at his plight. Indeed, little ones feared hunger above all else. The cat beastman's family had been struggling for some time. They could not ascend the ranks, their hunting skills lacking. Each venture into the mountains did not guarantee a successful return with food. Lacking other skills, they could not earn beast crystals, leading to frequent hunger pangs. Previously, Shen Miao had instructed the cat beastman on animal husbandry, but regrettably, the immediate issues at hand were insurmountable. They would not survive long enough for the animals to breed before resorting to slaughter. Seeing Fu Lu's sorrowful state reminded Shen Miao of her own children when they first arrived, stirring her compassion. "Fu Lu, please stop crying. Come here, I will give you some beast crystals. Ask your father to buy some food. Shen Miao retrieved several beast crystals and offered them to Fu Lu. Fu Lu hesitated, feeling shy. With his little hands clasped behind his back, he sniffled and said softly, "Aunt, I cannot accept." Shen Miao smiled warmly. "Take them. When Abao's father was injured, your father helped him. Now I am repaying your father's kindness." Hearing her words, Fu Lu appeared to grasp only partially. Shen Miao pressed the beast crystals into his hand and ruffled his hair gently. "All right, go inside now. Your father is probably looking for you." Once home, Shen Miao still pondered the cat beastman situation, her expression heavy with concern. She shared with Qing Chen the tale of Fu Lu crying outside, to which Qing Chen responded with a touch of resignation. The cat beastman's circumstances had been dire. In the past, he could assist, but now he felt powerless, as he too relied on the female beast for sustenance. "Qing Chen, I intend to share the method for making blood tofu with the cat beastman. What do you think?" Hunting was no longer a viable option. It relied on strength and skill, neither of which the cat beastman possessed. Teaching him how to make blood tofu seemed the best solution she could devise. "That sounds good." Qing Chen nodded, then asked, "Is this something you figured out on your own? Are you sure you won't regret sharing it?" Shen Miao chuckled softly. "I can hunt and produce salt now. I am not lacking a single method like blood tofu. Besides, even after teaching them, I can still make it myself, for the cat beastman. This could be a life-saving method." Qing Chen gazed at her intently. Each time, he perceived something unique about Shen Miao. He wondered just how much she still kept hidden from him. Lowering his gaze, he suppressed the weighty darkness that lingered in his eyes. The following day, Shen Miao visited the cat beastman's home. The cat beastman had intended to visit Shen Miao's residence to express his gratitude personally. But upon seeing her arrival, he quickly invited her inside. "Why child does not understand. And he accepted your beast crystals. I was just about to return them," the cat beastman said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Shen Miao waved her hand dismissively. "Consider these beast crystals a loan from me. Regardless, go buy some food first. We cannot let the little ones go hungry." The cat beastman felt a twinge of shame. "It is my inability that has led to this. Brother cat, do not dwell on it too much. Life must go on. When Qing Chen was injured, I too wallowed in despair for a time. Eventually, I realized that life must be lived." Shen Miao consoled him. The cat beastman nodded in agreement. "You speak the truth. Brother cat, actually, I came here today to discuss something else with you. Would you like to have a stable source of income?" Shen Miao asked earnestly. The cat beastman chuckled wryly. "Of course, I dream of such a thing, but where can I find a way? Hunting is not feasible, and I possess no other skills." Shen Miao remarked, "I shall share with you the method of preparing blood tofu, which you may sell at the beast market for a modest income." Upon hearing this, the cat beastman widened his eyes in panic, gesticulating frantically. No, that is your means of earning money. How could you possibly give it to me?" "Absolutely not." After multiple emphatic refusals, Shen Miao smiled gently. "My household is currently stable. I need not rely solely on blood tofu for sustenance. That I assure you, I can continue making it. Please refrain from hastily rejecting my offer. This decision comes after a discussion with Qing Chen, who supports my initiative. You and your spouse are kind-hearted individuals, but I cannot be so ungrateful." "What would that make me?" the cat beastman replied with a wry smile. "It is not as dire as you think. Prepare the necessary ingredients, which are quite simple. Just request some blood from those who hunt wild beasts and acquire a bit of salt. I will teach you once, and you shall understand it," Shen Miao insisted, her tone resolute and unquestionable. Moved by her sincere desire to assist, the cat beastman ceased his refusals, taking his mate and young ones to kneel before Shen Miao. Offering profound thanks, Shen Miao averted her gaze, assisting them to their feet and offering words of comfort before departing. The cat beastman family watched her figure fade from sight before turning to re-enter their home, where the two young ones leaped joyfully, exclaiming that they would never suffer from hunger again with the newfound method of making blood tofu. Chapter 50. Little Si Bao chased by bees. Meanwhile, Yiling returned home with a small bamboo basket, elated for several days. She placed the basket on her stone bed, so that upon waking, she could see it immediately. This small bamboo basket was a treasure to her. However, today it caught the attention of Lu Zhu, who inquired about its origin, marveling at it with wide eyes. This charming little basket, though merely a toy, is perfect for holding small flowers and trinkets for the little ones. But what if it were woven larger? Could it not hold even more? Lu Zhu pondered, captivated by the basket, but Yiling timidly replied, it was a gift from Qing Mo's mother. Upon realizing who Qing Mo's mother was, Lu Zhu's anger erupted as she scolded Yiling. How could you accept something from her? I have warned you countless times to stay away from her home. Yiling began to cry. Mother, I was wronged. I shall never do so again. Come, we shall pay her a visit. I must confront her about her intentions, Lu Zhu declared, dragging Yiling along as they stormed towards Shun Miao's residence. With a fierce demeanor, Lu Zhu arrived at Shun Miao's home, calling out her name loudly and knocking on the door with great force. Shun Miao, hearing the commotion from within, felt puzzled. It was still early, and she had yet to prepare breakfast. Who could be causing such a ruckus at this hour? Just as she contemplated this, Air Bao, clad in animal skins, dashed to the door. Shun Miao, quick-witted, seized him as he struggled and pleaded. Mother, let me open the door. I want to open the door. I will handle it. You stay close behind me. Such a loud commotion could frighten the little ones, Shun Miao replied, determined to protect her children. Upon opening the door, she found Lu Zhu and Yiling standing outside, with Yiling's tear-streaked face and Lu Zhu's sour expression. Upon seeing Shun Miao, Lu Zhu scoffed derisively. Shun Miao, perplexed, inquired, what is the meaning of this ruckus so early in the morning? Shun Miao, is this your gift to my Yiling? Lu Zhu thrust an item toward Shun Miao. Upon closer inspection, Shun Miao recognized it as the very bamboo basket she had given away. How did it end up in Lu Zhu's hands? With a mocking laugh, Lu Zhu hurled the basket to the ground, crushing it underfoot before picking it up again and hurling it at Shun Miao's face. Cursing, who cares for your filthy trinkets? If you dare approach my Yiling again, do not blame me for being impolite. Shun Miao deftly dodged the bamboo basket, her patience wearing thin as she retorted. Are you unwell? If you have grievances, take them to the Lin Beast family, not to my home. You are the one who is unwell. Everyone knows your true nature, Shun Miao, a beast woman willing to sell her own offspring. What good could possibly come from you? Do not even think about laying a hand on my Yiling. Lu Zhu clutched Yiling protectively. Shun Miao countered, you speak nonsense that why mother has never even met your offspring. It was your child who came to my home, pleading with my brother for a woven tea, why brother refused, and it was my mother who gave it to her. You are the wicked one. Utterly corrupt. Er Bao emerged, shaking his fist at Lu Zhu. Is this the ill-mannered spawn you have raised? Yiling, take heed. When you see them in the future, keep your distance, Shun Miao warned, unable to tolerate Lu Zhu's derisive comments about her children. Pulling Bao close and maintaining a stern demeanor, Lu Zhu, despite her fear of Shun Miao's formidable presence, retorted defiantly, Shun Miao, you can only intimidate. I will not engage with you. Rest assured, your retribution will come. With that, she turned and left with Yiling in tow. Shun Miao closed the door, only to find that her other children had also risen. She instructed them to wash up while she headed to the kitchen. Upon entering, her previously calm demeanor gave way to confusion as she sat in front of the stove, staring blankly at the flickering flames. How had things escalated to this point? She had merely wished to assist Yiling upon seeing her forlorn expression, and yet, it had transformed into an accusation of attempting to abduct her child, even suggesting the sale of her own daughter. After all this time, Shun Miao believed she had endeavored to be a good person. Yet the impressions left by her predecessor loomed too large. Now, she wondered if her efforts were in vain. Would she ultimately end up with Qing Chen, severing her hands and feet, with her head bowed? A solitary tear fell unbidden. Wiping her aching eyes, she descended into a profound melancholy. Suddenly, she heard soft footsteps behind her. Without turning, she discreetly dabbed her eyes and slightly turned her face, only to meet the worried gaze of Dabao. What brings you here? Have you washed up? Shun Miao managed a faint smile. Dabao silently regarded her, and then, unexpectedly, reached out to gently touch her face, saying, do not listen to the words of wicked beast women. This was the first time Shun Miao had experienced such a tender gesture from her child, and she was astonished that Dabao could perceive her troubled mood. She was the adult. How could she allow a child to worry for her? Shun Miao smiled more brightly. Are you concerned for me? Then call me mother and let me hear it, that the Bao replied with a stoic expression. You said we should ignore the bad ones. Yiling's mother is a bad one. Seeing De Bao's earnest expression as he attempted to counsel her, Shun Miao felt her irritation dissipate. Indeed, why should she allow the words of an inconsequential individual to affect her? What was Lu Zhu, after all, but a defeated foe? With this realization, Shun Miao felt invigorated. De Bao, truly, will you not consider calling me mother? De Bao, somewhat awkward, said nothing and dashed outside. Shun Miao watched his small figure retreat, smiling slightly. The little fellow was quite endearing, a classic case of being tough on the outside but soft within. Little bee, where are you off to? Little sea Bao chased after small bee, her short legs scampering with great enthusiasm. Suddenly, the bee vanished from sight, leaving little sea Bao in a daze. The bee was gone, and she had hoped to follow it home to procure some honey. Mother had treated her to honey a few times, and it was ever so sweet. Little sea Bao reminisced about that delightful flavor, drool trickling from the corner of her mouth. Suddenly, she stomped her little foot and hurried up the mountain. For the honey her mother had brought home always came from the hills. Surely, there must be honey to be found there. Without hesitation, the small figure ventured into the forest. Approximately half an hour later, little sea Bao came barreling down the mountain, her voice a cacophony of panic as she cried, "Ah, bees, do not sting me." A swarm of bees buzzed behind her, creating a scene both comical and chaotic. Despite her legs seeming to leave trails in the air from running so fast, she clutched tightly onto her prize. Chapter 51. Stung all over, little sea Bao returned home, her head covered in welts. The young ones gathered around her, staring at her swollen face, which resembled a rice cake steamed by their mother, and burst into laughter. Ear Bao, with his sharp tongue, pointed at little sea Bao's face. Laughing uproariously, little sea Bao, your face is even bigger than your bottom. Ha! Sim Bao joined in mirth. Sea Bao is now so plump, her face is as large as two people's. De Bao cleared his throat, admonishing his younger brothers, do not mock Sea Bao. She is merely a bit chubby. That does not take away from her cuteness. She will be back to normal in a few days. Though her brothers laughed at her, little Sea Bao was furious, stamping her feet and furrowing her little brows as she huffed. If you laugh at me, I shall never speak to you again. But you look so amusing. I tried to stifle my laughter, but I simply could not. Sam Bao insisted with utmost seriousness. Little Sea Bao pouted and turned away, ignoring her bothersome brothers. Yet they all crowded around her, sweet-talking. Sea Bao, what did you bring back? Let us see. Wow, it smells so good. I can smell honey. No, I will not show you. Little Sea Bao remained irate, clutching the beehive tightly to her chest, resolutely preventing her brothers from catching even the slightest glimpse of it. At that moment, the other little ones realized they had offended little Sea Bao and desperately sought to placate her with kind words, yearning to glimpse the coveted beehive. However, little Sea Bao, in her fury, dismissed their entreaties. The little ones, scratching their heads in frustration, lamented that they could neither see nor taste the honey, which only heightened their cravings. Then, Air Bao had a sudden inspiration and exclaimed, Little Sea Bao, you are truly remarkable. You managed to procure a beehive all by yourself, something none of us could achieve. Indeed, you are incredible, far superior to us. Little Sea Bao, waving her chubby hand dismissively at her obsequious brothers, retorted, I do not wish to hear your flattery. Leave me alone. It is utterly annoying. De Bao, trailing behind with a forlorn expression, pleaded, Sea Bao, we brothers acknowledge our mistakes. Why do you still hold a grudge? So annoying. You claim to know you were wrong, yet you refuse to apologize, she scoffed. Humph, do not follow me. I'm going to find mother and father. I shall not entertain you bothersome beastmen. With that, little Sea Bao strutted away, her short legs carrying her swiftly into the house. When Shun Yao emerged, startled by little Sea Bao's appearance, she quickly scooped her up and examined the bumps on her face with a mix of concern and amusement. Oh my goodness, where have you been? How did you come back with such a face full of bumps? Does it hurt? Upon seeing her mother, little Sea Bao felt utterly wronged, pouting with red-rimmed eyes. It hurts a little, mother. A lot of bees stung me. Noticing the beehive in her arms, Shin Miao reached out to take a tea. It was not particularly large, allowing little Si Bao to carry it back. If you took someone else's beehive, of course, they would sting you to, oh. Unrepentant, little Si Bao defiantly declared, next time, I will still take it that if I run a bit faster, they won't catch me. Shin Miao chuckled, thinking to herself that no matter how fast she ran, bees could fly much quicker. However, she refrained from voicing this thought, as it might discourage the little one, that instead, she gently advised, beehives can only be collected by adults. You're still a little one, which is why the bees stung you. Remember this. If you see a beehive, run away immediately and come find your mother. Understood? Little Si Bao obediently nodded. And come find us too. We are your brothers and can protect you. The three little ones scampered over. With a huff, little Si Bao pouted, I do not want to find my brothers. They are too annoying. Shin Miao was taken aback. Little Si Bao had always been good-natured, gentle, and highly dependent on her three brothers, never once losing her temper with them. What had transpired today? Curiosity getting the better of her, she inquired, and little Si Bao, indignant, replied, my brothers said my face looks like a butt, so I refused to pay them any mind. Shin Miao scrutinized her closely. After a period of good nourishment, little Si Bao had indeed gained a fair amount of weight, her face now round and plump, coupled with the swelling from the bee stings. It did bear a slight resemblance to that. However, even if it did, De Bao and the others should never have said such a thing. It was certainly hurtful to the little one that clearing her throat. Shin Miao spoke earnestly to the three little ones. How could you say such things about your sister? As a mother taught you that brothers should protect their sisters. Mother, we know we were wrong. And we apologized to Si Bao later, De Bao admitted, guilt evident in his tone. Shin Miao continued, recognizing your mistakes and amending them is commendable. In the future, do not repeat such behavior. Si Bao. Your brothers made a mistake. But it was not intentional. Considering it was their first offense, please forgive them. With Shin Miao's mediation, little Si Bao finally reconciled with her brothers. Shin Miao retrieved some medicine and applied it to the bumps on little Si Bao's face. Though it would take time for the swelling to subside, little Si Bao, ever optimistic, assured her that as long as it would eventually go down, she was fine. After tending to the situation, Shin Miao began to process the beehive. Although little Si Bao had gone against Shin Miao's established rule of not venturing up the mountain alone, seeing her in such a state softened Shin Miao's heart, and she refrained from scolding her too harshly. Instead, she simply reminded her never to go up the mountain alone again. Little Si Bao readily promised to obey. Shin Miao extracted some honey and prepared a bowl of honey water for the little ones. Unable to resist their eager expressions, little Si Bao, sipping the honey she had brought back, found it exceptionally sweet, her eyes squinting with delight. Shin Miao prepared another bowl for Qing Chen in these times. Sweet treats were scarce, making them a cherished delight for both young and old alike. Qing Chen accepted the bowl and casually inquired, did you venture up the mountain again? No, today I stayed at home processing the newly dried salt. I haven't gone up the mountain in days. After a brief pause, Qing Chen, perplexed, asked, then where did this honey come from? Shin Miao recounted the tale of little Si Bao collecting the honey, prompting Qing Chen to grow anxious. No wonder little Si Bao refused to come inside today. It was because she was stung by bees. How could you allow her to go up the mountain alone? She is still so little. Shin Miao sighed, expressing her own frustrations that I did not wish for it either, but I cannot keep them cooped up indoors all day. Whenever I get busy, they sneak out. Qing Chen's expression remained grave. Regardless, the safety of the little ones is paramount. You must communicate this clearly to them. Oh, you think I have it. After the incident with Air Bao, I warned them. Yet little Si Bao is still so daring, bold enough to venture in alone that I wonder where she gets such courage. Perhaps she takes after you. Qing Chen fell silent. He was indeed aware of her audacity. The little ones, in times of trouble, displayed the same fearless spirit he did. Shin Miao chose not to dwell on the matter further, feeling a twinge of guilt for not overseeing little Si Bao more closely. Fortunately, nothing serious had happened to her. Chapter 52. Ascending the mountain together one day. As Shin Miao prepared to leave, the Cat Beastman family unexpectedly arrived for a visit. They bore gifts and wore expressions of joy that contrasted sharply with their earlier glum demeanor when they had struggled to afford food. Big cat, what brings you here? Please come in and have a seat. Shun Miao welcomed them. Retracting her foot that had been poised to leave, the cat beastman family expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Shun Miao, we owe you a great deal. Without your method for making blood tofu, we would still be starving. That I merely imparted the method. Earning money from blood tofu relies on your own diligence. Shun Miao replied courteously, speaking the truth. Initially, she had recognized the cat beastman's decent character and his reluctance to take advantage of others, which encouraged her to share her knowledge. They had not disappointed her. The cat beastman chuckled warmly. It is not merely your method. Our efforts have yielded fruitful results. To be honest, we've earned a considerable amount of beast crystals in the past half-month, and we no longer worry about food. That is wonderful. Shun Miao smiled sincerely. These items are a token of our appreciation. You must accept them, the cat beastman insisted, extending the offerings. Shun Miao declined, stating, Big cat, I cannot accept these. You know my family is not lacking in such provisions. Given our friendship, there is no need for such gestures. After much back and forth, she managed to return the gifts. The cat beastman held Shun Miao in high esteem, viewing her as a true friend who helped others without seeking reward. Shun Miao set off for the mountain to hunt, while the four little ones watched her depart from the doorstep. They then turned to play outside Qing Chen's door, ensuring that if he needed anything, he could call, and they would be there in an instant. As the little ones reveled in their play, the door suddenly swung open, revealing a tall, imposing middle-aged beastman whom they did not recognize. Dabao, ever vigilant, inquired, Who are you? The beastman remained silent, striding directly toward them. 3 Bao, closest to him, charged forward like a little bull, but was swiftly seized by the middle-aged beastman. The other little one screamed. 3 Bao. The middle-aged beastman sneered cruelly, his gaze greedily sweeping over the other little ones. Seeing this, Dabao charged in to defend his brother, kicking and punching the middle-aged beastman. Unfortunately, the disparity in strength was too great. The beastman effortlessly tossed Dabao aside. Big brother, Air Bao and Sea Bao cried out in unison, rushing to assist. Release 3 Bao, or I will bite you to death. Air Bao, fierce as a little leopard, sank his teeth into the beastman's wrist. I in pain. The middle-aged beastman cursed, little brat, before tossing Air Bao like a sandbag. I Bao, witnessing both Dabao and Air Bao sprawled on the ground, could not contain her tears and began to wail, shaking her fist at the beastman. The commotion roused the slumbering Qing Chen, who instinctively sensed danger. He called out loudly, Dabao, Air Bao, 3 Bao, Sea Bao, are you all right? Father, an outsider has captured 3 Bao. Wah, little Sea Bao cried out, overwhelmed with distress. Unaware that another beastman was inside, the middle-aged beastman grew anxious and kicked Sea Bao aside, hastily attempting to flee. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from within, prompting the little ones to exclaim, Father! Fear gripped them. They worried that their father had fallen out of bed and could not walk. Dabao struggled to rise, limping toward the house. Help! Someone please! An intruder has broken in. Qing Chen suddenly shouted, and the middle-aged orc quickened his pace while holding the 3 treasures. Abruptly, a sharp pain shot through his wrist, causing him to involuntarily loosen his grip, and the 3 treasures fell to the ground. He scrambled to his feet and dashed toward the house. The middle-aged orc's eyes glinted with menace. This wretched boy still had the strength to bite him. Once he caught him, he would certainly teach him a lesson. Several little ones had already raced into the house, surrounding Qing Chen, who lay on the ground. His legs numb and devoid of sensation. A profound regret flickered in his eyes. He was, after all, a cripple. The middle-aged orc entered, surveying Qing Chen with keen interest. The little ones shielded Qing Chen, declaring loudly, Bad man, go away. My father is not a cripple. He is a great hero. A great hero with disabled legs. The middle-aged orc scoffed, dismissing the little ones entirely. With a mere lift of his hand, he hoisted the 3 treasures back up. Qing Chen's eyes blazed with fury. Let go of the 3 treasures. What do you want? Come at me. The middle-aged orc mocked. What use are you? Capturing you would be a waste of effort. Qing Chen's gaze turned bloodshot. From behind his back, he suddenly hurled an object at the middle-aged orc. The orc, quick on his feet, dodged with a swift turn of his head, seeking death. A flash of ferocity glinted in his eyes as he delivered a punch that knocked Qing Chen unconscious. Then he strode away, clutching the three treasures. Daba and the others were torn between worry for Qing Chen and concern for the three treasures, unsure of what to do. I'll go find Mother. I must locate that villain and rescue the three treasures, Bao declared, clenching his fists with determination. Daba, noticing Bao's injury, expressed his concern. I'll go find Mother. You and Bao, stay home with Father. Lock the door and don't let anyone in. Bao was reluctant, insisting on going himself. Just then, a commotion erupted outside, and the little ones grew vigilant. However, they soon recognized the newcomer as Shen Miao. The three little ones dashed out, as if they had seen a savior. Mother, the three treasures have been taken by a bad man. Boo-hoo, that bad man is so strong. We cannot defeat him. Mother, why did you return so late? We were bullied by that villain. Shen Miao, upon seeing the injuries on the little ones' faces, was filled with shock and anger. Who did this? Did you see what he looked like? It was a middle-aged orc. We don't know him. Daba replied, his fists clenched in fury. He felt inadequate, thinking, if only he were stronger, he could protect the three treasures and Father. Shen Miao, noticing the evident fright in the little one's eyes, felt a pang of worry. Where is your father? Father has fainted, they replied. Shen Miao reassured them. Do not fear, little ones. I will catch the bad man and rescue the three treasures. First, I will check on your father. Qing Chen lay on the ground, a bruise from a punch marking his face. The little ones struggled to lift him onto the bed, leaving him to rest on the floor. Shen Miao checked Qing Chen's breathing and then carried him to the stone bed. Mother, how is Father? The little ones asked anxiously. Shen Miao softly replied, he is fine. He just fainted for now, but he will recover soon. Chapter 053. Space Saver Life. The little ones finally felt relieved, but their concern quickly shifted back to the three treasures. Will the three treasures be okay? That man is so fierce, Bao fretted. Shen Miao produced some ointment to treat the little ones' wounds, soothing them. It's all right. Do you trust Mother, Bao? Leave this matter to me. I want tea, let anything happen to the three treasures. Little Bao whispered. I believe in Mother. Good, Shen Miao said, gently patting Bao's head. The three little ones were in a poor state, and Shen Miao, unable to leave them alone, stayed by their side, comforting them for a long while until they began to recover. The old female beast hurried back from foraging for wild vegetables, startled to find the house in disarray and one little one missing. Mother, it's all right. I will find the three treasures. Please watch over the three little ones and Qing Chen. She instructed. The old female beast nodded repeatedly. All right, you hurry and be careful. Shen Miao agreed and turned to gather information in the village. Based on the little one's descriptions, the middle-aged orc was the same distant sea orc who had come to negotiate the salt purchase a few days prior. She was taken aback by his despicable nature, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Since he was a distant sea orc, many in the village recognized him, but no one knew where he had gone. Shen Miao inquired again and again, facing disappointment but refusing to be discouraged. That you're looking for that distant sea orc? I think I've seen him, said a neighboring bird orc named Fushi, providing useful information. Shen Miao was overjoyed and quickly asked for more details. Fushi revealed the orc's whereabouts, which Shen Miao committed to memory before thanking him and hastily setting off to find the orc. That child, the three treasures, is truly unfortunate to have such a mother. If he dies, Shen Miao, it will be all your fault, someone remarked coldly to tea that moment. Shen Miao could not bear to hear the word die. She turned abruptly, fixing a fierce glare on the one who spoke. Green Pearl. Green Pearl, startled by her expression, feigned calm. Shen Miao, what do you intend to do? There are so many people watching. Do you dare to act against me? Say another word, Shen Miao warned, her eyes bloodshot. Although Green Pearl was afraid, she did not believe Shen Miao would dare to act in public. She feigned helplessness. What I said is the truth. The distant sea orc is inherently vicious. With the three treasures captured, it is certainly a grim situation. Everyone knows this. Shen Miao clenched her fists and swung a punch at Green Pearl. Green Pearl, being a female beast of slight build, was no match for Shen Miao and cried out in distress. Shen Miao was intent on teaching her a lesson, disregarding her pleas, and only released her after venting her anger. Green Pearl's hair was disheveled, her animal skin skirt askew, and her face marred with bruises. Gone was her former beauty. She didn't need to look in a mirror to know how unappealing she now appeared. Overcome with sorrow and rage, she fled in tears. A hush fell over the crowd. No one spoke. Those who usually found Green Pearl attractive were now silent as mice, wary of Shun Miao's ferocity and unwilling to oppose her. As for the cat and bird beasts, they were grateful to Shun Miao and would never side with Green Pearl. After dealing with Green Pearl, Shun Miao returned home. She needed to prepare quickly to rescue the 3 treasures. Once she left, the crowd began to murmur, "Is she really going to rescue someone alone? I doubt she can pull it off." Shun Miao had become even more formidable. She was no longer merely disliked for her character, but now she was known to be capable of violence. They continued to gossip, but none offered to help. The cat beast felt some concern but realized he could do nothing to assist. So he refrained from hindering Shun Miao and silently prayed for her success. Shun Miao armed herself with a stone spear and a large knife from the market before heading to the distant sea orc's residence, as indicated by the bird orc. The distant sea orc resided in a rather secluded area, in a small wooden hut that hardly qualified as a home, indicating he was merely passing through. Shun Miao stealthily approached, remaining vigilant of her surroundings. Her footsteps light. Upon reaching the wooden hut, she tiptoed and peered through a crack in the door. The single-room hut revealed everything inside. The orc had his back to her, busy sharpening something, while within, the 3 treasures lay tightly bound and carelessly thrown on the ground. The little one appeared to have been beaten, with bloodstains on his body and a bruise on his forehead. Shun Miao ground her teeth in frustration. Anyone daring to harm her child would pay dearly. Shun Miao quietly stepped back, picked up a stone, and threw it from a distance. The orc, hearing the noise, immediately stood and peered around the back of the hut. Seizing the opportunity, Shun Miao dashed in, scooped up the 3 treasures, untied the ropes binding him, and carefully checked him for serious injuries, finally breathing a sigh of relief. "Mother," the 3 treasures looked up at Shun Miao with bright eyes. "I knew you would come to save me." "Good child, it is Mother who failed to protect you," she replied. The 3 treasures grasped her hand. "Mother, I am fine." At that moment, the orc, having circled around the back of the hut and finding nothing, returned inside only to discover that the 3 treasures were gone. Startled, he searched frantically, confirming that the 3 treasures had been rescued, and let out a furious roar, grabbing his stone spear and rushing outside. However, he quickly sensed something was amiss and began to search discreetly. Shun Miao and the 3 treasures hid on the other side of the wooden hut, and the orc would see them as soon as he turned the corner. Shun Miao released the 3 treasures, whispering, "Stay here. Mother will go confront him." The 3 treasures nodded. "Mother, be careful." Shun Miao clutched her spear and leaped out, coming face to face with the orc. The orc sneered. "So it is you. It seems you've come to seek death willingly. Who dies is yet to be determined." Shun Miao coldly remarked that the orc, realizing his plans had been thwarted, would undoubtedly fail to report back successfully. In a fit of desperation, he fixated on Shun Miao, contemplating the notion of eliminating her entirely. After all, if she were gone, no one would be able to produce salt, thereby allowing him to return and explain himself. With this thought, a fierce glimmer ignited in the orc's eyes. Shun Miao was acutely aware of the meaning behind such a gaze and dared not be careless. She maintained her composure as the orc's attacks grew increasingly ferocious. Clearly intent on striking her down with a single blow, as the orc unleashed his wrath, Shun Miao found herself struggling to counter his aggression, yet fortunately, it remained within her capacity to endure. "You little brat are finished," the orc suddenly shouted, pointing behind her. Shun Miao instinctively turned her head, at which point the orc lunged with his stone spear aimed at her back. However, it seemed as though she possessed a 6th sense. As she swiftly ducked and evaded the orc's thrust, retaliating by plunging the long knife she had retrieved from the supermarket into the orc's abdomen. The orc, now pointing at Shun Miao, coughed up blood, his face a mask of shock before collapsing to the ground. Even in death, he could not comprehend from whence Shun Miao's gleaming weapon had come. Chapter 054. Envy from others. Shun Miao returned home, cradling Sanbao, her 3 little ones eagerly awaiting her arrival. Upon seeing Sanbao safe and sound, they joyfully rushed to embrace him. "Sanbao, are you all right? Did that wicked orc harm you?" Shen Miao gently set Sanbao down, and the little ones excitedly huddled together, bouncing in delight. Sanbao recounted how Shen Miao had rescued him, causing their eyes to sparkle with admiration. One by one, they rushed to cling to Shen Miao's legs. Looking up with pleading expressions, "Mother, we want to be just as formidable." After inspecting the injuries of her three little ones and finding them to be minor, Shen Miao picked up Sanbao again and tenderly wiped his face with a soft cloth. Noticing a bruise on his forehead and some abrasions on his body, she carefully applied medicine to each wound. She then inquired if Sanbao felt any discomfort, fearing internal injuries, but fortunately, the orc had intended to use Sanbao as leverage and had not truly harmed him. This incident served as a wake-up call for Shen Miao. She had previously underestimated the complexities of this world, viewing it merely as an uncomplicated realm of orcs, never considering the potential for kidnapping. Now, a seemingly simple task of salt production had led to such chaos. If she were to produce other items, would they not incite even greater envy? It was impossible for her to keep her little ones by her side at all times. They needed to grow stronger to ensure their safety. With this in mind, Shen Miao asked her little ones, "Do you wish to be as powerful as your mother?" "Yes," they vigorously nodded. "Very well, then I shall teach you martial arts from now on. You must study diligently and not be lazy. Otherwise, should you encounter such adversities again, you will still be unable to overcome those wicked orcs." The little ones readily agreed, but curiosity soon overtook them. "Mother, what is martial arts?" "Martial arts is what enables you to become formidable." I know. Sanbao exclaimed excitedly. "I saw Mother fight that wicked orc. Is that martial arts, Mother?" He then mimicked a few moves Shen Miao had employed during the confrontation, much to the astonishment of his siblings, who found the concept of martial arts to be exceedingly cool. Shen Miao was taken aback by Sanbao's impressive learning ability. Initially, she had worried that the trauma of his near abduction might leave a psychological scar. Yet he seemed completely unfazed and was already playing with his siblings. While she felt a sense of relief, she was also delighted by Sanbao's talent. "Indeed, you are correct, Sanbao. You learn exceptionally well. However, this particular set of techniques is unsuitable for you. You are still too small and must start from the basics." The little ones chorused, "We are not afraid." Thus, the matter of learning martial arts was settled. Once the little ones' injuries healed, Shen Miao would dedicate time each day to instruct them, beginning with basic stances and gradually progressing to AT. That moment, she led her little ones inside to check on Qing Chen, who remained unconscious since Shen Miao had sought out the distant sea orc. This prolonged state of unconsciousness caused Shen Miao some anxiety. Were it not for Qing Chen's steady pulse, she might have feared the worst. To alleviate her little one's worries, Shen Miao concealed her unease, assuring them that Qing Chen would awaken soon. Sanbao, holding back tears, asked, "Mother, how soon is soon?" He recalled how Qing Chen had fought valiantly against the orc, only to succumb to unconsciousness. Overcome with guilt, Sanbao felt it was all his fault. Shen Miao gently wiped away his tears, comforting him. "Soon means that when you all tidy up and are looking spick and span, Father will wake up, and seeing you all well will hasten his recovery." "Oh." The little ones, upon hearing Shen Miao's words, hastily bowed their heads to check themselves, fearing that if they appeared too dirty, Qing Chen might not awaken. Shen Miao tidied their furs and hair, leading them outside. "Let your father rest well. We shall go and engage in other activities for now." "What shall we do?" the little ones asked in unison. Shen Miao smiled. "We shall prepare something to eat." After the tumultuous day of abduction and fear, their bellies had long been growling with hunger. Shen Miao opted for something simple, preparing a hearty meat stew accompanied by coarse rice. After their meal, she took them into the yard, where she designated a small patch of land for planting. The little ones, unsure of the purpose, found the activity intriguing and followed Shen Miao's lead. "We shall plant these seedlings here," Shen Miao calmly directed as she produced the pepper seedlings she had previously collected from the supermarket. The second and third little ones followed her instructions without question, believing that anything their mother did was remarkable. They merely had to replicate her actions. Only the eldest, Dabao, stared at the pepper seedlings with curiosity, asking, "What is this?" Little C. Bao quickly chimed in. "This is wild vegetables, brother." "You are so silly." Dabao was unconvinced that these were mere wild vegetables. If they were ordinary, why had they been brought back from the woods behind their cabin? And Ran, maintaining her composure, stated, "What little sea bow said is correct. These are wild vegetable seedlings that I purchased some using beast crystals while at the beast farm." "You used beast crystals to buy this?" De Bao found it hard to believe. "Indeed, they didn't need blood tofu, so I had no choice but to use beast crystals for trade." And Ran shrugged. De Bao looked at Shun Miao as if she were a fool, his expression almost screaming that she had been deceived. The other little ones finally grasped the situation, perplexed. "Mother, why buy wild vegetable seedlings? We could simply gather them outside. This is different. You will understand when they grow." Shun Miao replied, dismissing their inquiries as she swiftly planted the seedlings. San Bao crouched before the fragile pepper plants, expressing his concern. Will these survive? In their tribe, no one had yet begun cultivating plants. Perhaps some had merely toyed with the idea, so the little ones were unaware that such green vegetables could indeed be cultivated. Of course they can. Eventually, this patch will be your responsibility. You will water them, catch pests and weed, and they will soon thrive. Shun Miao imparted her gardening knowledge to her little ones, who nodded earnestly in agreement. Qing Chen awoke that night while the old female beast was out with the little ones stargazing. Leaving Shun Miao to watch over him, as he opened his eyes, he was greeted by Shun Miao's face. A flicker of confusion passed through his eyes before he abruptly sat up, exclaiming, "Where is San Bao? Where are De Bao, Air Bao, and Sea Bao?" Shun Miao realized he was recalling events from before his unconsciousness and succinctly recounted the happenings. Just then, San Bao rushed in, and upon seeing him, Qing Chen finally relaxed. Shun Miao stood to fetch the warm medicine from the fire, along with some food. "Thank you," Qing Chen suddenly said. Shun Miao was momentarily taken aback, then a gentle smile graced her lips. Chapter 055. The little snow wolf Little Sea Bao dashed out of the house in a flurry, anxiously asking De Bao, "Brother, have you found the little wolf cub?" De Bao shook his head, worry etched across his face. He had searched both the front and back of the cabin, but had still not located the little wolf cub. Air Bao and San Bao returned from outside, their expressions equally grim. It was clear they too had failed in their search for the little wolf cub. "What should we do? The little wolf cub is so small. Where could it have gone? Oh no, what if it gets caught and killed?" Little Sea Bao began to cry, overcome with sorrow. De Bao tried to console Little Sea Bao. "It won't happen. Everyone knows we have a little wolf cub. If they see it, they'll surely bring it back to you. I in the tribe. The majority of the orcs are benevolent and would not trouble a young wolf cub raised by a child. However, there exists a faction that, regardless of the cub's origins, would secretly hide it away and consume it. Several young ones have searched high and low for the missing cub, but to no avail. They can only await Shun Miao's return to inform her of the lost little wolf." Upon hearing this news, Shun Miao's expression grew somber. This cub was one she had brought back from its infancy, nurturing it to be lively and vibrant. Not only the children, but even she herself found it hard to part with the creature. After confirming the time of the cub's disappearance, she set out in search of it. Yet, the little wolf was so small, and with so many orcs in the tribe, where could she possibly find such a tiny creature? On the first day, Shun Miao returned empty-handed. The children were downcast, with Little Sea Bao even crying to the point of losing his appetite. The second and third days passed, and just as Shun Miao began to resign herself to the possibility of losing the little wolf forever, a sudden turn of events occurred. This twist of fate was brought forth by Fu Lu, who discreetly informed Shun Miao that he had seen an identical snow wolf cub at Yiling's home. Convinced that it was indeed Shun Miao's lost one, without hesitation, Shun Miao decided to pay a visit, regardless of whether it was the same cub or not. Fortuitously, Lu Zhu was not home, standing at Lu Zhu's doorstep. Shun Miao spotted Yiling enticing the little snow wolf with roasted meat. At a glance, she recognized this cub as her own. The little snow wolf appeared somewhat listless, refusing to open its mouth despite Yiling's coaxing. "Little cub, you must eat. If you don't, you will starve. You've gone days without food," Yiling pleaded anxiously. She had grown fond of the little snow wolf and wished for it to stay by her side, not wanting it to perish. Yet, the cub remained obstinate. "Allow me," Shun Miao interjected suddenly, startling Yiling upon seeing Shun Miao's face. Yiling felt a twinge of guilt and hastily cradled the little snow wolf. Stammering, "No, it's not necessary." However, upon recognizing Shin Miao, the little snow wolf squirmed in Yiling's arms that Yiling quickly held it tighter, perplexed. "Little snow wolf, what are you doing? Stop squirming. You'll fall." "Yiling, this snow wolf belongs to my family. Dabao and the others often take it out to play. You must be aware of this." Shun Miao attempted to reason with her that Yiling bit her lip, remaining silent. Shun Miao continued, "The little snow wolf has been missing for 3 days. Si Bao's eyes are swollen from crying that you've played with it for several days already. Please return to us, one to you, but want to play with the little snow wolf too." Yiling's voice trembled with sorrow. Shun Miao softened her tone. "How about this? You can come over to my house often and play with Si Bao and the others. That way, you can see the little snow wolf frequently. Would that be agreeable?" Yiling shook her head, dejectedly replying, "I can't go to your house. My mother won't allow it." Shun Miao furrowed her brow, utterly speechless at Lu Zhu's influence over her child. What kind of upbringing was this? Constraining her frustration, she patiently explained, "But you cannot keep the little snow wolf at home. It refuses to eat the food you provide, and if this continues, it will perish within a few days." She was not attempting to frighten the child. This was simply the truth. Yiling was indeed frightened. She cherished the little wolf and did not want it to die, for once it was gone, she would never see it again. She could return it to Si Bao and the others, allowing her to catch a glimpse of it from afar in the future. "Fine, I'll give it back to you. But can I sneak over to see it in the future?" Yiling timidly inquired. "Of course." Shin Miao affirmed that. Yiling gently patted the little snow wolf's head, reluctantly preparing to hand it back to Shin Miao. Just as Shin Miao reached out to receive it, a figure darted in like the wind, snatching the little snow wolf away. "Broad daylight, Shun Miao. How audacious of you to come to my home to steal." Green Pearl exclaimed, then turned to scold Yiling. "How can you be so spineless? Your own belongings are being coaxed away by others, and you're willing to give them away. How have I raised you?" Yiling cried, "But the little snow wolf, Iasin, mine." "Silence," Green Pearl snapped, her voice harsh that Yiling's eyes brimmed with tears, afraid to let them fall. Shun Miao observed the transformation in Green Pearl. When she first arrived, this female orc had been gentle, albeit somewhat timid. After a few encounters with Shun Miao, her demeanor had completely soured. Now, with her true nature revealed, Green Pearl was as unruly as a shrew. Shun Miao regarded her coldly, her tone icy. "Green Pearl, this snow wolf belongs to my family. Every orc in the tribe knows that you have stolen my property and sought to turn the tables." With a disdainful sneer, Green Pearl retorted, "And if it belongs to you, what of it? You couldn't keep track of your own belongings, allowing it to wander into someone else's home. You have no right to demand it back. Did the little snow wolf come to your home on its own, or did you carry it there?" "You know the answer in your heart," Shun Miao replied without hesitation. The little snow wolf had been pampered by the young ones and would not venture far from home. It would merely circle around the front door. Green Pearl's claim that the little snow wolf had come to her home was clearly a lie. Without a hint of shame, Green Pearl stubbornly declared, "I say it came here, and that is how it came to its mine now. Do you have any sense of shame? You've stolen a well-cared-for cub from someone else, if you have the ability. Go catch one yourself on the mountain. If not, don't keep it," Shin Miao warned, rolling up her sleeves. Green Pearl's pupils dilated in fear. The memory of being beaten by Shun Miao in front of numerous orcs flashed through her mind, and the panic and fury in her eyes flickered momentarily. She instinctively took a step back, clutching the little snow wolf tightly. In the next moment, a sharp pain pierced her arm. Looking down, she saw the little snow wolf baring its teeth, biting her fiercely and struggling to escape. Fortunately, its teeth were not yet strong enough. Otherwise, it might have taken a chunk of flesh from her arm. Green Pearl's expression shifted, and she cursed venomously. "You little wretch! How dare you bite me, you ungrateful creature! I shall send you to your demise." With that, Green Pearl lifted the little snow wolf high and hurled it toward the ground. "Don't." "Mother!" Yiling screamed in horror. Shun Miao maintained her composure, her gaze fixed on Green Pearl's actions. The instant Green Pearl released the little snow wolf, Shun Miao dashed forward and caught the small creature with her body. Though her back ached from the impact, her robust physique ensured she was not gravely injured. The little snow wolf nestled safely in her arms, undamaged, and began to lick Shen Miao's face affectionately with its warm little tongue. A stark contrast to its previous demeanor in Green Pearl's grasp. The pain in Shen Miao's back was instantly soothed as she held the little wolf tightly, limping away from Green Pearl's home. Behind her, Green Pearl spat angrily on the ground and slammed the door shut. While she felt regret for not being able to crush the little wretch, she dared not provoke Shen Miao, the madwoman, any further. The pain in her arm made her gasp as she gingerly peeled back her fur garment. Gazing at the wound's seeping blood, Green Pearl cursed Shen Miao 100 times over. Every encounter with Shen Miao seemed to bring her misfortune. Most of her injuries were the result of their confrontations. That wretched girl was simply destined to bring her trouble. After a night of strong winds, the temperature plummeted. The next day, Shen Miao opened her door to find the world blanketed in a thick layer of snow, her mouth agape in astonishment. If her memory served her correctly, the temperature had been at least 28 degrees the day before. Was this the seasonal cycle of the orc world? Aside from the sweltering summer, all that remained was the bone-chilling snow season. Shen Miao spent the morning in a state of shock over the sudden winter, while the children, upon waking to the sight of snow, joyfully dashed into the drifts. Worried about them catching a cold, Shen Miao brought each one back inside. The children protested, clamoring to play in the snow. Shen Miao, without looking up, replied, "You may, but first, eat your breakfast. I'll take you out for a snowball fight." Though the children were unfamiliar with the concept of snowball fight, the name sounded delightful, prompting cheers as they dug into their food like little piglets. After finishing their meal, Shen Miao informed Qing Chen and led the children up the mountain. The four young ones quickly grasped the essence of a snowball fight, chasing one another and reveling in the play. The snow on the mountain was thick. If one was not careful, they would tumble into a snowbank, requiring teamwork to climb back out. Having grown up in the south, Shen Miao had not encountered such heavy snowfall in many years, and she too was thoroughly enjoying herself, feeling warm enough to forget the cold. Little Si Bao had the best fortune when she reached for a snowball. She instead uncovered a plethora of pine cones. Digging further, she discovered a treasure trove, exclaiming with delight, "So much food!" As the crowd gathered at the sound, they were all struck with a sense of wonder at the scene before them. In winter, the trees atop the mountain stood bare, their leaves having fallen, and the wild fruits that remained unpicked had also succumbed to decay upon the ground. Yet, here lay an abundance of treasures, all remarkably preserved that a few of the little ones eagerly joined in, assisting Xiao Sibao in the excavation, and together they unearthed a vast collection of items. Shen Miao discerned that this was likely a cache where squirrels had stored their winter provisions, which unfortunately had been discovered by Xiao Sibao. There were numerous such storages scattered about, some even forgotten by the squirrels themselves. However, after some contemplation, Shen Miao instructed the little ones to leave some behind. If they took everything, the squirrel that happened to remember this stash might face starvation. They were not in need of food, and there was no necessity to compete with the small creatures for it. "Mother, why would the squirrel hide its food here?" the little ones inquired with curiosity. Shen Miao replied with a smile, "Because this is its nest, just as you would tuck away your food in the little wooden house." "Wouldn't you?" The little ones pondered this. It seems that way. The squirrel, aware of the bitter cold of winter and the scarcity of food, had prepared in advance. Little ones, we too must learn from the squirrel, planning ahead in all matters. Otherwise, when faced with unusual circumstances, like a heavy snowfall, we might find ourselves hungry. Shen Miao seized the opportunity to impart a lesson to them. The little ones expressed their determination to emulate the squirrel, vowing to avoid laziness, which brought Shen Miao solace. Meanwhile, Daba, seizing the moment while Bao was earnestly listening, stealthily stuffed a snowball into Daba's fur. Bao, startled by the cold, shivered, while Daba burst into laughter and fled. Bao pursued him, intent on revenge, but he was no match for Daba, frequently receiving blows. Angered, Bao devised a plan, encasing a stone within a snowball and hurling it at Daba. The stone struck Daba's forehead, causing him to fall to the ground, and Bao stood frozen in fear, terrified he had mortally harmed his elder brother. It was Shen Miao, who sensed something amiss and hurried over, only to find Daba pressing his hand to his forehead, blood staining his palm. Shen Miao gasped, pulling his hand away to reveal a deep gash, raw and bleeding, a sight that was painful to behold. Yet, Daba stubbornly bore the pain in silence, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Daba, do not fear. We shall return home at once, and mother will tend to your wound. You'll be all right, Shun Miao reassured him, lifting him into her arms. Only then did Daba's tears flow, quickly wiped away by himself as he turned his head. Unwilling for his siblings to witness his distress, Shun Miao called for Bao and the others to return home. Sanbao and Xiao Sibao closely followed, while Bao remained frozen in place, resembling a small statue. His eyes rimmed red. Shun Miao paused, looking at Bao. Bao, hurry and catch up. Bao wiped his face and finally trotted along, repeatedly reassuring himself that he had not intended to hurt his elder brother and had no idea the injury would be so severe. At that moment, he felt utterly terrified, unsure of what to do. Shun Miao swiftly returned home with the 4 little ones, bringing Daba into the warm interior, immediately attending to his wound. The injury had already begun to freeze. And Shun Miao exerted effort to clean it thoroughly, applying medicine and bandaging it with gauze, softly inquiring, "Does it hurt?" Daba stubbornly replied, "It doesn't hurt." "Good little one." Shun Miao gently patted his head and laid him on the bed, wrapping him in fur. Sanbao and Zaiseo gathered around, chatting with Daba to cheer him up, but he remained somewhat listless, lacking vitality. Shun Miao turned her gaze to Bao, who stood with his head bowed, his small hands entwined, an expression of having committed a grave mistake. Shun Miao asked, "Bao, do you understand your wrongdoing?" Bao pouted, muttering, "I know it was wrong. I shouldn't have hit Daba on the head with a stone." Upon hearing this, Shun Miao's anger flared. "You know you shouldn't have struck your brother with a stone. His head is not as hard as rock. If you had struck him seriously, today could have ended tragically for Daba." Bao, while I may overlook your mischief on other occasions, you must remember this lesson well. Never again must you lay hands on your brothers. You understand? Her voice bore an unprecedented severity. Bao, having never seen her in such a state, was momentarily taken aback. Shun Miao, however, showed no sign of relenting, firmly chastising Bao. Even Qing Chen next door could not help but knock on the wall, inquiring about the commotion. "Ts nothing. You carry on resting," Shun Miao replied. Once the noise subsided, Bao hung his head low, biting his lip in silence. "Are you dissatisfied?" Shun Miao, having spent enough time with the little ones, had gathered insights into their personalities. Daba was composed and mature, embodying the qualities of an elder brother, though he could be a bit mischievous at times. Sanbao was a little glutton, lacking a distinct personality, happiest when following his 2 elder brothers. Zaisabeo was soft and adorable, a charming little sister. As for Bao, he stood out the most, possessing a remarkable boldness for his age and a hint of rebellion, characterized by a sharp disposition and strong opinions. Fortunately, he usually respected Daba, and the brothers had not quarreled much. Today was likely just an unfortunate accident. Bao quietly said, "No, mother is right." Shun Miao's expression softened as she addressed him. "Now that you've hurt Daba, what should you do?" "I should apologize to Daba and ask for his forgiveness. Go ahead." Bao climbed onto the stone bed and obediently said, "Brother, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hit you with a stone." Daba turned his head away, huffing in response. Shun Miao observed, realizing that Daba must also feel hurt, shocked that his protective brother had turned on him. Bao looked to Shun Miao for help, his voice trembling with suppressed tears. "Daba one talk to me." Shun Miao sighed internally, calling both little ones to her side, explaining that Bao had acted without intent, and that Daba could forgive him this time, but Bao must promise never to harm his brothers again. The 2 little ones, having shared a good relationship, reconciled, and Daba couldn't bear to hold a grudge against Bao for long. When Shun Miao visited Qing Chen next door, the 4 little ones were already in a raucous state on the bed, their laughter echoing far and wide. She closed the door behind her and entered Qing Chen's room, but on such a snowy day, Qing Chen suffered the most. With his injuries, the cold air invaded the fractured areas of his legs, causing him excruciating pain. He had been awakened by the agony the previous night, unable to find rest, his complexion pale, as if he had fallen ill once more. Upon seeing Shun Miao enter, Qing Chen quickly masked his discomfort, striving to appear composed as usual. "Why aren't you in the next room with them?" he asked calmly. Shen Miao replied nonchalantly, "There's no need to accompany them. They're happily entertaining themselves." "How are you feeling?" Qing Chen raised the corners of his mouth, feigning indifference. "What can I say? I'm fine. Yes, that's so." Shen Miao's gaze flickered to Qing Chen's lips. Had he not been biting them until they nearly bled? She might have believed his words. Qing Chen sensed something was off with Shen Miao, yet she remained silent. He had neither the energy nor the inclination to ponder her thoughts, as he needed to conserve his strength to combat the pain. After sitting with Qing Chen for a while, Shen Miao prepared to leave. She collected some beast crystals and headed to the beast market. Uncertain if the market would even be open in such weather, she ventured out on a whim, and fortunately her luck held. Though the beast market was sparsely populated, it was indeed open to her delight. She spotted the very item she sought: charcoal. The beast man selling charcoal huddled behind stacks of it, shielding himself from the biting wind. Upon hearing the crunch of snow underfoot, he looked up and called out to Shen Miao. "To buy charcoal?" "Yes." Shen Miao halted and inquired, "How much is the charcoal?" Seeing a potential customer, the beast man perked up, standing to announce a price. Upon hearing it, Shen Miao recognized that the beast man was attempting to overcharge her. This price was enough to buy a month's worth of meat. Finding the charcoal exorbitantly priced, she attempted to negotiate, but the seller chuckled. "No, this is the price. I can't sell for less, or I'll be at a loss. Everyone knows how difficult it is to produce charcoal. So please don't make it hard for me." Shen Miao retorted, "Normally it's just half this price. You doubled it. Look at this weather. It's tough to do business on a snowy day." The beast man argued persuasively. Shen Miao fell silent, fully aware that he was taking advantage of the situation, yet she had no choice. She needed to buy the charcoal. Otherwise, she couldn't predict how long Qing Chen could endure. In the end, Shen Miao reluctantly spent a hefty sum to acquire the charcoal. She carried it back home, setting up a charcoal basin in Qing Chen's room, igniting a roaring fire that instantly warmed the space, transforming it from a frigid ice chamber into a cozy refuge. Qing Chen silently observed her movements, remaining quiet until Shen Miao finished lighting the fire and prepared to step outside. She had been bustling about so much that despite the snowstorm, she had worked up a sweat, and a gust of wind sent shivers through her. Finally, Qing Chen called out to her, "Shen Miao." Shen Miao turned back. "What is it?" "I have something I wish to discuss with you." Shen Miao closed the door and re-entered, taking a seat beside the stone bed, lifting her chin slightly. "Speak." Qing Chen appeared somewhat hesitant, opening his mouth several times, yet failing to articulate his thoughts. Shen Miao, however, did not rush him, patiently awaiting his words. "Shen Miao, in the future, please refrain from purchasing such expensive items like charcoal." Qing Chen finally spoke. Shen Miao responded with a soft "Oh. Why shouldn't I buy it? I need it to keep warm." Qing Chen cast a complex glance her way, understanding that her actions were primarily for her own sake, yet she refused to acknowledge it, leaving him unable to compel her to confess. "I am well aware of my own condition. Sooner or later, I will meet my end. There is no need to waste such fine things on me. Consider the cubs and yourself," Qing Chen continued. Speaking to himself, Shen Miao chuckled softly. "How amusing. You always embellish your own worth. I've already stated it is not specifically for you." Ignoring her, Qing Chen added, "I may not survive this winter." His legs began to ache again. And Qing Chen had grown somewhat numb to the pain. He disregarded the excruciating discomfort, speaking in a grave tone. "If I do not endure to the end, I beseech you to take good care of the 4 cubs." Shen Miao lowered her gaze, meticulously tending to the charcoal basin, the flames casting a vibrant glow that seemed to envelop her face in a sanctified light. She neither agreed nor disagreed. Point one lay down while the other sat. And no further words were exchanged. Outside, heavy snow continued to fall, blanketing the world in profound silence. Chapter 058. Making ice skates on snowy days, the activities are limited. Thus, Shen Miao decided to craft several pairs of ice boots, taking the cubs to skate on the frozen river. Initially, the cubs struggled to find their balance, tumbling several times, but gradually mastering the technique, they skated with increasing grace, even inventing some intricate maneuvers, as if performing in an ice skating showcase. More and more orc tribesfolk gathered to watch, their faces filled with astonishment. Goodness, what is that? Why do they not fall? The eldest cub exclaimed with delight. Father, I wish to play up there too. You cannot. Did you not see their shoes are different? Strangely enough, I have never seen such footwear, came the reply. The orcs murmured among themselves, their faces adorned with envy. The cubs, eager to join in, implored their father to let them skate. Yet alas, they lacked the special shoes possessed by the eldest. The cubs delighted in the spectacle, deliberately attempting difficult moves, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. Shun Miao observed this scene, unable to suppress a laugh and a shake of her head. Though she did not intervene, the cubs played on the river for several days, attracting a group of younger cubs who would come regularly to watch the eldest skate. The Fu Lu, envious, wished to join in. The eldest cub considered lending his ice boots to Fu Lu and returned to seek Shun Miao as counsel. Shun Miao advised him that skating could be perilous without adult supervision, and that it was easy to sustain injuries on a first attempt. The eldest deemed her reasoning sound and explained it to Fu Lu, who waved his hand in understanding as the weather grew colder. The ice remained steadfast, refusing to melt. Shun Miao, fearing the chill, ventured out infrequently, preferring to huddle indoors by the fire. She also forbade the cubs from skating on the river without adult supervision, though they could play outside. Provided they did not stray too far. Should she discover them wandering, they would be confined indoors. The cubs agreed and obediently circled near their home. Everything was a novelty to them in previous years. During snow season, they had to remain indoors due to their thin animal skins, fearing the bitter cold. This year was different. Shun Miao had prepared thick animal skins for them well in advance, and had even crafted a set of fur garment from the foxes they had hunted. Ensuring they felt no chill, the cubs frolicked freely. Wow, this looks like the sweet candy Mother gave us. They pointed at a patch of ice untouched by orcs, marveling at the green grass trapped beneath. Resembling teal-colored confections that I wonder if it's sweet. If only it were sweet, we would have plenty to eat. The youngest cub spoke dreamily. The second cub dismissed the notion. If it's sweet, just lick it and you'll know. Everyone agreed this was sensible. The eldest volunteered, I'll lick it. If it's sweet, we could take it back for father and the others to enjoy. Hooray! Cheered the youngest. The eldest crouched beside the ice, gingerly licking it's so cold, but I can't taste anything. The cubs eagerly inquired, well, what's the verdict? Is it sweet? Just as the eldest intended to try again. He suddenly realized his tongue was stuck, panic setting in. He tugged desperately, feeling pain, yet it remained fastened. This prompted the other cubs to worry. Eldest, pull harder, urged the second cub. The eldest felt a surge of tears, knowing he needed to exert force. Yet it proved futile. The third cub crouched down to observe closely and declared, no good. The eldest's tongue is frozen to the ice. What? Does that mean the eldest won't be able to eat? The youngest cub's eyes turned red with fear, gazing pitifully at their older brother. The second cub, with a serious expression, suggested, the eldest is too weak alone. We should help him together. All the cubs agreed and extended their hands, one pulling at the eldest's waist, another at his head, and the third at his tongue. The eldest cried out in pain, tears streaming down his face. Stop! Stop! The eldest seems to be hurting. The third cub quickly called for the others to cease. The youngest stomped angrily on the ice, chubby fists clenched. It's all your fault. Give back my brother's tongue. The second cub's eyes lit up with an idea. Let us move the ice block. That way the eldest's tongue can come free. His reasoning was simple. Since the eldest's tongue was stuck, they should simply remove the ice. The cubs all agreed with this logic. They bent down, bracing themselves, pushing against the ice block with all their might. Just a little more, we're almost there, cheered the second cub. I can't do it anymore, whined the youngest, feeling defeated. Hold on, we're nearly done, urged the second cub. Moments later, the third cub exclaimed in surprise. Second cub, I can't pull my hand away. Me too, echoed the youngest. The second cub's face turned pale. His hand was also glued to the ice. In this predicament, all four cubs found themselves ensnared by the same block of ice. Ugh, ugh. The eldest, with his tongue frozen, felt furious, muttering, fools, all fools. The second cub, with a sorrowful face, remarked, Eldest, please stop speaking. We can't understand what you're saying. The eldest retorted, I'm so angry. My tongue hurts. Yes, they surveyed their surroundings. Not a single figure was in sight, and after some time in one spot, the cubs began to feel the cold seep in. The biting wind howled, and thick clouds gathered overhead. Wah! I miss Mother so much, someone mumbled softly, prompting the others to join in, except for the eldest, who began calling out loudly. Mother, help us! I'm so cold. Mother, please come save me. The chorus of cries from the cubs formed a symphony amidst the wind and snow. Yiling, following the sounds, approached to find the cubs in a peculiar position, their little bottoms high in the air, closely bonded to the ice. What are you doing? Yiling inquired curiously. Are you playing some new game? Suddenly intrigued, she wondered if she could join in. The second cub ignored her, turning away with a huff. Only the youngest answered, speaking in a distressed tone. Our hands are stuck to the ice, and the eldest's tongue is stuck too. We can't get away. Yiling, taken aback by the revelation, exclaimed, You don't panic. I'll fetch your mother right away. And with that, she dashed off. Before long, Shun Miao arrived, carrying a pot of boiling water. She poured over the ice, which slowly melted, freeing the tongues and hands of the trapped cubs. The second cub rushed over to inquire. Eldest, is your tongue all right? Second, third, and fourth cub, how are your hands? Chapter 059. The eldest tongue was swollen at the root, and he remained silent. The third cub glanced awkwardly at Yiling, ultimately choosing to look down and pretend he hadn't heard. Only the second cub, feeling embarrassed, snapped at Yiling. What is it to you? Are you here to laugh at us? I'm not. I'm just a bit worried, Yiling hastily explained. The second cub retorted sharply. You're worried about us? The thief of the snow wolf. We don't need your concern. Yiling was taken aback, tears welling in her eyes, feeling utterly wronged. She had indeed erred regarding the snow wolf incident, but she had returned it to them afterward. Why did they still hold her misdeed against her? Wiping her tears, she cried sorrowfully. The youngest cub, soft-hearted, rushed over, gently patting Yiling's back. Yiling, don't cry. What the second cub said was wrong. I apologize on his behalf. Youngest, you shouldn't apologize for me. I have no intention of saying sorry. Our Bao exclaimed loudly, but Xiao Si Bao paid her no heed, focusing intently on comforting Yiling. Please do not cry. Mother says that if your eyes turn red from crying, you will not look good. Today, we are all very grateful to you. It was you who informed Mother that we were here. Thank you. With red-rimmed eyes, Yiling replied, Si Bao, are you thanking me? Yes, I am thanking you, Xiao Si Bao said earnestly. Instantly, Yiling's tears transformed into laughter. Then I shall not cry anymore. The two little girls whispered and giggled together, growing closer in their camaraderie. Shun Miao observed them with a cool gaze, secretly giving Xiao Si Bao a thumbs up in her mind. Though small in stature, she possessed a kind heart. Her Bao was not inherently bad either. But Green Pearl left a rather unfavorable impression on him. This little rascal was also known for her sharp tongue and grudges, naturally leading to her bias against Yiling. Shun Miao brought the little ones back home. While Yiling returned to her own abode, the house was still warm from the burning charcoal. Shun Miao replaced the damp animal skins with dry and warm ones, placing each child beside the charcoal basin as she recounted the events of the day. After her analysis, she asked the little ones, Will you lick ice with your tongues again next time? We must not lick, they chorused in unison. Shun Miao continued, And what if your hands accidentally get stuck? The children replied, We will find Mother. If Mother is not around, we will ask other beast uncles for help. We cannot use boiling water ourselves. Shun Miao felt satisfied. Though the little ones were somewhat mischievous, their minds were indeed sharp, and they learned quickly. Mischief was a natural part of childhood, and she had ample patience to teach them well. Mother, what is this? In the courtyard, the little ones surrounded the large greenhouse Shun Miao had just constructed. Filled with curiosity, Bao asked, Why are the chili seedlings enclosed inside? Is it so they can sleep well? Having heard that snakes and frogs hibernate, Bao assumed the chili seedlings did too. Shun Miao smiled and explained, Chili seedlings do not hibernate, but they are afraid of the cold. That is why Mother built a greenhouse to protect them, so they won't feel cold. Wow, this is called a greenhouse. Why is it called a greenhouse? San Bao asked with gleaming eyes. The children had so many questions that Shun Miao struggled to keep up. With great patience, she explained everything to them, also cautioning, "Do not open the greenhouse door carelessly. Wait until the weather warms up, otherwise the cold wind will enter and the chili seedlings will freeze to death. Then there will be no chili for us to eat." "Okay, we want to open it," Xiao Sibao said, her big eyes blinking as she reached out to touch the plump greenhouse, finding it round and adorable. Unknowingly, she leaned against it with a bit too much force. Suddenly, with a crash, the greenhouse collapsed, and Xiao Sibao fell to the ground. The little ones gasped in shock, and after realizing what had happened, they looked from the fallen greenhouse to the bewildered Xiao Sibao, their eyes wide and silent. Mother had just said not to touch the greenhouse, and now Xiao Sibao had caused it to collapse. Shen Miao was startled and hurried over to pick up Xiao Sibao, brushing the snow off her. "Did you hurt yourself?" she asked. "No." Xiao Sibao shook her head, anxious. "Mother, I made the greenhouse fall." "It's all right. As long as you are not hurt, Mother will rebuild it," Shen Miao reassured her, seeing the little one's distress and feeling reluctant to scold her further. Just as Xiao Sibao was about to smile, Dabao pulled her aside and admonished, "Sibao, why did you lean against the greenhouse? Mother said not to touch it, or the chili seedlings would die. We do not want to eat good things." "I want to eat them," Xiao Sibao said, twisting her fingers and looking pitiful. "Then you must listen," Dabao replied. "I understand. I want to do it again," Xiao Sibao promised. "That's better. Look how cold it is. Mother has to rebuild it, which is hard work for her." As Shen Miao repaired the greenhouse, she couldn't help but smile at Dabao's earnestness in teaching Xiao Sibao. Sanbao dutifully handed Shen Miao a bamboo pole for support, and upon seeing her smile, he could not help but ask, "Mother, what are you smiling about?" "Oh, you all can help Mother now. It makes me happy," Shen Miao replied casually. Standing nearby, Airbao and Sanbao chimed in. "We can help Mother with even more tasks in the future." Shen Miao laughed. "That's great. Then grow up quickly. Several chili seedlings have been crushed." And with the sudden drop in temperature right after planting, Shen Miao felt that whether they would survive depended largely on fate. After the snowfall, the greens in the house ran out. Shen Miao used the excuse to go out for a stroll, planning to fetch some directly from the supermarket. Eating roasted meat by the fire every day without greens made her feel that it was only a matter of time before she would become constipated. However, her luck seemed to have taken a turn for the worse today. Shortly after stepping outside, she stumbled into a pit and slipped in entirely. "Damn it. What the hell?" Shen Miao cursed inwardly, regretting not taking the snowy conditions seriously, which led to her misfortune. Yet, it was not entirely her fault. The pit was covered with snow, and no one would expect the emptiness beneath. She assessed the pit, which was taller than her, and under normal circumstances, she could have climbed out by grabbing onto the grass. However, now that the grass was frozen and both sides were slippery, coupled with her weight, she exhausted herself trying to climb out, but to no avail. Resigned, Shen Miao began to call for help. Few ventured out in the snowy weather, and even fewer went up the mountain. This path rarely saw any passers-by. Shen Miao refused to give up hope, for if no one came to rescue her before nightfall, she might freeze to death here, and she certainly did not wish to die in such a humiliating manner. With this thought, Shen Miao took a deep breath and shouted, "Is anyone there? Help! Somebody please save me." Chapter 060. Do not let Mother get hurt. Perhaps the heavens did not wish for Shen Miao to perish so easily, as a shadow appeared above her. Shen Miao's heart leaped with joy as she called out for help. "Could you please pull me up? I can reward you." The person above scoffed. From that laughter, Shen Miao sensed a hint of malice. A bad premonition crept into her mind as she squinted up at the figure above. Upon closer inspection, her warm heart instantly turned cold. Out of all people, it had to be Green Pearl, the very beast who held a grudge against her. Damn it, was the heavens trying to kill her? Upon recognizing Green Pearl, Shen Miao immediately sealed her lips. Even if she were to die here, she would never ask Green Pearl for help. "Oh, look who it is. It's Shen Miao. What happened? Weren't you quite formidable? Why are you cowering in a pit like a beast?" Green Pearl squatted above her, gloating. "You are the beast, with such a filthy mouth," Shen Miao retorted. Green Pearl's smile faded, and she coldly replied, "Your tongue is quite sharp, yet here you are, unwilling to yield despite your current predicament." Shen Miao smirked. "Yield to you? In your dreams, Just move aside and stop sitting above me, obstructing others from rescuing me. How about this? Green Pearl's eyes twinkled mischievously. You say a few nice words to me and bow twice. Perhaps I'll feel generous and pull you up? Shen Miao quickly formed a snowball and hurled it at her. Oh, bow to you. You're not afraid of losing years off your life. Caught off guard, Green Pearl let out a shriek as she covered her face and fell backward. Shen Miao burst into laughter. Green Pearl, infuriated, glared at her, picked herself up, and angrily kicked some snow at Shen Miao before storming off. Leaving so soon? You're quite easy to tease, Shen Miao said, bored, as she grabbed some snow and popped it in her mouth. Uncertain of when she might escape, she figured it was best to replenish her fluids. As she pondered this, she suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Shen Miao looked up, and to her astonishment, a pile of foul, wet, sticky substance fell from above, drenching her completely. Enjoy that, Green Pearl called out, retreating once more. Shen Miao cursed under her breath and looked down. Feeling her vision darken with anger, the wicked beast had deliberately returned home to fetch Pig's blood to pour over her. Thankfully, the cold weather had frozen the blood, or she would have been suffering immensely. Shen Miao shook off the blood that clung to her and lamented the waste of such precious resources. Growing colder by the moment, Shen Miao feared she might actually freeze to death there. So she once again raised her voice to call for help. Not long after, she heard footsteps again. Shen Miao inwardly cursed. Green Pearl, you foolish creature, how many times will you continue this? If you come back again, I swear I will skin you alive once I am free. She prepared a fierce expression, only to hear a puzzled voice from above. Shen Miao. Huh. Shen Miao lifted her head in surprise. Above her was a kind-faced beastman. The honest tiger beastman, Feng Yao, from the tribe. Shen Miao's heart soared with joy. This tiger beastman seldom spoke and had never spoken ill of her, so he would surely be willing to help. Brother Feng Yao. It's me. Are you out hunting in the mountains? Oh, my luck today has been terrible. I've been stuck in this pit for ages without a single beastman coming by. Shen Miao began to chat eagerly. Feng Yao replied, Not many people venture out in the snow. Please wait a moment. I'll pull you up. Shen Miao was elated and thought for a moment before asking, Brother Feng Yao, do you have a rope? It is not that Shen Miao is overly troublesome, but rather that she fears Feng Yao's direct intervention, realizing that her physique prevents her from being easily lifted. After all, she is quite aware of her own limitations. Coincidentally, Feng Yao was preparing to ascend the mountain for a hunt and had brought along some grass ropes. He lowered the rope, instructing Shen Miao to grasp it tightly while he exerted his strength to pull her up. Thank you immensely, Brother Feng Yao. If it weren't for you, I would have been a loss today. Shen Miao expressed her gratitude profusely, noticing the beads of sweat forming on Feng Yao's forehead as he gasped for breath. A pang of guilt washed over her as she glanced at her own body, which was quite ample, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment, realizing how much effort she had demanded from him. It's nothing. We are all part of the same tribe, but it was merely a small effort on my part. You redrenched. I have an extra piece of animal skin here. Quickly put on, Feng Yao said, waving his hand dismissively as he handed her the hide. Shen Miao, shivering from the cold, did not hesitate to accept it. Draping it over her shoulders without concern for formalities, Feng Yao noted the blood staining her attire, but refrained from probing further. Once she was suitably wrapped in the animal skin, he urged her to return home swiftly. I shall take my leave now, Brother Feng Yao. I will remember today's kindness, Shen Miao promised earnestly. Feng Yao smiled in response, offering no further words, and continued his ascent for the hunt. Shen Miao trembled her way back home, and her appearance astonished her children as they crowded around her. Mother, what's wrong? They exclaimed in unison. Shen Miao stepped back, preventing them from getting too close. She felt both wet and odorous, and was reluctant to let them near. The children, bewildered by her retreat, looked at her with concern. Mother is fine, just had a little fall. Please do not come closer. It's filthy. She reassured them that the Bao's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Shen Miao closely, finally declaring, No, you're lying. A fall wouldn't cause such a state, and you're covered in blood. Before he could finish, Xiao Si Bao cried out, Mother, you're hurt. Woo-woo, I don't want you to be hurt. It's not my blood. Look, it's pig's blood. Mother is not injured. Shen Miao hastily comforted them. De Bao pursed his lips, pondering. Then why is there pig's blood on you? Were you bullied again by that wicked beast? Lu Zhu. Huh. Shen Miao blinked in surprise, momentarily stunned. Liu Zhu bullied her? Wasn't it always the other way around, with her making Lu Zhu cry? Seeing Shen Miao as silence, de Bao grew more convinced of his suspicion and declared angrily, "Why does she always trouble you? I'll go settle the score with her." Shen Miao felt a warm flutter at her heart, touched that even her small children were eager to protect her. However, she was not about to let a child confront someone on her behalf. She quickly stopped him, saying, "Dear child, don't go. Why not? She has made you so miserable. She is utterly despicable. I want to let her get away with it." De Bao exclaimed, clearly infuriated. Shen Miao's heart softened further, and she spoke patiently to Bao. "It's not that I don't want you to go, but if we approach her like this, it will seem as if we are the ones in the wrong. No one witnessed what Lu Zhu did to me. They would only think we are the troublemakers. With her penchant for feigning vulnerability, she would surely turn the tables on us. You wish for everyone to think you are unreasonable." De Bao, feeling wronged, replied, "I'm not afraid." "Indeed, we are not afraid, but it is unnecessary," Shen Miao remarked lightly, adding, "Today, mother will teach you a saying. A gentleman takes his revenge 10 years is not too late." Chapter 061. Who bullies mother shall be bullied in return. Shen Miao managed to calm de Bao down. Yet he still felt aggrieved. He privately gathered the other children to discuss the matter, and they unanimously agreed that this incident could not simply be overlooked. "She bullies mother. I must return the favor," they declared. "Yes, we must retaliate," they chorused. "But mother won't allow us to go," de Bao pointed out, his face serious. "As long as she doesn't know it was us, it will be fine." Your Bao's eyes twinkled as he leaned closer. "De Bao, do you have a plan?" The little heads huddled together, whispering excitedly, occasionally erupting into fits of giggles. That Liu Zhu, having thoroughly enjoyed her victory over Shen Miao, felt elated, after several encounters where Shen Miao had bested her. This time, she relished the opportunity to gloat. Just thinking of Shen Miao's bloodied and disheveled appearance made Lu Zhu indulge in an extra few bowls of meat at dinner that night. As she prepared for bed, she vaguely heard some commotion outside, but paid little mind to it. The noise quickly dissipated. The next morning, upon opening her door, she was met with something swaying ominously above her head. Curiously, she looked up only to find a bloody dead mouse dangling precariously. "Ah!" Lu Zhu screamed, collapsing to the ground. The mouse, either poorly secured or merely unfortunate, had dropped on her feet, and she kicked at it furiously. Her demeanor a picture of utter disarray. Liu Zhu's home was situated in the heart of the tribe, and the commotion drew the attention of several beastmen who came to observe the spectacle. Typically composed and dignified in front of others, Lu Zhu was now a stark contrast to her usual self. Her hair tousled and her expression contorted, she appeared grotesque, regardless of their previous admiration for Lu Zhu's beauty. The beastmen could not ignore her current state. When they realized that the cause of her embarrassment was merely a dead mouse, their expressions turned even more perplexed. Just a dead mouse? Shen Miao is a skilled hunter. Yet Lu Zhu is reduced to this. They mused, their thoughts shifting subtly in favor of Shen Miao. One beastman questioned. "It couldn't have been Shen Miao, could it? She doesn't seem like the type." "It was her!" Lu Zhu shrieked, her hair a wild mess. "It has to be her. She is jealous of me and doesn't want me to do well, so she came to scare me." Upon hearing this, the beastmen exchanged incredulous glances, questioning why Shen Miao would harbor jealousy toward Lu Zhu, who was utterly inept in comparison. They had not realized it, but the scales of their judgment were beginning to tip in favor of Shen Miao. "Are you sure it was Shen Miao? She doesn't seem like that kind of person," one beastman remarked. "Yes, it was definitely her," Lu Zhu insisted, her face twisted with fury. "It's her. Who else would be so malicious?" The beastmen were at a loss for words, unable to contain themselves as one finally spoke up. "Did you see it with your own eyes? If not, you cannot slander her." Liu Zhu fell silent. Her expression filled with bitterness as she glared at the beastman defending Shen Miao, feeling deeply wronged. Unfortunately, no one came forward to comfort her, and as her grievances grew, she felt a mix of anger and shame. Sensing that the beastmen were viewing her differently, Fueled by rage, she stormed toward Shen Miao's home. Shen Miao, come out. Lu Zhu banged on the door with force. Shen Miao, arriving leisurely, opened the door with a frown. Why are you knocking so loudly? Are you planning to repair my door again? Recalling the incident where she was forced to fix Shen Miao's door, old grievances resurfaced, and she pointed an accusing finger at Shen Miao. What do you mean by hanging a dead mouse on my door? If you don't give me an explanation today, I want to leave your house. Then don't leave. I'll be having breakfast shortly. So you can just sit there and watch, Shen Miao retorted, rolling her eyes at Lu Zhu, panting with rage, nearly exploded. Don't think you can brush this off? I know you placed that dead mouse there. How could you be so despicable? We are from the same tribe. Will you hang dead mice at everyone's door from now on? Should we all be on guard against you? This cunning she-beast had indeed grown clever, attempting to use the tribe's unity as leverage against her. However, Shen Miao was unfazed. Narrowing her eyes, she smiled, though the warmth did not reach her eyes. Oh, so you're saying I placed the dead mouse there? Where's your evidence? I don't need evidence. I just know it was you, Lu Zhu spat. Shen Miao chuckled coldly. Is that so? You speak without proof. I can just as easily claim that you pushed me into a pit last night, leaving me to freeze all night. Would you care to provide me with an explanation for that? You shameless creature, Lu Zhu retaliated. Likewise, Shen Miao shot back. Left with no retort, Lu Zhu felt cornered, fearing that Shen Miao might expose her actions. And in a fit of rage, she fled. The children, witnessing Lu Zhu's retreat, playfully made faces at her, only to be snatched by Shen Miao by the scruff of their collars and tossed back inside. Once the door was shut, Shen Miao's expression shifted instantly. She crossed her arms, scanning the faces of her children with a discerning gaze. Whose idea was this? Speak up. Bao grinned innocently. Mother, what are you talking about? We don't understand. Stop pretending. You crawled out of my womb. I know you all too well, Shen Miao said, poking his forehead. Bao stuck out his tongue, closing his eyes defiantly. I don't know. San Bao and Si Bao both lowered their heads, stifling laughter. These little rascals. Shen Miao turned her attention to the Bao, who stepped forward bravely, declaring, It was us, mother. If you must punish someone, let it be me. This was all my idea, Dado. Is that so? You certainly have a sense of responsibility. Did you simply disregard what I told you yesterday? Shen Miao's face was stern, although Bao felt a bit intimidated. He did not back down and exclaimed loudly, No, I listened. I was just frustrated and wanted to teach her a lesson. Who knew she would be so timid, afraid even of a dead mouse? Shen Miao found it both amusing and infuriating. You all hung dead mice on her door, and yet you expect her not to be afraid? However, these little ones are growing bolder by the day. This cannot continue. This time, Lu Zhu did not gather any evidence, but what if someone sees next time? What then? With this thought in mind, she spoke sternly. I've said it before, the matters concerning adult beastmen have nothing to do with you cubs. You are still young. Just focus on growing up well. I ask for these affairs. Your mother will handle them. We're not that small anymore. Bao interjected. Shen Miao raised an eyebrow. Oh, so you can hunt and provide for the family now. Or perhaps challenge the beastmen. Bao was rendered speechless. Chapter 062. No touching. Shen Miao understood that the cubs meant well. After scolding them, she patiently explained the reasoning behind her actions. The cubs all lowered their heads in acknowledgement of their mistakes. Seeing their realization, Shen Miao affectionately patted each of their heads. All were obedient, except for Bao, who awkwardly dodged her hand. Not allowing me to touch? Shen Miao raised an eyebrow to Bao pursed his lips and turned his head, presenting the back of his head to Shen Miao. She successfully patted him, secretly curling her lips in a smile. During the snow season, with nothing much to do, Shen Miao decided to take a chance and ventured up the mountain, where she indeed managed to catch a wild bull. Delighted, she thought it would be a perfect opportunity to make some beef jerky for the cubs. She sliced the beef into finger-length strips, added scallions, ginger, garlic, and some cooking wine and oyster sauce she had retrieved from the supermarket, mixing it all together before letting it marinate for a while. Next, she heated oil in a pan and fried the beef jerky until it was thoroughly cooked. Then removed it from the pan. She added more oil, along with Sichuan pepper, chili powder, cumin, and sesame seeds, and once heated, tossed in the fried beef jerky. The fragrant beef jerky was thus prepared. Shun Miao distributed a piece to each of the little cubs waiting eagerly by her feet. Observing their reactions with anticipation, Bao took a bite, his little brows furrowing, and with a loud eew, spat it out on the ground, exclaiming, "So bitter! This beef jerky is not tasty." He discarded the remaining half and ran off to play. The other cubs exhibited similar expressions and quickly followed suit, leaving their uneaten portions behind in the past. Shun Miao as culinary creations were snatched up in an instant. Yet today, the jerky went completely ignored. How could this be? Shun Miao, unwilling to accept defeat, took a piece herself and scrutinized it closely. Aside from its less than appealing color, it seemed fine. However, as soon as she tasted it, she mirrored the same expression of distress as the cubs. It was indeed too bitter. Perhaps she had cooked it too long, which had severely compromised its original flavor. Determined, Shun Miao discarded the failed batch, declaring, "Such a disappointing creation could not possibly have come from me." She sliced a better piece of meat from the wild bull and cheerfully told the cubs, "Mother will rectify her mistake and make it for you once more." She would not allow the cubs to dislike something as delicious as beef jerky. Upon hearing this, the cubs all wore expressions of horror, scrambling to say, "Mother, please don't. We would rather have grilled beef." The little ones were thoroughly frightened, all trying to prevent Shun Miao from wasting food. "Don't worry. Mother promises to make it right this time." As the cubs exchanged glances, Shun Miao gracefully entered the kitchen. The cubs looked at one another, and Bao exclaimed in terror, "What should we do? Is Mother trying to poison us?" He vividly recalled the burnt flavor of the previous batch and was adamant about not wanting to experience that again. Bao, deep in thought, suggested, "Perhaps we can just say we aren't hungry when she offers it." "All right, that works," the cubs agreed, carefree as they continued building a snowman in the yard. This time, Shun Miao had learned from her experience and used a gentler flame, yet the results still fell short of expectations. Though the texture was much improved compared to her first attempt. After sampling a piece herself, she finally called the cubs in. They clustered at the doorway, and no matter how Shun Miao urged them, none were willing to be the first to try. "This batch of beef jerky is truly delicious. You will regret not trying it," Shun Miao insisted earnestly. The cubs gazed skeptically at the darkened jerky in the pot, thinking, "What is so good about it? It looks just like the last one, and we refuse to be tricked again." Seeing their reluctance, Shun Miao decided to take matters into her own hands and forcibly brought Bao over, shoving a piece of jerky into his mouth and spitting it out. She commanded, covering his mouth with her hand. Bao wore an expression of anguish, glaring at Shun Miao resentfully as he reluctantly chewed the jerky, his expression gradually shifting. It's surprisingly not bad." The other cubs watched Bao with wide eyes, and when he remained silent after finishing the first piece, he reached for a second, leading them to believe he had gone mad under their mother's influence. "How is it, Bao? Don't just eat. Tell us how it tastes." Bao urged anxiously. Bao swallowed the jerky and slowly replied, "I think this one is tasty. It's better than the last one. You should try it too. I promise I'm not lying." Bao, still dubious, questioned, "Really?" Shun Miao also offered him a piece, saying whether it's true or not, "You'll find out for yourself." "Wow, it's not as dreadful as before," Bao remarked, chewing the jerky with a less disdainful expression. San Bao and Xiao Si Bao quickly followed suit, tentatively tasting a piece. The little foodie, San Bao, nodded enthusiastically, giving Shun Miao a thumbs up. "Mother, it's delicious. This one isn't bitter at all." For the cubs, the beef jerky was merely decent, lacking the exceptional flavor of Shun Miao's other culinary masterpieces. Shun Miao was eager to hear the opinion of the antagonist. Qing Chen. She filled a bowl with beef jerky and brought it to him. "What's this? You burnt the meat. Take it away." Qing Chen frowned, refusing to even taste it, his face contorted in distaste. Shun Miao coaxed him. "This is a snack I made for the cubs. They all said it was very delicious. You should try it too. I can't treat you differently." Qing Chen persisted in his refusal. "No, I want to eat something that looks so unappealing." Shun Miao thought it absurd. These father and son duo were so particular about appearances, even when it came to food. Fine, she wouldn't beg him to eat it. And ultimately, she could not persuade him to try the jerky. Afterward, she made beef jerky less frequently, fearing that any she produced would end up being consumed by herself. The winter nights were long and cold, and Shun Miao prepared dinner early. After the family ate, they all climbed into bed early, as the outside chill was unbearable and the little ones were too small to withstand it. Shun Miao, a modern individual, had never experienced such frigid temperatures in her past life. She had numerous heating tools, and the weather had never been this severe. Shun Miao snuggled closely with the other adult beast, their combined body warmth providing some comfort. And before long, she succumbed to a deep, sweet slumber. Outside, the cold wind howled mercilessly. Suddenly, Shun Miao was jolted awake by the sound of a wolf howling, accompanied by a woman's angry shouts. She shot up from her bed, glancing around in panic. What is happening? Are there wild beasts coming down the mountain? During winter, food was scarce, and wild animals often descended, leading to incidents in the past where children from the tribe had been bitten and devoured by beasts in the dead of night. Unable to return to sleep, Shun Miao grabbed a nearby beast skin to wrap around herself and hurriedly dashed outside. I could see that moment. The door next door swung open, revealing a small head peeking out. Seeing it was Dabao, Shun Miao quickly asked Dabao, "Why are you up? Is Daddy and the little ones all right?" Chapter 063. Set fire to burn Shun Miao. Qing Chen's voice emerged. "We're fine." "What is happening outside?" "I don't know yet. I'm going to check out Dabao. You go back inside, close the door, and don't wander out, understood?" Shun Miao urged Dabao to return. Reluctantly, Dabao complied. But seeing Shun Miao's serious demeanor, he retreated to his room. Shun Miao lit a torch and casually grabbed a wooden stick from a nearby woodpile before stepping outside. Outside, a figure was collapsed on the ground, clutching her arm and emitting pained cries. Opposite her was a young snow wolf, poised and glaring at her. Shun Miao quickly recognized the shadowy figure as Lu Zhu, her heart dropping. Wherever this female beast appeared, trouble was sure to follow. Upon seeing Shun Miao, Lu Zhu attempted to flee but stumbled as the young snow wolf lunged at her, baring its teeth and causing Lu Zhu to scream in fright and fall again, too terrified to run further. The young snow wolf shook its fur and crouched a short distance from Lu Zhu. Shun Miao finally discerned that the young snow wolf was preventing Lu Zhu from escaping. Keeping a watchful eye on her, she understood that the snow wolf had been raised to be intelligent and would not harm intentionally. Lu Zhu must have provoked it somehow. With this in mind, Shun Miao waved at the snow wolf, who, upon confirming that Lu Zhu couldn't escape, returned to her side. Shun Miao affectionately patted its head, praising, "You're such a good little snow wolf." Xiao Xue is the name that Shun Miao gave to the little snow wolf. Upon hearing compliments, the little snow wolf wagged its tail with such enthusiasm that it seemed as though it might fall off, gently nuzzling Shun Miao's leg. Shun Miao lifted her head, her expression having turned icy. She took a couple of slow steps forward and addressed Lu Zhu. "You'd best come clean. What are you doing in my house in the dead of night? Who has to say you can't pass by my house?" Lu Zhu replied, cradling her hands, her voice slightly distorted. "Likely from pain to pass by my house at this hour. Are you not rehearsing your lies? If you refuse to speak, it seems you still wish to taste the sharpness of my little snow wolf's teeth." Shun Miao made a gesture to pat the little snow wolf on the head, and it immediately bared its teeth at Lu Zhu, already traumatized by the sight of the little snow wolf. Instinctively covered her head. Once she realized the wolf had no intention to attack, she regained her composure and glared at Shun Miao, saying, "Well, Shun Miao, is it your intention to raise a beast that attacks members of the tribe?" "You are mistaken. The little snow wolf does not attack indiscriminately. It only targets those with malicious hearts." Shun Miao retorted without hesitation that Lu Zhu shrieked, "I know you've never liked me, simply because Brother Qing Chen fancies me. But you need not slander me so. I have done nothing wrong, yet I find myself facing this calamity for no reason. If you don't give me an explanation, you little beast, what do you intend to do?" Suddenly, the little snow wolf let out a fierce growl towards Lu Zhu, then gently tugged Shun Miao's sleeve with its mouth, leading her to the wall, where it sniffed intently, as if trying to remind her of something. Shun Miao caught a whiff of a strong oil scent. Her expression turned grave as she raised the torch to illuminate the wall, revealing that an entire side of the wooden house had been doused in flammable oil. Not far from the ground, a wooden barrel lay rolling, with oil oozing out and already frozen in that instant. Shan Miao's expression mirrored the ice around her. It was evident that had the little snow wolf not discovered Lu Zhu's sinister intentions, their family would have perished in flames that very night. The weather was frigid, and everyone was fast asleep, making the likelihood of awakening extremely low. Liu Zhu had calculated this perfectly. She intended to leave no one alive. Good job, little snow. You did exceedingly well. Shan Miao patted the little snow wolf's head, her eyes filled with gratitude. The little creature had not been raised in vain. Then she thrust the torch into a nearby snowdrift. Without further ado, charged at Liu Zhu, her considerable weight crashing down upon her. Liu Zhu's already injured hand bore the brunt of the second assault, letting out a blood-curdling scream. You thought to kill us in this manner? Little did you know, even heaven does not support a wicked wretch like you. Shen Miao, filled with rage, struck Liu Zhu's face repeatedly, causing blood to stream from her nose. Nearby, the beastmen were roused by the commotion and came to investigate. Upon seeing Shan Miao atop Liu Zhu in such a pitiful state, they couldn't help but feel sympathy for her. Shen Miao, what is the meaning of this? It's late at night, and we are all from the same tribe. There is no need for such a violent confrontation. Whatever the matter, it can be resolved with words. The beastmen approached to pull Shan Miao away. She stood up, but her fury remained unabated, declaring loudly, You don't know what Liu Zhu has done to my family, that if you did, I assure you, you wouldn't be speaking so lightly. What has she done? Pray tell. The beastman inquired. Shan Miao pointed at the wall behind her, her voice heavy with sorrow. Look at this wall, coated in oil by Liu Zhu. While our family slept, she intended to burn us alive. Had it not been for my clever little snow wolf discovering her heinous act, you would have seen nothing but our charred remains tomorrow. The beastmen were taken aback, unable to comprehend that Liu Zhu could commit such an atrocity, their expressions shifting to disbelief and shock. Some of the more hot-tempered beastmen began to curse vehemently, while those who had intended to assist Liu Zhu quickly withdrew their hands, disgust evident on their faces as they took several steps back. As if she were a contagious disease, Liu Zhu, what else do you have to say? In front of everyone, express your grievances towards me, that I can no longer tolerate your incessant disturbances to my family. Shen Miao said coldly. The other beastmen chimed in. She seeks to harm you. Her dissatisfaction is merely a pretext. Not believe her. Such a female has never existed in our tribe. Her heart is blackened, utterly corrupted. Listening to the barrage of accusations and gazing upon the faces of disdain, Liu Zhu was engulfed in shame and fear. She retreated, and as if compelled, suddenly sprang to her feet, covering her face with one hand, and dashed away. Seeing the instigator flee, the beastmen comforted Shen Miao, offering a few words of solace before yawning and returning to their rest. Shen Miao, cradling the little wolf cub, also turned to go back. The cubs had indeed obeyed, remaining indoors. However, all four cubs, along with Qing Chen, were wide awake, looking at her with concern. Shen Miao smiled and recounted the events that had transpired outside, then looked at Qing Chen and added with a smirk, You, with your rotten peach blossom, like an indestructible cockroach. When will you finally settle down? Qing Chen's face darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. Chapter 064. Watching the meteor shower, the cubs knew that the true hero of the night was the little snow wolf, and each rushed forward to embrace it, unwilling to let go. The little wolf cub twirled among them, its eyes gleaming with a predatory sparkle as it reveled in the attention. Shen Miao chuckled and urged the cubs to go to bed. However, they were full of energy, insisting that they could not sleep to prevent them from disturbing Qing Chen. She decided to take them outside. Mother, where are we going? Bao asked excitedly. Shen Miao cast him a glance and replied, To the mountain to watch the meteor shower. What is a meteor? Bao inquired, puzzled. You will find out shortly. Earlier, Shen Miao had noticed that meteors had been streaking across the sky all night. However, the lower elevation of the tribe made it difficult to see clearly. The view would be much better from the mountaintop. The cubs, filled with an inexplicable excitement, were bursting with energy, and before long, the five of them reached the mountain summit. Fortuitously, just as they arrived, they were greeted by a dazzling meteor shower. The cubs, witnessing such a spectacle for the first time, erupted into excited cheers. "Mother, it's so beautiful!" Little Seabao tugged at Shun Miao's clothing, his chubby face flushed with excitement. Shun Miao, too, was mesmerized by the sheer number of meteors. Momentarily lost in thought, as memories from her past life resurfaced, akin to a dream at tea times, she found herself questioning which version of herself was the true one. This existence or the previous one. "Mother, I want a meteor." Shun Miao's reverie was abruptly interrupted by Bao's loud demand. She replied, somewhat exasperated, "Do you think your mother is a deity? You wish for a meteor? Perhaps you should ask for one in your dreams." No, I want one. I'll take it back to show father," Bao insisted stubbornly. Shun Miao relented. All right. Once the meteor shower is over, we'll head back. After a good sleep, I'll get you a meteor tomorrow." Bao beamed with excitement. Upon returning home, it was already past midnight, and the cubs finally succumbed to fatigue, collapsing onto their beds and drifting into a muddled sleep. Shun Miao, however, was wide awake, waiting until dawn before she finally managed to doze off. The next day, the cubs indeed struggled to rise, and seizing the opportunity, Shun Miao prepared several star-shaped cakes using flour. When the cubs awoke, they were thrilled to see the treats, diving in eagerly, each grabbing one to devour. Only Bao, still remembering the previous night, asked Shun Miao seriously, "Mother, where is my meteor?" Shun Miao, maintaining her composure, replied, "It's in your mouth." Bao quickly checked, finding only grease smeared all over his face from the cake. And he huffed, "Mother, you're tricking me. There's no meteor at all. What you're eating is a meteor. Look, it's exactly the same." Shun Miao insisted earnestly. Bao took a bite, but as he looked left and right, he couldn't see any resemblance between the cake and a meteor. Trusting his instincts, he declared, "That's not true. Meteors glow, and this doesn't teach it." Shun Miao fabricated. "The glowing ones used up all their energy last night. They want to glow today." Bao was unwilling to accept this reality. He jumped down from the stone bench, angrily stating, "That's not right. Mother, you're mistaken." With that, he dashed outside. Shun Miao hurriedly called after him, "Where are you going?" Bao ran off quickly, throwing back, "I'm going to find a meteor. Don't mind me, mother." Before long, he disappeared from sight. Shun Miao chased after him for a few steps, but then stopped. Resigning herself to the fact that if he wanted to search, he could do so, and he would naturally return when he couldn't find one. Bao was gone for a considerable time, and Shun Miao finally lost her patience and decided to search for him. Just then, Bao returned, panting heavily while clutching a large stone. "Bao, where have you been? We were so worried." "Indeed, mother was about to go look for you." "Where on earth did you run off to? What is that you're holding?" "Oh, isn't that just a stone?" "Wow, it looks like a beehive." The little ones swarm around, and Bao set down the stone, wiping the sweat from his brow. Though he was panting and appeared quite fatigued, his voice brimmed with excitement. "I want to find a shooting star." "What? Where is the star?" Bao asked in astonishment, glancing left and right as if the meteor were hiding away. Bao turned his head towards the stone on the ground, declaring, "This stone right here is last night's shooting star." The little ones were rendered speechless. And Bao, in a daze, asked, "But Mama already let us eat the shooting star this morning." "Humph, that was just food, not a shooting star at all. This is the real shooting star." The little ones all looked toward Shun Miao. Shun Miao felt helpless. She touched her nose and approached, gazing curiously at the meteorite on the ground. She asked Bao, "Child, where did you find this? Don't you worry about it. Are you trying to deceive us? Why say the cake is a shooting star when this is the real one? You big liar." Bao retorted angrily. Shun Miao, at a loss for words, struggled to concoct an excuse, while the other little ones began to realize the truth. Chiming in unison, "Mama, you're so mean. How could you deceive us? We won't pay any attention to you anymore." Shun Miao hurriedly interjected, "No, please listen to me." "Humph, we won't listen." The little ones turned their backs and ran off, leaving no opportunity for Shun Miao to explain herself. Shun Miao watched the four proud little figures, feeling utterly despondent. She finally understood the meaning of digging her own grave. How could this be? Were they truly 5 years old? Bao, that little rascal, was clearly intent on causing trouble. The little ones remained obstinate. They refused to acknowledge her. Even the youngest, Bao, cast a reproachful glance in her direction. Shun Miao felt a wave of guilt wash over her. Regretting countless times why she had chosen to deceive these little ones to appease them, Shin Miao went to great lengths, preparing honey osmanthus cake and 2 dishes she had never made before, squirrel fish and stir-fried beef. The unfamiliar flavors instantly captivated the hearts of the little ones. As they indulged in the delicious food, the grievances were quickly forgotten. Siabeo, completely unaware, snuggled into Shun Miao's embrace, and she lifted her, feeding her a few morsels of meat. The other little ones affectionately called out to their mother, and Shun Miao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Indeed, no one could resist the allure of delectable food, and the little ones of the Beastman world were no exception. Under Shun Miao's care, Qing Chen was well fed and rested, yet the melancholy in his eyes deepened with each passing day. Several times he looked at Shun Miao, his expression laden with unspoken words. Upon noticing, Shun Miao chose to feign ignorance. Curious to see when he would finally voice his thoughts, last. One day, Qing Chen spoke up, Chapter 065. Healing him Shun Miao, Qing Chen's voice was cool and restrained, tinged with an undercurrent of pressure. Shun Miao's eyes lit up with joy. Hearing her name from his lips sounded so pleasant. She smiled warmly at him, her eyes sparkling with delight. Qing Chen momentarily lost his focus before regaining his composure. When can we find a veterinarian to perform the surgery you mentioned last time? His urgency was palpable. It was evident that Qing Chen, who had always been pessimistic about his health, had recently entrusted Shun Miao with the care of several little ones, likely because he sensed hope for his own recovery and could no longer wait. Shun Miao, recognizing the seriousness of the matter, adopted a more solemn demeanor. Finding a skilled veterinarian takes time. We cannot rush into this. The truth was, everyone she had consulted lacked the necessary expertise, according to the original storyline. Qing Chen's legs would require a long time to heal, but now that she was present, everything would change. Qing Chen fell silent, his aura visibly darkening. Shun Miao, not wanting to see him in such a state, suggested, "How about this? I'll go find Lin Shouxing and discuss it with him to see if he has any alternative solutions." On her way to Lin Shouxing's house, Shun Miao pondered how her healing abilities could come into play. She had been contemplating how to discreetly utilize them, and today presented the perfect opportunity. Upon meeting Lin Shouxing, she revealed the truth. "What? You could perform surgery?" Lin Shouxing was taken aback. Shun Miao nodded. "Yes, I encountered a skilled veterinarian who trained me for a period." Lin Shouxing regarded her with suspicion. "Why didn't you mention this earlier?" Shun Miao replied nonchalantly, "I wasn't entirely certain before. I've been practicing on wild beasts recently, hoping to find a veterinarian capable of performing surgery. But since I haven't had any luck, I've decided to take matters into my own hands." She spun a web of lies without batting an eye. Lin Shouxing murmured, scrutinizing her as if she had transformed into a mythical being with extraordinary capabilities. "This is incredible. Shun Miao, you must understand that surgery carries significant risks, especially since this involves your beastman, that a slight error could lead to catastrophic consequences." Lin Shouxing cautioned her. Shun Miao smiled faintly. "I understand, and I am absolutely confident. However, Lin Shouxing, I have one request. Please do not disclose this matter to Qing Chen." Seeing Lin Shouxing still wearing an expression of disbelief, Shun Miao decisively stated, "Uncle Lin, Qing Chen's condition cannot be delayed any longer. We cannot predict when we might find a veterinarian capable of performing surgery, and until then, Qing Chen's legs will become irreparably damaged. What do you propose we do?" Lin Shouxing found himself unconsciously following her lead. Shun Miao recited the plan she had meticulously prepared. "You will tell Qing Chen that you can perform the surgery and provide him with the exact date." Lin Shouxing hesitated. "I can't do that." "I know you can't, but I can. Just follow my instructions and it won't be difficult, Uncle Lin." Shun Miao fixed her gaze on him, as if to imply that refusing her would be unforgivable. Lin Shouxing, agitated, glared at her. "You are playing with lives. If something happens to Qing Chen, I will be an accomplice." A man who had dedicated his life to healing had never engaged in such reckless behavior. "I assure you, nothing will happen to Qing Chen. If he does, I will accompany him in death." Shun Miao's tone was resolute and unwavering. Lin Shouxing wanted to retort, doubting her promise of companionship in death. Yet for some reason, when he looked into Shun Miao's eyes, he found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps, just this once, he could try to believe in her. Inside, Shun Miao sent the little ones out, allowing Lin Shouxing to focus on diagnosing Qing Chen. Qing Chen scrutinized Lin Shouxing's face, his lips pressed tightly together. After taking Qing Chen's pulse for a while, Lin Shouxing asked him to extend his other hand for further examination. Revealing a peculiar expression, "Veterinarian, how is my condition?" Qing Chen's voice was slightly hoarse. Lin Shouxing opened his eyes, the muscles in his face twitching as he managed a peculiar smile. "Qing Chen, your recovery is progressing remarkably well. You are now eligible for surgery." Qing Chen's eyes sparkled with hope. "Really?" "Yes, I can perform the surgery for you." Lin Shouxing's facial muscles twitched again. Qing Chen was puzzled. Hadn't Lin Shouxing previously stated he couldn't perform surgery? How could he suddenly change his mind? Lin Shouxing hesitated. "The reason I initially refused was that your condition was too dire. I feared making a mistake, so I advise you to focus on recuperating. However, after this period, I now feel quite confident that that's wonderful." Qing Chen's entire face lit up with joy. "Veterinarian, when can you perform this surgery for me?" 7 days from now." Today, Qing Chen's words amounted to more than he had spoken in the past 10 days combined. Shen Miao, fearing Lin Shouxing might say something wrong that could raise Qing Chen's suspicions, quickly interjected, "Qing Chen, don't ask any more questions for now. Let Uncle Lin rest. He needs to prepare for the surgery, as it's quite significant. I believe he requires ample rest. Right, Uncle Lin?" Lin Shouxing rolled his eyes internally, managing a forced smile. "Yes, Qing Chen, you also need to rest. In the coming days, please be mindful of your diet and continue to recuperate." After issuing his instructions, Lin Shouxing departed. Shan Miao escorted him to the door, and Lin Shouxing could no longer contain his frustration, shooting her a glare before storming off. "That old man." Shun Miao shook her head. Finding the situation somewhat amusing, she closed the door and turned back inside, only to be met with a thunderous cheer from the little ones. "Really? Daddy, is your leg really going to get better soon?" "That's amazing. Daddy, I want to go hunting with you in the mountains. You must get better quickly." "Wow, Daddy is so impressive. Siabeo wants a hug." Shen Miao stood at the doorway, observing the scene within, where Qing Chen was encircled by 4 little ones. A gentle smile graced her lips. Rather than stepping inside immediately, she leaned against the doorframe, gazing up at the azure sky, her heart mirroring the clarity of the heavens above. How delightful it is. Qing Chen will soon rise again, and their contract is nearing its conclusion. A night fell. A full moon bathed the room in its silvery light. Shun Miao slowly opened her eyes, glancing at the slumbering elder beast beside her, whose steady breaths indicated a deep, peaceful sleep. The faint sounds of the little ones murmuring in their dreams drifted in from the adjacent room, accompanied by a soft, familiar voice, likely that of Qing Chen. With everyone asleep, Shun Miao felt emboldened to summon her healing abilities. When she initially activated her healing powers, she discovered a plethora of modern medications within, alongside abilities that existed solely in fiction. However, her powers were exceedingly weak. If she did not consciously focus on them, they were nearly imperceptible, which was why she often forgot them, but a small orb of green flame materialized between her fingers. No larger than a mung bean. Shan Miao attempted to control it, but with a sudden puff, the flame extinguished. "What is happening?" She pondered, bewildered. She made another effort to summon the flame, this time with greater care. Watching it flicker uncertainly at her fingertips, after several attempts, Shen Miao reluctantly concluded a rather unfortunate truth. Her abilities were not under her control. Their manifestation relied solely on luck. The thought of not being able to heal Qing Chen's injured leg in 7 days left her breathless. Words had been spoken. How would she find a resolution then? Anxious, Shun Miao practiced throughout the night, yet the results were far from satisfactory. The mung bean-sized flame could stabilize at her fingertip, but its healing capacity remained exceedingly limited. She recalled having read about various supernatural abilities online, which could be gradually enhanced. She wondered if her ability could be upgraded, and if so, how one might achieve that. A sleepless night passed. The following day, Shun Miao ventured into the mountains, hunting down a gaunt tiger and acquiring a brown-quality beast crystal from its body. The timing of this crystal was fortuitous, and she immediately refined and consumed it. Then quietly observed the changes in her internal abilities. Regrettably, her powers showed no signs of improvement. They remained the same size, no larger than a mung bean, leaving Shun Miao feeling somewhat disheartened. Could it be that the beast crystals beneficial to beastmen were ineffective for her? She noticed a stone knife lying nearby, picked it up, and cut her finger. Using her abilities to heal, the bleeding wound quickly ceased, and she watched as it healed at a visibly accelerated rate. Ah, it is indeed effective. Shun Miao felt a surge of joy. She had previously healed her finger as well, but the speed had not been comparable to now that it was evident that her abilities had indeed improved. She felt hopeful. If she could enhance her powers even slightly each day, by the 7th day, she should be able to heal Qing Chen. Mother, mother, the sheep is dying. The little ones rushed to knock on the door. Shun Miao, having locked herself in, opened it immediately upon hearing their cries. Xiao Si Bao clung to her leg, pointing toward the sheep pen with tear-filled eyes, exclaiming, "Mother, the sheep is unwell. It won't eat. Please save it." "Take me to see," she urged. Their household currently kept a sheep, which the little ones tended to, feeding it grass daily and fattening it considerably. However, in recent days, something seemed amiss. Over half of the feed they provided had been left uneaten. Initially, there was just a small amount left, but it progressively increased until today, when the sheep refused to eat entirely, merely sniffing the feed before retreating to a corner to lie down that it may be ill. Shun Miao remarked, observing the sheep's lack of vitality. "What should we do? Will it die?" The little ones asked anxiously. Having cared for the sheep themselves, they had grown attached and could not bear the thought of losing it. Shun Miao, uncertain herself, reassured the little ones, "I will summon Lin the veterinarian. He will know what is wrong with the sheep." After instructing the little ones to stay at home, Shun Miao hurriedly made her way to Lin the veterinarian's residence. Upon seeing her, the vet could not help but scowl. "What do you want now? I already agreed to lie for you in front of Qing Chen. Please do not be hasty." "Lin uncle," Shun Miao replied with a smile. "Today I am not here for Qing Chen. It's about my sheep that he won't eat, and I don't know why. Please come and take a look." Upon hearing this, Lin the veterinarian became furious. "I only treat beastmen. You want me to examine a mere animal? Have you lost your senses?" Staying calm, Shun Miao responded, "I am perfectly lucid. I know you possess a compassionate heart. You can treat both beastmen and animals, as they are all lives worthy of care. Will you not help?" "Not a chance. Just leave." Lin the veterinarian waved his hand dismissively, turning his back to her. Sighing, Shun Miao lamented, "I thought you might be interested in surgery, and I intended to offer you a hint after healing Qing Chen that it seems I overestimated your concern." With that, she feigned leaving. Lin the veterinarian gritted his teeth. "If you insist on treating sheep, then so be it. I've done it before. Now go." A smirk of triumph crept onto Shun Miao's lips. After an examination, Lin the veterinarian discovered that the sheep had ingested an indigestible foreign object, causing its distress. "What is the treatment?" Shun Miao inquired humbly. "Surgery," Lin the veterinarian replied succinctly. Surgery again? Shun Miao felt as though she had been cursed with those very words lately. Nevertheless, she understood that Lin the veterinarian was not deceiving her. The foreign object inside the sheep's body could only be removed through surgical means. Concerned, she asked, "Lin uncle, are you capable of performing this surgery? If you cannot do it on a person, surely you can on a sheep?" Lin the veterinarian shot her a glance, scoffing, "I can't perform it, but there are risks involved, and the sheep may very well die. Think carefully before answering that I am aware of the risks. I still ask you to proceed with the surgery." Lin the veterinarian stared at her in surprise. Not expecting her to agree so readily, he reiterated, "I mentioned that the sheep might die. Did you not listen?" Shun Miao smiled faintly. "I heard you quite clearly. However, if we do not perform the surgery, the sheep will continue to refuse food and will starve to death, will it not?" "That is true," Lin the veterinarian conceded. Left without a retort, he went to retrieve the surgical tools. Instructing Shun Miao to help secure the sheep, guiding her, "Tie it tightly. If the ropes break during the procedure, even if it doesn't fail, it would still be a disaster. Rest assured the knot I tie would require considerable effort for even you to untie." Lin the veterinarian regarded her with skepticism. Once everything was prepared, Shen Miao ushered the little ones into Qing Chen's room, instructing them to remain inside so as not to be frightened and traumatized. She then returned to assist Lin the veterinarian. He took out a stone knife and made an incision into the sheep's abdomen. No anesthetics, no blood-stopping agents, and no disinfectants. Watching it unfold made Shen Miao wince. The poor sheep, tightly bound and deprived of food for days, lacked the strength to struggle. Feigning calmness, Shen Miao held the sheep's head, discreetly channeling some of her energy into it. Lin the veterinarian opened the sheep's belly and extracted a stone that had lodged itself in its stomach, which astonishingly was the size of an egg. How did this come to be? Shen Miao was taken aback. Lin the veterinarian glanced at her. You ask me? I ask who? This is your sheep. Well, Shen Miao indeed had not been attentive enough to her own sheep. After the stone was removed, the surgery was nearly complete, yet the sheep's bleeding would not cease. Lin the veterinarian employed a multitude of herbs to staunch the blood flow, staining both his hands and the herbs crimson. The usually composed Lin the veterinarian began to panic. This is not good. The bleeding is too severe at this rate. The sheep will die. Then use the hemostatic medicine. Shen Miao urged, her own anxiety mounting. Lin the veterinarian pointed at the blood-soaked herbs, shamefaced. Those are the hemostatic herbs, and they have all been used up. Shen Miao felt darkness encroach upon her vision. Oh, not panic. Just hold on, I will return shortly with more. Lin the veterinarian declared, blood dripping from his hands as he dashed out. Shen Miao wanted to argue that his hemostatic herbs had proven ineffective, as evidenced by the continuous bleeding, yet she refrained from calling him back. They had to at least attempt something, or they would have no chance at all. Not long after, Lin the veterinarian returned, drenched in sweat, cradling a bundle of herbs. Quickly, these will stop the bleeding. Use them now. Shen Miao's hands were also covered in blood from pressing against the sheep's wound. She accepted the herbs handed to her by Lin the veterinarian, only to realize they were still whole plants. Unprocessed. If these could stop the bleeding, it would truly be a miracle. Lin uncle, Shen Miao began, but before she could ask if there were any other options, a crowd of people surged through the door. Led by Lu Zhu. Everyone, come quickly. I did not lie. Shen Miao's sheep is really on the brink of death. The voice of Zhu was filled with a sense of glee over others' misfortunes. Shen Miao surveyed the suddenly crowded room, her mood akin to that of a dog on a bad day. Was Zhu truly keeping watch over her home 24 hours a day? Otherwise, how could she possibly meddle in every affair? Lin Shouxing spoke, a hint of shame in his tone. I encountered her on the way. She inquired about my activities, and I inadvertently revealed them to her. I never anticipated she would summon so many people. This has nothing to do with you. She simply cannot resist causing trouble. Shen Miao retorted icily. I could see that moment. Zhu was not intimidated by Shen Miao. On the contrary, she was quite pleased with herself. After all, a domesticated sheep was a precious commodity, being a source of sustenance. If a sheep from any household perished, the tribe would impose penalties. Zhu had deliberately gathered these onlookers, ensuring that the already feeble sheep from Shen Miao's household would surely meet its demise. Her malicious intent was glaringly evident in her eyes. Shen Miao cast a glance at her and declared, each word enunciated with precision, my sheep will not die. Even if you perish, the sheep shall remain unharmed. Shen Miao, how can you speak like that? Zhu exclaimed, exasperated. Shen Miao ignored her, determined not to provide Zhu the satisfaction of witnessing her distress. Turning to Lin Shouxing, she said, Uncle Lin, please assist me in escorting the irrelevant spectators out. Too many people are detrimental to the sheep. Lin Shouxing felt a twinge of guilt. He had performed surgery on the sheep, but was unable to ensure a successful outcome. Causing Shen Miao to endure the scorn of so many, it's all right, Uncle Lin, Shen Miao smiled gently. Since you are here, it is as it is. Allow me to take a shot at it. Lin Shouxing, feeling helpless, had no choice but to usher everyone outside, providing Shen Miao the space she needed. Once the gate to the sheep pen was secured, Shen Miao swiftly administered some energy into the sheep, safeguarding its life. Then, she quickly retrieved some hemostatic medicine from her space and sprinkled it on the sheep's wounds. After the bleeding ceased, she procured a needle and thread, sterilizing them with a lighter before deftly stitching the sheep's wounds together. 15 minutes later, All tasks were completed. Shun Miao wiped the sweat from her brow and laid the sheep on a dry animal hide, then rose to open the door. Outside, El Zhu was still vociferously protesting. Why are we not allowed inside? Does Shin Miao truly believe she can bring the sheep back to life? I suspect she is merely stalling to avoid punishment. Yes, that's so. Shin Miao replied with a smile that was not quite a smile. You claim my sheep is on the brink of death. So please, everyone, come in and see for yourselves whether it is alive or dead. El Zhu pushed past her and rushed inside, immediately spotting the sheep lying on the dry animal hide. Though it appeared weak, all the blood had been cleaned away, and its belly was gently rising and falling. Upon hearing the noise, it even opened its eyes slightly. Where is it dead? Clearly, it is still alive. El Zhu exclaimed in disbelief. How can this be? Impossible. Shin Miao, what have you done? The other beastmen were equally astonished. They had witnessed the sheep hemorrhaging earlier, looking as if it were beyond saving, yet now it appeared to be recovering. As you can see, Shun Miao glanced at the crowd behind El Zhu. It seems you were eagerly hoping for my sheep's demise, having summoned so many people here. How ungrateful of you. What nonsense are you spouting? Everyone is merely concerned. El Zhu retorted defiantly. Shun Miao scoffed, her dark eyes fixed intently on El Zhu, causing her to break into a cold sweat. You understand your true intentions well. You are overly concerned about my family's affairs. Aren't you? Perhaps you have your sights set on becoming a servant beast for my household. If that is the case, I would gladly welcome you. El Zhu was left in a cold sweat. Flustered as she stammered, who wants to be a servant beast? Shun Miao, stop making baseless accusations. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, she pushed through the crowd and fled in a panic. The other beastmen, realizing there was no spectacle left to witness, began to disperse as well, leaving only the cat beastman behind. Shun Miao tilted her head. Big brother cat, why aren't you heading back? The cat beastman had initially rushed over upon hearing El Zhu's loud claims in the tribe about Shun Miao's sheep being on the verge of death due to mistreatment. Now that he saw the sheep was unharmed, he hesitated to leave, instead asking, Shun Miao, your sheep is quite weak. It requires careful attention, or may still struggle to survive. Shun Miao humbly replied, Big brother cat, I lack experience in this area. Please advise me. The cat beast man then shared some important tips on caring for sick sheep, which Shun Miao diligently memorized, recognizing her own shortcomings compared to the cat beast man. Big brother cat, please stay for dinner, Shun Miao invited warmly. The cat beast man declined, bidding her farewell before departing. Shun Miao relocated the sheep to a clean area, covering it with soft animal hides and offering it some milk. The sheep drank a little, bringing her joy. Once given permission, the cubs emerged, each running over to comfort the sheep. Upon seeing the sheep's weakened state, the youngest cub, Si Bao, began to weep profusely. Why are you so prone to tears? Si Bao, you are such a little crybaby, Bao remarked, puzzled by his brother's tendency to cry over everything. Si Bao pouted. Second brother is a big meanie, lacking any compassion. The sheep is in so much pain. I am merely feeling sorry for it. Bao shrugged. It won't die. The two cubs bickered until Shun Miao finished preparing the meal and called them out to eat, finally putting an end to their quarrel. Before settling down for the night, Shun Miao felt uneasy and checked on the sheep once more. Seeing that its condition had stabilized, she returned to her room to rest. Chapter 068. Trouble again not long after lying down. Shin Miao suddenly remembered that the sheep had undergone surgery and might run a fever. She had forgotten to check its temperature earlier, so she hurriedly got up, since it was not far. She decided against lighting a torch and instead made her way to the sheep pen under the moonlight. Upon reaching the entrance, she discovered a shadow inside, bent over and feeding something into the sheep's mouth. A chill ran down Shun Miao's spine as she dashed forward, swiftly grabbing hold of the shadow. Before the figure could react, a sharp scream escaped their lips. It turned out she had seized El Zhu by her hair. You again, so? El Zhu, causing trouble in broad daylight wasn't enough. You return at night as well. Tell me, what were you attempting to feed my sheep? Shin Miao's voice dripped with venom. El Zhu's scalp felt as if it would be torn off as she cried out. Let go of me. I haven't done anything. I merely came to check on the sheep. Shun Miao scoffed. Check on the sheep? Spare me your lies. If you wish to concoct an excuse, at least make it a logical one. Do you think I would believe you? Show me your hands. Elzhu obstinately refused, and Shen Miao tightened her grip, nearly tearing Elzhu's scalp apart. Let go of me. I truly haven't done anything yet. Just look at your sheep. Elzhu pleaded pathetically. Show me your hands, Shen Miao reiterated. Reluctantly, Elzhu extended her hands toward Shen Miao. In the moonlight, Shen Miao saw that Elzhu's palm was filled with dozens of castor beans. It was well known that consuming these could lead to severe dehydration. Elzhu, having chosen the dead of night to feed the sheep castor beans after its surgery, revealed her malicious intent all too clearly. You dared to feed my sheep castor beans? Did you think that since it survived the day, you would try to finish it off at night? Unfortunately for you, your wicked plans have been thwarted. Shen Miao struggled to contain her rage, feeling as though she might explode upon seeing the castor beans. Elzhu, oblivious to her impending doom, continued to plead, no, I hadn't had the chance to feed it yet. Let me go, or I will scream and let everyone know how you are bullying me in the dead of night. Go ahead, scream, Shen Miao retorted, snatching the castor beans from Elzhu's hands and stuffing them in her mouth. Scream loudly, otherwise no one will hear you. Elzhu struggled fiercely, attempting to spit out the castor beans, but Shen Miao covered her mouth, forcing her to swallow them all. Get out! If you dare come my home again, I won't be as lenient as I am now. With a swift kick, Shen Miao sent Elzhu sprawling outside. Crying and cursing Shen Miao, Elzhu fled in terror, desperately clawing at her throat. Shen Miao shouted after her, not planning to leave yet. Elzhu ran away without looking back, her fear evident. Turning back, Shen Miao retrieved a flashlight and thoroughly checked the sheep from head to tail, ensuring that Elzhu's scheme had failed. However, the sheep did seem to be running a slight fever. She administered some antipyretic medication, and the sheep nuzzled her hand, resting its head on the animal hide before falling into a deep sleep. After watching over it for a while, she returned to her room to sleep. After the snow melted, the sun emerged, and the temperature rose significantly. The cubs were overjoyed, eagerly pestering Shen Miao to take them up the mountain. Considering they had been cooped up indoors for a while, Shen Miao agreed it was time for an outing. The cubs were elated as they ascended the mountain, and fortune smiled upon them as they stumbled upon a bounty of wild fruits. Typically, at this time of year, wild fruits would be nearly frozen, but the ones the cubs found were remarkably fresh and deliciously tart. Shen Miao collected the wild fruits in a backpack, deliberately leaving a couple for the cubs to hold as they merrily made their way home. Mother, aren't we hunting today? Air Bao inquired as he ran over. Shen Miao chuckled inwardly, teasing him, with so many cubs in tow, once the prey arrives, we won't be able to run even if we wanted to. How could we hunt? The second child, feeling indignant, remarked, I don't need to run. I can assist mother in hunting. However, she swiftly dismissed the notion, saying it's best not to if your father discovers that I allowed you to hunt. I fear I shall face dire consequences. Upon returning home, Shen Miao removed the burden from her back and headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Nevertheless, the little ones seemed to have a poor appetite today. A significant portion of the dishes she prepared remained uneaten, which was quite unusual. Could it be that her culinary skills had diminished? But that couldn't be the case, for Qing Chen consumed his usual amount. She ultimately concluded that the little ones must have overindulged in wild fruits, leaving them too full to eat their meals. Thus, she cautioned them, do refrain from eating wild fruits. If you consume too many, you won't be able to eat your rice. The little ones nodded in agreement. But once Shen Miao went to see Qing Chen, they began to seize wild fruits once more, devouring them with fervor. The fourth child, with a furrowed brow, lamented, Brother, I can't eat anymore. My teeth hurt so much. The third child advised, just endure a little longer. Look, there isn't too much left, and we'll finish it soon. Yet, there remained a considerable amount in the basket. The fourth child felt quite aggrieved. She had refrained from indulging in Mother's delicious dishes today just to save room for the wild fruits. The eldest child encouraged, It's all right, fourth child, let us all eat together. With your brothers by your side, there's nothing to fear. The fourth child patted her bloated little belly, wishing to express that she truly could not eat any more. But seeing her brother's earnest efforts, she remained silent. What are you all doing here? Shen Miao's suspicious voice rang out from behind. The four little ones exchanged guilty glances as Shen Miao approached. She noticed a heap of fruit pits strewn on the ground, with each child holding one as they stuffed their mouths. She was taken aback. Have you consumed so many fruits? Did you not say you were too full to eat? How can you eat so many fruits then? The little ones felt a bit embarrassed and remained silent. Shen Miao took the fruit from the eldest child's mouth and sternly inquired. Eldest, you explain this situation. The eldest child managed a dry smile, saying, Mother, we didn't want these wild fruits to spoil. That's why we wanted to finish them. Not out of gluttony. They were on the verge of being sick from overeating. Indeed, didn't Mother say that fruits left after heavy snow wouldn't last long and would spoil quickly? Spoiling them would be wasteful, the eldest child stated earnestly. Shen Miao was both amused and exasperated. Feeling grateful that her children had heeded her words while finding their actions comical, and no wonder they had eaten so little rice. It turned out they were saving room for the wild fruits. Stop eating, Shen Miao commanded, removing the fruits from their mouths and tossing them onto the ground. Consuming so many will upset your stomach. The fourth child sighed in relief. Finally, she wouldn't have to eat anymore, as her little belly felt as though it might burst. Noticing the fourth child's reaction, Shen Miao felt both amused and exasperated, patiently explaining, these fruits won't spoil. Mother will find a way to preserve them. How will Mother preserve them? The second child inquired with curiosity. Shen Miao thought for a moment and replied, by making fruit preserves, they can be stored for a long time. The following day, Shen Miao stayed home, preparing fruit preserves together with the little ones. She first peeled the wild fruits, cutting the flesh into pieces, then used a small stone pestle to mash the fruit into a pulp, placing it into a pot, adding honey, and simmering it until it thickened. Once the first batch of fruit preserves was ready, Shen Miao served each child a small bowl. The preserves, infused with the fragrance of wild fruits and the sweetness of honey, delighted the little ones, who ate with such gusto that they scarcely paused for breath, feeling they had never tasted anything so delectable. Seeing their joy, Shen Miao took a bowl to Qing Chen before commencing the preparation of the second batch. While she was busy, a feline beast man unexpectedly arrived. Shen Miao set aside her task to greet him. The feline beast man caught a whiff of a uniquely pleasant aroma and, puzzled, was met by Shen Miao, who exuded an even more intense fragrance. Not wanting to appear rude by inquiring directly, he diverted the conversation to the purpose of his visit. It turned out that a group of beastmen had arrived at the tribe, reportedly fleeing disaster, clad in tattered garments, with nowhere to go, pleading for the tribe to take them in. The beastmen debated for a long time, uncertain of what to do, as their own tribe was not affluent. It was already a challenge to support their own people, let alone take in a new group of outsiders. At this juncture, the chieftain recalled how Shen Miao had dealt with the troublesome tiger beastman, Li Xiao, and deemed her opinion valuable, wishing to hear her thoughts. Some beastmen contended that this was a matter for the beastmen alone, and that female beasts should not interfere. Yet when the chieftain asked what should be done, they could not provide an answer. Ultimately, the feline beastman took the initiative to consult with Shen Miao, as everyone knew of the good rapport between them, especially since Shen Miao had shared the recipe for blood tofu with him, and they all agreed to this approach. After hearing the situation, Shen Miao pondered briefly before stating, I cannot make a decision without knowing what this group of beastmen is like. We must see them first. Very well, I shall accompany you to see them. Shen Miao followed the feline beastman outside the tribe, where they encountered a group of beastmen who looked as though they had just come from begging, gathered beneath a large tree. Some did not even wear animal skins. In such weather, they sat on the ground, while others lay directly on the earth. However, they maintained a degree of decorum, refraining from barging into the tribe. Shen Miao observed that this group of beastmen was predominantly young, undoubtedly capable workers, yet they had suffered misfortune and were forced to flee. She began to formulate her thoughts, accompanying the feline beastman to the chieftain's residence. Shen Miao shared her insights. I believe we can take in this group of beastmen. Why is that? One beastman immediately interjected. Shen Miao replied calmly, I have two reasons for this decision. First, our tribe is lacking in manpower, as we have few young ones. If this continues, when the beastmen grow old, our numbers will dwindle. The second reason is that these beastmen do not appear to be ruthless. They seem to have a sense of order. By accepting them, we gain additional labor while providing them with a place to belong, a win-win situation. The other beastmen mulled over Shen Miao's words, finding her reasoning sound and difficult to refute. However, a few still voiced their objections. According to your logic, which family can take in so many beastmen? Who can afford to support them? Shen Miao smiled slightly. Why must one family take them all in? We can distribute them among various beastmen's households, thus preventing any potential unrest. Indeed, Shen Miao's suggestion is valid, the chieftain affirmed. However, he noted that this group of beastmen was too large to be divided among families without causing conflict. If we do not accept any, then there are no issues, but if some are accepted while others are not, that could lead to trouble. Shen Miao had anticipated this and calmly proposed, I have an idea. Let us distribute them according to the female beasts. For instance, every female beast with a beastman may take in one of the fleeing beastmen out of course. Once these beastmen were placed, they would not be a burden. They would need to work to sustain their living. The other beastmen found no better alternatives, and Shen Miao, as proposal, was acceptable to most, leading the chieftain to agree to proceed accordingly. Female beastmen could go and claim one fleeing beastman. Shen Miao also went to claim one, but the group of fleeing beastmen appeared even more disheveled up close. They stood in a line like goods awaiting selection by the female beasts. Their faces were so dirty that their features were indistinct. Shen Miao could only choose based on their appearance and height. The beastmen were generally tall, and these were no exception, albeit looking rather frail, likely due to insufficient food during their escape. Shen Miao noticed one beastman standing in a corner, while the others were eagerly trying to showcase themselves for selection. This one remained unusually silent, slightly bowing his head, his tall frame appearing somewhat hunched. What is your name? Shen Miao approached the beastman. He looked up in surprise, as if someone had finally acknowledged him. Upon seeing the female beast before him, his gaze flickered slightly. What a strong female beast, however, despite not being as delicate as the other female beasts. She possessed a warm and approachable demeanor, and spoke to him without any airs. The beastman, feeling somewhat flustered, hastily replied, My name is Jiaoying. All right, Jiaoying, come with me. The beastman was taken aback by the simplicity of her response. This female beast did not demand any guarantees of work like the others had. Sensing his thoughts, Shen Miao smiled gently. Once you come to my home, you will indeed need to work. If you do not work, there will be no food. Would you like to go hungry? Of course not. I will work hard and never be lazy, Jiaoying assured earnestly. Shen Miao nodded in satisfaction. Very well. Come home with me. Upon arriving at Shen Miao's residence, Jiaoying was taken aback once more. This household appeared to be far from the idyllic vision he had conjured. The dwelling was the most dilapidated in the village. And more critically, the orc of this family was astonishingly disabled. Suddenly, Jiaoying comprehended Shen Miao's choice of an orc. Was it possible that she saw it? His expression turned somewhat complicated, and he instinctively cast a glance at Shen Miao, who, however, seemed oblivious to his gaze, as she proceeded to introduce him to Qing Chen. We do not require another orc in our household, Qing Chen declared bluntly, his countenance darkening considerably. Jiaoying felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Standing awkwardly, unsure of how to proceed, Shen Miao advised him to step outside while she endeavored to reason with Qing Chen, explaining that this decision was made collectively by the tribe and that they needed someone to assist with household chores. Asserting that Jiaoying would prove to be a diligent worker, deserving of her hospitality. You simply disdain me for being disabled, Qing Chen retorted fiercely. Shen Miao, momentarily at a loss for words, found herself silenced as Qing Chen turned his back and lay down. Facing inward, she stepped out to find Jiaoying squatting by the door, who turned anxiously upon hearing footsteps. Shen Miao offered him a reassuring smile and stated that it was fine. Upon hearing the growl of his stomach, she knowingly smirked and headed toward the kitchen, leaving him with the instruction to tidy himself up. Covering his belly, Jiaoying's face turned crimson. For lunch, Shen Miao prepared an abundant feast, doubling her usual portion. Jiaoying sat at a distance, feeling exceedingly self-conscious, his gaze averted from the food, yet unable to resist sneaking glances at the enticing spread. The aroma was utterly delectable. He had never encountered such a tantalizing scent of meat in his life, causing him to instinctively swallow. Shen Miao tore off a piece of lamb and extended it towards him, but Jiaoying remained seated, seemingly entranced, prompting Shen Miao to assume he would not take it on his own. Go ahead, eat. Only when you are well fed will you have the strength to work, she encouraged. Awestruck by the tender lamb presented before him, Jiao stood up and reached out with both hands. In that instant, however, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. Instead of grasping the food, he seized Shun Miao's soft, pale hand and bit down hard. Hiss! Shun Miao winced in pain, instinctively flinging Jiao away. Looking at her hand, she discovered a ring of bloody bite marks. The four little ones turned pale with shock. The eldest rushed to Shun Miao's side, cradling her hands and blowing gently on the wound, while the others prepared to confront Jiao. You are doomed, the second child declared ominously. Shun Miao turned her gaze to Jiao, who, having been thrown back, was struggling to rise, his eyes vacant and emitting a howl akin to madness. Her mind raced, and she commanded, "Dabao, step back." Though Dabao was perplexed, he obeyed his mother's instruction, pulling his siblings away. Shun Miao, disregarding her injury, retrieved some rope from the corner and approached Jiao, binding him tightly. Throughout this ordeal, Jiao wrestled and screamed, but he was no match for Shun Miao, who then stuffed a piece of tattered beast hide into his mouth to stifle his cries. Once she had secured him, Shun Miao frowned at her wound, wondering if Jiao carried any ailments that might be contagious, particularly in the absence of vaccines. She repeatedly rinsed the injury with clean water. Then, carrying her children, fetched iodine from the storeroom to disinfect the wound, finally bandaging it with fresh gauze. This method had served her well in her past life for dog bites. She hoped it would prove effective now. Just as she finished dressing the wound, a loud knocking reverberated through the door. It seemed a throng had arrived, their voices rising in a chaotic clamor. The Bao opened the door, and before he could inquire, a mob of orcs surged inside, shouting, "Shun Miao, come out here. My mother is busy." "What do you want with her?" "You can tell me the same." Air Bao interjected. The orcs dismissed him with disdain, insisting, "Get lost. What do we have to discuss with a mere child? Bring your mother out." Air Bao was shoved to the ground by a towering orc, and as he scrambled back to his feet, Shun Miao emerged from within, addressing the crowd. "I am unaware of the reason for your visit. What brings you here?" The orcs, upon seeing her, became agitated. "What is the matter, Shun Miao? All these troubles are of your making. You took in those vagrant orcs. What benefits do you gain from this treachery against our tribe?" "Indeed, those vagrant orcs are infected. Upon arriving at our homes, they went mad and nearly bit me." Another added, "I even generously provided one with a full set of beast skin, and in return, he lunged at my child. Good heavens, you have only one child. If he is harmed, I shall hold you accountable." The orcs grew increasingly agitated, some beginning to vandalize the yard, toppling the baskets Shun Miao had woven and uprooting her pepper greenhouse. In an instant, the yard was thrown into chaos, akin to a tempest. The children attempted to intervene, but they stood no chance against the adult orcs, who nearly harmed them in the process. That my cricket cage. Don't step on it. "Ah, wicked orcs, you are all wicked," San Bao cried in exasperation as one of the orcs crushed his cricket cage. Unable to contain her frustration, Shun Miao shouted, "Stop! Cease this at once." The orcs retorted angrily, "What right do you have to command us to stop? You brought these vagrant orcs upon us, clearly endangering our lives." "I had no inkling this would occur. Had I known they would go mad, I would never have suggested to the chief to take them in," Shun Miao proclaimed, regaining her composure. The orcs scoffed. "What do you mean you didn't know? You clearly disregarded our safety and only sought to enhance your reputation, putting our lives at risk for your own gain." Shun Miao cast a sidelong glance at the orc who spoke. If her memory served, he had been the one wholeheartedly endorsing the idea of receiving a vagrant orc to assist with their tasks. Now that trouble had arisen, he was quick to place the blame on her. In essence, it was sheer selfishness. Unwilling to bear any consequences, they sought to lay the blame at her feet. Shun Miao was not the type to be easily cowed. If they wished to pin this blame on her, they might have approached her with civility. However, their rudeness warranted no courtesy from her. "Am I the one who held a knife to your throats, compelling you to take in those vagrant orcs?" The moment those words left her lips, the orcs became even more agitated. Yet, recognizing Shun Miao's formidable demeanor and knowing they were no match for her, they hesitated. An elder orc stepped forward, solemnly stating, "Shun Miao, such words are unwise. We are all part of the same tribe. If you possess any knowledge, do not conceal it while we face peril. As tensions eased, Shun Miao, too, softened her stance. Understand your urgency. In fact, the orc I brought home has also gone mad. Point, one of the orcs shouted. We care not whether your orc has gone mad. We demand a resolution to this matter. If it cannot be resolved, we shall bring all those orcs to your doorstep. The crowd of orcs voiced their agreement. Shun Miao cast a glance at the speaker, her tone icy as she replied. I will provide everyone with an explanation, but not at this moment. When then, we cannot coexist with a mad orc. Those orcs must be expelled. Very well, you may bind them, but do not send them away just yet. Additionally, I will provide you with an answer in 3 days. With that, she began ushering them out. As night fell, Shun Miao lay in bed, her mind preoccupied with the day's events. Why had the vagrant orcs gone mad? Was it due to some virus or another cause? Tossing and turning, sleep eluded her, and the bite on her hand throbbed with a dull ache. She pondered this. The wound was not deep, and she had reacted swiftly, casting Jiao Ying aside immediately after he bit her. Having treated the injury, it should have been healing by now. Glancing at the elderly female beast sleeping beside her, Shun Miao retrieved a flashlight, tore off the bandage, and shone the light on the wound. Her breath caught in her throat upon seeing that the injury had not improved. Rather, it had darkened, an indication of worsening condition. The vagrant orc had indeed been toxic. Shun Miao dared not delay any longer, springing from her bed and rushing, heedless of the late hour, toward Lin Sheng's residence. Lin Sheng had already retired for the night, roused by the incessant knocking. His face twisted in anger as he opened the door. Shun Miao disregarded his displeasure and extended her hand. Uncle Lin, I was bitten by an orc, and now the wound looks like this. Please help me and tell me what I should do. Lin Sheng's ire faded upon seeing the peculiar wound, and he spoke in a grave tone. Did an orc bite you? Or was it a wild beast? Certainly an orc. Was it one of the vagrants? Lin Sheng inquired sharply. Shun Miao nodded and recounted the day's events and the circumstances surrounding her injury. Lin Sheng erupted in anger. What nonsense! You brought them back without understanding the risks. If you don't face repercussions, who will? Please stop scolding me. If you continue, I might just, Shun Miao lamented, her face drawn. Lin Sheng scoffed. Now you realize the gravity of the situation. It is too late. Shun Miaoxin felt a chill run down her spine and, trembling, inquired, Are you implying that you cannot detoxify? Does that mean I am doomed? The old veterinarian ignored her, scrutinizing the wound instead. He procured some medicine and applied it to Shun Miaoxin's injury. Instantly, she felt a cool sensation enveloping the wound, significantly alleviating her pain. Overwhelmed with joy, she exclaimed, Uncle Lin, you truly are remarkable. You are like the beacon of life for our tribe. Without you, I can hardly fathom how we would cope. When it came to flattering others, Shun Miaoxin was effortlessly eloquent. Lin Shouxing dismissed her praise, furrowing his brow. Do not rejoice prematurely. I have merely neutralized the poison. Whether your wound will heal remains uncertain. At his words, Shun Miaoxin gasped in shock. Uncle Lin, please do not frighten me. Lin Shouxing, wielding a small knife, meticulously trimmed away some necrotic flesh from her wound before turning away for an unknown purpose. Shun Miaoxin followed closely behind, only to be reprimanded by Lin Shouxing. What are you following me for? If you wish to live, refrain from causing a disturbance that I certainly do not wish to perish. I merely have a question I wish to discuss with you, Uncle Lin, Shun Miaoxin said, undeterred by his scolding. Lin Shouxing's brow remained furrowed. What question? Adjusting her demeanor, Shun Miaoxin replied seriously. What is the situation with those fleeing orcs? Why did they suddenly go berserk? After a moment of contemplation, she added, it was an unprovoked frenzy. They seemed perfectly fine before. The one my family brought home was the same, as were others from different orc families. Otherwise, there wouldn't be orcs bitten. The sudden onslaught had caught many orcs off guard. Lin Shouxing replied, nonchalantly, I will need to investigate that before I can answer. For now, do not disturb me. Attend to your own matters. Shun Miaoxin obediently stepped aside. She found the world of veterinarians rather peculiar. Their expertise did not seem to match that of the doctors from her past life, yet they performed surgeries, and many conditions that required instruments to diagnose in her former life were discerned here with a mere glance. For instance, after examining the small piece of rotten flesh, Lin Shouxing confidently informed Shun Miaoxin, "This is rabid beast disease. If bitten by a rabid orc, one will contract it." Shun Miaoxin had only heard of rabies before. This was her first encounter with rabid beast disease. She understood that rabies was incurable, with a mortality rate of 100%. Would rabid beast disease be the same? A shiver ran down her spine, and she felt a dull ache return to her wound. "Uncle Lin, what exactly is rabid beast disease? What symptoms follow a bite?" Shun Miaoxin hurriedly inquired, needing to ascertain its relation to rabies to determine her next steps. Lin Shouxing explained that those afflicted with rabid beast disease would experience spreading wounds, leading to systemic decay. Yet they would not die. They would merely become paralyzed, and thus far, no veterinarian had successfully treated the ailment. To have one's entire body decay and become paralyzed, resembling that ghastly state, might as well be death, Shun Miaoxin thought, feeling perplexed. She could not ascertain whether this disease was more severe or slightly less so compared to rabies. Perhaps it was slightly more favorable, considering the mortality rate was not absolute. This disease stemmed from the orcs carrying certain viruses. Upon biting, the virus transferred to the victim, resulting in the affliction. Shun Miaoxin fell silent. Comprehending this point, it was akin to rabies. After all, orcs were beasts as well, and the viruses they carried could certainly corrupt a healthy orc. "Uncle Lin, wait for me," Shun Miaoxin declared, and with that she dashed home. Leaving Lin Shouxing bewildered, in truth, she did not return home, but sought a concealed place to retrieve the syringe and rabies vaccine from her healing space. Whether it would work was uncertain. She could only gamble on luck, but she suspected it would be effective. If administered promptly, it could curtail rabid beast disease. "What is this?" Lin Shouxing marveled at the curious assortment of items before him. Upon her return, Shun Miaoxin presented these peculiar objects. What are those sharp, transparent items? And what about those small, exquisite bottles? Shun Miaoxin calmly accepted Lin Shouxing's scrutinizing gaze and explained one by one, "These are unique remedies I obtained from a great practitioner. They can treat rabid beast disease." "Are you serious?" Lin Shouxing exclaimed, astonished. "Of course I am. I would never jest with lives. Starting tomorrow, Uncle Lin, you shall administer this vaccine to those orcs in the tribe who have been bitten by rabid beasts." "This is called a vaccine?" Shun Miaoxin's expression turned complicated as she replied, "Indeed, you may refer to it as such. How can I trust you?" Lin Shouxing remained skeptical. Shun Miaoxin smiled lightly, speaking with a calm demeanor. "I was the one who staunched the bleeding of that sheep you operated on. Uncle L, I end it. You still doubt my medical skills?" Lin Shouxing was rendered speechless, attempting to argue. "That is different. It was merely a livestock." Shun Miaoxin sighed. "Very well. You may administer the vaccine to me first. If I perish, it will prove my claims are false." After receiving the injection, Shun Miaoxin remained unharmed, although Lin Shouxing, inexperienced in administering injections, inadvertently turned her into a test subject, resulting in several painful needle pricks that left her feeling despondent. The following day, Lin Shouxing began going door to door, administering the vaccine to orcs who had been bitten. Despite having received the vaccine, Shun Miaoxin's wound would not heal immediately. Displeased with its unsightly appearance and concerned about the worries of the little ones, she utilized her powers for a simple treatment. Having honed her abilities during this time, she was now capable of wielding her powers with ease, and their efficacy had significantly increased, which pleased her greatly. Additionally, while Jiuying was asleep, she treated him as well. In his dreams, Jiuying felt a warm, soothing flow coursing through him, prompting a soft murmur of comfort as he rolled over, sinking deeper into a peaceful slumber. Shun Miaoxin smiled. Perhaps she was the most forgiving person in the world, treating the one who had bitten her with compassion, a rarity indeed. The little ones, amidst the uproar regarding the vaccine injections, learned just how terrifying it was to be bitten by those orcs, nearly brought to tears. Under Shun Miaoxin's reassurances, they finally found solace. Before long, the third day arrived, the day Shun Miaoxin had arranged with the orcs. Early in the morning, they all gathered. This time, Shun Miaoxin did not follow her previous approach. Instead, she began by apologizing to the orcs that I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused. Following this, she outlined the situation, and upon hearing about rabid beast disease, A stir arose among the orc crowd. The commotion only settled when they learned that Lin Shoxing's vaccine could treat it. However, the orcs still harbored disdain for those who had concealed the truth and demanded that the fleeing orcs be expelled, that we do not wish to coexist with a group of rabid orcs. Expel them? Yes, cast them out. The atmosphere became chaotic. The fleeing orcs, unsure how to respond, fell to their knees, pleading for another chance. The tribal orcs, infuriated, retorted, "We offered you a chance, and how did you repay us? You bit our kin, nearly causing us to lose them. You still have the audacity to plead for mercy." As the orcs grew increasingly agitated, some rushed forward, engaging in physical confrontations with the fleeing orcs. The fleeing orcs did not retaliate, silently enduring the blows, repeating, "As long as you are willing to forgive us, feel free to strike. Dream on. My family will never harbor you." One orc spat. Others echoed, "Neither will mine." Witnessing this scene, Shun Miaoxin felt a pang of sorrow. She was not a naive person and understood the consequences of excessive kindness. However, these fleeing orcs were not inherently evil, that if they were cast out now, they would surely meet their demise. In a moment of clarity, Shun Miaoxin stepped forward and called out, "Everyone, please hear me out. What do you wish to say?" An orc questioned warily. Ignoring him, Shun Miaoxin continued, "Consider this. If you were in their position, what would you want? We can choose to expel them, but once they leave, they will not survive. They are living beings, but if they stay, we may not survive." Green Pearl interjected fiercely. Shun Miaoxin glanced at her, responding calmly, "What if I possess a means to help them remain sane?" Green Pearl's eyes flickered. "How can we know if your claims are true? If you deceive us and those vile orcs go berserk again, would we not be jeopardizing ourselves? We cannot afford such a risk." Her words were highly provocative. When personal safety is at stake, people tend to be more cautious, preferring to eliminate danger at its source rather than take chances. Understanding their mindset, Shun Miaoxin replied, "I am utterly confident." Green Pearl interrupted again. "Even if you were 100% sure, I cannot gamble with my family's lives on such frivolous games." "Shun Miaoxin, I do not agree with you." The gazes of the others shifted toward Shun Miaoxin, their expressions subtly changing. It was true. She had taken a liking to those orcs, which explained her reluctance to cast them out. "Does Qing Chen know about this?" Green Pearl, brimming with confidence, added another remark. Shun Miao fixed her gaze upon her for a moment before suddenly curling her lips into a smirk. "Unfortunately for you, he is aware and fully supports all my actions. What do you wish to say?" Green Pearl's retort faltered, her expression shifting. Shun Miao chose to disregard her, turning to face the assembly of beastmen. "I am cognizant of all your doubts, and I prefer not to elaborate further. Here, I stake my life as a wager. Should I fail to heal them, I shall not cling to life and will take all beastmen with me." Initially, Green Pearl was reluctant, but upon hearing the latter part, her eyes brightened. If Shun Miao truly failed, she would undoubtedly be too ashamed to remain in the tribe, thus eliminating her greatest adversary. That a smile of delight graced her features as she feigned inquiry. "This is your word, and we have not coerced you. Just don't backtrack and refuse to meet your demise if you fail. We, the beastmen, are watching closely. Rest assured, I shall uphold my promise." Shun Miao retorted with a sidelong glance. The other beastmen voiced varied opinions. Yet seeing the majority in agreement, they fell silent. After all, those ailing beasts would no longer reside in their homes. As long as Shun Miao failed to heal them, they could swiftly expel them. The assembly of beastmen gradually dispersed. The cat beastman approached Shun Miao anxiously, sighing, "What is the purpose of this endeavor?" For a group of unfamiliar beastmen, the cat beastman questioned his own capacity to risk his life for their salvation. Shun Miao smiled at the cat beastman. "Brother cat, it's nothing to worry about. I am fully aware of my own intentions." The cat beastman hesitated, wanting to say that no matter how certain she felt, it was still the raging beast disease, which even veterinarians struggled to cure. Yet he kept his thoughts to himself and merely asked, "Do you have confidence?" "About 50%, Shun Miao replied with a smile. The cat beastman felt a weight settle in his heart. That was not a high probability. Unable to contain himself, he suggested, "How about this? We clarify things with everyone, stating that you acted impulsively and retract all your previous statements. And send those individuals away. We can consider this matter settled. Shen Miao shook her head, a faint smile lingering. That won't do. With so many lives at stake, Shen Miao could not turn a blind eye. Having come from a world where life was valued above all, she could not comprehend the beastmen's cruelty towards their a child in an orphanage. She often wished for someone to come to her aid during times of hunger. Thus, when she grew capable, she yearned to help others, even if just a glimmer of hope remained. Moreover, she believed that hope was quite substantial. Chapter 073. Conducting experiments, the cat beastman, now somewhat agitated, urged, then take Qing Chen and the cubs and flee to another tribe. You can still live there. No, I will not go anywhere, Shen Miao replied resolutely. Frustrated, the cat beastman exclaimed, then I shall speak to Qing Chen. Shen Miao stopped him, her smile gentle. Brother cat, Qing Chen is not well. There is no need to burden him with this. Instead, I have a favor to ask of you. I may be quite busy in the future, so I would appreciate your help in watching over Qing Chen and the cubs. What is so difficult about that? Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have done so, the cat beastman responded, but then he realized the absurdity of his agreement. He paused, sighed, and resignedly said, fine, do as you wish, as long as you remember the cubs and Qing Chen. Shen Miao replied earnestly, of course, they're the most important people to me. Despite her words, Shen Miao felt a twinge of guilt when facing Qing Chen, fearing he might think her presumptuous. However, Qing Chen said nothing, appearing remarkably calm compared to the first time she saw his face, which had seemed as dark as night. He did not inquire about Shen Miao, which relieved her. That evening, Shen Miao extracted some blood from Jiu Ying and locked herself in her room, diligently conducting experiments. The herbs in her space were abundant, alleviating any concerns, allowing her to focus solely on her work, thus enhancing her efficiency. The news of her wager with the beastmen spread, prompting Lin Shou-sheng to visit. He immediately inquired, did you really wager with them? Such an absurdity seemed impossible, yet with Shen Miao, it appeared entirely plausible. Indeed, Shen Miao replied cheerfully, Uncle Lin, what brings you here? Lin Shou-sheng scrutinized her. Have you lost weight? Shen Miao pinched the flesh on her arm. I don't think so. After all, she had merely been engrossed in research for a day and night. It was unlikely she could lose weight so swiftly. Lin Shou-sheng continued, visibly upset. Do you have any idea how reckless that is? You dare to engage in such a wager? Uncle Lin, I believe I may have found a solution for the raging beast disease. Shen Miao said mysteriously. Lin Shou-sheng's response was interrupted as he instinctively asked, what? Shen Miao presented the concoction she had created. It may not be perfect yet, but I assure you, it is effective. We merely need to experiment a few more times. Nonsense. Lin Shou-sheng slammed his palm on the table, fuming. Do you think curing a disease is as simple as that? If it were so easy, we veterinarians would be unnecessary. Shen Miao, unfazed, replied, you are all-encompassing, capable of curing all ailments. My situation is different. I understand your skepticism. My method may be rudimentary, but traditional remedies are often the most effective. Lin Shou-sheng, unwilling to continue the conversation, waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. You truly are a source of concern. The old man turned abruptly and left in a hurry, just as he had arrived. Shen Miao did not pursue him, believing he would eventually come to terms with it. However, when she next saw Lin Shou-sheng, he stubbornly refused to open the door. Shen Miao mused that his temper was truly formidable. She circled around to the window, attempting to sneak her surprise. Upon peering closer, she found Lin Shou-sheng slumped over his usual medicinal preparation table, fast asleep. Shen Miao tossed an item at him, yet the old man remained oblivious. Anxiety crept into Shen Miao's heart. Could he have fainted? After all, the old veterinarian was not young anymore. She could not afford a delay, so she pried the wooden window open with her bare hands, leaping through with agility, managing to enter the room in a few swift movements. Thankfully, due to recent events causing her to lose weight, she might not have been able to accomplish this in the past. Uncle Lin, Shen Miao hurried over, gently shaking Lin Shou-sheng. His body toppled sideways, revealing a pallid face. Is he unwell? Shen Miao muttered under her breath as she utilized her abilities to examine Lin Shousheng, concluding that he was merely exhausted from overwork, leading to his fainting spell. She exhaled in relief, yet curiosity bubbled within her. What had Lin Shousheng been doing to tire himself to such an extent? A cursory glance around revealed the table cluttered with various herbs. Shen Miao picked up one, recognizing it as a crucial ingredient for treating the raging beast disease. It dawned on her. Lin Shousheng was diligently concocting a remedy for the very disease. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her. How did I fall asleep? Lin Shousheng murmured groggily. Shen Miao regained her composure and asked, Uncle Lin, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Lin Shousheng jumped slightly. What are you doing here? I distinctly remember locking the door. Shen Miao could not help but roll her eyes. Indeed, had he not locked the door, I would not have needed to jump through the window. Lin Shousheng followed her gaze to the remnants of the window, his eyes widening in disbelief. He was about to express his ire when Shen Miao interrupted. Hold your temper. First, tell me if you feel unwell. Lin Shousheng contemplated for a moment, furrowing his brow. Shen Miao's anxiety heightened. Although she had examined him, some ailments eluded even the most skilled doctors, relying solely on the patient's self-report. Lin Shousheng, oblivious to Shen Miao's concern, remarked curiously, I feel lighter somehow. I had some soreness in my waist before, but now the pain is gone and my legs no longer ache. Could it be that sleep is the best remedy? Shen Miao could not contain her laughter, lowering her head with a smile. Lin Shousheng shot her a sidelong glance. What are you laughing at? Nothing, Uncle Lin. I truly have discovered a solution, so you need not worry any longer. Please rest more. After all, you are no longer young, unlike the youthful beastmen, Shen Miao said earnestly. Lin Shousheng, slightly sheepish, gathered the herbs closer to himself, clearing his throat. What nonsense are you spouting? I haven't done anything. You are overthinking it. All right, perhaps I am overthinking, but your health is paramount. Shen Miao stood, preparing to leave. Now that you are awake, I should return. Remember, you need not concern yourself with my matters. I will come to you when necessary. Without a doubt, she understood that Lin Shousheng had likely stayed up late seeking a remedy for her. Though he would not admit it, she had seen through him. Understood. Off you go, he replied. Lin Shousheng disdainfully waved his hand, and Shen Miao smiled briefly, leaving behind a bottle of tonic suitable for middle-aged and elderly individuals as she departed. Chapter 074. Taking in the stray beasts not long after Shen Miao left. Jiu Ying, who had been curled up in a corner, opened his eyes. He rose and stealthily exited the house, heading straight for the abandoned stone hut. After the tribal beasts expressed their unwillingness to accept the sick beasts, they had no choice but to reside there together. In the room, Bao saw this and asked Bao. He ran away. Aren't you going to stop him? Bao replied with a blank expression. Why should I stop him? He left on his own. That wager is no longer valid. But mother will surely be angry. I don't know. Did you see him leave? Bao paused for a moment. Then suddenly enlightened, he laughed and said, Bao, you're really cunning. Mother has always thought you were steady and reliable, but you are much more astute than I am. Bao smirked slightly, offering no rebuttal. Upon arriving at the abandoned stone hut, Jiu Ying found his companions gathered together. As he approached, they all stood up in surprise, asking, Jiu Ying, why are you here? Did that female beast expel you too? Jiu Ying did not respond to this inquiry, but scanned the faces of all the beasts with a serious expression, asking, is everyone here? The others, puzzled, nodded. Knowing that they would go mad, the tribal beasts were unwilling to take them in any longer. If it weren't for Shen Miao's assurance, the tribal beasts would not have allowed them to remain in the tribe at all. For now, they were merely shoved into the abandoned stone hut. But if Shen Miao could not develop a curative medicine within 3 months, they would still be driven away. All right, listen to me, that we must leave this place and go elsewhere, Jiu Ying stated bluntly. At this proclamation, the other beasts were taken aback, with some even suspecting he had lost his senses. One beast scolded, Jiu Ying, what nonsense are you spouting? We finally have a place to stay, and you dare say such things again. Jiu Ying replied sadly, it is precisely because they have taken us and that we cannot repay their kindness with ingratitude. Let's leave. Do not become such ungrateful beasts. Jiu Ying, shut your mouth. If you want to leave, go on your own. We certainly will not depart. The beast retorted angrily, believing Jiao Ying had gone mad. However, Jiao Ying understood that if they did not leave, they would cause trouble for Shen Miao. That female beast was so kind. How could they be so selfish? Jiao Ying's tone grew resolute. We must go. All of you must leave. Do not sacrifice your basic conscience for a moment of comfort. I disdain you. What did you say, Jiao Ying? Repeat that. The beasts, enraged and humiliated, advanced towards Jiao Ying, ready to strike him if he uttered another word. Jiao Ying held his head high and enunciated, I said you are despicable, exploiting the kindness of others. You are not worthy of being called beasts. Beasts do not cower like you. And oh, sooner had he finished speaking than a beast's fist struck Jiao Ying squarely in the face, knocking him to the ground. Dare you speak again? I'll teach you a lesson. Unfazed, Jiao Ying wore a scornful smile. Cowards, you spineless fools. The group of beasts lunged at him, raining down blows. Outnumbered, Jiao Ying curled up on the ground. Soon battered and bruised, his body covered in wounds. Some beasts who had not participated in the beating tried to play the peacemaker, saying, all right, we're all in this together. There is no need for things to escalate this way. Stop fighting. Jiao Ying, get up and go back. Stop saying those things. It is not easy for anyone here. If you leave, you're cutting off their means of survival. Though they seem to be helping Jiao Ying, they were actually blaming him for meddling. Filled with indignation, Jiao Ying stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and coldly surveyed the fierce beasts around him, sneering, if you want to leave, then I will. With that, he turned and headed towards the back mountain. Hey, Jiao Ying, where are you going? You're heading the wrong way. The way back to the tribe is this way. Come back. Ignoring the shouts behind him, Jiao Ying walked with his head held high, each step resolute. Inside the stone hut, the other beasts watched his retreating figure in silence, the atmosphere heavy with tension. After a moment, a young beast scoffed. What a fool, acting so high and mighty. Does he think others will be grateful if he leaves? They will only think he is foolish. Immediately, others chimed in, exactly, it's unnecessary. That female beast said she could cure our ailments. Yet he insists on leaving. He must be out of his mind. They continue to discuss. They convince themselves of their righteousness. The mood growing lively once more. And no beast paid any further attention to the solitary figure making his way to the back mountain. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by the rumbling of thunder that a torrential downpour was imminent. Having emerged from Lin Shouxing's abode, Shen Miao was startled to find the sky had suddenly darkened. She quickened her pace, hurrying home. Upon reaching her dwelling, Shen Miao walked toward the room where Jiao Ying was supposed to be, intending to discuss his treatment. However, upon opening the door, she found the room empty, with only the ropes that had bound him hanging there. After searching her home to no avail, she went to find her children, who were playing a game of cops and robbers behind the house. A game Shen Miao had taught them. She inquired about Jiao Ying's whereabouts, and Debao calmly replied, Uncle Jiao Ying has left. Where did he go? Why didn't you stop him? Shen Miao felt a surge of urgency. In such weather, what was he thinking running off? Debao blinked innocently. We couldn't stop him, mother. We're still just little cubs. Your Bao chimed in, yes, Uncle Jiao Ying is really impressive. Didn't you say we shouldn't go near him? At that time, Jiao Ying had been in a frenzy, and naturally, Shen Miao had forbidden them from approaching him. However, the children's reasoning seemed valid. You know which way he went. This way. Debao pointed in one direction. No, it's this way. Uncle Jiao Ying went this way. Bao corrected him. Shen Miao looked at the two opposing directions in silence. Noticing her expression, Debao quietly said, Mother, I remember Uncle Jiao Ying went this way. Bao must have remembered incorrectly. I didn't remember incorrectly. You did, Mother. I have the best memory. Uncle Jiao Ying definitely left the tribe and went this way. Bao argued stubbornly, in a way. Uncle Jiao Ying is still in the tribe. He hasn't left. Shen Miao raised her hand to halt their quarrel, speaking firmly. I understand that I will search the tribe. You both hurry back inside. It is going to rain soon, so don't linger outside. The cubs hurriedly protested. Mother, you shouldn't go looking in the rain. Uncle Jiao Ying will come back on his own, that I'll just take a quick look and return shortly. Shen Miao replied before hastening away. Chapter 075. A collision. Shen Miao searched the tribe thoroughly, asking everyone she encountered, but no one paid her any mind. Whenever they saw her approach, they turned their faces away as if she were a plague. This treatment was even more severe than what she had experienced previously in the tribe. She didn't dwell on it. Since no beasts were responding to her, she continued her search, combing every corner, yet failing to spot Jiao Ying's figure. Shun Miao then proceeded to the back mountain. As she entered the mountain, the rain fell in torrents, shrouding the forest and paths in a thick mist. Shun Miao hesitated. Venturing into the mountains in such weather was not a wise choice. Yet if she did not go, her conscience would not allow her to rest easy after wrestling with her thoughts. She bit her lip, resolved to search the mountain's perimeter. If she did not find Jiao Ying, she would promptly descend and return home. The rain poured heavily, and the mountain path was treacherous. Shun Miao slipped with nearly every step. Struggling to advance, she called out Jiao Ying's name into the forest, but the sound of the rain drowned out her voice, leaving her breathless. I can't go on. I must return and I'll wait until the rain stops. Shun Miao leaned against a small tree, panting heavily. Just as she turned around, her foot slipped, sending her tumbling down the cliff that a sense of dread washed over her. Would this be the end? In a frantic attempt to grasp something, fortune smiled upon her as she managed to latch onto a protruding vine. Utilizing it for support, Shun Miao gradually slid down to the ground, her breaths coming in wild gasps. The rain poured down relentlessly, washing away the blood from her fresh wounds. Exhausted, she dragged her weary body to a sheltered spot, collapsing onto the ground. This was perhaps the most tiring day of her life. After resting for a while, Shun Miao began to inspect her injuries. To her shock, she discovered numerous cuts and bruises, far more than she had anticipated. Some were scratches from branches, while others were abrasions from her fall. And there were even some whose origins eluded her. The most significant wound was on her calf, nearly severing her leg, with flesh protruding but no blood visible, as it had been washed away by the rain. Shun Miao gasped sharply, realizing that in this desolate wilderness, such injuries were bound to become infected. Fortunately, she had medicine and her unique abilities. At this moment, she disregarded any concerns about wastefulness. Healing her wounds was of utmost importance. Shun Miao summoned her powers, channeling them throughout her body. As her abilities coursed through her, the pain from her wounds diminished significantly. Although her powers manifested as a flame, their effect was curiously akin to that of water. She meticulously mended each injury, and upon completion, she noted a slight reduction in her energy, a testament to the efficacy of her recent training. Afterward, Shun Miao retrieved some bread from her supplies to sustain herself. After enduring several days, the torrential rain finally ceased. Emerging from her hiding place, she wandered nearby, contemplating the locations where Jiao Ying might venture. Meanwhile, Jiao Ying emerged from the cave where he had taken refuge. The incessant downpour had transformed him into a wild man in just a few short days, his unkempt beard and ragged animal skins a testament to his time spent in the elements. Accompanying him was a magnificent tiger with a fiery orange coat, aptly named Fire Tiger. By happenstance, Jiao Ying had discovered its lair, and after spending some days together, they had forged a strong bond. As they traversed the terrain, Fire Tiger affectionately nudged against Jiao Ying, who gently pushed it away, only for the tiger to return, behaving like a playful cub. Suddenly, Fire Tiger's fur bristled, its keen eyes fixated on a distant point, emitting a low growl that signaled a threat. Startled, Jiao Ying wondered if there were intruders in the mountains. Following Fire Tiger's gaze, he froze, swiftly retreating to conceal himself while pulling Fire Tiger along, covering its mouth with his hand. The tiger, displeased at having its mouth restrained, attempted to nudge Jiao Ying's hand away, growling in protest. "Hush!" Jiao Ying whispered urgently, raising a finger to his lips. Amused, Fire Tiger pawed at his hand, prompting Jiao Ying to whisper, "Listen, that person we just saw, can you help me scare her away?" Upon catching a glimpse of Shun Miao, an unexpected pang of emotion surged within him. His companions had not come to find him, but rather a stranger he had known for only a few days. Though Shun Miao was not particularly beautiful, it was clear she had been trapped in this wilderness for several days. Resolute in his decision to remain, Jiao Ying was determined not to let Shun Miao's efforts be in vain. Understanding his intent, Fire Tiger expressed its enthusiasm, nodding confidently, eager to confront such a feeble opponent with the intent to overpower her. With unwavering determination, Fire Tiger turned to sprint toward Shen Miao. Jiao Ying quickly seized its tail, pulling it back while warning, "Don't get carried away. Just scare her off. Don't harm her." Fire Tiger tilted its head in confusion. If she was an enemy of a good friend, why shouldn't it attack? Jiao Ying clarified. "She my friend, here to find me, but I have no intention of returning, so I need you to handle this. Do you understand?" Upon realizing, Fire Tiger nodded vigorously, casting Jiao Ying an assuring glance before bounding away toward Shen Miao. Jiao Ying felt a twinge of worry, fearing Fire Tiger might inadvertently harm her. So he kept his distance, hiding behind a tree to observe. Having scoured the area for wild fruits, Shen Miao returned with her hands full only to be startled by the sight of a massive tiger. Its gaze fixated upon her, as if contemplating its next move. In shock, she dropped her fruits, stumbling backward in fright. What on earth? When did such a huge tiger appear? Why was there no sound? I must be its next meal. With a mighty roar, Fire Tiger announced its presence, shaking the forest. Shen Miao, brandishing a branch as a makeshift weapon, declared, "Don't come any closer. I'm not afraid of you." Fire Tiger advanced, bemused by the foolishness of this woman who didn't flee. Why wasn't she running? Was it really so ineffectual? Frustrated, Fire Tiger decided to escalate its intimidation, exposing its massive jaws lined with sharp teeth, releasing a scent distinctly characteristic of a carnivore. Weighing her odds, Shen Miao assessed her branch against the sheer size of the tiger and let out a terrified scream before bolting in the opposite direction. Fire Tiger pursued her closely, and as Shen Miao ran for her life, she glanced back, only to collide with a large tree and lose consciousness with a thud. Chapter 76. Encountering danger, Fire Tiger returned, its head hung low. Jiao Ying rushed forward, anxious to inquire. What happened? Did she escape? He had refrained from following her earlier, fearing discovery. Now, seeing Fire Tiger's despondent demeanor, he could no longer contain his concern. Fire Tiger, feeling guilty, averted its gaze as it approached a nearby tree, bumping its head against it before collapsing in a heap. Jiao Ying, puzzled, asked, "What are you doing?" In a fit of urgency, Fire Tiger repeated its actions. Jiao Ying scrutinized it closely, and suddenly his expression shifted. "Are you saying she's injured? Has she fainted?" Fire Tiger lowered its head, unable to respond. "Quick, take me to her." Jiao Ying's face darkened like a sky before a storm. Obediently, Fire Tiger led him to where Shen Miao lay unconscious. Upon seeing her sprawled on the ground, Jiao Ying dashed over, carefully lifting her and checking for a pulse, relieved to find she was still breathing. However, upon noticing a large rat nearby, his anger flared. "Didn't I tell you not to harm her? Why didn't you listen?" Fire Tiger, feeling wronged, insisted it hadn't hurt her. She had simply run into a tree. "Don't feign innocence. That doesn't change the fact you harmed her." Jiao Ying reprimanded sternly. With its head drooping, Fire Tiger remained silent. Jiao Ying, though concerned, scolded Fire Tiger only briefly before focusing on Shen Miao as condition. He picked her up gently and carried her to a nearby cave for shelter. When Shen Miao regained consciousness, she felt disoriented. Jiao Ying leaned closer, asking with concern, "You're awake, you feel unwell. Is your head hurting?" Upon seeing the wild man before her, Shen Miao instinctively recoiled. Jiao Ying, realizing his disheveled appearance, ran his hand through his long hair, revealing a familiar visage. "Jiao Ying?" Shen Miao exclaimed in surprise, scrambling to sit up. "I've searched for you for so long. We must go back immediately." Jiao Ying chuckled awkwardly, shaking his head. "I'm not going back." "Why not?" "I haven't even addressed your reckless departure yet. You must return with me," Shen Miao insisted firmly. "Shen Miao, I appreciate your concern, but I cannot drag you into this," Jiao Ying replied, lowering his gaze. Raising an eyebrow, Shen Miao challenged, "Why would you burden me?" "Oh, I see. You think if I can't find a cure for your kind in 3 months, we'll all perish together, right?" Jiao Ying remained silent, affirming her assumption. Shen Miao chuckled. "Do you take me for a fool? My willingness to gamble with their lives means I am confident in my abilities. I want to risk my own life in just that. Is that true?" Of course. Now, stop worrying. Just stay put. This is my responsibility. After a moment's hesitation, Jiuying nodded. All right, I'll descend the mountain with you tomorrow. Shun Miao brightened. That's more like a tea home. Several anxious children fretted over Shun Miao as prolonged absence. After several days of rain, they could not venture out, but as soon as the downpour ceased, they resolved to search for her. No, you mustn't go, Qing Chen insisted, blocking their path. But what if something has happened to our mother? The little ones were in a state of anxiety. Qing Chen gazed at the sky outside, expressing indifference. She is an adult female beast while you are merely young cubs. If something were to happen to her, the likelihood of misfortune befalling you is even greater. This statement was somewhat convoluted, leaving the cubs bewildered. Qing Chen offered no clarification, only commanding them to remain indoors for the next few days. The cubs felt despondent but dared not defy Qing Chen's wishes. In contrast, the cubs. Qing Chen found the entire situation utterly absurd. That female beast had maintained her disguise for so long, yet now she could no longer uphold it. Having been absent for so many days, only the young cubs remained oblivious, still believing she was on the mountain. Qing Chen feared she had likely planned this all along, and with her departure, it was probable she would never return. A cold laugh escaped Qing Chen's lips, and as he chuckled, the wound on his leg throbbed with increased pain. Inside the cave, Shun Miao lay upon the hay, enveloped in drowsiness. Although the cave was not as comfortable as home, Jiuying had made it quite pleasant, strewing hay across the ground, making it warm rather than cold. For the first time in a long while, she could sleep soundly. Yet before succumbing to slumber, Shun Miao felt compelled to remind Jiuying, "You must return with me tomorrow morning, as you promised, and you must not renege on your word." "All right, go to sleep. I want to go back on my word," Jiuying replied with a smile, though there was something peculiar about it. However, due to the dim lighting, Shun Miao did not notice. Exhausted, she quickly drifted into a deep sleep. She awoke at dawn, stretching her limbs. A breeze wafted through the cave entrance, invigorating her spirits. Just as she was about to call for Jiuying, she noticed that the spot where Jiuying had lain was now empty. Next to her was only a large leaf cradling a few wild fruits. After a moment's thought, she grasped the situation and erupted in furious expletives. "Jiuying, you scoundrel! You lie without a second thought. How could I have trusted you so much? If you had the audacity to leave, you should have at least left no trace behind." This way, she could pretend that nothing had occurred the previous day. Fuming, Shun Miao snatched a fruit and bit into it vehemently, only to be met with an overwhelming sourness that nearly knocked her teeth out. She exited the cave and scoured the vicinity. But finding no one, she felt a wave of despondency wash over her. After all, it was certain she would find nothing. If Jiuying wished to leave, he could easily hide nearby, leaving her none the wiser. With a heavy heart, Shun Miao made her way to the riverbank and bent down to wash her face. The water was somewhat murky, likely due to a heavy rain. Suddenly, a fish leaped from the water, splashing Shun Miao from head to toe. "Damn it! Even a fish dares to bully me. Today, I shall catch you and roast you," Shun Miao declared, rolling up her sleeves, her demeanor fierce as she prepared to catch the fish. However, just as she approached, her foot slipped, and she plunged headfirst into the water, inadvertently swallowing several mouthfuls. I can't swim." Shun Miao instinctively began to struggle, but the more she fought, the quicker she sank. Despair engulfed her as she cursed Jiuying for being unreliable. Her body slowly descending into the depths. That moment, a figure rushed toward her, diving into the water, lifting Shun Miao and swimming toward the shore. Though her consciousness was fading, she clung tightly to the person. "You want to escape again, Jung, you untrustworthy scoundrel. Your words are as hollow as the wind." Shun Miao slurred her accusations. Jiuying, interpreting her words as directed at someone else, deposited her safely on the bank and, taking advantage of her dazed state, turned to leave. However, his arm was firmly grasped, and Shun Miao's weak voice echoed behind him. "Where do you think you're going?" Chapter 077. Catching fish. Jiuying deceived her. "I am just nearby, helping you catch fish." Shun Miao, blinking her bleary eyes, shot him a sidelong glance. "Don't think you can fool me. I want to trust you again. It's true," Jiuying insisted earnestly. Shun Miao refused to let go. "Jiuying, feeling helpless and fearing that Shan Miao might regain her strength, thus preventing him from leaving, hastily struck her unconscious. Before Shan Miao succumbed to darkness, her eyes brimmed with disbelief. Jiuying muttered an apology, lifted her, and carried her to a safe location before departing without a trace of reluctance. When Shan Miao awoke, as expected, Jiuying was once again absent, rubbing the sore spot on her neck. She felt a headache coming on. This beast man was the most peculiar one she had ever encountered, headstrong and obstinate, completely disregarding her advice. She found herself at a loss as to how to proceed. Was she truly to give up? What about the arduous days she had endured? The indomitable spirit within Shan Miao surged forth. If Jiuying refused to return with her, then she would simply have to bring him back herself and see who would ultimately prevail. After a moment's contemplation, Shan Miao devised a plan that if he was unwilling to show himself, why had he reappeared when she was in danger? Clearly, this beast man was in the vicinity. If she did not descend the mountain, he likely would not leave either. That made things easier. A wicked smile played at the corners of Shan Miao's mouth. After some preparation, she suddenly raised her voice, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. "Ah, snake, snake, help me!" Shan Miao continued to scream and jump about, presenting a vivid and animated portrayal of someone thoroughly terrified. In an instant, a figure appeared, pulling her close and speaking in a deep voice. "Don't be afraid. Where is the snake?" Seeing that Shan Miao did not respond, he turned his head only to meet her grinning face. Jiuying was momentarily stunned before suddenly comprehending the situation, and he immediately turned to leave. "Where do you think you're going?" Running away again. Shan Miao was quicker, blocking his path. Jiuying grumbled, "How can you act this way?" Shan Miao smirked, "You can scare me, but I can't scheme against you." "Enough of the nonsense. Come down the mountain with me." Don't bother protesting. I'm not interested in hearing it. If you refuse to go, then neither will I. We shall remain here and see who can endure longer. "How about that?" Shan Miao declared, defiantly sitting down on the ground with a rather stubborn demeanor. Jiuying pressed his lips together, struggling to articulate, "I cannot put you in harm's way." Shan Miao, growing agitated, retorted, "How have you harmed me? I've told you repeatedly that I can concoct that medicine. Do you understand? I'm not foolish. How many times must I repeat myself?" After much persuasion from Shan Miao, Jiuying finally relented and agreed to state, "You're not deceiving me again, are you?" Shan Miao asked suspiciously. "There's no other option. I have a history." Jiuying admitted awkwardly, "I want to be fooled. This time I want to leave." The two set off together, searching for a way down the mountain. After the recent rains, the paths in the forest were quite treacherous. Jiuying intentionally walked beside Shan Miao, ready to assist her if she needed support. However, as soon as he drew near, Shan Miao instinctively recoiled. "What's wrong?" Jiuying asked, perplexed. Shan Miao raised her hand in a gesture of refusal, saying, "Just stay there. Don't come near me. I'm afraid you'll knock me unconscious again." Upon hearing this, Jiuying found himself torn between amusement and exasperation. "I promised I wouldn't do that again." Shan Miao shot him a sidelong glance. "I don't trust you. You sneaked away and knocked me out. How can I know how many more tricks you have up your sleeve?" "Very well. Do as you wish." The two continued on, stopping frequently, and after much effort, they finally emerged from the mountains. By the time they returned home, both were in a disheveled state. The little ones hesitated, unsure whether to recognize Shan Miao, until finally it was the boldest among them, the fourth cub, who ventured to ask, "Are you my mother? Who else would you think I am?" Shan Miao replied with a smile. The cubs did not rush to her as usual. Instead, they hesitated, glancing between Shan Miao and Jiuying, their eyes betraying a hint of hostility. Shan Miao felt puzzled. Why did they seem as if they barely recognized her after only a few days away? "What is going on?" Before the cubs could respond, a cold voice rang out from inside the house, reminiscent of moonlight falling upon a frigid pool. "Debeo, bring your siblings inside." Debeo shot a glance at Shan Miao before leading the others indoors. Shan Miao was left in confusion, but sensing the anger in Qing Chen's voice, she contemplated her next move. Turning to Jiuying, she said, "You should clean yourself up first. I'll go explain things to Qing Chen." Jiuying watched her with concern as she entered the house. "You still remember to come back?" As soon as Shan Miao stepped into Qing Chen's room, she was met with a sharp retort. Unfazed, Shan Miao replied with a smile, "This is my home. You and the cubs are here if I don't come back. Where else would I go? Qing Chen was unimpressed, scoffing. You have plenty of places to go. My place is small, and there's no room for someone as formidable as you. Ah, to have nearly perished on the mountain, and upon my arduous return, I am met with reproach. What a hard life I lead, Shun Miao lamented, feigning self-pity. Qing Chan's ears twitched, but he ignored her. Shun Miao continued, if you're not so angry now, I'd like to explain that if you're still furious, I can wait until later. You are utterly lawless. Qing Chen was nearly livid. Shun Miao sighed, I truly did not intend to cause trouble. I never meant to run away. Look at me. I went to the mountain to find Joing, but then I encountered a torrential downpour and accidentally fell off a cliff, which delayed my return for a few days. I acknowledge my mistake in not informing you beforehand. Qing Chan's expression softened slightly. I told you I wouldn't leave until your leg was healed. You can rest assured. Shun Miao smiled. However, Qing Chan's previously softening expression darkened again. Was she implying that once his leg was healed, she would leave? Was she so eager to depart? No longer agitated, Shun Miao defended her stance regarding the incident with Joing, explaining that her wager with the villagers meant that if they departed now, it would reflect poorly on her, revealing her insecurity. Thus, out of sheer determination, she resolved not to let him leave so easily. Wouldn't you agree? Her words were so compelling that Qing Chen found it difficult to refute her, momentarily falling silent. Shun Miao then offered a few words of comfort, which completely extinguished Qing Chen's ire. With a playful wink at the small heads peeking through the doorway, the little ones rushed in, exclaiming, Daddy, Daddy, have you forgiven Mommy? Qing Chen, feeling slightly embarrassed, huffed and turned his head away. Shun Miao couldn't help but chuckle. Come, let us step outside and not disturb your father's rest. She led the children out, who chirped with concern, Mommy, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Chapter 078. Preparing to build a house surrounded by the caring little ones, Shun Miao felt a warmth in her heart. After reassuring them, she rolled up her sleeves and asked, What have you been eating while I've been away? Grandma made us roasted meat, they chorused. Intrigued, Shun Miao inquired, Was Grandma's roasted meat delicious? The children glanced around conspiratorially and whispered, It's not as tasty as what Mommy makes. Grandma's roast has a peculiar flavor. In truth, the old matriarch had prepared it in a manner typical of their region, foregoing spices and even salt, resulting in a rather unpalatable dish. The children, having been spoiled by Shun Miao's cooking, had long forgotten the days of meager meals. Shun Miao laughed softly. You mustn't let her grandmother hear that, or she might feel hurt. We wouldn't. In front of Grandma, we always say her cooking is wonderful, declared Bao, puffing out his small chest like a little imp. Shun Miao patted his head. You are quite clever. Now, go and play. Mommy will prepare the meal. The children shook their heads. No, we want to help Mommy. I will help too. Joing chimed in. Having approached them, he had felt quite uneasy earlier, fearing an argument between Shun Miao and Qing Chen. Now that Shun Miao emerged in good spirits, he finally relaxed. The last to enter the kitchen were 6 individuals, large and small alike. Shun Miao assigned light tasks to the eager children and asked Joing to cut the meat. He moved his lips, yet ultimately said nothing, grasping the stone knife and awkwardly attempting to slice through a large piece of beef, though not unfamiliar with the task. As a beastman, he often dealt with prey. Cutting meat was not a particularly skilled endeavor. However, the slices he produced fell far short of Shun Miao's requirements. She intended to make boiled beef slices, necessitating thin cuts, which posed a challenge for the rough beastman. After much effort, Joing finally made a cut, but the result was still significantly thicker than what Shun Miao had requested. He felt a wave of discouragement, berating himself for being unable to perform such a simple task. Striving to produce slices as thin as a fingernail, he inadvertently pressed too hard and nicked his finger. With a soft gasp, he attempted to discreetly wipe away the blood and continue working. Yet a pair of round eyes were fixed upon him. Xiao Si Bao abandoned the cilantro he was picking, leaping over to Joing. Uncle Joing, you're bleeding. No, it's nothing, just a small injury. Joing quickly reassured, but the others had turned their attention to him as well. Shun Miao, busy making pancakes, looked over at the commotion and asked, Have you been hurt? You should rest. I can cut it later. Joing refused, insisting, It's not serious. I can continue. To Bao, with a stern expression, instructed Air Bao to fetch some bandages and sent San Bao to get the hemostatic powder, taking charge of the situation. He deftly bandaged Jiu Ying's finger while sternly stating, "Mommy said that if you're hurt, you must bandage it. Otherwise, bacteria could cause serious problems." Jiu Ying, unfamiliar with the terms bacteria and infection, felt somewhat taken aback by the children as concern for him. Previously, he had harmed Shen Miao in a fit of rage, resulting in the children harboring animosity towards him. Now, with such a drastic shift in their attitude, he felt a mix of anxiety and surprise. De Bao, with practiced hands, finished wrapping the bandage and tied it off with a bow, patting Jiu Ying's hand. "All done. Just don't let your finger touch water." Jiu Ying's eyes grew warm. Throughout his life, he had endured countless injuries while hunting in the mountains, each far more severe than this one. Yet never had anyone cared for him this way. The little one's gesture made him feel cherished. De Bao looked up and noticed Jiu Ying's slightly reddened eyes. He pursed his lips and said, "You saved my mommy on the mountain, so I will treat her well, just as you have." De Bao now called out to his mother with increasing ease. Shen Miao, listening from behind, couldn't he help but smile brightly. Jiu Ying, momentarily stunned, soon returned the smile. After the meal, Shen Miao went to gather some grass, intending to repair the roof. The incessant rain over the past few days had caused leaks inside the house, creating a rather uncomfortable environment. Jiu Ying, eager to assist, joined her in cutting grass as Shen Miao climbed the wooden ladder to the roof for the first time. She felt a wave of dizziness. The children below, watching anxiously, cried out for her to come down, assuring her that it was fine even if it rained inside.